Welcome back guys, like this video for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. It's time for these guys to change jobs again. Haha, I don't know how many S-level occupations we can change jobs in Shengjing City this time. How many S-level occupations are there? Don't you know that last year in Shengjing City, only 10 people transferred to S-level occupations in the entire city? Director Lu, our class is different this year. This year, there are really too many evil geniuses. For example, in Saint Kyoiki, the little dragon girl. Long Xiao Xiao. The White King of the Dragon Clan is mixed with the Pope's daughter of the human race. White King, but the great sorcerer dragon. The Pope's daughter, and a charismatic pastor. It's hard to think about the awakening of this profession. Also, the great-grandson of the president of the Warrior Association, Xiao Jiba. Their family has 3 generations of S-class occupations, inherited from blood rage warriors. The bloodline is pure enough to die. Most of this generation are still S-rank blood rage fighters, and may even awaken SS-class ultralimit fighters. And the polymath of the White Tower, what kind of sage candidate? Yo-yo, that background is really scary. Mage learned, grandson of demigod. Chu-he. That's the grandson of the demigod. The students of this class are really scary. After listening to these words, the other man sighed. Really? San Kyoiki. The best high school of the Eastern people has always been a gathering of heroes. Basically, all the geniuses of the Eastern race were trained in Saint Kyoiki. The young people of this generation are indeed scary. Although in previous years, there will be individual geniuses. However, monsters like this one are rare. Monster. Hehe, usually, it might be that Saint Kyoiki is stronger than our Saint Kyoiki No. 2 high school. But this year, it's not necessarily the case. Speaking of monsters, even monsters, can monsters beat that person? This is the most monstrous evildoer I have ever seen. The eyes of the 2 teachers fell on the seats. On the top student. Lu Cang. May 28th. This day is the time when the whole country changes jobs. In this world, monsters are rampant, and there are many races, and the human race is just one of them. The major races cooperate and struggle with each other in order to survive. The reason why human beings have the ability to confront powerful races is to change jobs. This world has given every race a fair chance to change jobs. Gain a career after changing jobs. With this profession, you can gain great power. Of course, power is not acquired in a vacuum. Instead, it needs to be upgraded through continuous upgrading. Shengjing City Center. Job Transfer Square. Today, all students from hundreds of high schools in Shengjing City gather here. Gathered here for no other reason. It is to use the formation of the job transfer ceremony to complete the job transfer for the students. On the podium of the transfer plaza, a man in a suit and leather shoes spoke to the students in the square. This person, not anyone else. It is the mayor of Shengjing City. Transfer ceremony. It's a big day for a city. On this day, the mayor must attend and speak for the students. Dear students, today is the day you change jobs. After changing jobs, you may get various special jobs. No matter what occupation you awaken, it can contribute to our Eastern race. At the same time, no matter what occupation you awaken, everyone can find their own way out. The enrollment quotas and conditions of various colleges and universities are all written on the official websites of their schools. If you want to complete the special recruitment of colleges and universities ahead of time, you should complete their assessment requirements. Of course, students who haven't completed the special recruitment assessment don't need to be discouraged. They can enter their favorite colleges and universities with excellent results in the college entrance examination on June 8. Of course, other than that, if you don't want to go to college for further study. On the other hand, you can rely on your own profession to join the corresponding professional guild. For example, Professions such as heavy armor warrior, giant sword warrior, and magic warrior can all join the warrior association. For legal professions, it is right to join the Masters Association. Of course, if you don't want to join major professional associations, you can also join an adventure group to hunt and kill monsters, improve your strength and earn money and fame. There is also a good future. One of our human guardians used to be a black steel level adventurer. In addition, if you want to become a life profession and contribute to the grassroots of the human race, go to the life department hall together. But you have to remember, although every profession has the opportunity to advance and become a combat profession. However, not every profession can fight well. Like an architect. Even if the architect in the early stage is transferred to a turret operator, building a turret is extremely easy to be destroyed, and the cooldown is very long. It's also relatively fragile. It's hard to survive the copy. In the early stage, plus the power of the turret, it may not be comparable to the attack strength of the shooter. It is difficult for this type of occupation to achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. If you don't get a good grade in the college entrance examination, your chances of getting a university will be very slim. As a profession of architect, I personally don't recommend fighting. Instead, as a life profession, it is a good choice to contribute to the human race. Besides, there are blacksmiths, brewers, pharmacists, scroll makers. Wait, these professions are not suitable for fighting. If you have seen where there is a life profession that has entered the combat department, then I can only say that it is a very small part. Even these people have very good family backgrounds and can burn enough money to support them in their combat career advancement. For example, the 4-turn potion madman in Nanchang City, his initial occupation was a pharmacist. But his family has rank 5 ultimate knights, and they are noble S-class occupations. A family with a job changer at rank 5 must have poor living conditions. Even if he is a brewer, he can be trained to become a rank 3 alcoholic. So, students, you must recognize your own position. It's okay to chase your dreams, but you have to see if you have the resources to chase your dreams. Well, that's all I have to say. Let's perform the transfer ceremony. The mayor seriously reminded the students of many things about changing jobs. In this world, there are many ways out. It's not just about going to college after high school. You can also join the association, do things for the association, and get promoted. You can also join the adventure group as a monster hunter and hunt monsters. Everyone can have their own choices. Of course, these things have been said many times before the job change. A total of 12 years of compulsory education. From the age of 6, students have been taught dungeons, monster types, occupation division, job change, combat skills, and other abilities. It may not be useful, but it must be mastered. After the mayor finished his speech, the students all raised their nervous mood. After all, the job changers who really got a powerful job change are only rare. Even in Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. In previous years, the proportion of people who changed jobs to life-related occupations was as high as 60%. As for other schools, the possibility of changing to a life department is even more likely to be as high as 90%. Although it is said that any profession can be converted into a combat profession. But the premise is that there are enough resources to burn. For the vast majority of life occupations, there is no way out for hard transfers. The job change ceremony can be said to be the most important event in the life of a job changer. It is impossible to say that you are not nervous. This moment, Lu Cang is in the very center of job transfer plaza. His position is in the center of all students. Lu Cang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his previous life, he was from Earth Star. It has been 18 years since he was reborn into this world. It has been a long time. Finally came the day of transition. In Lu Cang's mind, there has always been a hint. After the job change, the profession will get the ultimate evolution. Although I don't know how strong the ultimate strengthening is. But Lu Cang thinks. Since, this is a plugin that comes with the traverser. That shouldn't be too bad, right? Ahem, then, according to the ranking of studies in the past 3 years. The first person to change jobs was the head of the student union of Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Cultural examination, a genius with full marks in all subjects. Attribute detection, a genius with full values in all 4 attributes. Shengjing No. 2 Middle School, the best student. Lu Cang. One by one halos are announced. Numerous honors have been blessed on Lu Cang. At this time, Lu Cang was under the spotlight. Even behind Lu Cang. Human Dragon Hybrid, Little Dragon Girl, Long Xiao Xiao. 3 generations of warriors, Xiao Jiba. The grandson of the magic demigod, Chu He. Bei Bei from the Summoner Association, Dai Lan from the Hunter Association. In front of Lu Cang. They were all overshadowed. In the past 3 years, Lu Cang has taken away their due light with his absolutely strong performance. Even if they are in different schools. His comprehensive rankings in the assessments over the years have always been crushed by this genius in Shengjing No. 2 High School. Yes, Lu Cang, it's up to you to start. Chapter 2. During these 3 years of high school career, Lu Cang has always been the number 1 in the city. He was also dubbed the number 1 genius in Shengjing City. According to the theory of the human race, often high school students with excellent grades will awaken a good career. Because before the job change, they were born to hide their profession. It has already brought them corresponding talents. It's like someone who is about to awaken the warrior profession. Will have superhuman physical abilities. About to awaken the assassin profession. Unusual agility. A mage has excellent elemental perception ability and strong mental ability. A summoner can understand the emotions of plants or other animals intimately. Although there was no career awakening in high school. But before the professional awakening, too many tests have already been done. Based on the performance of the students in various tests in high school, it can probably be inferred what kind of occupation a student will awaken. And in terms of strength, agility, constitution, and mental performance, Lu Cang is perfect. It is an extremely unique existence. It is also the human race over the years. The only one, before awakening, the existence of all attribute values full. Before awakening, ordinary people generally have attributes of 4 to 5 points. And these attributes, in 12 years of training, might get a little boost. But the increase is about 1 point. That is, ordinary occupations, even if awakened, have 5 to 6 attributes. And for some occupations that are more prominent in a certain aspect, their attributes will be higher. For a mage, the spirit may be higher, and it can reach 7 o'clock. The fighter's strength will be relatively high, and may have a strength attribute value of 7 points. The school also calculates from this aspect whether it is possible for a student to awaken a powerful profession. And Lu Cang. Physically sensitive. All 4 attributes are full. It's all 10 points full value. In their view, this is the genius among geniuses, the leader of the sky. No matter what profession is awakened, it must be a monster class. According to the estimates of various experts, Lu Cang's awakening, even again, it must also be an S-level profession. Even, it is very likely that the awakened is a very powerful, unprecedented SSS-level occupation. You know, even Xiao Jiba's strength value is only 9 points, and his constitution value is 8 points. Long Xiaoxio's father is the magic holy dragon of the Dragon Clan White King. The mother is the Pope's daughter of the Holy See. It is a powerful legal profession. But even so, Long Xiaoxiao only had 10 spiritual points. Other attributes are all 5 points. If a certain attribute reaches 9 points, it is already a genius. Can reach 10 points. It is the evildoer among geniuses. And Lu Cang. The 4 attributes are all 10 points. One can imagine how terrifying this would be. Not to mention, during the 3 years of his career, all the theoretical and cultural examinations were full marks. This can no longer be described as genius. This is the evildoer. So, even in the same class as many geniuses, can't hide his light. With Lu Cang being named in the eyes of everyone, Lu Cang walked slowly onto the awakening platform. Lu Cang is also looking forward to what kind of profession he will awaken. However, as a time traveler, Lu Cang has also been reminded of the benefits of the traversers. No matter what career you awaken, neither is too bad. No matter what, it can also be greatly improved. Therefore, Lu Cang didn't feel too nervous. Lu Cang touches the awakening crystal on the awakening platform. With a ray of light erupting from Lu Cang's body. Between heaven and earth, a strange vision erupted. Ding! Boom! The entire hall of awakening. The top was directly blown away by the light from the awakening crystal. What the hell? What happens? Vision. This is a vision of heaven and earth. Chairman Lu, he awakened his profession and triggered a vision of heaven and earth. What the hell? Your chief is still your chief. Let me just say, the chief will definitely not be simple. This time, the occupation is S-class and I didn't run away. S-level? Isn't this a rare SS-level occupation in 10 years? 10 years? Say less. It should be an SSS-level occupation that is rare in 1,000 years. Our human guardian, isn't he an SSS-class job? This time, our human race will have another guardian. And I, the guardian of the human race, are classmates. Ha 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 ha. The vision erupted and the light dazzled. It lasted for a full minute before it gradually dissipated. This sight. The vast majority of teachers, students, and leaders have been bluffed. This battle is too big. Silent with the light. Around Lu Cang, a symbol of a fully armed human appeared. Congratulations on your awakening profession, martial armament equipper. See this career. All the students present were stunned. Martial armament equipper? Actually awakened this profession? Lu Cang's vision of awakening is too strong. Make all the students stupid. Generally heard. Only when awakening a super powerful profession. Only then will there be visions of heaven and earth. This kind of occupation, the minimum is SS level occupation. Even if it is an S level profession, such a terrifying vision will not appear. But now that the awakening results came out, they were all dumbfounded. This. It must be too outrageous. Martial armament equipper. It is classified as a D-level combat profession. A profession that relies entirely on equipment. The most important is this profession, no matter what equipment is equipped. None of the other professions are strong. Equipped with a longbow, it is no match for a shooter. Equipped with swords, knives, hammers, no match for warriors. Equipped with a dagger, it is no match for an assassin. Equipped with a staff, it is no match for a mage. For other professions, there are some outstanding aspects. But this profession can only be said to do whatever it takes. Classified as a D-level occupation. It is also a low-level D-level occupation. Compared with negative occupations, E-level occupations. Not too much. More importantly, this profession is extremely expensive. If you want to rise, you must have good equipment. Others only need one set of equipment. But as a martial armament equipper, you have to raise 4 or 5 sets of equipment. The money gap between this. It cannot be calculated logically. Although Lu Cang's grades are excellent. But both of his parents died since he was a child, and he was adopted by an orphanage. Many teachers and classmates also know it. If we talk about family background, Lu Cang has no background at all. And because of this, Lu Cang is so dazzling. Without any background, he climbed up step by step, crushing all the arrogance. It stands to reason. This script should be Lu Cang singing all the way. But what? Awakened a martial armament equipper. The promised genius with the full value of the 4 attributes. Hey, a good seedling, how did you awaken the martial armament equipper? Sigh, I thought there would be an S-level profession in our high school. As a result, the most promising talent has only awakened a D-level profession. Oh, it's useless. What is the first genius in Shengjing City? That's it. Even the mayor of Shengjing City couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Under normal circumstances, it starts with the student who ranks first in the city. A good career can always be awakened. 9 times out of 10 it is an S grade. It can make the students in the back wake up enthusiastically. At least there is hope in my heart. After all, the number 1 in the city must be a genius who passed many tests in high school. No matter what. Number 1 in the city will also be an A-level profession. But this first awakening is for a D-level profession. This is the first time. Now, even after the awakening ceremony, those staff who were preparing to celebrate, they didn't bother to come out. Awakening a D-level profession, celebrate? Celebrate. Although it is not said on the surface. But the leaders of Shengjing City, even the efficient admissions directors of the Donggren tribe, watching Lu Cang come to the stage, the awakened look of anticipation. The incomparable loss that changed in an instant. The students present could also feel the change in the surrounding atmosphere. That Lu Cang? Is he really just a martial armament equipper? No, isn't it a system error? All attributes are full, and all subjects are full. Among all the tests, Lu Cang who got the best score, how could it be the martial armament equipper? Well, I feel that martial armament equipper is also good. After all, the probability of awakening a powerful combat profession is still very small. If he awakens a martial armament equipper, he is from the same world as me. Lu Cang is so handsome, if he awakens to an S-level career, I still feel that I can't afford it. Now he is martial armament equipper, between me and him, maybe there is hope. Girls from some schools in the audience were also whispering. After all, Lu Cang is so handsome. He is handsome and has good grades, and he is recognized as a school grassroots. It is inevitable that many girls like it. Under the ceremony stage, countless students and various forces are in close communication. However, on the awakening platform, Lu Cang looked at his career but didn't say a word. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of him. Your career has received the ultimate promotion. Martial armament equipper has been promoted to bearer of divine adornments. Chapter 3. You have obtained the professional specialization, fetal artifact sublimation, supreme enhancement, entry absorption, obscure equipment, perfect adaptation, perfect divine ability. Fetal artifact sublimation, all the equipment you get can be made into fetal artifact sublimation. For the equipment made into fetal artifact sublimation, the equipment level will be equal to the level of the wearer, the attribute value and equipment effect will be improved with the equipment level. Effect 2, fetal artifact sublimation can absorb higher quality weapons for quality improvement. Effect 3, the equipment effect of fetal artifact sublimation will receive God level enhancement. Supreme enhancement, the equipment on your body will be directly enhanced to the highest enhancement level, cannot exceed the upper limit of the enhancement level. Entry absorption, your fetal artifact sublimation will be able to absorb the entry of the same part of the equipment. Perfect adaptation, you can wear all types of equipment, and offset all negative effects from equipment, including negative effects brought by equipment entries. Perfect divine ability, when you acquire the exclusive professional skill of martial armament equipper, this skill will undergo a God level evolution. Obscure equipment, you can hide and modify the appearance of the equipment, so that others cannot see through the equipment on your body in any way. You have obtained the Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments. Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments records the synthesis methods of all divine adornments in the world. You can use Fetal Artifact to synthesize artifacts in a specific way. One tip after another pop up in front of Lu Cang. However, before Lu Cang had time to examine it carefully, a voice brought Lu Cang back to reality. Lu Cang, come down. There are other students who need to wake up. Ahem, students who have completed their awakening can leave the venue directly. Be reminded like this. Lu Cang just remembered. I am still on the awakening stage. Then he immediately stepped off the stage and left the place. After Lu Cang completed his awakening, on the awakening square, hundreds of awakening ritual circles lit up. The awakening ceremony has only officially begun. Lu Cang. Grade 1. Occupation, Martial Armament Equipper, Bearer of Divine Adornments. You can choose to display your occupation. Second turn, Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations, the only one. Power, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Professional Specialization, Fetal Artifact Sublimation, Supreme Enhancement, Perfect Mastery, Entry Absorption, Obscure Equipment, Perfect Divine Ability. Skills you have mastered, none. With the completion of the transfer, the panel also appeared in front of Lu Cang. Before performing the awakening ceremony, the job changer cannot see the attribute panel. Properties in all aspects can only be measured with specialized instruments. Come up with an estimate. Now it seems. It was indeed measured correctly. With 10 attributes, it is already the peak attribute of level 1 without transfer. Far beyond the 5 points of ordinary people. While Lu Cang left the square, it has attracted the attention of countless classmates. They were all whispering, discussing Lu Cang's awakening just now. However, Lu Cang didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at the panel in front of him. The effect of various professional specialization abilities. Lu Cang already understood. The only thing you need to know is this Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments. Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments. The only exclusive artifact in the world can be synthesized through the formula on the artifact record. If the artifact has already been obtained, it cannot be synthesized. In the artifact record, various types of artifacts of the human race are recorded. Bow, giant sword, sword, staff, scepter, whip, crossbow, double knives, stick, shield, glove. Types, countless. Great sword artifact. Rank 99 Jinayu, can be synthesized. Attribute plus 500 strength, basic. Effect, every normal attack will cause a shock wave, causing the same type of earth damage within a radius of 100 meters, and the damage is 10 times the power value. Basic. Every normal attack is a shock wave with a radius of 100 meters. Isn't this too strong? Also, is it still 10 times the strength value? This is every normal attack. You know, even if it is the AoE skill of a second rank mage, it is difficult to hit a radius of 100 meters. More importantly, this is 10 times the damage of strength. The equipment of the giant sword type has the highest strength value bonus. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the great sword is in the absence of any other enhancements. Every normal attack deals 2x strength damage. And Lu Cang's sword is 10 times the power value. It is equivalent to 5 times the damage of others every time you draw a. And, what's even more terrifying, this is still a cancelable earth-type damage. If it causes physical damage, it is higher than the damage caused by earth. You can take earth damage and only cause physical damage. If the physical damage caused is higher, physical damage can be taken. Only deals ground damage. It is equivalent to one more choice of damage type. Let me take a look. The synthesis path, Earth Scroll Skill Book, Giant Sword Equipment, 10 Earth Crystals. Wait, why is this synthesis method a bit simple? The Earth Scroll Skill Book should be a mage's skill. It can be learned by level 62nd rank Earth Mages, or level 103rd rank mages of any type. Giant Sword type equipment, a giant sword of black iron quality, should be fine, right? There are no other requirements here. 10 Earth Crystals, this thing, I heard, is a material for enchanting equipment. Although it is a bit difficult to obtain, it is not a scarce commodity. Only these things are needed to synthesize an artifact. Lu Cang looked at the introduction of this equipment. They were all a little stunned. I originally thought that making an artifact would be very complicated. After all, the effect of this equipment is too strong. No matter how you think about it, it shouldn't be easy to get it. As a result, that's it. With this little material, can an artifact be made? Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the other artifacts. Great Bow Artifact ranking 99, the Bow of Tian Kong. Attribute value plus 200 agility value, basic. Effect, your shooting will change to shooting 100 arrows at the same time, and these arrows will all have the same additional effect, basic. Lu Cang looked at the effect of this equipment. Can't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Is this an artifact? Shoot 100 arrows at the same time? Isn't this attack speed directly 100 times that of others? Most importantly, the same effect can be added. The main attack method of archers is to add various effects to the arrows. This effect is really too perverted. This effect is too perverted, and this is only the 99th artifact. Higher ranked artifacts. Isn't it ridiculously strong? Synthesis conditions. One piece of equipment of the short bow type. Short bow equipment needs to absorb equipment entries, scatter, shot, and also need multiple shooting skill book, Black Star Meteorite X100. This, the material requirements, seem a bit high. The Black Star Meteorite should be an ultra-rare material, and it should be impossible for me to get it now. The multi-shooting skill should be the first turn skill of the swift shooter. I can get it now without any problem. However, these equipment entries have to be absorbed specially, which is somewhat troublesome. During these 12 years, Lu Cang has learned a lot about the world. So it seems. This Amazona bow shouldn't be that well made. It turns out that not every divine adornments is so easy to integrate. Lu Cang turned his attention to other gear. Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments. In addition to weapons, there are also armor. Head, body, boots, bottoms. There are 4 body parts in total. And accessories for a necklace and a ring. This is all the equipment positions. In the Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments, all equipment types are recorded. Of course, with Lu Cang's current level, he can only see the 99th ranked divine adornments. After all, a new rank is unlocked every 5 levels. If you want to unlock all of them, you have to wait until after level 500. Chapter 4. After leaving the transfer ceremony square, Lu Cang came to the nearest trading house. Gold coin X99,320. This is nearly 100,000 gold coins. It is Lu Cang's scholarship for 3 years. As Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Want to get into school, or have an excellent background. Or, you must have extremely strong qualifications. If you have strong qualifications, even civilians whose parents have died can still study in Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Different from San Kyoiki. At St. Kyoiki, those students have strong backgrounds behind them. Not just Terran students. Some foreign exchange students will also come to St. Kyoiki to study. For example, the elves, dragons, demons, humanoid beasts. These, like the human race, belong to the category of fantasy species. Between each other, there will be students going to each other's training colleges. While exchanging friendship, it can also broaden the horizons of geniuses. Lay the foundation for them to improve their strength in the future. In this world, knowledge is also part of strength. However, Lu Cang attended Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. There are no such good conditions. Shengjing No. 2 Middle School is the second in Shengjing City. But compared with St. Kyoiki, the gap is really too big. Basically, more students who are purely qualified but have no background are recruited. After all, such students are still much worse than those with backgrounds. Seedlings like Lu Cang. There may not be one for hundreds of years. However, people like Lu Cang have excellent qualifications. In the end, it awakened the existence of a D-level profession. That's what made Shengjing No. 2 Middle School want to cry. Shengjing No. 2 Middle School originally thought that Lu Cang would be the starting point of their glorious rise. But I didn't expect that Lu Cang's professional awakening would actually do that. It doesn't matter if there is no SSS level occupation. Even S-level occupations are fine. However, awakening a D-rank martial armament equipper. This is something they could never have imagined. Lu Cang's qualifications are unprecedented. Unprecedented. But such qualifications, awakening such a profession. It is a wonderful flower among strange flowers. Call. Lu Cang is in the trading row. Take out a white card. I swiped it at the card slot of the transaction bank. Then, an interface pops up. Trading interface. Please enter the product you want to search. Search for equipment, weapons. Already searched for you, weapon type trading item. Black iron great sword. Weapon type, great sword. Equipment level, 1. Quality, black iron. Strength +10. Effect, none. Description, an extremely ordinary sword. Price, 50 gold coins. Black iron bow. Weapon type, big bow. Equipment level, 1. Quality, black iron. Strength +10. Effect, none. Description, an extremely ordinary bow. Price, 45 gold coins. Strong iron finger tiger, black iron, price, 55 gold coins. White shield, black iron, price, 65 gold coins. A piece of equipment was displayed in front of Lu Cang. This low-level equipment can also drop in dungeons. Let's read the skill book first. Search skill book, Earth Scroll. The skill book has been found for you, Earth Scroll. Skill book, Earth Scroll, price, 50,000 gold coins. Soon, Lu Cang saw a list of Earth Scroll skill books. Basically, the price is 50,000 gold coins. This type of skill book is not a rare commodity. Prices are stabilizing. For a level 60 rank 2 Earth Mage, 50,000 gold coins may not be a big deal. For me, it's already half of my savings. Well, the most urgent thing is to make an artifact first. By viewing the illustrated book of divine adornments, Lu Cang found that it was the easiest artifact to make. It might be this Jinayu. Secondly, it is the heavy armor fortitude of heart. However, even if it is fortitude of heart, nor is it an equipment that Lu Cang can make immediately. The effect of fortitude of heart is very simple. Effect: every time you deal damage to a type of monster, you will permanently gain 100 points of maximum life, limited once. For boss-type monsters, get 2000 points of maximum health. For world boss-type monsters, get 50,000 maximum life points. A simple and rude permanent blood stacking effect. However, it is extremely powerful. And in this world, there are so many types of monsters. There may be dozens of monsters in just one dungeon. In this world, it is absolutely no exaggeration to say that there are hundreds of millions of monster types. Isn't this a piece of equipment that can provide tens of billions of maximum health? Moreover, the boss of this dungeon, as well as the world boss, can provide more HP. Lu Cang is also very envious of this fortitude of heart. However, now I want to make it. It is estimated that it is enough. That is to say, Janayu can be regarded as an artifact that he can make at this stage. For the others, just make a living. Subsequently, Lu Cang searched for Earth Crystal. The enchanting material has been searched for you, the crystallization of the Earth. Earth Crystal. Enchantment effect: add an Earth enchantment to a piece of equipment, 50% of the damage caused by using this weapon will be converted into Earth damage, and an additional 10% of the Earth damage will be caused. Price: 4,500 gold coins. This price. Fortunately, I can afford it. Buy Earth Crystal. Quantity: 10. You have purchased Earth Crystal X10. You have spent gold coins, 45,000. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the Earth Scroll skill book that he had just collected. Buy Earth Scroll skill book. You have purchased Earth Scroll skill book X1. You have spent gold coins, 50,000. Current balance, gold coin X4,320. In this instant, Lu Cang spent the gold coins he had accumulated for 12 years. 90,000 gold coins were burned like running water. Lu Cang's heart was bleeding. Hey, but it's worth it. If 90,000 gold coins can be used to buy an artifact, this is considered blood money. At the same time, Lu Cang is also rejoicing. Fortunately, I have maintained excellent results in the past few years. Otherwise, you will definitely not get the scholarship. Naturally, there was no money to buy these materials. At the beginning, I want to get an artifact. It is naturally a luxury. However, if I can have a good background, wouldn't it be much easier to collect materials for synthesizing artifacts? If you have a background, ask your own family to help you collect materials. It is estimated that Amazon Bow, Blade of Speculation, and Rund End can also be made, right? But then, Lu Cang sighed. Whoever allows himself to travel to this world is in an orphanage. Then, choose a giant sword type of equipment. Lu Cang chooses from the equipment list. Lu Cang does not intend to use only black iron quality equipment as fetal artifact. No matter what I said, there were still nearly 5,000 gold coins left. It is more than enough to buy a better silver quality equipment. Use black iron quality equipment to forge artifacts. This is too shabby. With the search, soon, Lu Cang's attention was attracted by a silver quality giant sword. Chapter 5. Charged Great Sword. Weapon type, Giant Sword. Equipment level, 1. Quality, Silver. Strength plus 20. Effect, Charge and Recharge. Your charge speed is increased by an additional 200%, charged heavy hit. Description, a giant sword that can speed up the attack speed of charged power. Price, 1,500 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins. It's too expensive. For black iron equipment, one piece costs 50 gold coins, but when it reaches silver quality, one piece actually costs 1,500 gold coins. Turn 30 times. As for the gold quality equipment above silver, it does sell. But the minimum is 15,000 gold coins. Gold quality equipment, the minimum dungeon of nightmare difficulty can be dropped. Moreover, there is only a probability of falling. Therefore, the price is also extremely expensive. Lu Cang couldn't afford it. Level 1 equipment will soon be eliminated. If you don't have a job changer with a background, you basically won't use level 1 gold equipment to transition to the early stage. Certainly. Except for those who have money at home. Well, it's up to you. Buy, charge Great Sword. You have purchased the equipment Great Sword. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at other equipment. Now that we are here, just buy the equipment. You have purchased the equipment light spirit boots. You have purchased the equipment light Yuyi. After buying these two pieces of equipment, Lu Cang has less than 500 gold coins left. Different equipment, in fact, the price is not the same. Not every piece of equipment has a fixed price of 1,500 gold coins. Some silver equipment is priced at 1,800 gold coins. Lu Cang looked at his gold coin savings. Some can't laugh or cry. 12 years of savings. During these 12 years, Lu Cang also went to work part-time to earn money. But compared to scholarships, they are few and far between. Generally, you can only earn 1 gold coin for 2 hours. That is the price of 5 silver coins per hour. It's really easy to spend money and hard to make money. However, Lu Cang sighed slightly. Immediately, I came to receive space. I swiped my card. Extract all the items you just bought. Call. Anyway, it's worth the money. An artifact, no matter what, is worth more than 100,000 gold coins. Let me see if this artifact really lives up to its name. After picking up the item, Lu Cang returned home. This is the allotted residence for Lu Cang in San Kyoiki. A small apartment for one person. A genius among the once Saint Kyoiki as the president of the student council. Lu Cang deserves such treatment. But the house will be repossessed shortly after Lu Cang graduates. The time is after the college entrance examination. However, Lu Cang didn't care about this matter. In this world, as long as you have the strength, you don't have to worry about having no place to live. You have equipped great sword with power. Whether to convert it into fetal artifact. Transformation. Followed by a ray of light. The white giant sword in Lu Cang's hand gradually changed. A light sheen shines on it. Ding! With a soft sound. It was like the sound of steel balls colliding. Equipment, the transformation has been completed. You have transformed the charged great sword into a fetal artifact. Equipment effect of the charged giant sword has obtained the ultimate enhancement. Charged giant sword, fetal artifact, +3, max. Weapon type, giant sword. Equipment level, 1, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Strength +30. Effect, charged strike, ultimate, every normal attack of yours will become a charged blow, causing 3 times damage. Description, fetal artifact, the effect has been greatly enhanced, and every attack can play a charged blow. Lu Cang see this property. Pupils narrowed slightly. This really fully strengthened? Level 1 equipment, strength +30. This is too strong, right? Moreover, this effect. Every time you level A, is it a charged attack? Every weapon has its own method of attacking. The charged attack of the arrow can make the range longer and the damage higher. The charged attack of the dagger can also increase the damage. Basically, charging attacks are all means of using the charging time in exchange for high damage. Among them, weapons such as giant swords, axes, and heavy hammers. It has the highest damage multiplier. It can cause 3 times the damage. But now, can every normal attack of his own become a charged heavy attack? Doesn't this mean that every normal attack in the future will triple the damage? This weapon alone has surpassed countless job changers. Even if it's a gold level weapon, it's not that bad. But, compared to artifacts, it's still a lot worse. Lu Cang unfolds illustrated book of divine adornments. At the same time, he took out the materials from his storage space. An extremely thick brown skill book. Land scroll skill book was taken out by Lu Cang. 10 heavy crystals, like stones, with black aura lingering were taken out. Earth spar. You have collected all the artifacts, Janayu materials. Whether to fuse the artifact Janayu. fusion. Whether to use the power-storing giant sword as the embryo of the fusion artifact. Yes. I saw a burst of light in Lu Cang's hand. Boom. Dark brown light swept the entire room. Boom. The whole room shook. The walls cracked cracks. Call. Lu Cang looked at the giant sword in his hand. Jinayu, artifact, +3. Quality, silver, growable. Equipment level, 1. Strength plus 750 crit rate, 30%. Crit effect, 200%. Effect, Jinayu, every normal attack will cause a shock wave, causing the same type of earth damage to a radius of 100 meters, and the damage is 10 times the strength value. Kin crit. Effect 2, charged strike, ultimate, every normal attack of yours will become a charged blow, causing 3 times the damage. Effect 3, empty, entries can be absorbed. Effect 4, seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 5, seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 6, seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 7. Description, Jinayu. One sword conquers the world. It is one of the artifacts of the giant sword type, possessing the power of flat mountains and seas. You have equipped a giant sword, perfect adaptation has been triggered. You have been exempted from the negative effects of the giant sword, slowness and heaviness. You will not have any attack speed and movement speed reduction when you swing the giant sword now. Lu Cang held the black iron giant sword in his hand. My heart was shocked. In preview, the attribute Lu Cang saw was to add 500 strength points. Result. Synthesized it by myself, it actually added 750 points of strength. Compared to that silver great sword with plus 30 strength, the attributes of this artifact are simply unreasonable. 2. What I previewed is an attribute that has not been strengthened. And if the equipment is in my hands, it will be fully strengthened automatically. Lu Cang looked at his attribute value. Now own strength value. Already as high as 760 points. Which level 1 job changer can possess such terrifying attributes? Moreover, my normal attack is 10 times the damage of the power value, and it is still within a radius of 100. This is already comparable to the range of the missiles in the previous life. And, Lu Cang noticed. The equipment effect of the previously charged giant sword did not disappear directly. Instead, it was directly transferred to the Jinayu artifact. The entry that every attack is a charged attack is still there. If this triple damage effect can also trigger the Jinayu entry. Isn't it true that I can deal 30 times the damage with one attack? This is too scary. After Lu Cang got the new equipment. Already eager to try. Lu Cang equipped the other 2 silver quality armors. These 2 pieces of armor equipment. Also converted to fetal artifact by Lu Cang. Fetal artifact +3, max. Weapon type, boots. Equipment level, 1, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Agility +20. Effect, lightness, ultimate, your movement speed will be increased by an additional 50%, and your attack speed will be increased by the same amount. Description, boots that can greatly increase movement speed. Light Yi, fetal artifact, +3, max. Equipment category, tops. Equipment level, 1, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Constitution +15. Agility +15. Maximum HP +500. Effect, breeze protection, ultimate, as you move, you will gradually gain a shield and a movement speed bonus, with a maximum of 1,500 shields and 30% movement speed, moving 1,500 meters. Description, a piece of equipment that can provide sufficient protection, with good protection. Although, it is already afternoon. But Lu Cang couldn't restrain his eagerness to try. Holding an artifact in his hand. Who can stand this? Definitely have to try a few rounds. Thinking about it this way, Lu Cang didn't even deal with the disaster scene at home. Then go out again. Go to the nearby copy area. Chapter 6. Shengjing No. 2 Middle School has its own dungeon area. In this area, there are 3 copies. These 3 copies. They are all used by fresh graduates. It is convenient for students to quickly improve their grades. At this time, the students of Shengjing No. 2 Middle School have completed their awakening. They have also returned to the copy area of the school. Started his own road to become stronger. Of course, they also talk about what happened today. Dungeon, Weeping Forest. Before the copy entrance. A few students from Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Surrounded by a ball of flames, eating food in their hands, discussing what happened today. You say. Will today's awakening ceremony deal too much blow to Chief Lu? I saw that when he left today, he looked dull and lost his mind. Oh, that's normal too. The feeling of falling from heaven to the bottom of the valley is not as good as imagined. After graduation, they have to think about how to upgrade. Usually at this time, some classmates who know each other will form a team. Level up together. Students who have the conditions are based on the special recruitment requirements of the college of their choice. To complete the special task. And unconditional students. It is intended to upgrade as soon as possible before the college entrance examination. The higher the level, the better the possible results in the college entrance examination. However, all this is limited to before the second turn. If you make a second transfer before the college entrance examination, the results of the college entrance examination will be invalid. However, generally speaking, very few ordinary students can complete the second transfer before the college entrance examination. After all, it takes a few days to reach level 30. Moreover, the job transfer task must be completed. If there is no family support behind it, it will be difficult to allow it in terms of resources. But if there is family support, it is also an easy task to complete the special recruitment requirements of the college. Can complete the special recruitment, who will take the college entrance examination. As for joining various associations, with family background, isn't it easy to join a certain association? There is a rule that no second transfer is allowed before the college entrance examination. For ordinary students, it is not a bondage, but a kind of protection. Protect them from competing with those genius monsters. Genius monsters have already completed their second turn and are going to a wider stage. The remaining ordinary students can be regarded as relatively fair competition resources for the college entrance examination. Have you heard? Long Xiao Xiao, after Lu Cang stepped off the awakening stage, she shed tears. FK? This news is amazing. Is Long Xiao Xiao secretly in love with Lu Cang? SHH, you don't know, do you? A year ago, during our academic exchange meeting with San Kyoiki, Chairman Lu Cang and Long Xiao Xiao have had an intersection. Who knows if Long Xiao Xiao fell in love with Chief Lu at that time? Hey, our Chief Lu is simply a girl killer. His charm is too great. Hush! Don't talk nonsense. If it reaches King Bai's ears, how many heads will you kill? Wang Bai is famous for protecting his daughter. Ahem, but Chief Lu Cang is so handsome, it's normal to be crushed. Hey, stop talking. The weak state after resurrection is also over, continue to play the book. Sure enough, you can't try from the difficulty from the beginning. Even if there is a strategy from the predecessors, it is still very difficult to fight on your own. Let's start with the easy difficulty. Before the copy, students are bustling. They are all nervously preparing for the dungeon, ready to upgrade. At this time, Lu Cang also came to the copy. Weeping Forest. Copy level 5. Entry level restriction, level 1-5. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, difficult, nightmare. Dungeon description, a normal dungeon for newcomers. Isn't that person Lu Cang? FK? Chief Lu. Didn't I just hear that after the chief awakened the martial armament equipper profession, he fell into a slump and went to the trading bank to withdraw money and get drunk? It doesn't look like you're drunk. Whatever, the chief is still the chief after all. Shut up. These students. See Lu Cang coming. They all lowered their heads. They also don't know how to face Lu Cang. Lu Cang is actually very popular. Although he is a genius, he does not have the airs of a genius. Moreover, number 2 middle school has produced such a genius, which is the pride of number 2 middle school. The students of number 2 middle school couldn't help but hold their heads high when they mentioned Lu Cang. Now, Lu Cang awakens martial armament equipper. It's something that the second middle school students don't want to see. But Lu Cang, for the oppressive atmosphere around him, did not express anything. Instead, he walked straight towards the copy. Well, Chief Lu, if you don't mind, you can form a team with me. I am a B-level professional, a holy therapist, and I will definitely protect you. Suddenly, a girl stood in front of Lu Cang. She worked up her courage. A team invitation was issued to Lu Cang. No thank you. I can do it alone. Lu Cang responded flatly. Then, he brushed past the girl. Damn it, you're so brave, you dare to invite Chief Lu. What's wrong with inviting Chief Lu? The past was the past, and the present is the present. If he wasn't Chief Lu, the healer of the B-level treatment of the D-level martial armament equipper group, he would still be a high-ranking man. But Chief Lu, after all, Chief Lu. If it were me, I wouldn't let go of my arrogance either. The surrounding students fell silent again. Lu Cang has already come to the copy. As for why not form a team? The reason is simple. The team will share experience. If 2 people form a team, each person can only get 50% of the experience. The experience is directly cut in half. Lu Cang is not willing. Come to the copy. Without any hesitation. Choose the dungeon difficulty. Nightmare difficulty. Enter the copy. With a flash of distorted light. Swish. Lu Cang's figure disappeared right in front of the copy. This operation. It directly made the surrounding students stunned. Etc. Did I hear you right? Chief Lu, he chose the nightmare difficulty dungeon. What the hell? No, I think the biggest problem is that Chief Lu went in alone. Only he disappeared. Chief, is he solo? Damn it, a D-level martial armament equipper solo copy of Nightmare. Is this still the Chief Lu we know? He got full marks in all theoretical exams, how could he make such a low-level mistake? As long as everyone knows that the dungeon with Nightmare difficulty, no matter how many levels it is, you can't do it alone. Damn. Chief Lu, it's not because you awakened the D-rank martial armament equipper, so you're crazy. Chief Lu is crazy. Weeping Forest, Nightmare. Lu Cang entered the copy. As soon as he entered the forest, Lu Cang sensed danger. Swish. In an instant, Lu Cang took 3 steps back. Bang bang bang. On the ground where Lu Cang was before. 3 ground thorns also protruded from the ground. Is this a dungeon with nightmare difficulty? As soon as he entered the door, he came to open the door and kill. At the same time, Lu Cang also noticed that it was around him. In the dark forest, a little blood-red light appeared. These are the eyes of monsters. Dip Goblin, Stone Goblin, Frost Goblin, Wind Wolf, Earth Demon Wolf. As soon as I entered the copy, I was surrounded by monsters. Stone Goblin, Level 5. Health volume 3000. Skills: throwing stones, quickly throwing stones burst. Description: in the Weeping Forest, the most common goblin monster. Lu Cang looked at this property. 3000 HP. If this is in a dungeon of easy difficulty, it is already at the boss level. But it's over. Lu Cang took out Jinayu. The moment the giant sword was taken out, around Lu Cang, a layer of earth, stone, and flying sand was swept up. Subsequently, Lu Cang raised Jinayu, hit the ground with his sword. Boom! For a moment, the earth shook suddenly. Boom! Hum! Boom 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 boom! The damage figures are flying all over the sky. -22,941. -19,292. -15,493. -23,924. -23,847. -17,845. -18,328. You have killed Frost Goblin, level 5. You have obtained experience points, 1250, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 400% experience for killing more than level 4. You have killed Flame Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250 Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, level 4 kills 400% experience. You have killed Angry Goblin, Elite, level 5. You have gained experience points, 6250, 500% experience in Nightmare Dungeons, 400% experience for killing more than level 4. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 2. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 3. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 4. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 5. Your illustrated book of divine adornments has been unlocked. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 6. You have killed the dungeon boss, the Howling Pig-Head Man, leader. You have obtained experience points, 70,000, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 600% experience for killing more than level 6. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 8. A series of upgrade prompts sounded. With just one blow, Lu Cang's level was directly raised to level 8. And Lu Cang looked around, the ground was cracked. And the corpses of monsters all over the place. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Is this the power of the artifact? Chapter 7. After this blow, even the boss who hadn't met yet was killed by him. Congratulations on completing the dungeon clearance, Weeping Forest. You have refreshed the record for completing the dungeon the fastest. Current record, 0:00:06. Please enter your team name. Team name. I don't have any team. That's it. Hung Luo. Lu Cang randomly filled in a name. Is it true that Hung Luo is the name of the team? Confirm. Anyway, the name of this team can be changed every time a copy is made. Subsequently, Lu Cang did not leave the copy immediately. Instead, they rushed towards the interior of the Weeping Forest. Inside the copy, the cracks in the earth are gradually getting smaller. The dungeon's terrain has the ability to regenerate. Even if it is damaged, it will be repaired soon. Soon, Lu Cang came to the dungeon boss. At this moment, the corpse of the boss has already turned into a corpse. Howling Pighead, leader. Level 7. Life point 0/50,000. Mana 4,000/4,000. Skills: Roaring, Roaring, Blood Rage, Dance of Blades. Description: an extremely vicious pig-headed man. His health has been reduced to 0. Lu Cang touches the boss's body. Hum. In the next second, beams of light rose from all over the dungeon. It was issued from the corpse of the mob. Soon, hundreds of rays of light converged on the body of the boss. The boss's body was also glowing slightly. Eventually, a treasure chest is formed. You have completed the copy. Battle damage, 0, score, SSS. Time consuming, 0 hours, 0 minutes and 6 seconds, much higher than the average of 1 hour, 36 minutes and 33 seconds, score, SSS. Single player clearance copy, additional score bonus. You have obtained the ultimate treasure chest of the Weeping Forest. Lu Cang looked at the treasure chest gradually taking shape in front of him. Weeping Forest Dungeon Treasure Chest, Extreme. Description: the ultimate treasure chest, which may contain precious props. This is the legendary treasure chest. SSS level evaluation is difficult to achieve. It generally requires hundreds of times of tempering, cooperation, and familiarity with the dungeon mechanism. It is possible to complete the SSS level evaluation. At the same time, because each dungeon has a level restriction, relying on the level to crush the customs clearance copy and get a high evaluation has become a difficult task. Moreover, the SSS level evaluation only appears in the highest difficulty of the dungeon. The lower the difficulty, the lower the rating cap. Simple difficulty copy, the highest can only get a B-level evaluation. The rewards are also very shabby. Open the treasure chest. You have obtained HP Recovery Potion, large, X50, Mana Value Recovery Potion, large, X50, Berserk Potion X3, Gold, Clarity Crown, Silver, Clarity Necklace, Silver, White-Edged Sword, Silver, Great Sword, Bronze, Slow Recovery Ring, Bronze, Gold Coin X200. Isn't this too few gold coins? Lu Cang looked at the burst gold coin. Only 200 gold coins. But there are quite a lot of equipment. 4 pieces of silver quality equipment exploded. Bronze quality equipment. Not a few. The real valuables are these equipments. Moreover, there are even gold quality equipment. Lu Cang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gold quality level 5 equipment. BAA gold. If you sell this in a trading house, you can sell it for 10,000 to 20,000 gold coins. However, this piece of equipment, Lu Cang has no idea of selling. Overlord AP. Equipment level 5. Strength plus 60. Quality gold. Effect: charged super body. When you are in the state of charged attack, you will get super body, and at the same time get 30% damage reduction and 250 shields, not superimposed with other types of damage reduction. Description: an AP that allows you to store your strength with peace of mind. Golden quality giant sword. I should just be able to absorb it. Lu Cang took out Jinayu. Collided with BAAP. Detected higher quality equipment of the same type. Do you want to absorb this equipment to improve the quality of Jinayu, artifact, equipment? After promotion, Jinayu will get new entry, Overlord Body Attack, Ultimate. Superior Body Attack, Ultimate. Every time you attack normally, you will be given Super Body status, get 50% damage reduction, and get a shield equal to 10% of your maximum health. After the entry was improved, the effect became much stronger in an instant. Promote. Following Lu Cang's order, I saw BAAP gradually melting. It turned into a ray of light and merged into Jinayu. The quality of Jinayu has been upgraded to Gold. The upper limit of Jinayu's enhancement level has been raised to 4. Jinayu, Artifact, plus 4, Max. Quality, Gold, Growable. Equipment level, 8, follows the user level. Strength plus 8000. Crit rate, 50%. Crit effect, 250%. Effect, Jinayu, every normal attack will cause a shock wave, causing the same type of earth damage to a radius of 150 meters, and the damage is 10 times the power value. Kin Crit. Effect 2, Charged Strike, Ultimate, every normal attack of yours will become a charged blow, causing 3 times the damage. Effect 3, Super Body Attack, Ultimate, every time you attack normally, you will be given Super Body status, get 50% damage reduction, and get a shield equal to 10% of your maximum HP. Description: Jinayu, who can instantly charge power. Now, no one can stop its owner from swinging this giant sword. Chapter 8. Lu Cang looked at the promoted Jinayu. Can't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. This effect is too bad, right? Not only that, the attributes have been improved. Even the effect of the equipment can continue to be promoted. Originally a radius of 100 meters. Becomes a 150 meter radius. This range has been fully expanded by a whole circle. Moreover, the attribute of the equipment has also become an attribute of 8,000 points of strength. Compared with the previous 750 points, it is more than 10 times more. Certainly. This is also the reason why Lu Cang's level has been improved. Upgraded from level 1 to level 8. As the level increases, the attributes of the equipment will definitely increase. After all, Lu Cang's equipment is always equal to Lu Cang's own level. However, before Lu Cang promoted Jinayu, I also took a look at Jinayu's attributes. At that time, there were only 6,000 strength points. Speaking of which, I remember that plus 4 is twice the base attribute, and plus 3 is only 1.5 times. No wonder it's so high. By comparison, Lu Cang came to a conclusion. The attribute of the artifact, from the beginning, has been calculated according to the artifact level. The basic attributes will not be improved with the improvement of quality. But also, which silver level equipment has the attribute of 500 points of strength at the beginning. However, although the basic attributes of the equipment are fixed, but with the improvement of quality, the attributes of the equipment will also continue to increase as the upper limit of the enhancement level increases. That is to say, the level of equipment attributes is only related to my own level and the upper limit of strengthening. If that's the case, I remember that when the brilliant level equipment is fully strengthened, the enhancement rate should be 18 times, right? As for star level equipment, if it is strengthened to full capacity, it will have 50 times the attributes. This is going against the sky. Thinking of this, Lu Cang couldn't help becoming even more excited. It's a pity, my gold coin. These level 5 gold weapons are for sale. It can be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 gold coins at once. No matter how bad it is, there are more than 10,000 gold coins. However, Lu Cang sighed for a while. Just calm down. I can brush a copy in 5 seconds. It's just gold coins, don't you worry about not earning it. Outside the Weeping Forest dungeon. Weeping Forest, Nightmare difficulty. The record for the fastest clearance of the dungeon has been refreshed. FK. The dungeon record has been refreshed. Nightmare difficulty clearance record? I remember, the last record was made by an old senior 50 years ago, right? I still remember. The dungeon record at that time was 0:05:44. Level 5 can play such a nightmare dungeon speedrun record. Looking at the entire human race, there are not many who can do it. Hehe, that's why someone else has already entered the Mage Academy for advanced studies and has become a high-ranking member of the Mage Academy. I heard that he has become a 4th-rank Dharma Saint. Damn it! Dharma Sage? This is a height I never dared to imagine in my life. This latest customs clearance record, who will it be? I just changed jobs in a unified way today. Everyone should be level 1. How could someone clear the level 5 dungeon so quickly? You know what a fart, you can't even imagine how fast people with backgrounds can level up. It seems that they have just awakened, but in fact, people with family background have already made arrangements. Have you ever seen that kind of family with a strong background? As soon as they change jobs, they immediately buy a complete set of level 5 gold quality equipment. Moreover, all of them are full enhancements of +4. Tisk tisk, that attribute value, at level 5 alone, the main attribute can be as high as 500 points, it's really scary. A fighter with 500 points of strength at level 5 will crush anyone, right? Damn, this is the big families, rich and tyrannical, to support such extravagance. A piece of gold equipment costs 10,000 to 20,000 gold coins without enhancement, and at least 300,000 gold coins to start with full enhancement, right? One set of equipment, 1.8 million gold coins. And the 5th level equipment has to be replaced in one day, this money is burned. Not long ago, the scene of our job transfer square, you shouldn't have forgotten it. Damn it, that Long Xiao Xiao was directly picked up by the Frost Demon Dragon. It is estimated that the Holy See has reserved a whole leveling area for Long Xiao Xiao to upgrade her. Let's not think about this kind of treatment. The starting point of others is the end of our efforts in this life. However, I remember that this copy of the Weeping Forest seems to be created by a genius with a full set of gold level equipment from an S-level profession. It shouldn't be too weak. How did this record get broken? To break this record, at least you have to be a genius of the SS level profession, right? I can't, it's Xiao Jiba who just awakened the unlimited warrior today, right? The students talked a lot. However, some students are discussing. Some students ran directly towards the recording stele. Let me see. Who is this record-breaking one? Soon, one student after another. Come to the record inscription of the copy. View copy records. And this look. But it made them sluggish directly. The record of the fastest clearance of the dungeon, Nightmare first place Lu Cang. Clearing time, 6 seconds. See this record. The heads of the students present fell into a downtime for an instant. What's the situation? Are you not dazzled? Isn't the name, Lu Cang, the head of the student council in their holy Kyoiki? Isn't that the martial armament equipper who just awakened the D-level profession? And this customs clearance record time. Is there a mistake? 6 seconds. Can UTM complete a nightmare dungeon in 6 seconds? And, is it still a single brush? How did this work? Chapter 9. Field Leveling Area. At this time, Long Xiao Xiao held up the magic staff in her hand and looked at the group of monsters in front of her absent-mindedly. Xiao Xiao, it's strange. Don't be distracted. Focus. Hear this cry. Long Xiao Xiao finally recovered. The next moment. Skill explosion. Frost spike. Bang bang bang. -124. -112. -105. -109. -96. A series of ice crystals exploded. This batch of monsters was instantly killed by Long Xiao Xiao. Second miss, you did a good job. Long Xiao Xiao awakened the S-level profession, the Magic Envoy. This profession is a very strong legal profession. Able to cast powerful magical spells to strike. Its effect and power are not at the same level as ordinary spells. Even among S-level occupations, they are all upstream. Looking at Long Xiao Xiao in a daze, Long Kyungxiu, who was accompanying Long Xiao Xiao in leveling, couldn't help frowning slightly. Xiao Xiao, are you still thinking about him? Sister, does awakening the martial armament equipper really mean there is no future? Hearing Long Xiao Xiao ask this, Long Kyungxiu sighed. Hey Xiao Xiao, you know the future of a D-level career. Even if it is our holy see, it is impossible to train D-level professions to become independent powerhouses. Xiao Xiao, forget about that man. At this time, Long Xiao Xiao was practicing leveling under the arrangement of her family. For ordinary people to level up, they need to download the dungeon by themselves and do it by themselves. But for Long Xiao Xiao, who has a background, you don't need to move your hands too much at all. In her family, someone will help her lure and fight monsters. Wait until these monsters have only a trace of blood left. Then lead these monsters to her. Then she kills it. The whole process was as simple as feeding the experience into her mouth. Generally, it only takes 10 hours. You can quickly brush to level 30. Of course, there is only Long Xiao Xiao who is backed by the power of the Holy See. There is such capital. Directly contracted a whole field leveling area for leveling. After all, in the wild, the speed at which monsters refresh is also limited. The more venues you pack, the more monsters you can spawn. Certainly. The speed of this leveling is also related to the leveler himself. If you don't have AoE skills, it is also difficult to deal with the monsters in pieces. The monsters in the wild do not have as much experience as the monsters in the dungeon. This is even if there are so many people with leveling. It also takes more than 10 hours to rise to level 30. Yes, Missy is right. Second miss, don't worry about him. If he is really a genius, he can still have the capital to keep pace with you, miss. But now, he's just a martial armament equipper. You and Missy are not from the same world at all. Long Xiao Xiao frowned slightly when she heard these words. Okay, old Zhao, stop talking. Concentrate on leveling. Strive to win the fastest level 30 in this session. This year's challenge dungeon should also be refreshed, right? If we can win the first kill at level 30, the influence of our Holy See should be able to expand one step further. As long as I can be the first to reach level 30, I should be able to win the first kill of this challenge copy on behalf of our Holy See. Dungeon area of Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. After Lu Cang finished the copy, directly left the copy. Lu, Chief Lu. Shout out to everyone else. Lu Cang ignored it directly. Instead, he immediately walked towards the next copy. Chief Lu, what is he going to do? Lu Cang just came out from the Weeping Forest. Turned around and entered another copy next to it. Twilight Cemetery. Copy level, 15. Entry level restriction, 5-15 levels. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, difficult, nightmare. Dungeon description: in the dark cemetery, there are one after another undead spirits who are unwilling to surrender. Choose difficulty, nightmare. Enter the copy. Lu Cang has no worries about being noticed. No one else can detect him. Because of the professional specialization ability. So Lu Cang's equipment information is hidden from others. And if others probe him himself, can't find anything at all. Because all his abilities come from equipment. As for being famous, Lu Cang didn't care at all. It's better to say that with a reputation, you can get resources better. Otherwise, if you want to synthesize artifacts in the future, you need to buy some rare materials. If there is no name and no surname, why should others give me those rare materials? You know, wait until the level goes up. There are some things that money can't buy. At this time, it is very important to have a famous name. With Lu Cang's confirmation. Swish. The next moment. Lu Cang, directly enter the copy again. See this in action. The students outside the dungeon were all messed up. What's the situation? Just came out of the dungeon and entered a new dungeon? Doesn't this take a break at all? And this copy? It seems to be a copy of level 515, right? In just 6 seconds, he had risen to level 5 or more. What kind of monster is this? What kind of terrifying leveling speed is this? You tell me this is the martial armament equipper? TMD, where in the world is there a martial armament equipper with such a terrifying ability? In the wild, you can let the boss lead, the boss of level 100 leads the boss of level 1. Any number of outrageous actions can happen. But the dungeon has level restrictions. It is impossible to have grade crushing. Brush copy records. It is also a way to prove one's strength. You must know that these records have been continuously refreshed for thousands of years. A record that can be faster than 1 second is already a very remarkable achievement. Just a copy of the Weeping Forest. After number 1. Records are almost always separated by milliseconds. Not to mention a second of improvement. Even the top 10. They are all in the interval of 5 minutes, 44 to 45 seconds. If you want to reach 5 minutes and 43 seconds, under normal circumstances, it may be 10 years later. But now Lu Cang directly pushed this record down to 6 seconds. It can only be described as a miracle. You said. Chief Lu, has his job changed? I heard that some mutated professions will become extremely powerful, such as D-level jugglers, but after mutation, they can even be comparable to S-level tricksters. Chief Lu, maybe the job has changed. Damn it! What mutation can record a dungeon with nightmare difficulty in 6 seconds? You said, Chief Lu entered the cemetery at dusk, will he break the record again? I think it's a bit difficult. After all, his equipment hasn't been improved. Martial armament equipper eats the most equipment. Indeed, after leveling up, you need to change your equipment and buy new skill books to improve your strength before you can challenge the next dungeon. Going directly to the next copy like this, I'm afraid it will be insufficient in strength. But, breaking the record? It's hard to say, after all, 6 seconds, it's too abnormal. However, outside of the dungeon, everyone didn't have time to discuss how long it was. Suddenly, a copy of the cemetery at dusk. Another prompt pops up. Twilight Graveyard, Nightmare Difficulty, the record for the fastest clearance of the copy has been refreshed. The record of the fastest clearance of the dungeon, Nightmare first place Lu Cang. Clearing time, 3 seconds. See this record. All the students were stunned. What's the situation? They were still amazed just now. The dungeon record of Weeping Forest has been compressed to 6 seconds. As a result, the next moment, Lu Cang directly cleared the next copy. Moreover, directly compressed the clearance time of the dungeon to 3 seconds. Chapter 10. At the moment of entering the copy. Haven't seen things clearly yet. Lu Cang has smashed down the giant sword in his hand. Because of the ability of perfect mastery. So all equipment has no negative effects. Naturally, there will be no dullness. A sword fell down. Boom. Minus 210,322. Minus 231,010. Minus 243,549. Minus 234,943. Minus 238,949. Minus 225,493. You have already killed, Twilight Ghost, level 15. You have obtained experience points, 52,500, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 700% experience for killing more than level 7. You have killed, Graveyard Warrior, level 15. You have obtained experience points, 52,500, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 700% experience for killing more than level 7. You have killed Evening Ghost, level 15. You have obtained experience points, 52,500, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 700% experience for killing more than level 7. You have killed, Graveyard Slayer, level 15. You have obtained experience points, 52,500, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 700% experience for killing more than level 7. You have killed Dark Grave Digger, Elite, level 15. You have gained experience points, 126,250, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 700% experience for killing more than level 7. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 17. A series of kill prompts popped up in front of Lu Cang. Lu Cang's experience points also keep going straight up. All these monsters were killed at the same time when he entered the dungeon. These experience points are also obtained at the same time in an instant. This also means that Lu Cang can directly eat up the bonus of leapfrog kill. Originally, other people leapfrogged and killed. As the level continued to increase, the range of leapfrogging became smaller and smaller. Gain experience, and less and less. That is to say, Lu Cang is such a wonderful thing that he can directly kill all the monsters in an instant. Every monster is considered to be killed by Lu Cang at level 8. Every monster also has a 7 times experience bonus. This leveling speed is cool. Because every attack is a charged attack. The power value of 8,000 is increased by 30 times, which is 240,000. Even a level 15 ordinary monster can't withstand such damage at all. And this is just a normal attack. Who the hell said that normal attacks can only be done with a hit? After doing the first flat A. Looking at the soaring experience value. Lu Cang didn't pause at all. Immediately it came out for the second time. 2 consecutive attacks only took 2 seconds. Boom. Minus 253,982. The boss in the distance. There was no time to react. The boss only has 300,000 health, and he tied it twice. Lu Cang instantly kills the boss instantly. Congratulations on killing the boss Dark Grey Barrier, level 15, boss. You have cleared the dungeon, Twilight Graveyard. Copy time consuming, 3 seconds. You have achieved the record for the fastest customs clearance in the instance. The score you got for this dungeon is, SSS. Lu Cang looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. This is too easy. Possess the artifact of Jinayu. It feels like clearing the copy is like playing. However, this time the speed is still not fast enough. My speed should be even faster. This time, there is no one-hit instant kill boss. If the boss can be killed in one blow, the ranking should be even higher. However, after clearing this copy, Lu Cang's level has been raised to level 17. The level limit for this dungeon is level 515. This means that Lu Cang has no chance to refresh this instance again. But if you let other people know what Lu Cang thinks, I'm afraid I'll spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 seconds to clear the copy, not satisfied? Even faster? Is this still reasonable? Lu Cang's record for this dungeon. It's just a little regretful. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the treasure chest of the dungeon. Graveyard at Dusk Extreme Treasure Chest. Open the treasure chest. You have obtained, Space Crystallization, Martial Armament Equipper Skill Book, Dual Wielding Weapons, Protection Necklace, Silver. Space Crystal. This is a good thing. Space Crystallization, Expand Backpack Capacity. Expand the backpack capacity by 100 slots. Lu Cang put all of them in his backpack. The initial backpack, obtained after awakening the profession. The default is 500 cells. There are about 100 pieces of equipment in Lu Cang's backpack now. Still far from the upper limit. And with the acquisition of this space crystallization, the backpack can hold more equipment. Then Lu Cang turned his attention to a skill book. This is, the Occupation Skill Book of Martial Armament Equipper. Skill Book, Dual Wielding Weapons. Martial Armament Equipper Exclusive Skill. Effect, allows you to equip 2 main hand weapons at the same time, but the attribute increase of the weapon will be reduced by 40%. It has to be said that Martial Armament Equipper is really a D-level profession. How rubbish is this skill, how rubbish. Equip 2 weapons at the same time, but in fact, after equipped, the attributes are only 120% of before. After all, the attribute has dropped by 40%. Other than that, there is no other increase. More importantly, generally speaking, the main hand weapon is the most powerful equipment that can be obtained at present. It costs a lot of money to make two main hand weapons at the same time. Moreover, if you have the energy to make two weapons, why not make one weapon better? This increase is only 20%. But in fact, the money and energy to invest is double that of making a weapon. It is precisely because even the skills are so weak that the martial armament equipper is so underestimated. Learn skills, dual-wield weapons. You have learned the skill, dual-wielding weapons. Perfect divine ability has been triggered. The weapon dual-wielding skill has obtained the ultimate evolution. Dual-wielding of weapons. Copying of dual-wielding. Dual-wielding copy. When you hold a one-handed weapon, you can copy the weapon in the other free hand, and this projection will have exactly the same attributes as the copied weapon. When you change weapons, this copy disappears, the copy cannot be traded, the copy cannot exist alone. This skill, isn't it too strong? Although I know that my skills will evolve. But I didn't expect the effect to be so strong after evolution. Originally, it could only increase the attribute by 20%. But now, it can increase the attribute by 100%. And there is no need to spend money to cultivate a second weapon. More importantly, when you get other types of weapons in the future, you can directly copy them. There is no need to spend money on training. It is equivalent to obtaining double weapons in disguise. And because of the existence of perfect adaptation, this professional specialization, Lu Cang can hold a giant sword in one hand, instead of needing both hands like other professions. It also means Lu Cang can dual-wield great swords. Others can equip with both hands. One-handed, but also dual-wielding. Isn't TM in disguise equivalent to having 3 more hands than other job changers? It is equivalent to 3 more weapon equipment slots. This is just an attribute, and I don't know how much it is pulled away. In addition to the skill book, Lu Cang took a look at the other trophies. Afterwards, he selected a few pieces of equipment to wear on himself. The advantage of fetal artifact sublimation is that it can ignore the equipment level. This also frees Lu Cang from the trouble of changing equipment as his level increases. For ordinary job changers, just in the process of improving strength, constantly changing equipment, it is an astronomical expense. In the end, Lu Cang will wear the new equipment all over his body. Protective head ring, fetal artifact, +3, max. Equipment part, head. Equipment level, 17, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Constitution +255. Effect, life protection, ultimate, after receiving an attack, recover 80% of the damage received this time. Built-in cooling time, 5 seconds. Description, fetal artifact, the effect has been greatly enhanced, and it can restore the damage to the greatest extent. This effect is comparable to Bajan quality equipment, right? After being attacked, restore 80% of blood. Isn't it equivalent to an alternative 80% damage reduction? Moreover, this is to restore blood volume, and it can also receive the bonus of augmentation treatment. Even after taking damage once, it is not impossible to recover more health than the damage. I have to say, after making the equipment fetal artifact, the effect of the equipment, the improvement obtained is indeed ridiculously strong. Besides, Lu Cang is also equipped with protection ring and protection necklace, and a pair of chain iron trousers. Without lack of output, directly pull up the protective ability. Protection ring, fetal artifact, +3, max. Category, ring jewelry. Equipment level, 17, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Effect, protective barrier, ultimate, gain a 3400 health shield every 5 seconds. Description, fetal artifact, the effect has been greatly enhanced, and the shield amount has been greatly increased. Protection necklace, fetal artifact, +3, max. Category, necklace. Equipment level, 17, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Effect, melee resistance, ultimate, after receiving a melee attack, a resistance halo will be generated, pushing the target away from 10 meters, cooling time, 2 seconds. Description, fetal artifact, the effect has been greatly enhanced, the resistance range has been greatly enhanced, and the cooling time of the effect has been shortened. The accessory type equipment will not increase the attribute value, but the effect will be more special than other parts of the equipment. Chain iron pants, fetal artifact, +3, max. Equipment category, bottoms. Equipment level, 17, follows the user level. Quality, silver, growable. Constitution +255. Effect, damage cancellation, ultimate, received damage reduced by a fixed value of 100 points. Description, fetal artifact, the effect has been greatly enhanced, and the damage reduction value has been greatly increased. So far, Lu Cang has put on equipment all over his body. After counting the loot, Lu Cang gave an order. Leave the copy. The next moment, Lu Cang appeared from the door of the instance again, and watched Lu Cang appear. The students around were completely in a dazed state. From when Lu Cang just entered the dungeon to when he came out, it was actually less than 10 seconds. This also proves that he really completed the copy. This is 3 seconds. Generally speaking, after entering the copy, the eyes will be dark. Wait until you see things clearly. A second might have passed. Now you tell me, it only took 3 seconds for Lu Cang to clear this dungeon? What are you kidding? Chief Lu, are you setting records? After clearing the records of 2 dungeons, should we take a break? Haha, who said that Lu Cang of my Shengjing No. 2 middle school has fallen? This is a sign of rising. Damn it, he passed towards the next copy. He still wants to clear the copy. Wait, that copy? It's a dungeon above level 15. Black Tomb. That extremely difficult dungeon. I remember this dungeon, the same difficulty level, the actual difficulty is far 2 or 3 times that of other dungeons. Teams that can earn A-level ratings in other dungeons will have difficulty clearing the level in this dungeon. I remember that in this dungeon, 3 bosses will appear at the same time in the nightmare difficulty, and each one's combat power is twice that of the bosses in other dungeons. If this dungeon is more difficult, it will probably reach the challenge level. This should be the pinnacle of nightmare difficulty, right? Could Chief Lu want to challenge that? I rely on it, don't I? It's only been an hour since the job change. In 1 hour, even the inheritance of those big families, it's not as fast as upgrading. What hour? Isn't this a minute? Actually, from the appearance of Lu Cang to the present, exactly a minute or so. Enter the weeping forest and come out in half a minute. Enter the cemetery at dusk and come out in 10 seconds. It can only be said that it is only the time in the copy. None were longer than 40 seconds. Lu Cang spent far more time counting the spoils than completing the dungeon himself. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, Lu Cang came to the 3rd copy. Black Tomb. This copy is still a copy of the undead system. Entry levels are limited to levels 15 to 30. Watch this copy. Lu Cang muttered in his heart. I don't know if completing this dungeon will raise my level to 30. Otherwise, you can only brush it again. Choose difficulty, Nightmare. Enter the copy. Dungeons before level 30 can only choose Nightmare difficulty. Equipment will also drop the highest gold quality equipment. Therefore, for job changers before level 30, the gold quality is the highest equipment quality. Higher quality equipment can only be dropped in higher difficulty dungeons. As for the monsters in the wild, basically, they can only drop white clothes. Monsters that can drop advanced equipment are all in the dungeon. The next moment, Lu Cang disappeared directly from the spot into a new copy. And it was almost at the same time that Lu Cang entered Black Tomb. A reminder also popped up in front of Black Tomb dungeon, flashing in front of all the students present. Black Tomb, Nightmare difficulty, the record for the fastest clearance of the dungeon has been refreshed. Chapter 11. Before entering the copy, Lu Cang's left hand had already grasped Jinayu. Dual-wielding copy, Jinayu. Dual-wield Jinayu. Now Lu Cang is level 17. A handful of Jinayu attribute is 17,000 strength value. At this time, Lu Cang's strength value has reached 34,027 points. At level 17, you can have a strength of 34,000. It's too scary. Enter the copy. Lu Cang's eyes darken slightly. But don't wait for the darkness to dissipate at all. In the next moment, Lu Cang immediately swung his giant sword with both hands. Boom boom boom. There was a roar like an earthquake from the earth. A series of damage numbers flew up. -1,856,556. -1,555,599. Just a second. All monsters. He died in an instant. Two Zhenyus directly doubled Lu Cang's strength. At the same time, Jinayu's equipment effect also doubled. A handful of Jinayu, causing shockwave damage 10 times the strength value. 2, that is 20 times. 34,000 strength points, directly hitting 680,000 damage. It's a pity for this charged attack. And cannot be stacked. So, still triple the damage. But even so, each attack can deal 1.8 million damage. Even more terrifying, because it becomes a dual-wield weapon. So actually Lu Cang's attack speed has also been doubled. Double equipment effect, double attributes, double attack speed. This weapon is copied. It seems to be twice the property. In fact, it increased Lu Cang's output efficiency by 8 times. Not only that. In the future, the more entries a weapon gets, the more equipment effects it will have. The ability to play will be even stronger. And outside the copy, those students have been completely petrified. 1 second. No, FK, what the hell? How did this record come about? Chief Lu, isn't it because you are hiding your true occupation? In a second, you can clear the copy. Isn't this too perverted? Damn, is he going to clear the level in 0 seconds next? No, isn't this FG the most difficult dungeon? How did it get into his hands? It's faster than cleaning the cemetery at dusk. Is there no upper limit to his strength? And most importantly, the strength of the martial armament equipper. Don't they all come from equipment? He hasn't changed equipment since he entered the first instance. In the eyes of others, Lu Cang has always been holding an ordinary small iron sword, and then wearing a piece of silver quality clothes and a pair of silver quality shoes. Equipment is generally by appearance. You can tell the quality. Equipment with a faint silver-white light is silver equipment. Otherwise, it is of bronze and black iron quality. Damn, what are you still doing? Hurry up and report to the teacher. But didn't we graduate? Damn, this kind of thing, do you care if he graduated or not? We may have misread Chief Lu. Chief Lu, you are still as evil as ever. These students originally thought that Lu Cang would be left alone. But I never thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Just an hour. They think Lu Cang, a lonely waste job, cleared the 3 major dungeons of Shengjing No. 2 High School directly. And the record has been set to a number that people can't even imagine. This moment. Holy Kyoiki! Teacher Li is still sorting out materials in the office. For the students, they are on vacation. After completing the professional awakening, they can go their separate ways. Do your own thing. But for teachers, they have to enter the information of these students into the file. Then submit to the major universities. Major colleges and universities will also make contacts based on the information of these students. During this period of high school, student performance is also a key factor. At this time, Teacher Li just saw the information about Lu Cang. Pity. It's really a pity. Lu Cang, the teacher watched you grow up. Why did you just awaken a martial armament equipper? And at this moment, Teacher Li's chat window was continuously vibrating. Did I? The 20th student, Mo Chunrong sent you a message. Grade 20 student Li Haoran sent you a message. The 20th class student Hu Zhenjiao sent you a message. These messages were bombarded directly on the screen. This made Teacher Li stunned. Why are so many students looking for me all of a sudden? Afterwards, she clicked on the messages. Teacher. Chief Lu Cang, he broke the copy record. He brushed the dungeon record to within 10 seconds. Teacher. Chief Lu Cang, he passed the nightmare difficulty of the Black Tomb in 1 second. Watch these messages. Li Chun was dumbfounded. For a moment, she didn't know where to start thinking. Lu Cang? Isn't this just awakened martial armament equipper? Cleared the copy of the Black Tomb? Isn't this dungeon only accessible at level 15? Also, refresh the customs clearance record and clear the customs in 1 second? What do these mean? How can I understand every word? But you can't understand this series of words? It can't be. Literally, right? Chapter 12. See these messages. Teacher Li froze in place. She couldn't read it anymore. What's happening here? Did the students band together to lie to her? What kind of surprise is this? It shouldn't be. Every student is actually the same. She has never encountered such a situation in her many years of teaching. Is it true? But look at this series of news. Teacher Li's mouth twitched. This if true. That's outrageous. Clear the Black Tomb in 1 second. What is this concept? To know so far. In the copy of the Black Tomb, the fastest record for customs clearance is also 56 minutes and 33 seconds. Almost an hour. Now these students say. Lu Cang, who has just awakened the D-level profession martial armament equipper for less than an hour. You've now cleared nightmare in the Black Tomb difficulty in under a second. An hour. Even the children of those big families. It is estimated that it has just been upgraded to level 10. That's a large leveling area, and thousands of people serve one person at the same time. This is the fastest upgrade speed. Now you tell him that Lu Cang is alone. It reached level 15 in less than an hour. Moreover, he also cleared the most difficult level 15 dungeon in Shengjing City. Can you believe this? However, more and more students sent her messages. Not just your own class. Even students from other classes also sent messages. The news of these students is exactly the same. All are good news that Lu Cang cleared the dungeon in 1 second. Is this some new type of scam? Teacher, I really didn't lie to you. Chief, he really cleared the level. Teacher, come and record the steal yourself and take a look at it. Chief Lu, it's not as simple as we thought. Looking at the series of messages from the students. In the end, Mr. Li decided to put down the task in his hands. First go to the nearby copy area to have a look. Maybe these little brats just want to call themselves over and give themselves a surprise. Yeah, that would make sense if that's the case. It's not uncommon for students to prepare surprises for teachers after graduation in previous years. These little bastards are really worrying. The darkness dissipated after entering the dungeon. Lu Cang's eyes were restored to light. Look around. But there is only a mess. All the bodies on the ground were monsters. The earth cracked a crack. Certainly. The cracks are healing very fast. You have already killed Magic Lich, level 30. You have killed Death Chanter, level 30. You have killed Ash Lich, level 30, Elite. You have killed Destroy Lich, level 30, Elite. You have killed Singer of the Soul, level 30, Elite. You have killed the Dungeon Boss Guardian of the Black Tomb, Leader. You have gained experience points, 6,500,000, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 1,300% experience for killing more than level 13. You have killed the Dungeon Boss Black Tomb Fira, Leader. You have gained experience points, 6,500,000, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 1,300% experience for killing more than level 13. You have killed the Dungeon Boss Black Tomb Mourner, Boss. You have gained experience points, 6,500,000, 500% experience in the Nightmare Dungeon, 1,300% experience for killing more than level 13. A series of kill prompts popped up. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 30. That's up to level 30. Well, it's about the same as I thought. There are many monsters in this dungeon. After cleaning up all these monsters, there is also a lot of experience gained. More importantly, Lu Cang is a solo player. The mechanism of experience distribution in the instance is an even distribution. If 5 people brush the copy together, then the experience value of each monster will be divided into 5 parts. It is equivalent to a person who can only get 20% of the experience. Even if teammates don't do it, you will also gain experience points. This is also a channel for careers like priests to upgrade. After all, if you can only gain experience points if you take the initiative to make a move. Healing, auxiliary professions. It is too difficult to gain experience points. It is precisely because of this mechanism of experience distribution. Therefore, Lu Cang decided to play alone. It is equivalent to 5 times the experience of other people's normal team of 5 to brush dungeons. Plus, the entry level for this dungeon is level 15 to 30. But in fact, in the Nightmare difficulty, monsters are basically level 30. So Lu Cang is still a leapfrog kill. At the 17th level, kill all these monsters in an instant. Gain 13 times experience instantly. And other people enter this copy. Basically, you can only enter when you reach level 30. Otherwise, it is purely looking for abuse. So it works out. Actually Lu Cang gained experience points. It is 65 times that of other job changers who normally play dungeons. A copy is upgraded to level 30. Not really a surprise. Rather say. In fact, Lu Cang's experience has overflowed. It's just because after reaching level 30, you must complete the second turn to continue to upgrade. Otherwise, with Lu Cang's current experience points, it is not impossible to rise to level 40. Soon, Lu Cang came to the boss. The boss is 3 Black Liches. 3 to be exact. Black Tomb Mourner, Leader. Black Tomb Fira, Leader. Guardian of the Black Tomb, Leader. Level, 30. Life point, 0/1,000,000. There are a million health points. No matter how strong the job changer is. Reached level 30. It's just a total of 7 pieces of equipment all over the body, and the gold quality is fully strengthened. A piece of equipment, even if its attributes are full, is only 2,400 attributes. Plus, trinkets don't provide attributes. So in fact, 5 pieces of equipment add up to just over 10,000 attributes. You have to fight 3 bosses with millions of HP. That's really difficult. And these 10,000 attributes. Certainly not all main attributes. Otherwise, other attributes are all 40 points, but one item is 15,000 points. That partiality is too serious. Especially the constitution value, which must be added. If there is not enough frankness, boss can instantly kill it with any range damage. Even assassins. It is also necessary to add a little blood volume to ensure that you will not be instantly killed by any range of damage. Therefore, even for a job changer with full body equipment, this dungeon is extremely challenging. Lu Cang touched the boss body with his hand. Hum. With a soft sound, soon, a new treasure chest was formed in front of Lu Cang. Black Tomb Extreme Treasure Chest. Probability of getting rare materials. While seeing this treasure chest, Lu Cang also suddenly remembered something. Now that I have raised my level to level 30, Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments has unlocked many more. Maybe, I already have other artifacts that can be synthesized. But, let's see what the treasure chest can give. I hope that gold quality equipment can be issued. Gold quality equipment can at least be sold for money. A piece of equipment costs at least 10,000 gold coins. If you have money, you can make better artifacts yourself. Thinking this way, Lu Cang opened the treasure chest. Shenjing No. 2 High School Copy Area. Son. In the past 3 years, you have been oppressed by Lu Cang for too long. Now that you have awakened the ultimate warrior, you must give out the reputation of our warrior association. Among Saint Kyoiki, there is no shortage of powerful awakeners this year. Among them, the great-grandson of the president of the warrior association directly awakened the SS class profession. Unlimited fighters. The SS level warrior profession even surpassed the blood lineage of their family for 3 generations. It can be said that it is the pinnacle profession of the warrior family. As for SSS level occupations, there may not be one in 10,000 years. Forget about this. At this time, Xiaojiba is equipped with level 5 gold quality full strength equipment. These equipment, they were all selected for him by his family before he awakened. At the same time, on Xiaojiba's body, also learned 2 exclusive skills of ultra-limited warrior. A power overclocking. Every 2 attacks, the next attack can enjoy double power bonus. One is over limit increase. It can increase its own attribute value by 50%. It can be said. The 2 skills are both general skills. At this time, Xiaojiba was fully armed. We have come to the instance area near San Kyoiki. Son, it's time to clear your name. Let them forget what shit Lu Cang. You are the strongest genius this year. Go. Refresh the difficulty record of the Weeping Forest's Nightmare. The old senior who broke this record before is only an S-level berserk warrior. He is an old member of our warrior association. Now that you have awakened the unlimited warrior, you can definitely break his record. Have you read the guide too? Strive to be on the list for the first time. Talking like this, Xiao Bassian led his son to the copy area of Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Chapter 13. You have obtained Black Tomb Ultimate Treasure Chest. Lu Cang looked at the treasure chest gradually taking shape in front of him. Black Tomb Dungeon Treasure Box, Extreme. Description: the ultimate treasure chest, which may contain precious props. The first time is raw and the second time is cooked. Open the treasure chest for the third time. Lu Cang can also be regarded as a master of the road. Just 10 minutes. Open 3 top quality treasure chests in succession. The efficiency of collecting treasure chests is second to none. Open the treasure chest. You have obtained HP Recovery Potion, large, X50, Mana Value Recovery Potion, large, X50, Berserk Potion X3, Shengming Crown, gold, Guardian Pants, silver, Breeze Necklace, silver, White Giant Sword, silver, Berserker, Rage Explosion Skill Book, Earth Mage, Earthquake Skill Book, City Portal Scroll X50, Gold Coin X1500. Another piece of golden equipment. When Lu Cang saw the golden equipment, he was overjoyed. Has the ability of fetal artifact. He can absorb the equipment entries of these equipments. However, it is different from artifacts. Artifacts can absorb many entries. But gold quality equipment can only have 2 entries at the same time. Silver equipment can only have 1 entry. This is also the reason why Lu Cang released so many equipments, but he didn't absorb all those entries. But this is also only temporary. As long as the fetal artifact can be synthesized into a real artifact, it can accommodate a large number of new entries. Lu Cang looked at the new golden equipment he had obtained. Then, convert it directly to fetal artifact. Holy Crown +4, max, gold, fetal artifact. Spirit value +2400. Effect, spiritual shield, ultimate, obtain a shield that can resist damage. The shield is equal to your current spiritual value x3. After the shield is broken, it will enter the cooling time, 10 seconds. Description, a crown that can provide a huge shield. Lu Cang absorbed the crown. So far, Lu Cang's head equipment has also become gold quality equipment. My level has finally reached level 30. The top priority should be to complete the second round first. However, this upgrade speed has exceeded my expectations. Lu Cang knew that his profession would get a god-level evolution. But he never thought that this god-level evolution would be so outrageous. An artifact, and only the 99th ranked artifact. Just let him speed through 3 copies in a row. I don't know how strong I will be after I get other artifacts in the future. Lu Cang clicks on the illustrated book of divine adornments. Now at level 30, Lu Cang has unlocked the 93rd equipment. Sure enough, the higher the ranking, the more expensive the materials needed for synthesis. This 94th ranked forbidden magic ring needs 100,000 sage stones. Why don't you grab it? However, the mana consumption of all forbidden spells is reduced by 99%, and all of them can be activated instantly, and the power is increased by 10 times. This effect is really strong. This ring of forbidden spells seems to be specially designed for mages who release forbidden spells. Lu Cang looked at the various outrageous artifacts on the illustrated book of divine adornments. Can't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, on the illustrated book of divine adornments, after all, there are still equipment that you have the opportunity to make. One is Fortitude of Heart. The other one is Abyss Summoning Staff. Fortitude of Heart, Synthesis Requirements. Cornhorn Skin X10. Life Crystal X100. Stomach Pouch that Devours the Colossus X1. Heart of Titan X1. The Skin of the Diceridramon, this thing should not be very expensive. Dire Horns are level 60 field monsters. Killing any of them will drop the skin. The price is about 1 gold coin each. Very cheap. The Devouring Colossus should be a monster from the northern border, level 80. It's a boss level monster. But even so, this material will not be very expensive, only 5,000 gold coins. After all, it was just a deep scrap of a boss. As for the Heart of Titan, it is also a drop from Titan-type monsters. It can be dropped by killing any Titan. The price is 50 gold coins. The only expensive thing. Only those 100 life crystals. Life crystals belong to high-grade gemstones and have huge effects in various fields. Release skills, enchant, grind into powder to make life-like potions, or perform divination rituals. All need life crystallization. And the price of a life crystal is 20,000 gold coins. The prices of other materials can be ignored. This Fortitude of Heart already belongs to the price tag. 2 million gold coins. Hey! It's okay, I should be able to get 1 million gold coins now. As for the other one, Abyss Summoning Staff. This artifact does not need to spend money. Instead, Lu Cang needs to personally approach the place polluted by the abyss to obtain the contaminated staff. Can be produced. This kind of artifact that does not cost money is deeply loved by Lu Cang. After confirming what to do next, Lu Cang directly uses the city portal scroll. In the next moment, he came directly to the center of the town. In the city of Shengjing, has a fixed transfer point. All town portal scrolls will return directly to the clan's town center. Very convenient. And in the center of the city, there are many shops. The service you want can be said to be everything. However, Lu Cang came to the center of town at this time. But for another thing. To collect money. Community system. Lu Cang clicked on the community interface. On the community page, there is a Shengjing City event. In this column, lists all the activities held in the city of Shengjing. Among them, a special event attracted Lu Cang's attention. Holy Capital City Level Contest. Organizer, Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. Scope of activity, job transferees who completed the awakening on May 28. According to the upgrade speed, different rewards will be obtained. First place, 1 million gold coins. Second place, 100,000 gold coins. Lu Cang vaguely remembered the event of this leveling contest. It is held every year. Of course, generally speaking, the vast majority of students will not be able to get the rewards for this level up activity. After all, for students with backgrounds, the speed of upgrading is too abnormal. This activity is mainly for Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce to make friends with the geniuses of those big families. Get out of the activity. Basically, there is no possibility of civilians winning prizes. However, he has now reached level 30. This reward. Do not take white, do not take. This is 1 million gold coins. If there are these 1 million gold coins, the Fortitude of Heart equipment should be able to make half of it. At that time, its own protection ability will also have a certain guarantee. After all, although he is now in high damage, but the blood volume is still very low. There are only less than 1,000 constitution values. This amount of blood can be touched by a stronger boss. May also die suddenly. In the later stage, some maps may have poisonous gas, or super high temperature. Some dungeons that lose health in terrain. Or, some bosses have an invincibility mechanism. May change form while unleashing unavoidable AoE damage. At this time, it becomes very important to have enough blood to resist an attack. More importantly, death can be resurrected in the copy. But if you die in the real world, you cannot be resurrected. In order to protect their own life safety, getting a life-saving piece of equipment first is also the top priority. And the Fortitude of Heart that can stack blood volume infinitely is the best choice. Touching a monster is a permanent 100 points of maximum health. It's easy to stack millions of blood. Lu Cang walked towards Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. The rules of this event are very simple. As long as it is a job changer who has awakened this year, go and swipe your ID card. As long as the level reaches level 30, you can take the reward. The Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Eastern race. There's no point in smashing your own signboard for this mere 1 million gold coin event. In the center of Shengjing City, there is a chamber of commerce belonging to them. Welcome. Lu Cang entered the Chamber of Commerce gate. May I ask what business you need to handle? I come to claim the event reward. Event rewards? Do you want to exchange gems for gold coins, or participate in the enchanter competition, or participate in the opening stone event? It can be seen that the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce usually holds a lot of activities. Various types of competitions and entertainment activities are very rich. Lu Cang looked at the notice board next to him. Second turn enchanter contest winners bonus, 10 million gold coins. See this bonus. Lu Cang's eyelids twitched. The profession of enchanter really makes money. However, Lu Cang has not forgotten his original intention of coming here. I want to exchange for the rewards of the leveling competition. I'm an awakener this year, and I'm already level 30. When Lu Cang came up, he explained his reason for coming. And heard Lu Cang's response. The receptionist lady froze for a moment. Level 30? If she remembered correctly, the awakening ceremony seemed to have just started an hour ago, right? There are too many high schools in Shengjing City. Generally, awakening usually takes 3 hours. Start with a good high school first. Then on to the lower ranked high schools. The awakening ceremony is not completely over yet. But now, a graduate of this year suddenly appeared and told her that he had reached level 30. She has also worked in the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce for more than 10 years. This leveling competition also has a history of 100 years. According to the situation over the years. Generally, the calculation starts from the awakening ceremony. Upgrading to level 30 will take at least 15 hours. Fastest record. It is 14 hours 25 minutes and 25 seconds. It is a record set by the Fa Sanctuary today. But now, the person in front of him said that he has reached level 30 in just 1 hour. Isn't it a joke? However, her professionalism still suppressed her doubts. As the receptionist of the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce, her demeanor must be graceful and appropriate. Even if he thinks that Lu Cang is here to make trouble. But she was still smiling. This distinguished guest. Please follow me. Lu Cang followed her and walked to an instrument. Personal information meter. Guest, please update your personal information on this machine. Lu Cang has seen this instrument before. Put your hands on it very skillfully. The next moment. On this instrument, new information was displayed. Name, Lu Cang. Level, 30. Occupation, Martial Armament Equipper. Student source information, Shengjing No. 2 Middle School, fresh graduates. Awakening time, less than 1 day. It is detected that the customer satisfies the requirements of the event, leveling contest. Bonuses have been issued. Account card arrives, 1 million gold coins. Lu Cang looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. This is really efficient. No ink marks. Lu Cang heard that for this leveling competition, as long as the identity is verified, it will be automatically issued. But did not expect. This bonus is so generous. This immediately increased Lu Cang's favorability towards the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce by a large margin. After getting the money, Lu Cang turned around and was about to leave. And beside Lu Cang, the reception lady, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She looked at the interface in front of her. I don't know what to say. She had already thought up a series of rhetoric just now. To deal with what is about to happen. If the student is here to make trouble, according to the code of service that he has learned for 12 years. She will deal with this guest in the most elegant and professional manner. No matter what kind of move the other party makes, she will calmly resolve it. But this guest in front of me. Is it true? He really rose to level 30 within an hour? Received the rewards of the leveling contest? Zilla. Suddenly, a voice rushed into her mind. Alan, what are you doing in a daze? Invite him here. In the manager's room. The manager himself is sitting and drinking tea. In his position. Things to do are very easy. But suddenly, in front of him, a prompt popped up. Level competition. The first place has been born. Bonus, 1 million gold coins have been issued. The moment this prompt pops up, the manager took a sip of tea and sprayed it out. The prize money from the leveling competition was taken away. However, as an old fritter who has struggled in the management for half his life, he was almost in a split second realized the seriousness of this problem. between electric and flint. He just realized it. Or, there is something wrong with the machine. Or, there is a monster genius who can rise to level 30 in an hour. No matter what the result is, you can't just let that person go. And the second time, he realized the name of the person who took the bonus. Lu Cang. That famous, most outstanding genius in Shengjing City. Also, it was an hour ago. Awakened the waste of the martial armament equiper class. However, now, awakened Lu Cang of the waste martial armament equiper class. Received the rewards of the leveling contest? What's happening here? Shengjing number 2 High School Copy Area. Xiao Baxian took Xiao Jiba with him. In front of the copy of Weeping Forest, I saw Lu Cang's head teacher. Teacher Li. See Lu Cang's teacher. Xiao Baxian raised a smile on his face. My son is an awakened ultra-limited warrior, an SS level profession, such an awesome profession. As a parent, he naturally has a bright face. More importantly, the entire city of Shengjing was paying attention to Lu Cang. The brilliance of his own son was overshadowed by Lu Cang. Now, Lu Cang has fallen from the altar, but his son has broken through the S-level career. Achieved the SS level ultra-limit fighter career. Seeing the teacher now, the parents are eager to go up and say a few words. Hey! Teacher Li! Why are you here? It's a holiday, and I'm here to supervise the copy of the student guide. Look, have I awakened the Unlimited Warrior? He was able to awaken the Unlimited Warrior, and it was also inseparable from your guidance to him at the exchange meeting. Xiao Baxian yelled the words Unlimited Warrior very loudly on purpose. Xiao Baxian's voice was heard throughout the dungeon area. They all looked in Xiao Baxian's direction. Teacher Li glanced at Xiao Baxian. He glanced at Xiao Jiba behind him again. Teacher Li frowned slightly. What profession Xiao Jiba awakened, how could she not know? The top 100 students in Shengjing City, when they awakened. All teachers are present. Students of this kind of awakened SS level profession, they remember it clearly. This Xiao Baxian just wanted to show off his son's career more. Nothing. It's just that the copy's record was broken. Waiting for the record breaker to come out. Teacher Li responded lightly. Oh? Breaking the record? Haha, Teacher Li, I'm about to take my son to break the records of these dungeons. Teacher, how about this? I am also the president of the Warrior Association. We don't want this record-breaking bonus. When the time comes, your school's publicity will be good for us. And heard Xiao Baxian say this. Teacher Li's expression became weird. Teacher Li's mouth twitched. New record. How many copies? Are you sure? Hearing Mr. Li's questioning tone, Xiao Baxian slapped his son on the head. Boom! Xiao Jiba's feet sank directly into the ground. Xiao Jiba grinned in pain. His head was buzzing. Sure, what are you not sure about? Isn't it just a few broken records? This is the old calendar of when. Son! Come! Xiao Jiba, who was photographed into the ground, gritted his teeth, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Dad, how many times have I told you? Can you stop taking pictures of me? The veteran soldier of the Warrior Association, the 4th rank job changer, slapped him with this slap. Xiao Jiba was dizzy for a while. I can't kill myself, what's wrong with me shooting my son? Let me see where this record is now. I remember the last time I came, it was 5 minutes and 44 seconds, right? Son, let's strive for a direct improvement of 10 seconds this time. Said so. Xiao Baxian came to the record stone tablet of the copy. Check the records. The next moment, the record of the dungeon popped up right in front of Xiao Baxian's eyes. And this just saw the copy record. Xiao Baxian was stunned for a moment. This number 1. What the hell? Chapter 14. Number 1. Lu Cang? This name seems strangely familiar? No, it should be said that it is difficult to be unfamiliar. Clearance time. 6 seconds? Depend on? Isn't this a problem with the recording steel? No matter what Xiao Baxian thought, he couldn't think of a job changer who had just awakened at level 5. How can the copy be brushed out of the record of 6 seconds? More importantly, this record was made by Lu Cang. Lu Cang, didn't you just awaken the martial armament equipper profession? Isn't this TM a D-level garbage job? Ahem. Mr. Li, this recording steel, isn't it broken? Teacher Li heard this question. But he frowned. How could the recording steel be broken? There has never been a saying that the record stone tablet is broken. Besides, even if the recording steel of that dungeon is broken, what about these few? Teacher Li pointed to the 2 copies beside him. Xiao Baxian heard Teacher Li say this. It seems to realize something. Afterwards, he immediately came to the recording steel next to the Twilight Cemetery. View clearance records. Good guy. The first place is still Lu Cang. Clearance time. 3 seconds. Hold. What's the situation? Faster than the Weeping Forest. And, just cleared the customs. As a high-level job changer, Xiao Baxian has a very strong memory. Just finished the clearance time of the Weeping Forest dungeon. He had fully memorized it. And this copy? It is the clearance that is completed within 1 minute after the Weeping Forest clearance. Then, he looked at the copy of the Black Tomb in front of Mr. Li. That is a level 15 copy. Teacher Li. You said you were waiting for someone. Could it be that they are waiting for Lu Cang? Here's Xiao Baxian's question. Teacher Li nodded slowly. Could it be that Lu Cang is brushing the customs clearance record of the Black Tomb copy? However, faced with this problem, Teacher Li shook his head. No. He's finished brushing. We're waiting for him to come out. Xiao Baxian heard this answer. I was stunned for a moment. Finished? Depend on? Dusk Graveyard. This dungeon. It was the dungeon just completed 5 minutes ago. Could it be the Black Tomb dungeon, that Lu Cang only took 5 minutes to complete? Xiao Baxian thought so. Then he walked towards the record stone tablet of the copy of the Black Tomb. And this one sees the record steel. Xiao Baxian was petrified in an instant. The first place in customs clearance record, Lu Cang. Customs clearance time. 1 second? Seeing this record, Xiao Baxian was dumbfounded. 1 second clearance? How the FK is this done? Xiao Baxian looked at Teacher Li beside him. Teacher Li shrugged slightly. Make a helpless expression. Don't look at me, I don't know either. When I saw this record just now, I had the same expression as yours. And behind Xiao Baxian, Xiao Jiba, who followed Xiao Baxian, watching this one record after another, also fell into shock. However, seeing these records, Xiao Jiba's heart stirred up even bigger waves. Lu Cang. Why is it still you? 3 years. Since high school, he has been oppressed by that monster. For 3 full years. People don't remember his blood lineage of 3 generations, Xiao Jiba. I only remember the monster with full value of 4 attributes, Lu Cang. Today, the awakening day is finally over. Lu Cang just awakened a martial armament equipper. I originally thought that Lu Cang had awakened a garbage profession. He was finally able to escape the suppression of this terrifying genius. The result was unexpected. The opponent still suppressed himself tightly. New record? These 6 seconds, 3 seconds, and 1 second customs clearance records. Take your head to break it. I haven't even encountered a mob yet. Others have already wiped the entire dungeon. This is simply not comparable to ordinary people. But Lu Cang, didn't he awaken the profession of martial armament equipper? Why, he can still achieve such outrageous results. Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. At this time, in the manager's room, the manager looked at Lu Cang's data card, and his expression was full of disbelief. Really level 30. Manager Huang, this is why you came to see me. If it's okay, I'm leaving. Lu Cang frowned slightly. Your own time is very precious. He has reached level 30. Next, you can do a second turn. After the second turn, his combat power will once again usher in a surge. Divine adornments of myriad transformations. Just hearing the name makes me feel awesome. Most importantly, awakening is globally unified. Moreover, after the awakening day, many brand new copies will be born in the world. Some dungeons can only be entered when the level is above level 30. Even, there are some areas with restricted levels, and there will be world boss refreshes. When everyone has not reached level 30, only you can enter those areas. Doesn't it mean that you can monopolize the world boss? How much loot has to be swallowed alone? You know, a world boss, even a level 30 world boss, is worth at least 1 million gold coins. What's more, the world boss may burst out rare props that money can't buy. Even, an ultra-rare skill book. This fat-faced manager takes up his time. How can this make Lu Cang impatient? And seeing Lu Cang frown, the manager wiped the sweat from his brow. He took out a card from his chest and handed it out. Brother Lu Cang, young master Lu, Gibbon Lu. Don't be impatient. This is the gold card of our firm. With this gold card, you can enjoy a 3% discount on all purchases in our firm. This is the highest treatment he can give. He is just a lobby manager. Can't take out the black card. When Lu Cang saw Jin Ka, his impatience faded a little. Lu Cang took the gold card. Well, how long do I have to stay here? There is a gold card, which can save 140,000 gold coins by buying the materials of fortitude of heart. In other words, saying 2 sentences saved 140,000 yuan. And that's not counting the discount on future purchases. Still acceptable. It's like this. We, the brilliant Gemstone Chamber of Commerce, hope to invest in Mr. Lu Cang. Mr. Lu Cang is a young genius, young and promising. We, the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce, hope to establish a good cooperative relationship with Mr. Lu Cang. Lu Cang heard the other party say this. Nodded slightly. Well, tell me about your conditions. Interested to see Lu Cang. Manager Huang heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Some dungeons have level restrictions. This year's challenge dungeons should also be opened. We hope that Mr. Lu Cang can represent our Chamber of Commerce in this year's challenge copy. With your upgrade speed, you may be the first to challenge. At least stay in the first place on the leaderboard for at least 2 days. At that time, the challenge dungeon will become a hot spot in the entire eastern region, and our brilliant Gemstone Chamber of Commerce will also be able to profit from it. Our brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce is willing to offer 2 million gold coins to hire you to challenge. The only thing you need to do is to write the name of our brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce on the customs clearance team. Lu Cang heard the reward. Looked dull. But the throat moved slightly. Hold. 2 million gold coins. The Chamber of Commerce is rich and powerful. The two Boans didn't blink. However, Lu Cang did not immediately accept the other party's conditions. Instead, he knocked on the table and said, If it's my record, I've stayed at the top of the list for a long time. 2 million gold coins, isn't it a bit small? Facing this question from Lu Cang, the manager frowned slightly. In fact, it was not him who made the condition with Lu Cang, but the Chamber of Commerce leadership behind it. He is a small lobby manager, who is in charge of this matter. Heard Lu Cang ask this question. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce behind Manager Huang smiled. Haha, at a young age, I started to learn from others to negotiate conditions. This Lu Cang, do you think we don't know that he just awakened a D-rank martial armament equipper? Does he really think how long he can stay at the top of the list? Let him know that the conditions are won by strength. Without strength, even if you give him good conditions, he will not be able to grasp them. Give him a price. If he can stay in the first place for a day, give him 1 million gold coins. Although I don't know how he upgraded, the upper limit of a martial armament equipper is still too low after all. How could it be comparable to other monsters this year? Give him this price, and he won't be able to get the first place for a few days. As long as he falls from the first position, this contract will be void. This news was sent to Manager Wang's message box. Manager Huang immediately understood how to answer. Lu Gibbon, in this way, if you clear this year's challenge dungeon and your record stays at the top of the list for one day, we are willing to pay 1 million gold coins as a reward. We pay gold coins for as many days as the records are kept. However, if you fall from the first position and come up again, we will not pay you. The other party obviously set the price casually. Generally, this kind of advertisement is more effective in the first few days. The price behind is far from worth 1 million gold coins. They are also sure that Lu Cang can't keep the speed pass record. After all, the students in this class are really perverted. There are already 5 SS level job changers alone. There are more than a dozen top S level job changers. It can be said to be a collection of monsters. A D-rank martial armament equipper that can be upgraded relatively quickly, can it be of any use in this pile of monsters? An SS level job changer, coupled with the strong family resources behind it, can't he cure a D-level martial armament equipper? Fast upgrades do not necessarily mean strong combat effectiveness. Therefore, for the Brilliant Gems Chamber of Commerce, this is like betting with a disabled person that he can't beat the World Championship record. Even if the asking price is 1 billion yuan, it is impossible for the disabled to break the record. And the gap between D-level occupations and SS-level occupations is even more exaggerated than this. But Lu Cang heard this answer. But he was stunned. And this good thing? You sure? 1 million for keeping records for one day? Lu Cang now has the ability to record dungeons by himself. Still have a little bit of self-confidence. That's 1 million a day. Isn't it the same as Baijian's? Hear the condition. Lu Cang covered his mouth slightly, recalling the sad things in this life. I couldn't help myself from laughing. He replied seriously with a heavy and slow tone. Since you said so, then sign the contract. Listen to Lu Cang's answer. Manager Huang also heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Gibbon, the contract has been printed for you. You see. Lu Cang looked at the contract paper in front of him and handed it over. Immediately, he browsed through the contents of the contract. Indeed, as said, there is no pitfall. The Brilliant Gemstone Chamber of Commerce would not have cheated him on this kind of thing. Subsequently, Lu Cang signed his name. The contract takes effect. Lu Gibbon, 2 million gold coins will be credited to your account soon. And heard the other party say so. Lu Cang stopped Manager Huang. Etc. 2 million gold coins, help me convert them into materials. Later, Lu Cang asked for a piece of paper. I wrote down the materials needed to synthesize Fortitude of Heart on paper. Manager Huang, can you collect these things for me? Now that you have enough money, why don't you just buy all the materials you want in this Chamber of Commerce? Directly synthesize the Fortitude of the Heart. Chapter 15. For the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. 100 life crystals, they can still get it. As for other materials, not even rare goods. The stomach that devours the stone statue. And the heart of Titan. The Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce gave it to himself directly. The collection of these materials did not take more than half an hour. After buying all the materials, Lu Cang only spent a total of 1.85 million. For a fraction, Manager Huang wiped it off for himself. After leaving the brilliant gem chamber of commerce, Lu Cang found an empty corner. Synthesize the fortitude of the heart. At this time, Lu Cang looked at the heavy armor on his body. Very satisfied. Fortitude of heart, artifact, +4, max. Quality, gold, growable. Equipment level, 30. Maximum HP plus 150,000. Life recovery plus 2000/SEC. Healing reduces resistance, 30%. Effect: every time you deal damage to a type of monster, you will permanently gain 100 maximum life points, limited once. To boss type monsters, get 2000 maximum life points, and to world boss type monsters, get 50,000 maximum life points. Effect 2, Exuberant Life, Ultimate, your maximum life value will be increased by an additional 30%. Effect 3, Empty, entries can be absorbed. Effect 4, Seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 5, Seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 6, Seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 7. The second effect of Fortitude of Heart is also very satisfying to Lu Cang. For this heavy armor, Lu Cang chose a heavy armor with the entry of Exuberant Life, which is used to synthesize the Fortitude of the Heart. And after synthesis, the effect of the equipment is directly and completely transferred to the Fortitude of the Heart. The original Exuberant Life can only increase the upper limit of the maximum life value by 5%. But after turning it into a fetal artifact, it directly becomes a maximum HP increase of 30%. The effect was directly multiplied by 6 times. This directly made Lu Cang's blood volume exceed 200,000 in an instant. At level 30, there are 200,000 HP. Even if it's an ordinary nightmare boss, it's nothing more than that. Generally speaking, the blood volume of the dungeon boss is often hundreds of times that of the job changer who challenged the dungeon. Now Lu Cang's blood volume is comparable to that of the boss. This is how terrifying. More importantly, the terrifying thing about the Fortitude of Heart lies in the infinite accumulation of blood. Now Lu Cang didn't start stacking at all. If the blood volume is stacked up, it can only be described as invincible. Sudden. Lu Cang remembered something. Turn off Do Not Disturb mode. You have turned off the Do Not Disturb mode. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. A stream of news. It popped up in front of Lu Cang in an instant. Head teacher Ms. Li, Lu Cang? Where have you been? Why haven't you come out of the dungeon yet? Lu Cang, please explain to me, how did you clear this dungeon? Vice Chair of the Student Union Ling Shuer, Lu Big Brother, you are so amazing. I just said I didn't miss it. Can you show me the copy? Classmate Zhang Wei, God Lu. Awesome. How did you pass the level? Why is your martial armament equipper so badass? Take me. Companion Zhang Tao, God Lu. I kneel down for you. A series of messages bombarded Lu Cang's message list. Lu Cang looked at the messages. Lost in thought. Lu Cang is not an idiot, so he naturally knows what effects will be brought about by clearing the dungeon in this way. Now it seemed to be a little more enthusiastic than he thought. But Lu Cang also does not intend to remain anonymous. Lu Cang, where are you now? Why didn't you come out after finishing the dungeon? Lu Cang looked at the message that Teacher Li sent to him. After a little thought, still replied. Teacher, I'm in the job transfer temple. If there is anything else, let's talk about it after I complete the job transfer. By the way, the record-setting bonus, please keep it for me. Shengjing No. 2 Middle School has established rules. As long as the record of a dungeon is refreshed, there will be a bonus of 100,000 gold coins. Don't want this bonus for nothing. 300,000 is also money. And for the current Lu Cang, it is still big money. After speaking, Lu Cang closed the chat window. Dealing with other classmates and teachers is not an important thing. The most important thing now is to change jobs first. Take a quick step into the newly created mist area this year. Take the world boss at level 30 first, and keep it as your own as much as possible. The world boss will not be refreshed for the second time, every kill will lose one. Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. Lu Cang just left not long ago. Huang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. After that, continue to drink tea and browse today's community news. Drink tea every day, and brush up the dynamics. This kind of life is very comfortable. At this point, hot search. A small half of the news is about Lu Cang. Most of them are rumors about Lu Cang awakening martial armament equipper. Once a genius, today's trash? D-level profession martial armament equipper, genius, that's it? The joke in Shengjing City, the genius who has been praised for 3 years is actually the martial armament equipper. It is proposed to cancel the evaluation system and restore the lineage system. Bloodline is the only kingly way to awaken higher professions. Talent theory is unbelievable. Peerless genius? Peerless waste. Manager Huang watched the news. The mood is good. They haven't released the news about Lu Cang's first promotion to level 30. Now this news, only their brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce knows. And a waste, when the time comes, the first one to enter the challenge instance and win the first place. I don't know how many people's attention can be caught. After all, the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce is still a businessman, and they understand public opinion. Such a gimmick does not know how to catch people's attention. They signed Lu Cang for a sum of 2 million, and they didn't lose money. However, keep brushing. Suddenly, there was a piece of news that gradually became the city's trending search in Shengjing City. Genius? Waste? The record of Shengjing No. 2 High School was broken. The record breaker, genius Lu Cang. 6 seconds Weep Forest. 3 seconds Dusk Cemetery. Clear the Black Tomb in 1 second. God-level genius Lu Cang was born. God-like copy killer. Is this a waste martial armament equipper? Genius has not fallen, genius is just rising in another way. These news were only released in the last 10 minutes. But these news are being searched at an extremely fast speed. Manager Huang clicked on the news to view it. But this look. Boom. The cup in his hand fell directly to the ground. Watch this one brand new news after another. He felt his eyes darken. 6 seconds. Clear the Weeping Forest. 3 seconds to clear the Twilight Graveyard. In 1 second, clear the level 30 most difficult dungeon in Shengjing City, the Black Tomb. This news can't be true, can it? But damn it, what he clicked on now was the media of Shengjing Observation Network. Will the official media make a lie about this kind of thing? Depend on. While seeing this news, he remembered the contract he just signed with Lu Cang. To keep the record for 1 day, you have to give Lu Cang 1 million gold coins? No. 1 second dungeon record, use your head to break it. If Lu Cang brushes this year's challenge dungeon at that time, he will do the same. Then the FG Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce will give Lu Cang 1 million gold coins every day for the rest of Lu Cang's life? The average lifespan of a combat professional changer is about 200 years old. Doesn't this mean that if Lu Cang dies, they will have to give Lu Cang nearly 60 billion gold coins? Lu Cang, Lu Cang. When the time comes to refresh the dungeon, don't be so aggressive like now. After leaving the trading house, Lu Cang came to the Job Transfer Temple. Job Transfer Temple. In the Job Changing Temple, a large number of job-changing people are awakening in the temple. Lu Cang looked left and right. Then, find an awakening crystal with no one there. Walked over. Put your hands directly on top. Your level has reached level 30. You have met the conditions for the second transfer. In an instant, a series of new news appeared in Lu Cang's mind. Your job transfer direction, bearer of divine adornments of myriad transformations, unique. Please select the level of job transfer task you want to perform. The higher the difficulty level of the job transfer task, the higher the job transfer development level. You can choose the difficulty level, S, SS, SSS. S level job transfer task reward, awakening bearer of divine adornments. SS level transfer task completion reward, awakening bearer of divine adornments, get a random rank 90 divine adornments, platinum. Reward for completing the SSS level job transfer task, awakening bearer of divine adornments, get a random rank 80 divine adornments, platinum, and get an exclusive temple. Damn, isn't this a scam? The difficulty of changing jobs for others is mostly from D to A level. There are still a small number of people who can choose S level. As for myself, I started at the S level, and the highest level went directly to the SSS level. There is no room for choosing a low difficulty at all. But this reward, it looks a bit perverted. The job transfer task is difficult, and there are only 2 opportunities to choose. Lu Cang thought briefly for a moment. Subsequently, I choose SSS class. This reward directly rewards the artifact that ranks 80th. Is there a reason to refuse? Besides, Lu Cang also intends to see how difficult it can be. If you really can't finish it, it's not too late to come back and choose a low difficulty. You have accepted the SSS level job transfer task. A ray of light fell from the sky. It directly enveloped Lu Cang's body completely. FK? What happened? Light? What light, so bright, it blinded my dog's eyes. FK, this vision, has someone accepted the SSS level job transfer task? SSS level job transfer task. Generally it's not a job of any level. What level of job transfer task does it correspond to? S-level occupations can only accept S-level tasks at the highest. The SSS level job transfer task, could it be, the SSS level job changer has appeared? What the hell? How is this possible? If there are SSS level job changers, how could we not know about it? Once there is an SSS level job changer, our entire Eastern tribe will definitely know about it. Wait. Today is May 28th. Today is Awakening Day. Could it be the job changer who awakened today? Damn it, you're talking nonsense. This is the career transfer hall, and you can only change jobs at level 30. Who doesn't know that professional awakening is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you told me that in just over an hour, someone has already reached level 30 and came directly to awaken. Even if it's an SSS level profession, it's impossible to level up so quickly. However, the light gradually dissipated. They see. But it was a young man. Tall and handsome. At the same time, there is an aura of repelling people thousands of miles away. As if a natural superior. What the hell? That person, I have seen it in the community news. Isn't that Lu Cang? The most monstrous genius in the history of Shengjing City. Chapter 16. Professional Transfer Task 1, Single Hunting, World Class Boss, Quantity, 10. Task 2, Possess 2 or more artifacts. Lu Cang looked at these 2 tasks. Single player hunting the world boss. The difficulty of the first task alone is too high to comprehend. The world boss is often a big boss fighting at the level of an army of 10,000 people. Being able to take the last blow often depends on luck. Even if you deliberately make up for the last knife. It may not be able to make up for it. Blood volume is difficult to control. It's easy to fill in the gaps. Not to mention, solo hunting. The world boss itself is a resource that the major forces are crazily grabbing. Joining a crusade is already extremely difficult. Not to mention, solo hunting. Not to mention whether a person can beat the world boss. Just grabbing the world boss before others is a difficult task. And has 2 artifacts. Lu Cang believes that this task is apart from himself. I'm afraid that other people can't do it at all. Hu TM is at level 30. Can have 2 artifacts? The difficulty of this transfer task. For ordinary people, it is indeed too high. No wonder it is an SSS level task difficulty. It is said that in this world, there are SSS level occupations that have appeared before. Even if you can accept the SSS level job transfer task. But in fact, half of them still failed to complete the SSS level task difficulty. Just completed the SS level second transfer task. Therefore, it has not reached its peak strength. Now see the task. Lu Cang also realized the abnormality of the task difficulty. These tasks. For ordinary people, it is simply torture. Call. It's time to hurry up. Shenjing No. 2 High School Copy Area. Watch the replica records being flushed. Xiao Jiba took a long time to calm down. Dad, then shall we still set the record? However, Xiao Bassian looked at these records. His face was gloomy. Swipe, brush a fart. I haven't heard others say, has Lu Cang changed jobs? Just an hour after waking up, the job change was completed. Monster, he really is a monster. Don't be dumbfounded. Your father, I have already contacted the Warrior Association for you, and the team that will lead you to leveling will soon arrive at the nearby leveling area. Hurry up and upgrade. Get the level up first. Saying this, Xiao Bassian led his son and left the copy area of Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. The other side. The students of Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Look at the copy in front of you. For a while, it felt a little dull. It seems that no matter how to brush these copies, it's also meaningless. Knowing the power of genius, looking at myself, it seems like a useless waste. Is the gap between us and Chief Lu really that big? Chief Lu, even if the martial armament equipper is awakened, it is still an existence that we cannot climb high. Shenjing City Airport. In the Career Change Temple, after accepting the job change task, Lu Cang felt it. The eyes of the surrounding people are getting hotter and hotter. Lu Cang's own appearance is astonishing. It is also easy to be noticed at a glance when placed in the crowd. Not to mention, he is still a celebrity in Shenjing City. A genius, a trash, a reawakened genius. Various titles hang over him. It's hard for him not to be famous. Plus, the news that Lu Cang cleared the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second has also begun to spread. This has also allowed Lu Cang's reputation to continue to rise over time. This also forced Lu Cang to go to a nearby grocery store. Bought a mask to cover my face. This is not easy to be noticed by other people. But at this time, in the community, there has been new news about him. Lu Cang appeared in the Awakening Temple. The Awakening Vision is comparable to accepting the SSS level job transfer task. Lu Cang or mutated occupation, martial armament equipper is just an appearance. In the community, there are more and more reports about Lu Cang. But Lu Cang did not appear in front of people. Instead, it appeared in the airport of Shenjing City. Buy a boat ticket to Saint Lien. It needs to leave recently. After leaving the Career Transfer Temple, Lu Cang also logged into the community. Check out where this year's level 30 exploration area is opened. Every year, several new continents will be born in the world. These areas often have certain level entry restrictions. They are areas from level 30 to level 60. The area from level 60 to level 100. There are also areas from level 100 to level 200. Corresponding to the exploration after the second, third, and fourth turns respectively. Combat profession, upgrade from level 30 to level 60. Often a year is plenty. Therefore, basically only freshly awakened graduates compete for the newly opened level 30 area over the years. And a year later, the level restrictions in these areas will also be broken, and these new maps will also become part of the world. Therefore, the territory of the entire world is actually constantly expanding. This time, the new map is actually opened near the city of Saint Lien. Fortunately, it's not far away. It's only 5 hours away. After Lu Cang read the map, I am also glad in my heart. Saint Lien City is a joint city-state of the elves and the eastern people. In the city-state, there are elves and human races living together. Of course, there are also many hybrids of humans and elves. Beings called half-elves. Mixed blood is not uncommon in this world, and even mixed blood may make the offspring stronger. Long Xiao Xiao is a very typical example. If the newly opened area is too far away, then I will have a big head. In some places, it takes 10 days and 10 nights to arrive even by airship through the airport. And if it takes that long, the advantage of quickly upgrading himself has long since disappeared. The airship ticket to Saint Lien City is 1,688 gold coins for regular express, and 18888 gold coins for express. The whale will take off at 19:30 and arrive in Saint Lien City in about 4 hours. The express conch will take off at 1900 hours and set sail, and it will take about 2 hours to arrive in Saint Lien City. Sir, what type of flight would you like to take? Lu Cang looked at the time. It's 6:15 p.m. Express, thank you. Lu Cang swiped his card. Drip, you have paid 18,888 gold coins. See this tip. Lu Cang's heart was bleeding. Sir, your ticket. There is also a compass, you follow the compass, and the compass will guide you to the airship you want to take. Lu Cang collected the bill. Then, following the guidance of the compass, walked towards the interior of the airport. Shengjing City is still the capital of the human race after all. It's afternoon, it's awakening day again. Creatures who came to the airport to take the airship are also in an endless stream. Not just humans. Occasionally, some races with pointed ears can be seen. Elf. It's been so long since I was reincarnated in another world. It can be regarded as seeing an elf. Lu Cang walks in the airport. Not just sprites. There are also muscular dwarves with iron hats. Even, lizardmen and humanoid beasts can be seen. In the sky, there are thousands of airships taking off and landing near the airport. Even in the sky, occasionally a few giant dragons fly by. Dragon. It's a real dragon. Watching Lu Cang was full of emotions. To be honest, he has been studying almost all the time for these 18 years. Life is at home and school, 2 points and 1 line. Outside of school are rarely left. Even if reborn in a different world. Basically, they also see the wonderful world from books. See most. That is, the combat skill exchange meeting with Saint Kyoiki. Fight in the arena with Saint Kyoiki. Communicate with Xiao Jiba, Dai Lan, and Long Xiao Xiao, the signature students of Saint Kyoiki. But at the end of the day, these people are no different from humans. Although I am living in Shengjing City, the capital of the Donggren clan. But these 18 years, the living space of Lu Cang is almost centered around home and school. The range of no more than 5 kilometers is moving. The world that can be seen is too little. Plus, before awakening at the age of 18, they will be strictly controlled. Unawakened students are extremely vulnerable. There is no level and no skills, any level 1 wild monster may put the students to death. Therefore, Lu Cang has no intention of leaving. Even the community network is only available after awakening. Before that, there was only one simple communication function. And now, come to the airport. Only then did Lu Cang feel like he had stepped out. This is a different world. Followers compass for guidance. Lu Cang boarded conch. On the conch, there are some well-equipped job changers. A swordsman with a large sword on his back and a blue turban. A magician wearing a green magic hat and holding a colorful staff in his hand. There is also a cat girl who wears boxing gloves and has cat ears and cat tail. There was even a fair-skinned mixed-race girl holding an umbrella. Passengers, please pay attention. The express airship you are on, the conch will take off in 15 minutes. Passengers, please don't stick your head and hands out of the protective film, and don't release skills, flying, summoning on the airship. If you have special needs, you can contact the crew on the airship. Have a nice trip, everyone. Chapter 17. I heard that a new map has been opened near Saint Lien City. Haha, I can make new money again. We will stand in front of the new map and buy the materials they brought out at a low price. We will definitely attract many newcomers. You are a level 70 assassin, thinking about cheating other rookies? Are you ashamed? Oh, you don't understand this. It is a fortune to make a fortune, and let these newcomers know the dangers of the world. It's too early to suffer a loss now, and we won't suffer a big loss in the future. Rather, we are good people. Besides, I didn't expect that it would be so difficult to level up after the 3rd rank. If you don't spend more money, you really won't be able to level up. After level 60, there will be another awakening of the profession. This is also a watershed. As a fighting profession, it is not difficult to reach the 3rd rank. But after 3 turns, the difference between different job changers becomes enormous. At the same time, after the 3rd turn at level 60, it becomes extremely difficult to upgrade. If, after completing the job change, within 1 year, you can easily upgrade to level 60. In the decades after that, it may not be possible to upgrade to level 100. And even if you reach level 100, you need to perform 4 turn tasks to upgrade after level 100. It is surprisingly difficult. For combat occupations at level B and below, they may be stuck at level 100 for the rest of their lives. But in other words, as long as you are a fighter job changer, if you work hard, it is not difficult to reach level 100 in your lifetime. But it also means level 100 and above. This is the world of the truly strong. Lu Cang was on the airship, watching the excited chatter of job changers of various professions. The Day of Awakening is not just a day for high school seniors to be excited about. The Day of Awakening also means that a brand new map will be opened. It also means that a brand new copy is generated. The reason why Awakening Day is May 28th is not because people want to set it on May 28th. It's because May 28th is the day when the world changes every year. Sell information. Saint Lien City Leveling Guide. No one wants to buy it. Hear this cry. Some job changers also cast their gazes there. On this airship. Not only high-level job changers, but also some job changers who awakened on the same day as Lu Cang. There is no other reason for them to go to Saint Lien City. I just plan to go to the city of Saint Lien to practice leveling. This time, the new level 30 map appeared near the city of Saint Lien. In a few days, the airship ticket to Saint Lien City must be hard to find. Therefore, the parents of these students should hurry up and take their children to Saint Lien City now. When it's too late, it's too late. Unless the family has a private flying mount, it may take 2 weeks to rush from land to Saint Lien City. The speed of the conch is ridiculously fast. A light curtain shrouded the airship, blocking the strong wind. Standing by the side of the boat, Lu Cang could see the surrounding clouds receding rapidly. Even from a distance, several winged birds and flying dragons walking side by side were left behind. The express airship of the Eastern people has surpassed the speed of ordinary flying mounts. 2 hours passed quickly. Soon, the conch approached an extremely bright city. The whole city seems to exude emerald green light. St. Leon City. A united city-state of elves and humans. At the same time, Lu Cang could also see that above the sky, thousands of lights were approaching the city of St. Leon. Not only that, but in the sky, there are also a large number of monsters flying towards the city of St. Leon. These magical beasts are the flying mounts of the rich. Every time a new map is opened, the cities near this map will become extremely lively. Not to mention, St. Leon City was originally one of the most prosperous cities of the Eastern human race. Compared with Shengjing City, it can even be said to be on par. Conch is landing. Conch will berth at port 1067. This journey has ended. Wish all passengers have a pleasant journey. Lu Cang got off the conch. Compared with the airport of Shengjing City, the airport of St. Leon City is more prosperous. Even, an explosion of elves and half-elves can be seen in this city. Tisk tisk, heaven. However, Lu Cang just sighed. Soon, the mind will converge. Now is not the time to marvel at another world. What I want to grasp now is my level advantage. The first human race to reach level 30. It is also the only Terran that is eligible to enter the new level 30 map. In the new map, there are a large number of original treasures. Maybe even walking, you can find a treasure chest on the side of the road. This kind of land can be called rich. This moment, the rest of the Terrans are still upgrading. Lu Cang is also the only one who can monopolize this new map treasure. It's not too late. Lu Cang clicked on the map. Soon, the entire map of St. Leon City was displayed in front of Lu Cang. Lu Cang left the airport according to the map. Then, came to a luxury mount shop. Boss, rent a fast mount. Rent for 3 days. A fast mount. The boss looked at Lu Cang. Subsequently, in front of Lu Cang, a window popped up. Higher menu. Death War Horse, level 60, 2000 gold coins/day, average speed 500 km per hour. Note, the whole body is full of bones. If it is not equipped with a special saddle, it may hurt your butt. Speedy Earth Dragon, level 80, 3000 gold coins/day, average speed 560 km per hour. Remarks, Black Loki Earth Dragon, the king of cost performance. Unicorn, level 85, 5000 gold coins/day, average speed 580 km per hour. Remarks, very handsome, a must for picking up girls. Phantom Warhorse, level 90, 17,000 gold coins/day, average speed 700 km per hour. Remarks, stepping on black flames, can walk in the air for a short time, extremely handsome. Wind Demon Dragon, level 180, 30 million gold coins/day, average speed 12,000 km per hour. Remarks, Wind Demon Dragon, a 4-turn dragon beast, has extremely strong combat effectiveness. Remarks, the mount will sign a temporary mount contract, which is only used as a substitute for transportation. If it is allowed to participate in the battle, the contract will be invalidated, and the mount will attack indiscriminately if it loses control. Lu Cang looked at the menu. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. Know that mounts are expensive. But it's really expensive for good TM. 30 million gold coins a day? Why not grab it? However, the 180 level 4-turn Wind Dragon is indeed worth the price. Mounts with a level above 60 cannot enter the new map. After Lu Cang thought for a while, still set his sights on the Necromancer Warhorse that costs 2000 gold coins a day. If you buy it in its entirety, you will need 1 million gold coins. Forget it. This thing is just like the luxury car in the previous life. Rent a few $1,000s a day. It takes millions to buy it. Lu Cang thought for a while. A level 60 mount will not last long by myself. Maybe in a few days, I will exceed level 60. Moreover, if I can make 1000-mile speed boots, an artifact of shoes that ranks 97. In the out-of-combat state, the movement speed is increased by 100 times, and it is multiplied with other speed-boosting effects. Has boots. The speed may even be faster than the phantom steed. What kind of mount do you need? Boss, undead warhorse. The boss is also a boring gourd. After hearing Lu Cang's needs, he only nodded slightly. Then, from the dimensional space door next to him, he pulled out a necromancer warhorse. A deposit of 200,000 gold coins. Bring the horse back in 3 days, and the deposit will be returned the same way. For each overdue day, the rent will be calculated at the original price. Overdue for more than 7 days, it is considered lost. Brother, don't have an accident. If you don't have money to pay, you have to go to the arbitration court. It's not good to go to jail at a young age. Lu Cang heard the boss say this. This boss always gave him a feeling that he needed to be beaten. Has anyone ever talked to a guest like this? However, Lu Cang didn't bother to deal with it, and just paid a deposit of 200,000 yuan, plus a rent of 6,000 gold coins. By the way, I spent 50 gold coins to buy a high-quality undead saddle. Just left the mount shop. Back on Broad Street. After that, he rode on the undead bone horse that was covered in faint light and green smoke. Rushed towards the outside of the city of Saint Lien. On this journey, Lu Cang also saw that from time to time someone around him was driving a cooler and more powerful mount to overtake him from behind. Even, a job changer who rides the earth dragon beast. While running across the street, there was also dust and dust left behind. Choking, Lu Cang coughed. Damn, do you have morality? Riding the earth dragon beast on the road, can the exhaust gas be taken care of? Lu Cang looked at the job changer who rode away on the earth dragon beast. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. When I have money, I must build a better and faster mount. Even if the artifact shoes are made. San Lien City, North, continuous mountain range. On the way here, Lu Cang saw many job changers fighting monsters in the wild and leveling up. Upgrading in the wild is extremely inefficient. However, for job changers who can't beat the dungeon, this is the only way to upgrade. It takes a minute or two to kill a red-eyed rabbit and gain 2-3 experience points. It took an hour to gain about 60 experience points. This is the way for the bottom-level ordinary job changers to upgrade. Lu Cang has never compared himself with ordinary people. The starting point of Lu Cang's comparison is already the arrogance of the holy Cloak. It is a job changer who has major forces and families behind him, and has awakened a very powerful profession. But in fact, under it, there are all living beings. This kind of students who are preparing for the college entrance examination is actually the norm. Near the discontinuous mountains, there are also fresh graduates who fight mobs nearby to upgrade. Then, it's the continuous mountain range. A new map this time. According to this progress, after 3 weeks, I should be able to upgrade to level 30 and enter the new map. I don't know if we can grab some good things at that time. And when he looked at this new map shrouded in a faint light curtain, suddenly, Chuan saw a handsome young man riding towards Lianduan Mountain on a bone horse that was emitting black air all over his body. The leveler saw that the bone horse was going unabated, and was about to hit the light curtain head first. His eyes were rounded. What the hell? Brother, there are restrictions. You can't get in. But the next moment, swish! The figure of Lu Cang disappeared in front of him. Lu Cang's whole body, including man and horse, directly passed through the restriction and entered the interior of the continuous mountain range. See this scene. The job changer who was leveling near the Lianduan Mountains was stunned. What happened? Someone entered the broken mountain range? No, this TM, isn't the continuous mountain range only accessible to current level 30 job changers? This person. It can't be the current level 30 job changer, right? Chapter 18. Passing through that layer of light curtain, Lu Cang directly entered a brand new map. You have entered continuous mountain range. This area is the origin map, only restricted to those who have obtained the power of the initial transfer. This is a mountain range. The ground is mostly grass. On the grass, in some places, there are some piles of rocks. However, these are not the point. The point is, such an empty environment. Lu Cang looked around and could see dozens of tightly closed treasure chests scattered on the grass. Heaven, this is real heaven. I have heard about the new map a long time ago. As long as you come early, you can pick any treasure chest. Now Lu Cang has seen it. Moreover, the coolest thing is that this time the map is a large mountain range. The field of vision is extremely empty. The usual map, in the forest, or in Stonehenge. Or, in the rainforest. If you want to find a treasure chest, you really need to find it. But it's an empty environment. The treasure chest can be seen at a glance. And just when Lu Cang lamented the abundance of resources. Beside Lu Cang, a monster appeared. White leopard, normal. Level, 30. Health volume, 6000. Skills, grabbing, pounce, bite. Description, ordinary monster of the continuous mountain range. Lu Cang looked at the white leopard that was spawned. Seeing Lu Cang, the white leopard immediately showed an attacking posture. But Lu Cang was smiling. Pulled out a big black sword from behind. Janayu +4, gold, max, artifact. Dual wield copy. Projection. Swish. In Lu Cang's left hand, a big sword also appeared. Boom. One hit down. -5,399,998. -5,399,996. -5,399,995. -5,399,998. -5,399,997. -5,399,998. A series of injuries emerged. With Lu Cang as the center, a group of monsters died instantly. You have killed White Leopard. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed the Velvet. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed the Flying Wire Mouse. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed Black Wolf. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed the White Leopard King, boss. This is the first time you have killed such a boss, and you have obtained the maximum health, 2000. A series of kill prompts popped up. Although now, because of the existence of job transfer tasks, you must complete the second turn, otherwise you will not be able to get experience points. However, have the fortitude of heart. Every time Lu Cang touches a monster, he can get an increase in the upper limit of his maximum health. In this time flat A, Lu Cang gained 2600 points of maximum health. Killed a boss, and 6 other types of monsters. This is too cool, isn't it? I just leveled A, and stacked 2600 blood. While Lu Cang felt secretly refreshed. Did not stop the action. But the trend is Bone Horse. Move over to a nearby silver chest. As for iron and wooden treasure chests, Lu Cang ignored them directly. Now it can be said that an entire treasure house is placed in front of him. You can't just pick up trash, can you? In the process of sprinting towards the silver treasure chest, Lu Cang did not forget to wave his Janayu +4, gold, max, artifact. Call. Boom. Another blow fell. With Lu Cang as the center, a circle of air burst out. Bang. Cracks appear in the ground. Another large explosion of damage figures. -5,399,998. -5,399,996. -5,399,995. -5,399,998. -5,399,997. -5,399,998. You have killed Venom Caterpillar. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have gained maximum health, 100. You have killed the fire-breathing lizard. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed the gopher. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed the stinging scorpion. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. In this area, the nearby monsters are not very dense. There are not many types of monsters. One hit only stacked 400 blood. However, it doesn't matter to Lu Cang, he just killed a boss, so he stacked more. On this open map, there are many wild small bosses. Moreover, they couldn't hold back their own blows. A level 30 ordinary monster only has 6000 HP. You know, in the Weeping Forest on the difficulty of nightmares. A level 5 goblin has 3000 blood. It is enough to see how big the gap between the strength of the nightmare dungeon and the ordinary monsters in the wild is. But to die in the real wild is to be really dead. If the monsters that refresh infinitely in the wild are as strong as the nightmare dungeon, being attacked by monsters in the wild, I don't know how many people will die. Boom. Another blow. Another 200 blood piled up. In an area, only those types of monsters are often spawned. Lu Cang didn't run very far now. Therefore, after this blow, the blood volume of the stack will naturally decrease. Fortitude of heart. Not every time you kill a monster, you can stack 100 HP. Instead, it is calculated based on the type of monster. For example, the white leopard can stack 100 blood when it is killed for the first time. But killing the second time, there will be no blood volume superimposition. Soon, Lu Cang came to the silver treasure chest. Open the silver treasure chest. You have obtained Wind Shield, Silver, Abnormal Status Elimination Potion, Elementary, X5, Gold Coin X4000. This treasure chest contains 4000 gold coins. However, Lu Cang soon calmed down. The things in this treasure chest. For ordinary job changers, it may be quite a lot. But for him, 4000 gold coins, plus a silver equipment. Add medicine. The combined value is only 7000 gold coins. Between electric light and flint, Lu Cang came to a conclusion after thinking about it. It's a waste of time to open a treasure chest of this quality. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked into the distance again. This time, Lu Cang saw a huge golden treasure chest. And around this treasure chest, there is a giant bear with all muscles guarding it. King of Angry Bear, Field Boss. Level, 4-5. Life point, 1,500,000. Skills, Slap, Burst of Anger, Shocking Impact. Description: a manic king of furious bears, with great strength and impressive speed. Don't ignore his speed just because of his size. By its side, there are dozens of mobs. Gold-level treasure chests are often guarded by monsters. Want to grab the golden treasure chest? Even if it has the advantage of being the first to enter, it is not a simple matter. However, Lu Cang saw the angry bear king guarding the golden treasure chest. But the eyes are shining. Wild bosses, plus treasure chests. Isn't this giving him blood and giving him treasures? Shenjing City Outdoor. Long Xiao drank a tube of powerful energy potion. Drowsiness and tiredness are immediately and completely eliminated. Sheng Suisun. Call. A gust of cold wind blows. Bang bang bang. Countless ice crystals fell from the sky. In an instant, dozens of level 40 silk blood wolves were all killed. Second miss, the second wave. Holy light break. Boom. Beams of light fell from the sky. Dozens of wild monsters were killed in one blow by Long Xiao. Of course, these wild monsters are all blood. Second miss. The third wave is here. Withering ice crystal. Boom. A magic circle appeared on the ground. In the next instant, all the monsters in the magic circle had icicles exploding. -1202. -1293. -1042. -1105. -1286. Second miss, the fourth wave. Dissolution of light. Call. Ripples of light swept across. -1202. -1293. -1042. -1105. -1286. Another large group of monsters fell down. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 16. Second miss, you did a good job. Take a break, it's been 2 hours of continuous leveling. The next wave of monsters will come in 5 minutes. More than 3 hours passed. Long Xiaoxiao's level has been raised to level 16. Long Xiao continued to upgrade for more than 3 hours. Leveling up is an extremely high-intensity action. Ever since Long Xiao stood in the leveling area and started leveling, she hasn't stopped. After one wave of monsters has been defeated, the next wave will immediately follow. Once the CD of the skill is good, the skill must be released immediately. For 2 hours, there was no chance to rest for a few seconds. Of course, it is also because of such high-intensity monster spawning. In order to achieve the effect of rapid upgrade by brushing wild monsters with little experience. This way of upgrading is also the experience summed up by the major forces and major families for thousands of years. There is very little room for improvement. After hearing the instructor say to rest, Long Xiao sat down on the rock behind her. More than 3 hours of continuous release of skills. Really exhausted. Long Xiao casually clicked on the community. And this just opened the community a little bit. Long Xiao froze. Lu Cang cleared that copy of the Black Tomb in 1 second. So many forces are recruiting Lu Cang. What happened? Long Xiao looked at the news in the community. It feels a little unbelievable. The Warrior Association recruits Lu Cang with a lot of money. Martial armament equipper should be a warrior class. Mage Association issued a statement. Martial armament equipper can equip a staff and should be classified as a legal profession. Welcome Lu Cang to join the Mages Association. Storm Church statement. Anyway, I'm FG recruiting Lu Cang. There is no reason. Looking at the news from these communities, Long Xiao was confused. Lu Cang has suddenly become a talent that is being scrambled by major associations. What's going on? However, see these messages. Apart from being surprised, Long Xiao was also very happy. Doesn't this sign mean that Lu Cang is not a waste? Still that genius. Elder sister. Did you watch the community news? Lu Cang cleared the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second. That's amazing. Someone has already checked the dungeon recording stele. This news must be true. Now there seems to be rumors speculating that Lu Cang has reached level 30. Good news to see Lu Cang. Long Xiao seemed to be happier than she had reached level 30. And Long Kyungsu couldn't help sighing when she saw her sister's stupid look. Xiao Xiao, this may not be good news. Being able to clear the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second, probably used a taboo method. Xiao Xiao, have you ever heard that there are some mutated professions, after awakening, they have a killer move that can only be used once in a lifetime? Chapter 19. This ultimate move, once used, can no longer be used a second time. However, once it is used, it will have extremely terrifying power, which far surpasses all other occupations of the same level. Lu Cang is in the copy area of number 2 middle school. Someone recorded the video. I've seen the whole process. He acted in such a hurry, presumably, just to hurry. Perhaps, he was in a certain time-limited state at the time, that is, he was in this state, so he could finish the copy in 1 second. However, Xiao Xiao, think about it carefully, what level of ability can a newcomer transfer to clear the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second? Besides the taboo ability that can only be used for a lifetime, I can't think of anything else. I heard Long Kyungsu describe it like this. Long Xiaoxiu's heart suddenly rose. Sister, do you mean to say Lu Cang used this forbidden ultimate move so early? So, for the rest of his life, he is still doomed to be mediocre and ineffective. Hearing what Long Xiao Xiao said. On the contrary, Long Kyungsu shook her head. No, maybe worse. These killing moves can sometimes only be used once in a lifetime, and at the same time have extremely strong side effects. Some side effects can cause blindness, and some side effects may cause people to lose a limb. Even, some side effects may make people's life worse than death for the rest of their lives. Long Kyungsu's expression was extremely serious. This is not something she made up, these are all recorded facts. Hearing Long Kyungsu say these words, Long Xiaoxiu's body trembled slightly. I hope he's okay. Even if it's guessed like this, our Holy See still wants to recruit him. Actually, what I can think of, other forces can think of too. But those forces do not lack this position. What they want to do is probably just to borrow the fame of Lu Cang now. Besides, there is also an element of gambling in it. Even if Lu Cang has become a useless person, they will not lose money. There is no shortage of this pair of chopsticks in the organization. But if Lu Cang is really relying on his own strength to pass the level, then they will make a lot of money. Continuous mountain range. Boom. Lu Cang waved his hand Jinayu. In front of Lu Cang, the angry bear king fell straight down. It was already the corpse of a huge bear king. Now Lu Cang does 3.6 million damage in one hit. An ordinary boss couldn't withstand Lu Cang's blow at all. Soon, Lu Cang came to the boss's stronghold on a ghost horse. Among the bases, a large number of angry bear corpses lay in disorder. These are all angry bear mobs. Fortitude of Heart has been triggered, maximum HP plus 2100. Cool. This time, Lu Cang only killed the angry bear and the angry bear king. A boss, 2000 blood. The mobs only killed one type, and it cost 100 blood. Lu Cang came to the side of the boss. Get off the horse and touch the corpse. Is different from within the copy. This continuous mountain range can be regarded as an independent small world. Instance, is a team up to enter. Multiple teams entering the same copy will not meet each other in the copy. The copies entered by each team are independent of each other. But the new map of continuing mountain range is actually an area that anyone who meets the conditions can enter. In addition to being able to resurrect, everything else is actually no different from the outside world. And in the wild, after killing the boss, you can touch the boss directly. Use this to get loot, if it is in the copy. But they can only wait for the final boss to settle the rewards uniformly. In this world, if one dies inside the dungeon, it will be directly resurrected outside the dungeon. And the copy can no longer be re-entered. And when the dungeon is completed and the settlement is made, Teammates who died during the challenge dungeon will also be summoned back to distribute dungeon rewards. The small boss in the dungeon cannot touch the corpse alone to get rewards. This also reflects a certain degree of fairness. Otherwise, there will be a large copy of tens of thousands of people. Some team members died early, and the bosses behind did not have their share of resources allocated. Even, in some dungeons, some players must be sacrificed in order to pass the attention to trigger certain organs, but at the same time, it will also kill you. If contributions are counted, without these people, it would be impossible to pass the dungeon. Or, there are some job changers who played an extremely important role in the early stage of the dungeon. Even, the contribution far exceeds that of some players who survived to the end. It would be unfair if the rewards were distributed without them. If each boss touches the corpse individually, the living team members will be rewarded. No one would be willing to sacrifice, and everyone would want to hang on. Therefore, all rewards in the dungeon are settled at the end. But it's different in the wild, where there is no settlement mechanism in the wild. When you die, you can immediately touch the corpse to get the loot. Lu Cang's hand touched the Angry Bear King's body. You have obtained, Angry Bear Fur X50, Gold Coins X1000, Skeleton Summoning Necklace, Silver, X1, Energy Grass X5. Skeleton Summoning Necklace. Summon a small skeleton with the same level as the equipment, normal rank. Is there any use for ADK? Lu Cang didn't think that an ordinary skeleton with the same level as himself would be of any use. Thinking of a farting skeleton following behind him. With a single sword strike, the earth cracked. This skeleton can't do anything. Fetal artifact, the effect has been upgraded to summon a hero-level skeleton, and the cooldown time is 30 seconds. It's still useless. For ordinary people, the effect of this equipment can be said to be a divine skill. Summons a hero-level skeleton for 30 seconds. Heroic monsters are above elite monsters. Definitely enough for a jug. But for Lu Cang, this effect is really tasteless. Hero rank? I can directly kill boss-level wild monsters in seconds. This is a leader-level creature. Forget it, let's take a look at the treasure chest. At least it can be sold for money. Lu Cang was a little disappointed with what the boss revealed, only 4 or 5 pieces of silver equipment. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the golden treasure chest beside him. Golden treasure chest. It looks exactly the same as the top-quality treasure chest in the dungeon. Open the treasure chest. Lu Cang went to the treasure chest and opened it. Congratulations on your acquisition, absorption ring, gold, gold coin X5000, wind spirit grass X10. Gold equipment. Also, the grass of wind spirit. This can actually explode. Wind spirit grass is the main material for synthesizing 1000-mile sprint boots. 1000 sprint boots. The required materials are 10 parts of wind spirit grass, 10 parts of thunder grass, 10 parts of eternal motion stone, and any quality human boot parts. Every material is extremely difficult to obtain. Did not expect. I can get 10 copies here. Grass of wind spirit. Effect, after use, permanently increase the agility value by 20 points, and gain the ability to fly for a short time, duration, 1 hour. Acquisition skills. Auxiliary materials required for Sky Tornado. Necessary materials for making the Sword of the Wind King. Can make popular potion, make people gain flying ability for a longer period of time, duration, 6 hours. A series of effects appeared in front of Lu Cang. Wind spirit grass is indeed useful in many places. At the same time, because of its rarity, it is ridiculously expensive. 500,000 gold coins, 1. It is impossible for Lu Cang to afford it now. It's really a treasure. This is the first to go into the Broken Mountains. It's cool. If you pick it up, it's all 5 million gold coins. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at another trophy. Gold quality equipment absorbing ring. Effect: to absorb items that belong to you within a radius of 50 meters. Transformation: fetal artifact. Lu Cang intends to take a look at what will happen to the effect of this equipment after fetal artifactization. Converting the absorption ring into fetal artifact for you. Absorb protection ring, fetal artifact, +4, max. Category: ring jewelry. Equipment level: 30, follows user level. Quality: gold, growable. Effect: absorption, ultimate, directly absorb all your trophies within a radius of 1000 meters into the backpack, and at the same time, increase the capacity of the backpack by 1000. Description: fetal artifact, has a strong ability to absorb and store. Lu Cang watched the effect. I was overjoyed. If you go down with your own sword, at least you have to kill 100 or 80 monsters. But it is also troublesome to touch the corpses one by one. But those trophies are left alone. Lu Cang also felt that it was a bit wasteful. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. In particular, when Lu Cang played games in his previous life, he belonged to the kind of person who rummaged through boxes and boxes. In order to pick up a free bottle of red potion, I would rather run half of the map to search. At the same time, when playing games, every monster in the game must be searched out. Put all the dropped things in the backpack. Even if you are overweight, you have to drag the weight penalty and go back to the city to sell it to an NPC. Even if you can't sell it for a few dollars. Now, for the sake of efficiency, let Lu Cang not pick up the corpses all over the ground. Although it is not as uncomfortable as killing him. But no matter how you say it, Lu Cang's heart is also itchy. Now with this ring, the problem is finally solved. Gold quality equipment happens to have two entries. Absorb. With a thought, Lu Cang directly used absorb ring to absorb the ring on his body. Flowing with a ray of light. The effect of the ring on Lu Cang's hand was directly transferred to absorption ring. At the same time, the ring originally equipped on Lu Cang's hand also disappeared. Absorb protection ring, fetal artifact, +4, max. Category: ring. Equipment level: level 30, follows the user level. Quality: gold, growable. Effect: absorption, ultimate, directly absorb all your trophies within a radius of 500 meters into your backpack, and at the same time, increase the capacity of your backpack by 1000. Effect 2, protective barrier, ultimate, gain a 9000 health shield every 5 seconds. Description: fetal artifact, has a strong ability to absorb and store, and can provide a huge shield. The effects of the two rings have already merged. Even, the original protective barrier effect has also been improved. When silver quality, the shield of the protective barrier only has 6000 health. But now it is enough to get a shield of 9000 blood. It can even be said that some crispy assassins may not have as much blood as his shield at level 30. Lu Cang was very satisfied with the effect of the ring. Afterwards, Lu Cang stood up. That is, at this moment, streamers of light rose directly from the monster's corpse. Swish 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 swish. Fly directly towards Lu Cang's ring. As if sucked directly into the interior of the ring. You have obtained, Buckskin X1, Copper Coin X2. You have obtained, Leopard Skin X1, Copper Coin X1. You have obtained, Scorpion Venom X1, Copper Coin X2. A series of prompts popped up in front of Lu Cang. Soon, Lu Cang's backpack was filled with a lot of garbage. Gold coins, but not many. That's 5 more. This made Lu Cang a little dumbfounded. Set not to automatically pick up garbage materials, limited quality, grey, white. This world, after all, is not a game from the previous life. In this world, with too much trash piled in his backpack, Lu Cang would actually be very distressed. However, gold coins that can be stacked infinitely can only be said that the more the better. No one thinks too much money. The more money that is automatically picked up, the better. And just as Lu Cang was about to move towards the next treasure chest, boom! There was a tremor on the ground. Lu Cang looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, in the distance, among the forests on the mountainside, there is a huge turtle-like creature that is slowly moving. This glance, Lu Cang saw what it was. That is World Boss. Chapter 20. However, the world boss is far away from him. The mountains are extremely vast. In any case, the Lianduan Mountains are a map that can accommodate the entire Eastern race and all current awakeners. The number of Dongren people awakened every year is about 1 billion. A billion people can be on the same map. And not crowded. One can imagine how vast the map is. This is also the reason why Lu Cang rented the mount first. Not just to reach the continuous mountains faster. At the same time, it is also for more convenient movement in the continuous mountain range. Otherwise, it would take several hours just to chase a boss. I'm afraid that I haven't encountered many bosses. It's already the second day. Other job changers who have reached level 30 have also entered the continuous mountain range one after another. Lu Cang based on what he learned in class. Through the distance measurement method, I visually measured the distance between myself and the boss. Because it is a bottom-up observation, there is no other visual obstruction. Therefore, you can clearly see things in the distance. It's like humans can see the stars in the sky directly from the ground. Theoretically speaking, as long as there is no occlusion of the field of view, the distance can be said to be infinite. After a short calculation, Lu Cang estimated the distance between himself and the world boss. About 150 kilometers. Even at my current speed, it should take half an hour to arrive. However, if the undead warhorse speeds up, it should be faster. Average speed, not necessarily limit speed. If the undead warhorse erupts at full strength, it will not be a problem to erupt twice as fast in a very short time. Of course, the side effect is that after running at extreme speed, you will fall into extreme fatigue. The mount becomes unable to move at all. After making up my mind, Lu Cang urged the undead warhorse to run towards the world boss. Community. There are new hotspots in the Terran community every day. The world is too big. There are too many things that happen every day. In Shengjing City, Lu Cang may be extremely famous. But if you look at the whole world, it doesn't seem that special. Because there are too many other important things. However, at this time, in the community of the human race, there are new hotspots released. Dianduan Mountain Range, first perspective, someone has entered the Lianduan Mountain Range. Appendix, video. A post. It was directly pushed to the top of the Dongren community. FK. Someone entered the continuous mountain range. Riding a necromancer horse? Which big family's son is this? This necromancer horse is worth 1 million gold coins, right? Go, it's just that you don't have the eyesight to see. You are really a son. What you can ride is a necromancer horse. Then you can't ride a young dragon. 1 million gold coins bluffed you. No, isn't the point about the undead warhorse? Shouldn't the point be, this old man entered the Broken Mountain Range? Damn! He's level 30. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be a genius in the city of Shengjing. Cleared the most difficult level 15 dungeon in Shengjing City in 1 second. Directly max out the record. Also, there are rumors that he is already level 30. Could it be that he was the one who entered the continuous mountain range? I've also heard that the level up rewards from the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce have already been taken away. Now there is only a reward for the second place. This level 30, I'm afraid there are really people. Damn, is it really that Lu Cang? Damn, then this time the challenge dungeon, I'm afraid the first kill will be robbed. Don't worry, he's the only one in now. Even if he gets the first kill, he can only get the first kill on easy difficulty at most. Simple difficulty dungeons, as long as you have a little strength, it's not difficult to do solo. Any A-level occupation can simply clear the dungeon of easy difficulty. FK, I'm really jealous. The Lianduan mountain range, with so many treasures, is really cheap for him. In any case, the first to enter the continuous mountain range. The available resources are extremely rich. Holy Capital City West. Burning Desert Level 30 Leveling Area. Lu Cang, have you really entered the Broken Mountain Range? His movements are really fast. But if you give me back, I'll do the same. It's not just the major forces who pay attention to Lu Cang. The geniuses who are in the same class as Lu Cang are also paying close attention to Lu Cang. For them, Lu Cang is like a shadow, always hanging over them. Throughout his high school career, he was directly and completely suppressed by Lu Cang. When Sheng Jingcheng mentioned genius, the first thing that comes to mind is always that Lu Cang. As for other people's names, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. So, after completing the job change, still closely following Lu Cang. At this point, watch the community news. Chu He frowned. He is the grandson of the demigod, and has great power and status in the mage association. At the same time, because of the blood of the Dharma god, the SS level forbidden mage profession was awakened. Became a noble mage. Teacher, can I upgrade faster? I can suffer. Master. No matter how fast you level up, your body won't be able to bear it. Lu Cang, you have entered the continuous mountain range. I don't want to fall behind him anymore. I heard Chu He say this. The butler sighed. Master, for Lu Cang to upgrade, 9 times out of 10 he used the taboo secret technique, and he must have paid a heavy price. Who can clear the Black Tomb dungeon in a second without using taboo power? 9 out of 10 he is already a useless person. Master, if you get angry with the useless man again, if you hurt your body, how can I explain to the master? You also know that the master dotes on your grandson the most. If you make a mistake, I will die. Chu He heard the housekeeper say this. Teeth clenched slightly. I feel that this matter is not that simple. The Lu Cang I know won't become useless so easily. Chu He recalled the time in high school academic exchanges. Fear of being dominated by Lu Cang. At the exchange meeting between Sheng Kuiki Middle School and Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. In the midst of magic deconstruction, element affinity, magic interpretation, a series of magic-related contests. He lost a complete defeat. An Lu Cang, but always has that pair of calm and breezy appearance. For everything you have won. It seems that they don't care. It seems to be saying that his goal is not here, but farther afield. Such an existence, how could it be so hasty and easy to make himself a useless person? According to the current leveling progress. How long will it take me to reach level 30? Master, based on your current leveling progress, the most ideal result is estimated. You can reach level 30 after 10 hours. This is the most suitable leveling method for you that we specially researched. It stands to reason, you should be the first person to reach level 30 this year. But enough, needless to say, continue to upgrade. Continuous mountain range. Boom boom boom. With a loud bang. In the forest, crows are flying. The ground is full of corpses of various monsters. The effect of Fortitude of Heart has been triggered. Maximum HP permanent plus 100. Maximum HP permanent plus 100. Maximum HP permanent plus 100. You have killed the boss creature, the Salamander King. The Fortitude of Heart has been triggered. The life value is permanently plus 2000. You have killed the boss creature, the Ice Water Scorpion. The Fortitude of Heart has been triggered. The life value is permanently plus 2000. You have killed the boss creature, the violent zombie king. The fortitude of heart has been triggered. The life value is permanently plus 2000. A series of kill prompts popped up one after another. Lu Cang's life value increased rapidly at an astonishing rate. Boom! One shot down. A large area of damage erupted. On the ground, piles of monster corpses appeared again. Within half an hour, Lu Cang has been riding the undead horse, waving Jinayu in his hand. While riding a mount, you can still attack. Even if Lu Cang didn't learn any skills related to mounted combat. Health points, 402,290/402,290. The life value has exceeded 400,000. Lu Cang looked at his blood volume. Before, my blood volume was only in the early 200,000s. It was only half an hour. The blood volume doubled directly. Give yourself 10 hours. Brushing to 2 million blood is no problem. At that time, it will really be more fleshy than the boss. You must know that under the same level, the health bar of the boss is often dozens of times that of an ordinary job changer. And, it's finally here. Lu Cang looked at the forest in front of him. The huge world boss is already in sight. Mysterious Heavy Giant Turtle, World Boss. Chapter 21. Mysterious Heavy Giant Turtle, World Boss. Rank, World. Level, 30. Life point, 150,000/150,000,000,000. Mana, 10,000,000/10,000,000,000. Skills, Earth Shock, Trample, Earth Pulse, Shock Pulse. Description: a world-class monster with an independent special rank, extremely strong destructive power and extremely high life. Description 2: the world-class giant tortoise has an astonishing and abnormal defense, and has extremely strong resistance to the earth. It is extremely difficult for earth attribute attacks to be effective against it. Description 3: if you kill it, an extremely amazing treasure may explode. 150 million blood volume. Lu Cang swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he looked at the blood bar. This blood strip was thicker than all the blood strips he had ever seen. 15 green blood bars are arranged vertically. Each one represents 10 million blood volume. Although Lu Cang has heard of world bosses, he has also learned about world bosses. But this is the first time that the world boss has appeared in front of him like this. This mysterious giant tortoise is covered by black stones, and there is a faint red flow between the stones. The obsidian-like stone seems to tell the job changer how strong it is. The tail of this giant tortoise is different from that of ordinary tortoises. The tail of the Xianzhong giant tortoise is thick and long, and there is an extremely irregularly shaped stone on the tail. It's like a meteor hammer. However, except for the color and the tail, there is no difference from ordinary bastards in other places. While examining the boss, Lu Cang's complexion also became serious. Although it is said that his damage is extremely high now, the fighting power is very strong. But this boss, after all, needs an army of at least 10,000 people to kill the boss. It's different from ordinary shrimp. More importantly, the team that kills the world boss is often not a level 30 team. It's a higher level team. The people in the team, with a high probability, came to attack this boss after completing the second rank and reaching the 40 or 50 levels. Especially the first kill team. In the first killing group, there are often elites from major families and associations. They are the best among their peers. Only by gathering these perverts in the same team can they complete the first kill of the world boss in the new map. One can imagine how powerful the world boss is. And now, Lu Cang's second turn task requires Lu Cang to single out. However, fortunately, there is no one else around. Lu Cang looked serious. However, there was not too much delay. The only space left for him to improve now is to stack blood. Even if it drags on for a while, nothing better will happen. Instead of thinking too much, it's better to open the boss directly. With his 400,000 blood volume, it is impossible to be instantly killed. At least, it is impossible to be instantly killed by the world boss in front of you. Because, this is a defensive boss. For defensive bosses, the damage will definitely be lower. In Lu Cang's hand, Janaya holds both. Boom. The next moment, a sword slashed out. Boom. -1,202,534. The sword fell. It only dealt more than 1 million damage. Tisk. It's really hard. And got this blow. The boss finally noticed Lu Cang. The giant tortoise turned around. Saw Lu Cang. But, when it saw the tiny Lu Cang, the rough eyelids drooped down. It's like watching a mosquito. Boom. And almost at the same time, the giant turtle's tail suddenly smashed towards Lu Cang's direction. Walk. Lu Cang quickly controls the horse. Call. The necromancer warhorse also seemed to feel the crisis. Speeding up in an instant, like the wind, it rushed tens of meters away in an instant. And at the next moment when the undead warhorse rushed out. Boom. Behind Lu Cang, there was a roar. At the same time, Lu Cang felt a shock wave coming towards him. -9,210. In an instant, Lu Cang lost more than 9,000 shields. The blood did not drop. However, Lu Cang did not underestimate this boss because of the low blood loss. Oh shit! This is just splash damage to Fang Pinga, the boss hasn't used any skills yet. But while Lu Cang was escaping. Boom! -1,042,310. -1,092,148. Two injuries also floated out from the body of the Xianzhong giant tortoise. The Xianzhong giant tortoise launched an attack. But it is impossible for Lu Cang to call him stupidly. Lu Cang seized every opportunity to attack and launched an attack. And, at the same time, two more prompts popped up. You have killed, colorful butterflies. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have obtained the maximum life value, 100. You have killed a giant gnat. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have gained maximum health, 100. Within a radius of 150 meters from Lu Cang. I don't know any unlucky monsters, but they were killed by the aftermath of the battle in seconds. Chapter 22. Lu Cang didn't approach the boss. Instead, he drank bottle after bottle of medicine. Special healing potion, small. Therapeutic potion, medium. Healing potion, small. Plus 1000. Plus 500. Plus 50. Lu Cang used medicine to speed up the recovery of his blood volume. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If you can restore a little more blood volume, you can restore a little more blood volume. The previous continuous attacks. It has already reduced Lu Cang's blood volume to 250,000. After all, with continuous range attacks, even the shield has no time to recover. The boss is also in the process, slowly changing his posture. On its body, the thick tortoise shell continued to fall off. Boom boom boom. The turtle shell fell to the ground. Layers of mud were splashed. Lu Cang watched this scene calmly. Keep a certain distance. Untouched by the aftermath of these falls. Sitting aside quietly taking drugs. Restore stamina and restore form. Watch the boss's carapace fall off. Lu Cang's complexion did not become relaxed. This means that the opponent abandons defense. But the attack power has been greatly improved. If this state is hit by the opponent, it may be very dangerous. The state where the turtle shell fell off lasted for 30 seconds. Lu Cang's HP also recovered to 80,000 in this short period of time. Back to the blood volume of 330,000. At the same time, the shield was also full, reaching 20,000 points. Adding Jinayu's 10% life shield, that's a full shield of 60,000. Boom! With the last piece of carapace falling. Roar! A gust of wind spreads. The dust dispersed. BD is no longer BD. It was a dark, lizard-like existence. And around the lizard, there were pieces of dark red turtle shell fragments floating. Mysterious heavy giant turtle, stage 2. Also at this moment, its health bar changed from a grey lock state to green again. It means that it is now possible to continue to cause damage to it. Lu Cang saw the moment his blood bar turned green. Immediately wave the giant sword in your hand. Lu Cang kept a distance of 150 meters. Make sure your attacks can always hit the boss. Boom! -3,012,503. -3,029,942. -3,095,205. In a flash. With 10 million HP, the boss disappeared in an instant. The damage has increased. This second stage removes the defense, it can actually increase my damage so much. And in the face of Lu Cang's attack, the boss roared to the sky. The next moment, around the boss, countless fragments of tortoise shells shot out in the direction of Lu Cang. Lu Cang saw this. Immediately sprint around the boss. Accelerate output at the same time. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled. Behind Lu Cang, fragments of the tortoise shell followed Lu Cang all the way. And Lu Cang is running at an extremely fast speed. Earth splash. Lu Cang seemed to be followed and shot by a Gatling. Extremely hasty. However, despite the haste, the attack in Lu Cang's hands never stopped. -3,012,503. -3,029,942. -3,095,205. -3,012,503. -3,029,942. -3,095,205. The blood volume of the boss dropped rapidly at an astonishing speed. The boss itself only has 60 million HP left. But now, Lu Cang's output per second has directly tripled. For a brief moment, its blood volume is only 15% left. Lu Cang didn't intend to give the boss any chance to breathe. Decided to take advantage of this opportunity and kill the boss directly. In order to prevent the opponent from using any super high damage skills, he will directly give himself a second. 10%. 7%. 4%. 1%. Boom. Void Swamp. The Swamp of Nothingness is one of the new maps of the Eastern Terran. It is a level 60-100 map. Compared with the level 30 map, there is a restriction that only current job transferees can enter. The Void Swamp does not have any entry restrictions. Anyone who is a job changer who meets this level range can enter. This moment, a team of level 100 raiders is surrounding a super huge sludge in the Void Swamp. And, make a violent attack. Void Devouring Mud, World Boss. Rank, World. Level, 70. Life point, 50,000,000,000/50,000,000,000,000. Mana, 50,000,000,000/50,000,000,000,000. Skills, Void Devouring, Sludge Healing, Luandan, Poison Touch, Poison Body, Stinky Cloud. Description: a world-class monster with an independent special rank, extremely strong destructive power and extremely high life. Description 2: the world-class Void Mud has extremely strong physical resistance, is almost completely immune to physical attacks, and has extremely strong poison-type attack capabilities. Its Crusade requires extremely strong resistance to poison. Description 3, if you kill it, an extremely amazing treasure may explode. Level 70 World Boss. A level 60 area, compared to a level 30 area. The biggest advantage is that you can immediately attack the world boss. Basically, the first kill of the world boss every year is born in the level 60 area. As for areas above level 100, those bosses are too perverted. And the number of strong players above level 100 is very small. It is not very easy to gather an entire crusade team. In addition, the crusade against the world boss does not only need to be level 100. It often takes a level 150, 170, or even level 200 powerhouse to cause effective damage to the boss. An extremely strong team must be formed to succeed in the crusade. But this kind of existence, in the entire human race, is a strong man with a name. It is really too difficult to form them into a team. In contrast, the level 60 area. A level 100 job changer is the pinnacle of combat career effort. You don't need any talent, just work hard to achieve it. So there are not too few job changers at level 100. Among the 100 levels, there are many people with strong strength. There are even some A-level and even S-level job changers who have been stuck for a long time in the 100 level 4 change task. They also have the qualifications to enter the new level 60 map and can crusade against the world boss. Haha. This void mud is just restrained by our team. FK, these 100 purifiers are really the right team. With them detoxifying, this boss is not a threat at all. If this continues, we will be able to kill this boss in another half a day. I didn't expect that our Kingfisher Adventure group could also get the first kill of the world boss. This moment, the head of the Kingfisher Adventure group is very excited. This is very likely to be the first world boss kill in their lives. Every year the world boss is refreshed, and they will all go to snatch the first kill. It often takes a day for the first kill to be born. After all, in the whole world, the first kill record of a world boss is not less than 1 day. But this time, they encountered the boss as soon as they entered the map. Moreover, it happened that this boss was restrained by them. As a result, the time for them to kill the boss can be greatly advanced. At this time, the captain brandished his double blades. His expression was extremely excited. His eyes are red. The double blade exudes an ice blue cold light. This is the light of high-level ice enchantment. Let the weapon have pure ice damage. Dance of Death. Swish 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 swish. Minus 61,481. Minus 62,329. Minus 65,249. Minus 66,043. Minus 65,786. Crazy output to the boss. The Kingfisher Adventure group led by him has been robbed of the world boss first kill 4 times in a row. Every time, someone else advanced their time by half a minute. Even once, it was just a fraction of a second. The other team took the lead and got the first kill of the world boss before them. And at this moment, the first kill of this year's boss is right in front of him. It only takes half a day to get the first kill. The shortest record in previous years was 1 day, 02 hours and 22 minutes. Now, they only need 15 hours. This record must not be robbed by others. Even, they can break the record. Moreover, he might be able to get the world's first boss kill. Who else? Who else can take the lead with us this time? Everyone, output with all your strength. Nurse Purifier, keep the rhythm. Don't stop. Don't be stingy with drugs. If you have drugs, just take them. Enchanting, just hit them. If you have scrolls, throw them away. I will pay for all the consumption of today's battle. Hear the leader roar out this sentence. In the Kingfisher Adventure group, each job changer seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He took out the potion that he had treasured for a long time, and swallowed it in one gulp. The ancestral high-level spell scroll burns instantly. Take out your own high-level enchanting stone, and directly apply high-level enchanting. They all showed their ability to press the bottom of the box. Go all out with the boss. The first kill of the world boss is an honor. It also means that there are extremely generous rewards. Boss first kill is divided into world first kill, race first kill, and regional first kill. The world's first kill, not only the human race, but also other races. Elves, dragons, orcs. Generally, this human race is absolutely invincible. Every year, the world's first kill is taken by the dragon race. What the Kingfisher Adventure Group wanted was the first kill of the human race. Different from the first kill in the area, the first kill of the human race every year will have extremely high extra rewards. Enough to make a whole team soar. Thinking of this, how could they not be excited? This is the opportunity to complete the counterattack of life and reach the pinnacle of life. And just when they were excited, suddenly, a prompt popped up in their lower right corner. Human race, East, World Announcement. First kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, level 30, World Boss, achieved. World Boss Killer Lu Cang. Boss killing time, 00:01:52:02 milliseconds. Terran, Lu Cang achieved world first kill. See this prompt pop up. The entire Kingfisher Adventure Group was stunned for a moment. Head of Kingfisher Adventure Group. Boom. And at this moment of being stunned, that huge silt world boss was thrown out with a long pollution whip. With a slap, the bewildered leader was sent flying on the spot. Holy Capital City, North, Starry Night Wilderness. At this time, Xiao Bassian was sitting on a stone. Looking at Xiao Jiba, who was sweating profusely and killing monsters like crazy. There was a look of relief on his face. Son, come on and upgrade. I've found a good relationship for you. At that time, you should be the first team to enter the continuous mountain range, that Lu Cang doesn't count. Our warrior association has also cultivated a group of elites, and the upgrade speed will not be too slow. At that time, after you enter the continuous mountain range, quickly upgrade your level. We have already discussed with the Holy Church, the Association of Mages, the Association of Assassins, and the Association of Shooters. Cultivate a team of elites each. As long as you reach level 40, go to fight the world boss. Let's at least take the first kill in the world boss area of the continuous mountain range. Get the world boss. If you can reveal your exclusive skill book, you will have a chance to surpass Lu Cang. Hear what Dad said. Xiao Jiba's leveling has even more momentum. He, the shadow of the past 3 years, is all Lu Cang. 3 years, 3 full years. He always wants to surpass Lu Cang and become the leader of the younger generation. Be a being whose name is remembered. Instead, the genius of the Warrior Association, who was beaten by Lu Cang at the combat skills exchange meeting. Hearing his father's arrangement, he seemed to see the dawn beyond Lu Cang. Therefore, Xiao Jiba worked even harder on leveling. As long as this can surpass Lu Cang, he is willing to do it. As an unlimited soldier. Although it is an SS level occupation. However, he is still the hardest profession for leveling. Warriors have very few group attack skills. Moreover, in the early stage, they are basically melee skills. This also led to the speed at which he spawned monsters, not as fast as the geniuses of other families. Other mages throw away a skill, and it takes all seconds. And he still needs to rush to the front of the monsters and chop them in groups. Even if you can cut 4 or 5 monsters at a time, it will take 7 or 8 times to kill a wave of monsters. Efficiency is invisible, and it is much slower than others. But in front of him, with Lu Cang under pressure, he didn't dare to slack off at all. However, this is also because Xiao Bassian didn't tell Xiao Jiba. Lu Cang is the conjecture of variation taboo profession. This is also for Xiao Bassian to give his son some motivation. Let him upgrade quickly. Don't pull away from other geniuses and fall down the ranks. And just be Xiao Bassian and arrange the next actions for Xiao Jiba. When painting a big cake, depicting a happy future. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of them. Human race, East, world announcement. First kill, Xianzhong giant turtle, level, 30, world, boss, achieved. World boss killer Lu Cang. Boss killing time, 00:01:52:02 milliseconds. Continuous mountain range. Only a muffled sound was heard. The boss fell directly to the ground. Bang 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 bang. And behind Lu Cang, the tortoise shell's explosive shooting also stopped. Call. Finally finished. It's true, it's a bit difficult, and the car almost overturned. Sure enough, 400,000 HP is still not enough. After Lu Cang killed the boss, he sat on a stone beside him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This battle can only be described as a near miss. Originally thought that with his 400,000 HP, he could always withstand the boss's attack. Now it seems. Still thinking too naively. After all, he is the main hatred of the world boss. To face the single attack of the boss. At the same time, it is necessary to take into account the output position, and there is no nurse to give him blood. Others take the lead and fight in the front. As soon as the blood line drops, a whole team of nurses will directly fill up the blood. But for myself, there is no treatment at all to help me increase blood, increase shield, increase and decrease damage, and increase buff. There is still a big gap between a solo brush and a team crusade. If his blood volume is less and his position is a little bit worse, it is very likely that he will die. At that time, you will have to waste a few hours, and you will not be able to enter the continuous mountain range. That loss is huge. However, the rewards for the risks are worth it. After killing the world boss, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Cang. Fortitude of heart has been triggered. You have killed world boss, mysterious heavy giant turtle. This is the first time you have killed this type of monster, and you have gained maximum health, 20,000. This world boss provided him with a maximum life value of 20,000. But that's not the point. Lu Cang looked at the boss's corpse. The boss's corpse had turned into a pile of treasures. Treasures are piled up like a hill. After killing the boss, can get extremely generous rewards. This reward is a reward that can be distributed to teams of 10,000 people. Moreover, it can also ensure that everyone can get enough and generous remuneration. But now, he can swallow all the rewards by himself. And more importantly, this is the world first kill, the boss will explode with more loot. Chapter 23. Lu Cang's heat didn't fade away. Among the human race, countless forces are studying Lu Cang. This Terran rookie. However, the vast majority of forces are concerned about Lu Cang's strong performance. Instead, he sighed. Because Lu Cang is too strong, so strong that it feels unreal. It makes people feel that it can only be a forbidden technique that is short-lived. And countless people are also guessing how Lu Cang cleared the dungeon. What kind of ability was used? And the most heated discussion is whether Lu Cang is a mutation taboo occupation. And just when they discussed the most heated time, suddenly, the world announced. Pop up in front of all Donggren's job changers. Young people down to the age of 18 who have just awakened. Up to 199 years old, a hopeless old man with 4 turns. Everyone saw this kill notice about Lu Cang. See this pop-up world announcement. The news of the entire human race and major social channels exploded immediately. The first world boss kill every year is big news. It will be announced to all Eastern people. And at this very moment, what popped up in front of them was not the first kill of the world boss in the level 60 area. It's the first boss kill in a level 30 area. This, in itself, has gone against common sense. More importantly, This FG is the first kill that was born less than a day after the new map appeared. Moreover, it is the world's first kill of the human race. This is outrageous. FG, open the door for outrageous. Outrageous is home. World channel. FK? What happened? Why did you kill the boss first? And, is it the world's first kill? Damn! Which team is so awesome? There are already 30 level teams entering the continuous mountain range to take the first kill. My child has just reached level 6. I remember, in the past 100 years, the world's first kills were all obtained by the Dragon Clan, right? They only need 10 hours a year to kill the world boss. We can only get the first race kill at most. We haven't won a world first kill for nearly 100 years. FK, this is really embarrassing for our human patriarch, it's too proud. Wait. I don't think this is surprising. Don't you guys notice this kill list? What the hell are you surprised about? You tell me, what else is there to be surprised about? What happened to the kill list? I remember the kill lists from previous years, they were all very long, and there were also team names. But this time, there's only one name on the kill list. And, it's that Lu Cang. I'm damn. I haven't noticed this kill list if you don't tell me. The kill list often needs to be clicked to view. Therefore, many people only saw the reminder of the world first kill at first glance. After all, it's too bright. And the kill list is a long list every year. The names of everyone involved in the boss kill will be recorded. It's like a thank you list after a movie, almost no one will read it. Most people don't even bother to watch it. Unless, there may be your own relatives and friends in it. But this time, the kill list seemed so different. On top of the entire kill list, there is only one person's name. Lu Cang. The only name. This, doesn't it mean? Thinking of this, the entire human race couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. FK, this is the world boss. In the world boss team crusade with the smallest recorded number is also 5,062 people. At least 5,000 people are needed to kill a world boss. And now, there is only one name on the list. The only explanation for this is that this person is fighting the world boss solo. Hold. Lu Cang, what kind of pervert is Lu Cang? Lu Cang, I've never heard of this name before, why did it pop up all of a sudden? Not everyone has heard of Lu Cang's name. Like a working social animal. Or college students who have graduated early. Basically don't know any high school geniuses. Because, it's none of his business. The people who really know Lu Cang are, after all, a small group of educators, or people recruited by major forces. But now, the announcement from the world boss finally made Lu Cang popular. Dragon Clan, lonely desolate stone ridge. One after another, young giant dragons are besieging a huge stone titan. This is the world boss that belongs to their territory. In this world, every race's territory will have a new map opened. At the same time, these new maps also have racial restrictions on entry. The existence of the non-human race cannot enter the map of the human race. And the human race, naturally, cannot enter the map of the dragon race. At this time, the dragons who are besieging this stone titan see the world first kill prompt that pops up. They too were silent. Human race, what's going on? Why did they get the first kill of the world boss now? It stands to reason that the human race shouldn't be so fast. A giant dragon with a golden body and strong scales exudes its thoughts. Around it, hundreds of giant dragons also fell silent. They also don't understand what's going on. It seems that this year we can only get the first race kill. Boom! The stone titan raises his boulder fist. Punch down at the golden dragon. The golden dragon raised its wings. The wings flashed a bright golden light. In an instant, it became extremely strong. When minus 2139. This blow actually only caused more than 2000 points of damage to this golden dragon. Golden Long Tianfu, super hardened dragon scale. Xia, which adventure group of the human race is the first to kill this time? And in the face of the leader's question, the dragon named West Asia responded. Boss, the first kill of the human race this time is not easy. They are not an adventure group. Oh? Could it be the Holy See, or in other words, the major associations? No, the leader, neither. This time the world boss's first kill is a human solo. Dawn Forest. Iris Saint Jiatlika Kumirani Li Lulaway. In the name of the Elven Queen, I officially grant you the inheritance of the Elf Saintess. The Elf Queen held the emerald scepter in her hand. Like a knight awarding an honor, lightly tap on the top of Alice's head. With a beam of soft light, centered on Alice, it slowly spread. Then, the rays of light stopped. You have obtained the inheritance of the Elf Saintess. See this scene. The elves around Alice finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, Elise. You successfully accepted the inheritance of the elves and became the saint of our elves. The SSS level Xingyu shooter is probably the strongest profession that has been awakened in this century, right? I can foresee that in the near future, you will lead the elves to a bright future. Alice slowly opened her eyes. Yes, your Lady Queen, Iris will shoulder the mission of leading the elves. Eliza, go upgrade first. Accepting the inheritance consumes too much of your time. However, presumably you should be the best existence among the young generation of the League. Not even a mighty dragon can compare to you. Iris, I look forward to you leading the elves out of an elves era that belongs exclusively to the elves. The Elven Queen approved. She had high hopes for Elise. A SSS level occupation is eligible to inherit the fire of the race. Lead the race to a higher glory. After all, even if she is an elf queen, she is only an SS level profession. And the SSS level occupation, the difference is not a little bit. While praising this, the elf queen also opened the door to the house of inheritance. Ready to send Alice away. And just when her door opened, a prompt pops up in front of all elves present. First kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, level 30, World, Boss, achieved. The first race to kill, the human race. Killer list Lu Cang. In the House of Inheritance, all external information is blocked. This is also to ensure that the inheritance will not be disturbed. Able to proceed smoothly. At this time, the door to the House of Inheritance opened. The news could naturally reach the Elf Queen's mind. See this tip. The Elf Queen was slightly taken aback. She read all the information of the entire prompt in an instant. What's the situation? Level 30 World Boss, was the first kill? Moreover, is it a single kill? What's happening here? Human race, what kind of pervert was born this year? Continuous mountain range. Lu Cang looked at the mountain of treasures. There are as many as 30,000 pieces of gold quality equipment alone. There are more than 100,000 pieces of silver quality equipment. However, it's a pity that this world boss is a level 30 world boss. For level 30 equipment, the highest quality is only gold, which is the law of this world. It cannot be broken at all. Therefore, this level 30 boss can only produce gold quality equipment at the highest. However, Lu Cang didn't care. Big deal, just spend money to buy platinum quality equipment, and you can upgrade your equipment. Lu Cang didn't look at the equipment first. Instead, dig in the prop pile first. As expected. Found hundreds of space crystals. FK. It is indeed the world's first kill. Among them, the highest quality huge space crystallization. There are also a full 10 yuan. Space crystallization, huge. Effect, expand the capacity of the backpack by 50,000, the maximum number of uses, 10. Description: an extremely rare and huge space crystal, which can only be obtained by completing the world first kill every year. A space crystal has a capacity of 50,000 grids. For most adventurers, even if you put all your family property into the backpack, it may not be able to hold 50,000 grids. Obtain a huge space crystal. For them, it is almost equivalent to a backpack space that cannot be used up in a lifetime. However, for Lu Cang reckoned that this was just enough. After all, there were too many treasures that exploded this time. Use. Lu Cang didn't hesitate, and directly used this space crystallization. These trophies must occupy at least hundreds of thousands of grids in the backpack. With his current backpack capacity, he faced such a huge reward. I really can't fit it. You have used space crystal, huge, X10. Your backpack capacity has been expanded by 500,000 grids. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the lower level space crystallization. Space crystal, large. Expand the capacity of the backpack by 5,000 grids, the maximum number of uses, 10. Description: a rare large-scale space crystal, which can be obtained from a copy of Crazy Difficulty, or from the first kill of the world boss race, the first kill in the world. Compared to the huge space crystallization, there are many more ways to obtain large-scale space crystals. However, its capacity is also many times smaller than that of the huge space crystal. Only 1/10 of the capacity of the huge space crystal. But even so, it is an extremely rare treasure. A total of 50 pieces of large space crystals exploded. This thing, the market price, can sell for about 2 million gold coins. It's gone, it's really gone. With 10 yuan, I can earn 80 million gold coins. Moreover, this is just a space crystallization. And so much other loot. Lu Cang uses large-scale space crystallization. The capacity of the backpack has also been expanded to 150,000 grids. Subsequently, the medium-sized space crystallized, and the small-sized space crystallized. All space crystals can be directly used up to the upper limit. In the end, Lu Cang's backpack capacity expanded to 570,000 grids. After doing all this, Lu Cang had an idea. Directly activate the drain function of the ring. Priority to absorb high-rarity loot. Moment. The mountains of loot were all collected by Lu Cang in his backpack. The space of the backpack is a purely independent space without gravity. The items stored in the backpack will not burden the character with weight. Watching a hill disappear straight away. All the treasures go into their backpacks. Lu Cang couldn't help but feel refreshed all over. However, even with a backpack space of 570,000 grids, on the ground, there are still some loot left. Various junk potions, scrolls, and equipment of bronze and black iron quality. Even if Lu Cang is absorbing, it is absorbing according to the rarity. This kind of garbage with the lowest rarity, Lu Cang does not intend to pack it into a backpack. Knapsack sorting, sorted according to rarity. Afterwards, Lu Cang packed his backpack. Just 1 second. The items in the backpack are neatly arranged in order of rarity, from high to low. The material with the highest rarity. Lu Cang looked at the items in the backpack, the material category. The first thing that catches the eye, the first row of items. Black Star Meteorite, 50 pieces. Isn't this the material for making the bow of Tian Kong? Lu Cang checked the introduction of the Black Star Meteorite. Black Star Meteorite. The key material for manufacturing extremely high-quality equipment. Effect 1, it can be used to improve the quality of equipment, and the highest quality of equipment can be improved to crystal. Effect 2, damaged equipment can be repaired. Effect 3, it can make the equipment open an additional effect slot and activate the hidden effect of the equipment. Description: from star-type monsters, or divine monsters, or world bosses, additional rewards for achieving the world's first kill. It turns out that this thing can only be exploded by the world's first kill. As for the star monsters, divine monsters, Lu Cang ignored it directly. According to the description, these two items are much rarer than world bosses. The world's first kill, there must be one every year. But star monsters. The sun in the sky, that is. The moon in the sky, too. Star-type monsters are not monsters that live above the stars. It's FG stars. As for the divine monsters, damn it, they have been awakened for 5,000 years. The emergence of divine monsters is always accompanied by major disasters. Moreover, in history, it has appeared 3 times. Compared with this, it is still a little more reliable for the world's first kill. I don't know how much these 50 black star meteorites are worth. Lu Cang does not know the market price of the black star meteorite, because it is not sold in the market at all. Lu Cang estimated that if he set a price of 1 billion, he might be able to sell it. However, Lu Cang has no plans to sell. I need this thing myself, and after selling it, it will be too difficult for me to obtain it in the future. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at other materials. And 2 materials. It caught the attention of Lu Cang. Stone of Eternity X50. Grass of Thunder X50. Hiss. Aren't these materials the materials needed for the 1000-mile speed boots? 1000 miles sprint boots, you need Wind Spirit Grass, Thunder Grass, Eternal Motion Stone. Wind Spirit Grass can also be bought with gold coins. A copy of 500,000 gold coins. But the Grass of Thunder and the Stone of Perpetual Motion are hard to find. Thunder Grass, at least 1 million gold coins to start with, you may not be able to buy it yet. This thing is a must-have material for mages above level 100 to make ultra-level lightning scrolls. The Stone of Perpetual Motion cannot be bought at all. This thing has great effects in all fields, and it can only be obtained through the first kill of the race or above. And the race first kill, only 10 can be exploded. Unlike the world's first kill, 50 can be exploded. Where is the output of 10 per year enough for the strong to share? So, see these materials. Lu Cang's mood was also extremely excited. I can finally synthesize a new artifact. Another small step closer to the goal of his full-body artifact. Chapter 24. Lu Cang looked at the equipment. Start looking for boot-type gear. Soon, Lu Cang found a pair of gold-quality boots that worked well. Shadow boots. After seeing this boot, Lu Cang directly converted it to fetal artifact. Converted to fetal artifact. Shadow boots, fetal artifact, +4, max. Category, boots. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Agility +2400. Quality, gold, growable. Effect, shuttle shadow, ultimate, when you touch an inanimate obstacle, you will get a ghost form for 1 second. In this state, you can pass through the obstacle directly without being blocked by it. If you still stay in the obstacle after the end, it will bounce back into the starting point of the obstacle. Description: with this boot, you can move freely in the walls. Lu Cang is very satisfied with the effect of the boots. Lu Cang is also unwilling, because he has to avoid various obstacles while moving at high speed. If you can walk a straight distance, then the efficiency of traveling will undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap. Afterwards, Lu Cang rummaged through the pile of equipment. Soon, another boot-type equipment was found. Dancing boots. Lu Cang turned it into fetal artifact. Dancing boots, fetal artifact, +4, max. Category, boots. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Attribute, agility +1500. Quality, gold, growable. Effect, wild dance, ultimate, get 40% physical dodge rate, dodge, physical attack will directly penetrate the body without causing any damage, gain an additional 100% hit rate, if the attack in the out of combat state is directly if you kill the target, you will not enter the combat state. Description: let's dance, let's revel, let's boil. The feast of killing has begun. This pair of combat boots is obviously used for clearing mobs and for traveling. This is what Lu Cang is looking for, the effect that the instant kill will not enter the combat state. After all, the effect of the 1000-mile speed boots need to be out of combat to trigger. You can't get 100 times the movement speed without leaving the battle. If it is placed in gold quality equipment, the effect of these wild dance boots is very tasteless. Dodge rate is also useful. The hit rate is really useless in the early stage. In the early stage, few bosses have the attribute of dodge. And this instant kill will not enter the effect of fighting state, and almost no one needs it. In other words, these dance boots. For the vast majority of occupations, the effect is not very ideal. But this dance boots. It can be said that it is too suitable for the boots of thousands of miles. Afterwards, Lu Cang took out the Eternal Motion Stone Wind Spirit Grass Thunder Grass. 10 copies of each. Using the dance boots as embryos, synthesize the 1000-mile speed boots. Absorb equipment entry, shadow boots. Are you sure to proceed with artifact synthesis? After synthesis, the materials cannot be returned. Confirm. Synthesizing for you 1000-mile speed boots. Call. Only in front of Lu Cang. The boots emitted one after another light. A hurricane howled. Merry, spreading in all directions. Boom. Suddenly, a very strong wind broke out. New artifact. Born. 1000 miles speed boots, artifact, +4, max. Artifact ranking, 97. Quality, gold, growable. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Agility value +30,000. Moving speed +10 m/s. Physical dodge rate +30%. Effect, spiritual movement. After leaving the combat state, the movement speed is increased to 100 times, multiplied with other acceleration effects, and you will not feel tired when you move in this state. In combat state, you can forcefully activate the supernatural movement speed bonus 3 times, upgrade with quality, duration, 1 second, upgrade with quality. Effect 2, Wild Dance, Ultimate, gain 40% physical dodge rate, dodge. Physical attack will directly penetrate the body without causing any damage, gain an additional 100% hit rate. If the attack is out of combat, if you directly kill the target, you will not enter the combat state. Effect 3, Shuttle Shadow, Ultimate, when you touch an inanimate obstacle, you will get a ghost form for 1 second. In this state, you can pass through the obstacle directly without being blocked by it. If you still stay in the obstacle after the time expires, it will bounce back into the starting point of the obstacle. Description: the artifact boots with the most outrageous movement speed bonus, with the fastest speed in the world. Across the world, who else can be faster than me? Lu Cang looked at the effect of this boot. The previewed effect is only 100 times the speed increase in the out-of-combat state. In this combat state, the effect can be activated 3 times, which was not previewed before. It seems that the effect is obtained because of the quality. It seems that the effect of my artifact will get some improvement as the quality improves. This is a good thing. After making the 1000-mile speed boots, Lu Cang continued to browse the backpack. Then, take another look at the illustrated book of divine adornments. Take a look at what other equipment you can make yourself. Subsequently, Lu Cang found that although he could not make new artifacts now, but some materials of some artifacts, I have already obtained it. For example, Chaos Hidden Ring, an artifact that can hide one's own information. Among them, the most precious Fog of Chaos, I have already obtained it. Some of the remaining auxiliary materials should be available in trading houses. Forget it, it costs about 100 million to buy it. FK, this artifact, ordinary people really can't afford it. 2TM expensive. But fortunately, he took the world first kill, took the rewards all by himself, and had plenty of money. 100 million is really not a problem. As for other artifacts, some materials have indeed been obtained, but it is true that they have not been obtained completely. For most of the artifacts, the materials needed to make them are indeed worthy of the status of artifacts. Furthermore, Lu Cang can only unlock the artifact ranked 93 now. After all, there are very few things that can be previewed. Lu Cang didn't know whether the materials in his hands could make the top-ranked artifacts. But anyway, this kind of rare material, Lu Cang has no idea of selling it. If you unlock the illustrated book of divine adornments after upgrading in the future, you will find that the materials you sold are the materials you need. Then I wanted to buy it, but I couldn't. That is too late to regret. After reviewing the material, Lu Cang looked at the equipment. After a series of equipment selection, Lu Cang put on a new outfit for himself. Put on a suit to resist damage. Lu Cang didn't want the situation of almost overturning to happen again. Its own output is very sufficient. As long as you can guarantee your own safety, it is very easy to casually kill a few world bosses. Fetal Artifact +4, Max. Category, Head. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Attribute, +2400 mental value. Quality, Gold, Growable. Effect 1, Wind Sensitive Shield, Ultimate, obtain a shield equivalent to 3x agility. After the shield is broken, there will be a 5-second cooldown to regenerate it. Effect 2, Holy Shield Protection, Ultimate, offset the damage of the next attack, not exceeding the maximum HP. After the Holy Shield is broken, there will be a 10-second cooldown to regenerate. Description: use the power of the wind to create a shield crown, and has the ability to create a holy shield that can resist damage. Possessed 1000 miles sprint boots. Lu Cang's agility value also skyrocketed, reaching 30,000 points. Lu Cang directly replaced the crown that obtained the shield according to the spirit value before. Changed to agility value to get the shield crown. In this way, a crown can directly provide 90,000 points of shield value. If you fight this mysterious tortoise again now, Lu Cang can only say that this mysterious giant tortoise can't even break through its own shield. As for the holy shield, it added a layer of insurance. Allow yourself to resist extremely high damage once. It's a pity that there is no entry for obtaining shields based on strength. Otherwise, the shield could be even more exaggerated. Subsequently, Lu Cang followed suit. The pants on his body were also replaced with the same type of entries. Wind Spirit Swift Light Legs, Fetal Artifact, +4, Max. Category, Bottoms. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Attribute, +2400 agility value. Quality, Gold, Growable. Effect 1, Wind Sensitive Shield, Ultimate, obtain a shield equivalent to 3x agility. After the shield is broken, there will be a 5-second cooldown to regenerate it. Effect 2, Quick Crit, Ultimate, an additional 35% crit rate. Description: use the power of the wind to create shield leggings, and can greatly increase the chance of critical strikes. Lu Cang specially found a bottom suit with agility value, and changed the corresponding entry for this bottom suit. The vast majority of bottoms are added with constitution value. Fortunately, there are many types of equipment obtained this time. Anyway, if you don't find it in the gold quality equipment, you can find it in the silver quality equipment. It's the same for upgrading after finding it. The shields are almost piled up. 180,000 shields, plus the 40,000 shields provided by Jinayu, the shield value is 220,000. Coupled with the protection of the Holy Shield. Even if he encounters a world boss with a high attack type, Lu Cang can guarantee that he will not be killed in seconds. Therefore, for the second entry, Lu Cang was replaced with a critical hit rate. Further improve your output capability. However, it can only increase the crit rate by 35%. Moreover, this is only 35% after the fetal artifact entry is strengthened. The original crit rate increase is only 10%. However, this is also impossible. After all, powerful entries are often born in higher quality equipment. For gold and silver quality equipment, the strength of the entry is just like that. It is impossible to expect to find entries with the same effect as artifacts in low-quality equipment. That would be too perverted. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of pieces of equipment. Even if it is tens of millions, hundreds of millions of pieces, all the gold and silver quality equipment in the entire world adds up. It is impossible for an artifact-level entry to appear. As for the pendant and ring parts, Lu Cang replaced the shield for the ring with a death resistance. Resist death ring, fetal artifact, +4, max. Category, ring. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Quality, gold, growable. Effect 1, near death resistance, ultimate, when receiving death damage, immune to this damage and gain 3 seconds of invincibility. Can be triggered twice, cooling time, 3 hours. Effect 2, near death resistance, ultimate, when receiving death damage, immune to this damage and gain invincibility for 3 seconds. Can be triggered twice, cooling time, 3 hours. Description, death resistance X2, can perfectly trigger 2 near-death resistance, the best equipment for life-saving. Dying resistance. This entry can provide at least 6 seconds of invincibility. When the 2 entries are stacked together, you can be invincible for up to 12 seconds. Give yourself a stand and output for 12 seconds. Counting critical strikes, it can deal nearly 100 million damage. A level 30 world boss, even if it is a defensive type, has only 150 million HP. This also means that if Lu Cang encounters a boss with a high attack type, he will be invincible, and he can kill the boss before the boss kills himself. For this entry, Lu Cang is very satisfied. Rings and necklaces have no attribute bonuses. In other words, the effect of their entries will be much stronger than the effects of other parts of the entry. This is also the best entry that can be found in gold quality rings. As for the absorb ring, Lu Cang is not saying no more. Martial armament equipper. This profession, the main way of fighting is to change equipment frequently during the battle. Equipment can be changed during combat. Not to mention, in a non-combat state. A ring that absorbs effects, just equip it when needed. As for the pendant, Lu Cang has 2 entries of Rage and Purification. Holy Rage Pendant, Fetal Artifact, +4, max. Category, Necklace. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Quality, gold, growable. Effect 1, Blood Rage, ultimate, increase attack speed by 50%, movement speed by 30%, critical strike rate by 35%, attack speed will increase with the battle time, and increase to 150% after 10 seconds. Effect 2, Purification, ultimate, remove 3 negative states that you have received every 12 seconds. You can actively trigger a purification. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Description, a pendant that increases extremely high attack speed and critical strike rate, and has the effect of removing abnormal states, which is very easy to use. Jinayu itself has a 30% crit rate attribute. After bringing 2 critical hit rate entries, Lu Cang's crit rate has also reached 100%. As long as the opponent does not have the attribute of resistance to violence, Lu Cang can strike critically. As for purification, although I can get super body when I attack normally, but after all, it is impossible for him to be in normal attack forever. Still have to beware of being charged. If you are charged, you can still solve it. Moreover, the overlord body cannot be immune to the abnormal state that hangs on the body, such as poisoning, and various marks. Purification is still necessary. After configuring the entries for the equipment that he usually carries, Lu Cang looked at other functional equipment that might come in handy. Afterwards, they were also combined into entries, such as underwater breathing, wall climbing, delayed poison outbreak, and a complete set of various types of elemental resistance, life recovery, and mana recovery. Evasion set, attack speed set, magic resistance set, armor set. As long as there are potentially useful entries, Lu Cang has combined them. So far, all the equipment on Lu Cang's body, all reforms have been completed. Combat power has also been dramatically improved. After handling the equipment, Lu Cang looked at the classification of skill books. Every year in the world's first kill, a unique skill book can be released. As the name suggests, this skill can only be acquired by one person in this profession. The strength of this skill is far superior to other skills. And the occupation of this skill book is also calculated according to the last blow to kill the boss. The last blow to kill the boss, which occupation, will drop the skill book of that occupation. Lu Cang is a martial armament equipper and naturally drops martial armament equipper's skills. Martial armament equipper class uniqueness skill book. The only skill that belongs to me. Infinite variation. Chapter 25. Before the second turn, each profession only had 5 skill slots. 5 skills can be learned. If it weren't for the limitation of skill slots, there are hundreds of general combat skills sold in trading houses alone. The elites of those big families. Just throwing money at him, he has hundreds of skills. All the skills are thrown out in one go. Where do you need to worry about whether the world boss can't be killed? That is because of the limitation of the skill slot. Therefore, every job changer needs to think carefully about how to match skills when learning skills. At the same time, the big family will also have a dedicated analyst to analyze the connection and changes between skills. At the same time, you can also get some extremely rare and powerful skill books. But no matter how rare other skill books are, they are no more than the only skill book. What Lu Cang holds now is such an existence. The only skill book for martial armament equipper, probably the only one in this world. The conditions for obtaining the unique skill book are extremely strict. The profession of martial armament equipper is another disadvantaged profession. There is no chance of touching the unique skill book at all. Martial armament equipper skill, infinite change, unique. Study conditions, occupation, martial armament equipper. Level limit, 30 unlimited levels. Active, get 3 different postures, switching postures has a 1-second cooling time. Swift stance, increase movement speed by 100% and attack speed by 50%, ignore 40% deceleration and slowing effects. Attack stance, get an additional 30% damage increase, and ignore 50% resistance. Defensive stance, get an additional 20% damage reduction, and get a shield equal to 5% of your maximum health every 2 seconds, with a maximum stack of 10 layers. Well, the profession of martial armament equipper. Lu Cang saw this skill introduction. I really don't know how to complain. Are even the unique skills so weak? The bonuses of these 3 postures are too little. But if Lu Cang's ideas are known to others, those people might want to beat Lu Cang up. Damn, 30% damage bonus, and it also comes with 50% resistance penetration. Isn't that high? 100% movement speed bonus, 50% attack speed bonus, and most importantly, ignoring deceleration and slowness, isn't that strong? In that defensive stance, every 2 seconds there is a shield of 5% of the blood, and every 20 seconds there is a shield of half the blood. Meat tank professions are so greedy to cry when they see it. That's it, still feel weak? Use the skill book. Learning, Endless changes. Skills you have learned, infinite changes. Bearer of divine adornments, professional specialization, perfect divine ability has been triggered. Infinite change, unique, infinite extreme change, unique. Infinite pole change. Active, get 6 different postures, you can switch any posture at will. Swift stance, increase movement speed by 150% and attack speed by 150%, ignoring all movement restriction effects. Attack stance, get an additional 50% damage increase, and ignore resistance. Defensive stance, get an additional 40% damage reduction, get a shield equal to 5% of your maximum health every second, stack up to 20 layers, and when the shield exists, you will be immune to control. Forward posture, unable to move, but the range of all attacks is increased by 2.5 times, and the effective range of damage is doubled, calculated based on the line distance. Healing stance, all healing amounts are increased to 300%. When the healing effect takes effect, an equal amount of additional effective healing will be generated on yourself, and the healing does not need to consume mana. Shadow strike stance, cannot be locked by skills. Every 2 seconds, it disappears for 1 second. The disappearance will not leave any traces in the world. The next attack after disappearing will cause double damage. In Shadow Strike stance, all stealth skills will not be detected by any detection, nor will it be broken by external forces. These 6 gestures. It's much stronger than before. Previously it just ignored 40% slowing and slowing. Now directly ignores all movement restrictions. The attack stance has also become 50% extra damage and ignores resistance. The damage avoidance of the defensive posture has also been greatly improved, and at the same time it has become a shield with 5% of the blood volume per second, and the stacking has also been directly doubled to 20 layers. It can also be exempted from control. As for the posture of the fort, the attack range has doubled, which means that Jinayu's attack range has directly become a radius of 300 meters. The shadow attack posture cannot be locked by skills and disappears directly. Healing posture, triple the amount of healing. Really, one is better than the other. After learning this skill, Lu Cang looked at other skill books. A large number of skill books for various occupations. However, there is no martial armament equipper. Other things. There's nothing more to watch out for. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the nearby dead bone horse. Swift stance. Swish. The next moment. In an instant, Lu Cang appeared next to Necromancer Bone Horse hundreds of meters away. The base movement speed of Lu Cang itself. It can already reach 16 m/s. The movement speed of 10 meters per second is added as a basic attribute. And when the speed is increased by 100 times, it is already 1600 meters per second. Plus the 150% speed boost from Swift Stance. Directly increase the speed of Lu Cang to 4000 m/s. A distance of 4 kilometers per second. In 1 minute, you can run 240 kilometers. And the speed of the Necromancer Bone Horse can only run 500 kilometers in an hour. Compared with the current self, it's too far away. Lu Cang patted the bones of the Necronomicon horse lightly. Oh, I don't need you now. Run back by yourself. The Necronomicon Bone Horse also understood Lu Cang's order. Immediately, he turned around and ran quickly in the direction of Saint Lien City. After the dead spirit Bone Horse left. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked towards the top of the mountain. Now I have come to the halfway up the mountain. The distance from the top of the mountain is not very far. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked down. Looking around, I didn't see any other world bosses. Fine. Swish. The next moment, Lu Cang disappeared from the spot. 3 minutes later. Call. A hurricane blows by. The figure of Lu Cang appeared on the top of the mountain in an instant. In the process of rushing. Lu Cang's full body equipment has been switched to movement speed set. The whole body is equipped with equipment that increases movement speed. Gained a 300% movement speed boost. Let the speed directly break through 9,900 meters per second. In 3 minutes, nearly 2,000 kilometers were covered. Climb to the top. Lu Cang finally got a panoramic view of the entire continuous mountain range. At the same time, Lu Cang also discovered world bosses scattered around the world. East direction, 1 end. Northeast direction, 3 heads. North direction, 5 heads. CO authoring, you can't see the boss from the direction I came from. Lu Cang was at the top of the mountain, seeing the distribution of the boss, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. The closest to me. The 110 kilometers east. Raging blood double-headed demon. It's really close. This distance can almost be said to be right in front of him. After locking the target, Lu Cang moved for a moment. In an instant, Lu Cang's figure disappeared. Shadow attack stance. Swish. Break hidden. Attack stance. After breaking the hermitage, Lu Cang instantly swung the Jinayu twin swords in his hand. Hum. Boom. Minus 27 million, critical strike, invisibility breaking strike, damage bonus. 1 slash directly caused 27 million damage. The boss hasn't reacted yet. In an instant, nearly 1/3 of the blood bar disappeared instantly. This world boss is not a defensive boss. The blood bars are not that thick either. Only 90 million blood volume. And how could Lu Cang stop attacking after an attack? In an instant, Lu Cang's attack speed was full. Boom boom boom. Minus 13,500,000, crit, damage bonus. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Attacks, like a storm, came one after another. In the state of ignoring all resistances, Lu Cang's damage is equivalent to real damage. Just 2 seconds passed. Under the extremely high attack speed bonus, Lu Cang is in the process of passing through the boss's body. 9 swords have been cut out in a row. At this time, Lu Cang stayed behind the boss. Its blood bar has been completely emptied. The boss in this world didn't even have time to release a skill, and was immediately killed by Lu Cang in an instant. Bang! Behind Lu Cang, there was a loud noise. The body of the boss crashed to the ground. Continuing mountain range world boss, Raging Blood Double-Headed Demon, level 30, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 3 seconds. Another world announcement of a boss kill. Pop up in front of all races. The moment I saw this prompt, everyone in the human race is completely messed up. What happened? Lu Cang, hasn't it been half an hour since he killed the Xianzhong giant tortoise for the first time? Why did you double kill the world boss again? Moreover, it is still a single brush? Is there really no limit to his strength? Damn it, is he the first to kill another world boss? I remember that every year a new map will only refresh 10 world bosses, right? Now he swiped 2 by himself, isn't that too outrageous? Damn, my dad signed me up for an elite group. My family spent a lot of money, and the spot I finally got was just to compete with a world boss. This boss won't be killed, will it? No, no, no. No matter how perverted Lu Cang is, he won't be able to kill all the world bosses in the new map by himself. Killing 2 should be his limit. He should take a break. No matter what taboo method Lu Cang used, he would have to pay some price to defeat the world boss alone, right? Great power must come with a heavy price, this is the consensus of everyone in this world. Now that Lu Cang has defeated 2 world bosses in a row, what a heavy price to pay. So, it's almost time to stop a bit. With Lu Cang killing the boss again. The world channel, which had gradually fallen silent, exploded again. In an instant, countless messages scrolled through the small channels. The whole human race started discussing Lu Cang again. Now, Lu Cang has really become the core focus of the entire Eastern human race. However, when people are discussing intensely, don't wait for them to recover. Suddenly, another reminder popped up in front of them. Continuing Mountain Range World Boss, Black Abyss Blood Vine Tree, Level 30, has been killed. Killer List, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 5 seconds. Hold. No, what happened to TM? 3. Damn it, this minute hasn't passed yet. You killed another world boss. Is there any King's Law? What's the price? What's the price? Isn't there a price for this power? No? Kill 2 world bosses in a row within 1 minute. Are you a human? Tell me, this is a job changer who just finished awakening today. Isn't it true that a level 200 boss sneaked into a level 30 map? At this moment, not only ordinary people are crazy. Even the major forces are crazy. They watched Lu Cang set one record after another, and kill one world boss after another. All fell into madness. Among them, the craziest ones are the Church of the Seekers and the polymaths of the White Tower. They have extremely profound knowledge. But also because of their profound knowledge, they are more aware of the nature of power. The essence of power is the exchange of prices. If you want to gain power, you must pay something. Time, energy, money, want to improve their own strength. There has to be a gradual process. And, most importantly, these scholars know that the strength of each level has an upper limit. Even for SSS level occupations, equip them with the best equipment and unique skills. Everything is full. It shouldn't be that strong. At level 30 equipment attributes, everything is full, the highest is 2400 points. Equipment effect, that is, the level of 10% crit rate, even if it is extremely rare double entry equipment. It's just a 20% crit rate. And skills, even unique skills, have a maximum multiplier of 30 times the attribute value. These scholars made crazy deduction. Set everything to the limit and pull to the max. Output the highest SSS level occupation, the equipment with the best entry, and the unique skill with the highest value. Even directly doubled the set basic value. But the conclusion reached in the end is that the world boss at level 30 should not be killed in seconds. This, directly caused these scholars to collapse. It was as if the theoretical edifice they had built over thousands of years had collapsed. And more importantly, in their opinion, Lu Cang gained a power that did not match his own. There must be a price to pay. Therefore, they have always believed that Lu Cang is already in a state of overdraft. But ever since Lu Cang was born, it seems to have always been a strong period. What about the agreed price? It was agreed to use the taboo ability and pay a heavy price. Rise in an instant, and then become a useless person? Why the hell not only did he not become a useless person, but he still kept fighting the world boss solo? Lu Cang, what exactly are you? 3 world bosses should be his limit. This is his last madness, he shouldn't be able to hold it anymore. Son. You have to hold on. Holy Capital City, North, Starry Night Wilderness. At this time, Xiao Bassian was holding his son. Xiao Jiba looked at the prompt in front of him. I feel weak all over. Xiao Jiba fell to the ground, looking at the dark sky. Father, tell me, do I still have a chance to surpass Lu Cang? 2. Majestic. I feel that I will never be able to overcome this mountain in my life. Okay. Son, you can do it. You are an SS level unrestricted fighter. Have confidence in yourself. Just a D-rank martial armament equipper. You can definitely surpass it. Cheer up. Xiao Bassian could already feel that his son's confidence had been shattered by Lu Cang. If this continues, there is no way to accept their family's inheritance. Without a strong belief, it is impossible to obtain the inheritance of proud blood battle intent after the second turn. And at this time, another hint pop right in front of their eyes. Continuous mountain range world boss, Blood Axe Madman, level 30, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 4 seconds. Today. Countless pride. Looking at the constantly refreshing announcements in front of him, his complexion turned slightly pale. In the heart, 1,000 waves of terror were stirred up. 70% of the human race's arrogance comes from Saint Kyoiki. And just in San Kyoiki. In the past 3 years, all kinds of exchanges and competitions have been suppressed by Lu Cang. Live in the shadow of Lu Cang. And today, after finally awakening the profession, they thought, thus getting rid of Lu Cang's shadow. But at this time, see this constantly refreshing world announcement. These Tianjiao once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Lu Cang back then. How so? In the end, the result is still living in the shadow of Lu Cang. The eyes of the world are only focused on him. These Tianjiao people felt a kind of sadness in the same class as Lu Cang in an instant. Chapter 26. The fourth one. Bang. Almost, let it enter an invincible state. None of the 3 world bosses that Lu Cang killed allowed them to enter the second stage. Otherwise, the efficiency of killing will be greatly reduced. Most world bosses both have a second stage. At the same time, blood will be blocked for a period of time. Generally speaking, the second stage is triggered by half-blood. But if the output is high enough, it is indeed possible to kill the opponent before the second stage is opened. The 2 bosses that Lu Cang killed afterward, they all directly hit their blood volume to the critical 50%, and wait for the boss to release the first skill. Taking advantage of the gap between the boss's release of skills, cut off the remaining 50% of the blood volume. Boss, there is no chance to enter the second stage. After completing the world first kill, it is equivalent to having won the first kill in the area and the first kill in the race. The second and third time to kill the boss is just an ordinary loot reward. But even so, killing 4 world bosses in a row, the amount of loot is still too amazing. There are still 6 world bosses left. My backpack can't fit anymore. Lu Cang has even thrown away a lot of worthless rubbish. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the directions of the other 6 world bosses. Lu Cang thought for a while. Anyway, no one else will be able to come in for a while now. Enter the Broken Mountains from Lu Cang. Up to now, less than an hour has passed since the 4 world bosses were killed. It is still very early for other geniuses to reach level 30. Think about it. Lu Cang was no longer impatient. Let's deal with the loot first. The movement I made was a bit too big. You have to make the ring first. Subsequently, he took out a scroll of returning to the city from the backpack. Also, wear a face covering. Put on the equipment with the entry of sheltering breath. Use the scroll to return to the city. Swish. The next moment, Lu Cang returned to the city of Saint Lian. At this time, it was already 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. But San Lian city is still very lively. Brightly lit. Lu Cang has a clear goal and directly finds Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. For the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce, Lu Cang still has the idea of establishing diplomatic relations. After all, the main business of the other party is to sell all kinds of precious mineral materials. In particular, supply some ultra-rare materials that cannot be bought on the market to the top job changers. At the same time, Lu Cang also needs a fixed consignment point. With my current reputation, if I go to an unfamiliar trading house every time to sell it on consignment, it will definitely cause quite a stir. As long as there is a place where there are not so many things, and the things that are typed can be sold stably, it will be fine. After entering the brilliant gem chamber of commerce, face the receptionist. Lu Cang showed his membership gold card. See gold card. Immediately, a receptionist who looked more advanced in clothing walked towards him. Sir, what business do you want to handle? I want to sell something, and the quantity is relatively large. Also, I need to collect some materials. I need Fog of Chaos skill book, Nihility Breath skill book, 10 copies of Dreamweaver's Web, and 1 copy of Mist Shadowman's Soul. The main material of Chaos Hidden Ring has been obtained. As long as you buy the remaining materials, you can make the 4th artifact by yourself. There are 7 equipment positions in the whole body, and only the pants, head, and necklace are left. Another small step closer to the goal of the full body artifact. More importantly, Chaos Hidden Ring for Lu Cang now, it is indeed the top priority. I don't know how many prying eyes will be attracted by the movement caused by myself. Not an artifact level concealment ability. Just relying on the golden equipment entry on his body. Lu Cang believes that it is estimated that it does not have much effect. Here Lu Cang's list. The reception manager was shaking. She has worked here for 10 years, and she has long been familiar with the prices of various materials. Every employee of the Brilliant Gems Chamber of Commerce has undergone extremely professional training. This is a big order of 100 million gold coins. We have everything you need in stock. How do you pay? Deduct with materials. Take me to make a deal first. Lu Cang came to trading reception room. There is a huge open space in the trading reception room. This open space is also a place for traders to display their trading products. The manager looked at Lu Cang with a big smile on his face. Rub your hands slightly. It's like a fly rubbing your hands. Manager Wang. I don't want anyone else to know what I trade here. If I know that your Chamber of Commerce has leaked my information, I will permanently terminate cooperation with your Chamber of Commerce. I think there should be quite a few chambers of commerce willing to cooperate with me. Lu Cang took off his mask. The moment I saw Lu Cang's face, Manager Wang's rubbing hands froze for a moment. You are. However, there was no waiting for Manager Wang to finish speaking. Clatter. In an instant, some of the supplies that needed to be sold were poured out in one go. The empty space in the entire reception room was filled with supplies. What you can see are piles of gold equipment. More than 20,000 pieces. These are gold quality equipment. Lu Cang did not turn these equipment into fetal artifact. For one thing, it doesn't have this ability. After fetal artifact transfers ownership and does not belong to him, it will become normal equipment. Second, even with this ability, Lu Cang is also unwilling to expose. Being able to turn equipment into artifacts is his biggest trump card. As long as you have a little brain, you know that you can't easily expose your cards. To be famous is to be famous. Strong, but also destined to be strong. After all, the second job is to kill the world boss solo. If the world boss is killed, there will be a world announcement. This is something that cannot be stopped at all. Lu Cang also couldn't think of how to kill the world boss solo in a low-key manner. So, this cannot be avoided. But don't reveal that you have artifacts, don't reveal that you can absorb entries, and upgrade equipment infinitely. This is something you can control yourself. This. Lu Cang tapped lightly towards the big box next to the trading reception room. In an instant, all the equipment displayed. All packed into that box. Dimensional warehouse. This is a dimensional warehouse with a huge capacity. But the disadvantage is that it looks small, but it is actually extremely heavy and cannot be packed into a backpack. Difficult to carry around. Above the warehouse, a number is displayed. Item, equipment, gold quality, quantity, 28,320. Lu Cang himself left more than 1,000 pieces of equipment. It is equivalent to more than 100 sets of equipment sets with different functions and types. As for the 28,000 sold, most of them are duplicate entries. After all, the most common entries for equipment come and go. 80% of the equipment entries are common entries. This. In an instant, Manager Wang's expression became serious. Mr. Lu Cang. We will do our best to meet your needs as soon as possible. At the same time, the news of your transaction with us will never be disclosed. This is the headquarters of the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. It has a hidden circle arranged by a 200-level arcane master. Even a 200-level powerhouse cannot peek inside. You can rest assured to come to our Chamber of Commerce for transactions. Hearing what Manager Wang said, Lu Cang nodded slightly. Even a 200-level powerhouse. It is also difficult to directly spy on the city center of Saint Lian from a distance. There are major chambers of commerce and headquarters of major forces here. The cover of the major forces, the hidden magic circle, covered this place layer by layer. If you want to spy on it, you can spy on it. Wouldn't other people's secrets become Huxia cabbage? This is also the reason why Lu Cang returned to the city with confidence. Is this equipment enough to pay off the debt? Just bring the materials I need to collect. A piece of level 30 gold quality equipment can be sold for more than 20,000 gold coins. Lu Cang's more than 20,000 pieces are already worth 600 million, or even more. Xiao Li, come in. Hearing Lu Cang's request, Manager Wang dared not neglect it. Soon, the receptionist who received Lu Cang came in with a box in his hand. Lu Cang opened the box to check. It is indeed the raw material you need. Afterwards, Lu Cang directly put the materials into the backpack. Thoughts move slightly. Synthetic artifact, chaos hidden ring. Materials cannot be returned after synthesis, whether to confirm the synthesis. Confirm. I only saw that part of the materials disappeared in the backpack. A ring appeared in Lu Cang's backpack. Chaos hidden ring, artifact, +4, max. Quality, gold, growable. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Effect, chaos and fog, cannot be detected by any ability or effect, concealing one's own destiny, can conceal the detection from the true God, clearing all the marks with detection ability on your body, and knowing all the skills that launch detection on you. Effect 2, empty. Effect 3, empty. Effect 4, seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 5, seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 6, seal, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Equipment. Lu Cang equips this ring. In an instant, Lu Cang felt himself wrapped in an invisible layer of chaotic mist. This feeling is fleeting. And at the same time, in front of Lu Cang, a reminder also popped up. From the White Tower, the investigation of the Great Sage, Pumi, level 200, this investigation has been blocked by the hidden magic circle. Search from the Mage Association Demigod, Chu Xiao, level 200, this investigation has been blocked by the hidden magic circle. A series of probing prompts pop up in front of Lu Cang. Sure enough, a lot of people are already checking on me. Fortunately, the Chaos Hidden Ring was made quickly. After putting on the Chaos Concealment Ring, Lu Cang continued to pour out other materials that needed to be sold. Space Crystal, large, X40. Tornado Scroll, Fever Scroll, Great Earthquake Scroll, Guardian Armor Scroll. Silver Quality Equipment, 150,000 pieces. Various types of potions, skill books, and tons of materials. Manager Wang was dazzled. See these supplies. Manager Wang swallowed. Quoted his own estimate. 1.5 billion gold coins. After getting this offer, Lu Cang didn't even bother to bargain. With his current status, the other party did not dare to kill him in terms of price. Otherwise, do you still want to do business? Moreover, 1.5 billion is indeed just in line with expectations. And Lu Cang does not sell rare type items. The kind of thing that can only be exploded through the first kill of the world boss. None of Lu Cang sold. Also sold some materials that can be seen on the market. Even if you sell something you can buy it back. But if you can't buy it, it will be difficult to sell it. Well, okay. I still have things to do. Call it directly to my account. The money for the materials I purchased can be deducted directly. Wait. Mr. Lu Cang. For these billions of transactions. Lu Cang understated it, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. No bargaining at all. And saw that Lu Cang was leaving. Manager Wang get up immediately. This is the black card of our Chamber of Commerce. All the products you buy in the future will be treated at a 25% discount, which is the highest discount our Chamber of Commerce can offer. Otherwise, we will lose money. We have discounted the materials you purchased this time. With this black card, you can also enjoy priority purchase rights for ultra-rare materials. At the same time, our Chamber of Commerce will keep you strictly confidential about what products you purchased. Lu Cang nodded slightly, and at the same time, accepted the opponent's black card. In fact, according to the status of the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce in the human race, just a transaction of more than 1 billion yuan may not be able to get a black card. In this world, there are still big businessmen. But, he is Lu Cang. This is different. Even if Lu Cang doesn't buy anything, he doesn't sell anything. The black card of the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce must also be sent to him. What kind of businessman would refuse to invest in a young genius who can kill 4 world bosses in a row? This is the benefit of fame to Lu Cang. After accepting the black card, Lu Cang's figure disappeared in front of Manager Wang in just an instant. Teleportation. Looking at the place where Lu Cang disappeared, Manager Wang fell into a daze. Lu Cang, how many unknown abilities are there? After sighing, Manager Wang began to count the supplies. At the same time, he ordered the person in charge to transfer the money to Lu Cang's account. They dare not miss the appointment on this matter. Otherwise, the reputation of the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce will be ruined. Because of the arrival of Lu Cang, a large amount of supplies needs to be digested. Everyone in the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce got busy. However, just 15 short minutes later, a familiar announcement popped up in front of them again. Continuing Mountain Range World Boss, Annihilation Beholder, Level 30, has been killed. Killer List, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 5 seconds. Chapter 27. 1.5 billion small goals. This is too cool. Unfortunately, there are only 10 world bosses on this map. In front of Lu Cang, a giant beholder floating in mid-air. None of them reacted to what happened. The blood bar has been cleared by Lu Cang. As Lu Cang realized his output ability, outfits have also become more and more violent. Shield, what kind of shield do you want? Put them all on attack gear. It is enough to keep a life-saving entry of deer resistance, ultimate. The beholder fell. Turned into a mountain of spoils. Lu Cang put the loot in his backpack again. A total of 100,000 loot. If it wasn't the world's first kill, the amount of loot would not be that exaggerated after all. Lu Cang organized his backpack and took a little inventory of the loot. The spoils of this time. Damn, still no skill book for martial armament equipper. I would have bought a copy earlier. Previously at the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce, Lu Cang did not purchase the skill book. After all, if you want to fight the world boss, you can always burst out. As a result, there are 5 world bosses. Not yet. But, it's normal if it doesn't explode. One crusade against the world boss will only result in hundreds of skill books. In this world, there are hundreds of thousands of occupations. Forget it, the next one. Lu Cang still planned to kill all 10 world bosses first. Complete the second turn task directly. The second rank mission can directly provide an artifact with a rank of 10. The next boss is a little farther away. Lu Cang replaced all the equipment on his body with a speed suit and hurried on his way. This way. Lu Cang was not in a hurry, but in the process of rushing. Also kill mobs. Boom. -9 million, crit. -9 million, crit. -9 million, crit. -9 million, crit. The effect of Fortitude of Heart, triggered by Colossal Devour. Maximum HP plus 100. Maximum HP plus 100. Maximum HP plus 100. Go down with a sword, add 4 or 500 blood volume. Even killing a field boss can add 2000 blood. This is where the advantages of the entry for the wild dance boots are reflected. Even killing monsters while on the road. It will not slow down Lu Cang either. In 1 second, Lu Cang hit 4 times in a row. Get rid of more than 20 types of mobs and 3 field bosses. Get the upper limit of 8000 blood volume directly. By the way, the absorption ring also helps Lu Cang absorb the loot dropped by the field boss. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. 4 attacks per second, ranging from 3000 HP to as many as 15,000 HP. On average, 5000 blood can be stacked every second. Such monster killing efficiency. Let Lu Cang's HP continue to rise at a steady rate. 500,000 blood. 600,000 blood. 700,000 blood. 800,000 blood. Just 3 minutes of rush time. Lu Cang stacked his HP to 1.3 million. To be precise, it was 1.38 million, close to 1.4 million blood. This is too cool. Looking at his rising blood bar, Lu Cang felt relieved for a while. Not long ago, I was just a little crispy with 200,000 blood. Now, even a level 70 meat shield job doesn't have much blood, right? Then, it's you. Lu Cang looked at the snow maiden of the storm in front of him. The 6th world boss is right in front of him. Sacred capital city, human emperor's palace. At this time, a man dressed gorgeously. On the throne of the emperor. Close your eyes and calculate. Lu Cang. There is no information about him at all. Even if you use the authority of the emperor, you can't investigate. It shouldn't be. Could it be? The emperor seemed to suddenly think of something. Such a strong performance. And it cannot be detected, even if I use the human emperor's authority, I cannot detect the human race. Perhaps, there is only one explanation. Lu Cang, perhaps accepted the inheritance from the true God. It seems that only the inheritance of the true God can explain why Lu Cang is so strong. Moreover, the existence chosen by the true God will naturally receive the blessing from the true God. If there is no God, it is naturally impossible to investigate. The emperor thought of this. It all feels like it makes sense. The reason why Lu Cang was able to kill the world boss solo seemed to be reasonable. If it is chosen by the true God, cultivated existence. Maybe it's really possible. Besides, this year marks the 5000th year of the awakening calendar. Every millennium, there will be major changes in the world. Mostly a catastrophe. Last millennium. It is the coming of a divine monster. It was also the beginning of the last millennium. Humans, dragons, elves, and humanoid orcs formed the racial alliance together. The purpose is to fight against divine monsters and its powerful followers. And since that disaster, the alliance continues to this day. One of the reasons is also the battle 1,000 years ago. Too unforgettable. In the last millennium, the smallest of the 4 moons in the sky suddenly fell down. It is also because of that time. All races in the world know that the stars in the sky are TM monsters. Moreover, it is an extremely powerful monster. That's it. It was not until the human race formally conducted systematic research on the stars. And the final conclusion is: the sky is full of stars, all TM are monsters. And for the last millennium, the Earth has cracked a bottomless dark cave. That cave is still expanding, and from time to time, terrifying creatures from inside the cave gushed out. If you come into contact with those horrible creatures, you may be contaminated. Maybe even assimilated by it. That cave. Called Abyss. And now, it is 5,000 years. May 28, 5000. At the same time, it is also a day when the world changes every year. And it's only the first day. It happened that the human race continuously single-handedly brushed the world boss, such an outrageous thing. This is even more reassuring. This millennium will not be simple. Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. In the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce, in a dim room. Such darkness is mixed with heavy depression. I don't know if it's the owner of the house. In order to deliberately create a sense of oppression for subordinates. Don't even turn on the lights. The black card, has it been given to him? President, the black card has already been given to Lu Cang. Well done. 5,000 years, it's finally here. Lu Cang's potential cannot be underestimated. Maybe in the future, he will be needed to protect our Chamber of Commerce. The best time to invest in a genius is when he has not yet grown up. It's too late to reinvest when he's full-fledged. Lu Cang bought 100 million materials from us, right? Give him a waiver. Also, 1.5 billion gold coins, increase it to 2 billion. Let him remember the goodness of our brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. The president of the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce has an extremely keen sense of smell. At the same time, he also knows. If Lu Cang really has such strength. Well, for him. Hundreds of millions of gold coins. Nothing difficult at all. Rather say. Now, Lu Cang's favor can be bought with a few 100 million gold coins. Worth. Wait until the future, if Lu Cang really grows with this momentum. Let alone hundreds of millions, even tens of billions of gold coins, Lu Cang would not even glance at them. And the president of the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce had just finished speaking. Another announcement. Pop up in front of him. Continuing mountain range world boss, Snow Maiden of Gale Wind, level 40, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 38 seconds. Saw this announcement pop up. The president's face twitched slightly. That, Xiao Wang. Let's add it to 2.5 billion. Yes, it's all transferred to Lu Cang's account. Well. It's better to let her start the second stage. This, after all, is a level 40 boss. Moreover, after the boss was attacked. The first skill released was actually Ice Crystal Guardian. Get 90% damage reduction directly. The output of Lu Cang is not enough. There is no way to solve it quickly according to the previous means. And in the process of the boss starting the second stage. Throughout the land, the wind howled. Ice and snow blowing. At the same time, he is also invincible. 30 seconds of invincibility time, while also continuously causing ice and snow damage. It also comes with various abnormal states that reduce movement speed and attack speed. Waiting for the boss invincible time to pass here. Lu Cang just stood there. Turn on defensive stance. Watching the shield on his body keep getting thicker. Minus 2130. Minus 2252. Minus 2346. Minus 2234. The ice and snow caused more than 2000 points of damage to Lu Cang every second. But the shield on Lu Cang increased by 90,000 per second. In the face of normal circumstances, it is a super strong AoE, range attack, that will extremely test the treatment of the entire team. Lu Cang just squatted silently. Find a bottle of Cuocacle from the backpack. Buried in snow and ice. Kuo-le, when Lu Cang left Shengjing City, he bought a mask by the way. After 5 seconds, Lu Cang took Kuo-le out of the ice and snow. Touching the cold Kuo-le jar, Lu Cang came to a conclusion. Well, the environment can still have an impact. After all, Lu Cang had just changed jobs. For this world, there are still too many unsolved. Because the terrain can recover quickly, the damage to the environment will also recover quickly. This also made Lu Cang a little puzzled. Whether these environmental changes are real effects. Now it seems. Indeed. Lu Cang is holding a Bingquo music. Take a bite. Quietly wait for the invincibility period of the boss to pass. Finally, 30 seconds passed. The boss is invincible and disappears. Humanity. Surrender to. Shadow attack stance. Swift stance. Attack stance. Puff. Minus 13,500,000, crit. 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 Don't give her a chance to continue talking at all. After leaving the invincible state, it was only 3 seconds. Her blood bar was directly emptied by Lu Cang. Surrender what surrender? You bosses, you'd better talk more. Call. Boom. With a soft sound, countless snowflakes drifted away. The figure of the boss also dissipated with the snowflakes. And just after the boss was killed, Lu Cang also suddenly received a special friend request. As for why it is special? Because it's impossible not to notice. This friend request pops up directly in front of your face. Even if I have blocked all external friends from adding. But he couldn't block the friend request in front of him. Human Emperor Luo Jushan, request to add you as a friend. This request is an equal request, and the Chaos Hidden Ring will not actively block it. You got a hint from the Hidden Ring of Chaos. The opponent is the Emperor of the human race and has the highest authority over the human race. Chaos Concealment Ring. Do you want to shield this person? After blocking, this person cannot send you a friend request, including Emperor permission, by any means. Sacred Weapon, can even the Emperor's authority be broken? Lu Cang has long heard that the human Emperor has supreme authority over all races. But he didn't expect that even the Emperor's authority could be ignored for the entry of his artifact. It seems that the entry effect of my artifact is above the racial authority of the human sovereign. Speaking of, the Emperor seems to be trying to detect me just now. During this period of time, Lu Cang received too many investigation reports. It's not just the existence of level 200, trying to spy on him. Even, the existence of level 150 and level 160. Also trying to spy on him. The whole world, as long as it is active, has a little bit of remote detection ability. It seems that they are trying to probe him. But their investigations were of no use at all. Continuous Mountain Range is a new map at level 30. It is a different space isolated from the outside world. The outside world can't detect the internal situation at all. Therefore, Lu Cang actually used the city portal scroll to return to St. Lian City from the continuous mountain range. In this process, no one can detect him anymore. And then, in just a few minutes, Lu Cang made Chaos Hidden Ring. Other bigwigs. There is simply no room for manipulation. Lu Cang looked at the friend application in front of him. Thoughtful. Then, click OK. After all, he is the Emperor. Let's first look at what he wants to say, and also look at the attitude of the current Emperor towards himself. You have added human emperor, Lu Cang as a friend. And just added a friend. Lu Cang didn't speak yet. The other party actually sent the message first. Lu Cang, brother Lu Cang, maybe you don't want to be disturbed. It's a bit abrupt for me to directly add you as a friend with the authority of Renhuang. Lu Cang said this politely. However, on Lu Cang's side, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How high is Lu Cang's authority? If you are a human emperor, you can add any other human race as a friend, and you can add it directly. No consent is required at all. And even if the other party blocked him, he could force him to communicate with him. How come to Lu Cang, I still have to apply and wait for his approval? Who is the emperor? However, Lu Cang did not say these words. After all, that's not the point of the matter. Lu Cang, I won't beat around the bush, let's make a long story short. Little brother Lu Cang, I hope you can become the king of the human race. See this 3-line message. Lu Cang was also slightly taken aback. What the hell? King of the human race? That's the one that can govern a large territory of the human race and control several rare mineral veins. There are several city-states of their own. At the same time, the human race who also has the qualifications to be the heir emperor, the king? Moreover, based on the knowledge you have learned. Generally speaking, the kings of the human race are at least high-level powerhouses who have made great contributions to the human race, right? The lowest ones are all powerhouses above level 100. Now, this human sovereign actually let himself be a 30-level transferee who had just changed jobs, as the king? Chapter 28. Why? Of course Lu Cang wouldn't just accept it like this. The opponent's intention. Lu Cang still doesn't understand. Little brother Lu Cang, the Millennium Catastrophe, have you heard of it? Although I am the emperor, I hate red tape the most. I've never been one to beat around the bush. I'll just say it straight. Brother Lu Cang, I value your potential very much. That's what Lu Cang said. But in fact, he was muttering in his heart. The inheritance of the true gods has all come to an end, and the 1000-year catastrophe this time, who knows how big it will be. And I don't even fancy the potential of God's chosen, who else's potential can I fancy? Who else has greater potential than true God's chosen? Of course, he would not say these words in front of Lu Cang. After all, you can't pierce the window paper that he is God's chosen in front of Lu Cang. Potential. Hear the explanation of the emperor. Lu Cang can also understand. The movement he made was too big. If you don't care about your current strength, if you only care about your potential, then it's really no problem to choose yourself as the king. Besides, become the queen of the human race. There will be extremely rich resources. For example, every year, the supplies for the race's first kill will be given priority to the kings. Even the adventure group that successfully defeated the boss did not have the right to decide on supplies. The second point is their own power. If there are people who do things for themselves, let them collect some materials for themselves. The third point is the veins. The king's territory often has rare mineral veins. What Lu Cang lacks most now are all kinds of rare minerals. As for the fourth point, that is to be able to inherit the position of emperor. If the human sovereign dies, a new human sovereign will only be born from the kings bestowed by the human sovereign. Becoming a king really does have more advantages than disadvantages. Even, what are the disadvantages? Lu Cang can't think of it for a while. Not to mention managing the territory. In fact, the title of king is often just a title, while enjoying power. Freedom will not be restricted. Even, there will be a person in charge who is responsible for the jurisdiction of the territory, acting as the king's agent. As for the king himself, instead, you can improve your own strength with peace of mind. Feng Wang is more representative of the fighting power of the human race. However, Lu Cang did not intend to agree immediately. Lu Cang, well, I'll think about it again. Get this reply. Luo Jushan's face twitched. Think about it? This is the king of the human race. A position that no one else can ask for. Even some kings have regarded their title as the supreme glory. But now, the kingship is in front of Lu Cang. Lu Cang's response was to think about it. Damn, what's the matter? Co-authoring me, the emperor, can still cheat you? Co-authoring me, the human emperor, has to trick you, a level 30 newcomer, by giving you glory and wealth? Luo Jushan thought so. But in his heart, he was more determined. Lu Cang is God's chosen one. Otherwise, how can you speak so hard? Moreover, he can still be so calm when speaking to himself, the emperor. It's really impossible to say that you don't have any knowledge. Combine it with the information you have learned. Lu Cang's performance in Shengjing No. 2 High School. All kinds of visions, the manifestation of genius. The human sovereign was even more certain about Lu Cang's identity as the true God chosen. Luo Jushan, okay, I'll wait for your reply. After speaking, Luo Jushan stopped talking. For Luo Jushan's mental activities. How did Lu Cang know? Lu Cang simply wanted to think more about it. To make a decision, at least wait until you have killed the 10 world bosses and completed the job change before making a decision. Lu Cang put the loot dropped by Snow Maiden of the Storm into his backpack. Then, continue to rush towards the next world boss. Now, there is only one level 40 world boss left on the entire map. 2 level 50 world bosses. There is also a level 60 world boss. Dozens of minutes later. World announcement, congratulations to Lu Cang. World announcement, congratulations to Lu Cang. The mentality of the human race has changed from shock at the beginning to numbness. Numb. Really numb. After Lu Cang killed the world boss for the 5th time, they no longer regarded it as a miracle. Instead, is a kind of numbness. But amidst this numbness was the numbness of being shocked again and again. It's outrageous. It seems that they are not from the same world as them. Is this thing really human? Isn't it really a race of gods, stars, and the like? And at this time, Shengjing Second Middle School. Teacher Li is also numb. Not long ago, Lu Cang also said that in the job transfer temple, we will talk about it after the job transfer is completed. It is as light as if you are going back after eating. Teacher Li also believed it. Good guy. Let's talk about this after completing the job transfer. You made such a big noise? You told me that when you changed jobs, you just went to kill the world boss solo? Who needs to solo kill the world boss for a job change? And not just one. But how would she know? Lu Cang's job change mission is to kill the world boss solo. Also TM is 10. Otherwise, the job transfer would have been successful. Ding! Another new world announcement. Continuing mountain range world boss, Greedy Wolf of the Moon, level 50, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 1 minute and 45 seconds. The 9th. The world boss of the continuous mountain range is really going to be killed by him. Look at the latest pop-up tips. Job changers, I don't know what expression to make. Especially those parents who spent a lot of money to squeeze their son into a crusade group. It's still the last one. The boss of the continuous mountain range should have been wiped out. Every new map. Only 10 world bosses will be refreshed. You'll have to wait until next year when you're finished. Lu Cang looked at the towering giant creature in front of him. Giant Spirit Soldier, World Boss. Rank, World. Level, 60. Life point, 950,000,000/950,000,000. Mana, 100,000,000/100,000,000. Skills: Giant Spirit Strike, Great Killing, Sweeping 8 Desolation, Earth Pulse, Strong Giant Spirit Body. Description: a world-class monster with an independent special rank, extremely strong destructive power and extremely high life. Description 2: the giant spirit soldier with both offense and defense has a strong attack ability and a strong defense ability, which can continuously cause shock wave damage. A level 60 world boss has nearly 1 billion HP. Even if it's half of the blood, there are 450 million. At this level, it is obviously impossible to cut off the opponent's entire blood volume at once. But during the period of continuous killing of bosses, Lu Cang has also brushed his HP to 2 million. The boss wants to kill himself in seconds, but it is also a dream. Shadow Attack Stance. Lu Cang switches from swift stance to sinister stance. The figure disappeared in an instant. The most buggy part of the Shadow Strike stance is the moment when it switches to the Shadow Strike stance. Can enter the state of disappearance. However, if you switch to other stances during this period, switch back to Shadow Strike stance. Within 2 seconds, the disappearance will not be triggered again. And the next moment, Lu Cang switches back to attack stance. Boom! Minus 27 million, break invisibility, crit hit. Hit the highest damage hit. And that is after this hit. With the boss as the center, shock waves came one after another in an instant. Earth Pulse. Bang 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 bang. Minus 10,042. Minus 10,540. Minus 10,543. Minus 10,255. A series of earth damage hit Lu Cang's body. Every 0.5 seconds, it causes 10,000 damage. A range of damage of 20,000 per second, but it's really outrageous. Lu Cang endured the injury, but he didn't panic. There is a lot of blood, and he just does whatever he wants. Face the attack of the boss. Boom! 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 Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Lu Cang took the damage directly and confronted the boss. In the sky, an illusory giant sword smashed down towards Lu Cang. Defensive posture. This moment, Lu Cang turned on the defensive stance to defend. On his body, a shield with 100,000 blood appeared. At the same time, in the attack state, Lu Cang has 50% damage reduction and super body. When it is superimposed with the defensive posture, it will directly obtain 90% damage reduction in an instant. Boom! This hits down. Lu Cang only lost 80,000 shields. Oh shit! The damage of the locked attack is still so high. If there is no damage reduction, this blow will cost 800,000 blood. But it doesn't matter. In the next second, the shield on Lu Cang increased by another 100,000. Another second passed, hey, another 100,000 more. 90% damage reduction plus 100,000 shields per second. You kill me with your head? Lu Cang simply stopped switching attack stances. Instead, it maintains a state of 90% and overlord body and infinitely generated shields, and stands directly with the boss. 3 swords for me, 1 sword for you, 3 swords for me, 1 sword for you. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. The boss blood volume dropped. Minus 31,402, shield resistance. Minus 5,402, shield resistance. -8354, shield resistance. And Lu Cang's blood volume. But it didn't move at all. Precisely. The skin of the shield didn't even jump. For a while, it was not clear who was the boss. Chapter 29. 80%. 77%. 73%. 70%. 66%. 63%. The blood volume of the world boss dropped drastically after being beaten by Lu Cang. No matter how low the damage was, it was more than 2 million damage per attack. Not long. The blood volume of the boss has already been suppressed by Lu Cang to 50%. Humanity. You offended me. Boom. The size of the giant spirit soldier swelled up again. Boom. There was a crisp sound. In an instant, all the shields on Lu Cang's body were shattered. What B skill? In the next second, the shield on Lu Cang recovered again. Broken shield. Well, for job changers with high shields, it's really awesome. But your own shield is worthless. Broken chant. Boom. After the broken shield. Another extremely terrifying injury, spreading in all directions. The blow exploded instantly. Sweeping the wilderness. Boom. -53,024, shield resistance. Although the momentum is great. But, on Lu Cang's body, it's useless. This boss, at this time, the blood bar has turned grey. Already entered the second stage. At this moment, it is in an invincible state. Big shock. Boom. Another blow. -84,321. Lu Cang is still poised. At the same time, Lu Cang saw that the vitality state appeared on the boss. Vitality in this state, the boss begins to restore blood. Plus 100,000. Plus 100,000. Every second, 100,000 blood points are recovered. But in the face of a boss who locks blood, restores blood, and greatly increases attack frequency. What Lu Cang did was to stay put. Wait until the boss is invincible. Boom 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 boom. Let the boss unleash the attack on himself. But Lu Cang's shield continued to grow without any mercy. The boss attacked violently again. They all looked so pale. Even, like a satire on the boss. Although speechless, Lu Cang seemed to be saying two words. That's rubbish. Roar. Finally, after a violent cathartic 30-second attack, the boss's movements also slowed down. The next moment, the boss blood bar changed from grey to green again. It means that his invincible state has been lifted. But at the same time, a thin film of light appeared on its body. Moreover, the body surface is covered by layers of extremely thick black stones. Stubborn Stone Giant Spirit Soldier. Stubborn Stone Form Ability, all resistance plus 299%, armor plus 299%, damage decreased by 80%. While the invincible state is lifted, the boss has acquired an ability comparable to Bastard's. Sacrifice damage for massive resistance and armor. Lu Cang played with a single blow. Boom. -500,504, crit. Lu Cang hit a down, only causing 500,000 damage. And the boss restores 100,000 HP per second. The boss of this world is really disgusting. After 50% blood volume, lock blood for 30 seconds. At the same time, crazy attack. Usually, the team tends to significantly reduce staff at this stage. And after this stage is over, the boss directly enters the Stubborn Stone form. The defense power is greatly improved. There are also 100,000 blood recovery per second. At this time, the output of a greatly reduced team will naturally decrease a lot. Even, the output may be less than 30% of what it was at the beginning of the mission. Although the damage of the boss has dropped significantly. However, if the fight is not as good as the boss recovery. It can directly declare that the crusade has failed. Therefore, the mechanism of the boss in this world is really disgusting. However, disgusting for the team. What's the matter with him, Lu Cang? The damage has dropped, right? Attack stance. Lu Cang directly switches back to the attacking stance. Attack stance, ignores 100% resistance and armor. No matter how much armor the boss adds, it is 0 in front of Lu Cang. Boom boom boom. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Minus 13,500,000, crit. Lu Cang caught the boss and output it like crazy. After that, there was no suspenseful massacre. The stubborn stone form of the boss. Restrained by Lu Cang's 100% armor penetration. Continuing mountain range world boss, Giant Spirit Soldier, level 60, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Cang. Time to kill, 5 minutes and 56 seconds. World channel. People are no longer surprised. Instead, I saw this world announcement made by Lu Cang. It was like a sigh of relief. He really done. Lu Cang is really alone, and he has only brushed the Liandu mountains and all the world bosses. This moment, the vast majority of people seem to breathe a sigh of relief. If you kill 9 bosses, you will only miss the last one. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is afraid of being forced to death. After all, people in this world who have a stake in the world boss. After all, it is still a minority. Most people want to witness a miracle. If, in the beginning, Lu Cang's crusade against the world boss still surprised them, people want to see when Lu Cang will fail and stop. After that, people's expectations gradually became when Lu Cang would be able to single out the 10 bosses. Expectations, unconsciously, have undergone subtle changes. Lu Cang. Lu Cang him. It really worked. Long Xiao Xiao saw the prompt that popped up in front of her. Just jumped up. Second miss. The monster is coming at you. Be careful. Blizzard Unlimited Ice Cone. Boom boom boom. In an instant, blizzards raged. Countless ice cones fell from the sky. Long Kyungsu made a move. He directly helped Long Xiao Xiao kill those wild monsters. She looked at Long Xiao Xiao. Sister, did you see it? Lu Cang killed 10 world bosses. He has killed all the world bosses in the Broken Mountain range. I just said he won't become a useless person. I'm right. However, looking at the excited Long Xiao Xiao, Long Kyungsu kept a helpless smile. Xiao Xiao. Well, yes. Long Kyungsu looked at her silly younger sister, not knowing how to speak. Because Long Kyungsu knew. From the moment the announcement that the 10th world boss was killed popped up, Lu Cang is no longer from the same world as Long Xiao Xiao. All geniuses in the same class as Lu Cang in the human race. Look at the prompt in front of you. Come to a standstill, and think. Xiao Jiba sat on the rock, looking at the announcement in front of him and thinking. After a period of silence. Father. I figured it out. Lu Cang is completely different from them. It is impossible for them to compete on the same stage. Holy Capital City West. Burning Desert Level 30 leveling area. Chu-He looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. Let out a long sigh. I have been shrouded in his shadow all the time, I didn't expect to be relieved in this way. Before that, he has always regarded Lu Cang as a peer, as an opponent who can compete on the same stage. Just been suppressed by it. Difficult to beat. But this moment, in Chu-He's heart, there was a sense of separation. As if, that person is far away in the sky. He wasn't on his stage at all. Like, only a rabbit can be compared to a rabbit. One rabbit is stronger than the other rabbit. But if you compare a rabbit with a giant whale, it becomes a joke. There is simply no comparison between the two. So, the stress goes away. Instead, it was a relief. Geniuses from St. Kyoiki. They all felt a sense of relief. However, at the same time, it came with it is an emptiness. Continuous mountain range. Finally, it's done. As the damage piles up, the boss crashed to the ground. After killing the last world boss, in front of Lu Cang, a prompt also popped up. Prompts for job transfer tasks. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the job transfer task. You can now go to any job transfer hall to complete your second job transfer. Phew, my job transfer task is finally completed. The next step is to complete my second mission. Think like this. Lu Cang put all the trophies in front of him into his backpack. Immediately, he took out a scroll to return to the city. Lu Cang kept thousands of scrolls for returning to the city, and he probably couldn't use them up until he died. St. Leon City. Swish. Lu Cang has returned to this bustling city again. The streets are still bustling with people and fairy girls. Lu Cang who completed the job change task. I finally had the time to enjoy these pictures. As for the treasure chest in the continuous mountain range, Lu Cang was too lazy to open it. Things like wind spirit grass are not something that can be opened casually. Moreover, with his current money-making speed, it's faster to just go buy it. Before he knew it, he had become a rich man who didn't even bother to pick up 5 million gold coins. After returning to San Lian City, Lu Cang took out his trading card. Scanned the information a little. Current balance, 2,500,012,409. 25 billion. Shouldn't it be 1.5 billion? Then, Lu Cang clicked into the transaction record. Good guy. Transaction transfer, 1,500,000,000, commodity sales transaction. Transaction transfer, 1 billion, from the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce, message, Brother Lu Cang, young genius, this is our Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce's Growth Support Fund for Geniuses, please accept. Good guy. Growth Support Fund, Lu Cang has never heard of this project. Moreover, there are still 10 small goals. This is clearly an excuse for wanting to send money to himself. But indeed, when it comes to being a man, the Brilliant Gemstone Chamber of Commerce will be a man. Since the other party sent it, is there any reason not to accept it? Lu Cang himself had the idea of making friends with the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. And the other party gave this money just because he wanted to establish diplomatic relations with him. Well, if I refuse, it may make the other party think more. Consider yourself rejecting the kind offer from the Brilliant Gems Guild. In this way, it is impossible to justify not accepting it. I can only accept it with a smile. Damn it, but I have to say that I am really proud, and I will give away the 10 small goals. Next, Job Transfer Hall. Although there are still materials to sell. But Lu Cang still plans to go to the Job Change Hall first. Turn 2 to finish. Then sell the stuff. It was also to see what he needed after his second turn. It is convenient to go to the Chamber of Commerce and buy it together. Moreover, it is always right to improve the strength first. Besides, Lu Cang seems to be drooling over the top 10 artifact. Swish! With the speed of the 1,000-mile running boots. Just for an instant. Lu Cang has already arrived at the Job Change Hall. In the Job Transfer Hall, job transfers are still full. For 3 or 4 ranks, you need to accept and complete tasks in the Job Transfer Hall. Moreover, after 3 turns, job transfer tasks are multiple links. They have to go back and forth to the Career Transfer Hall many times. At this time, In the career change hall, no one recognized Lu Cang. Even if Lu Cang didn't do any camouflage or cover up, their gazes would pass directly over Lu Cang. In the eyes of these people, even if they saw Lu Cang's appearance, they couldn't remember his appearance. Also, the attention is quickly drawn to other things, as if Lu Cang was a mass of air. This is also the role of Chaos Hidden Ring. Exploration even includes observation with the naked eye. Lu Cang walked to an unused awakening crystal. Place your hand on it. The vision was just about to explode. But for a moment, the Chaos Hidden Ring buzzed slightly. The vision was directly suppressed. I only saw the awakening crystal light up slightly. Immediately, there was silence again. Job Transfer Task. Professional Transfer Task 1, Solo Hunting, World Class Boss, Quantity, 10/10, completed. Task 2, Possess 2 or more artifacts, 4 halves, completed. You have completed all job transfer tasks. Are you sure about the second turn? Second job change divine adornments of myriad transformations, God. Confirm. The light was about to explode, but was suppressed by the hidden ring of chaos. Lu Cang could feel that in the awakening crystal, powerful energies flowed towards him. Another hum. Boom. With a crisp sound. Lu Cang felt the sound of chains being broken inside his body. A hint popped up in front of Lu Cang. Congratulations on completing the second job transfer. You have awakened to a profession divine adornments of myriad transformations. Chapter 30. Second job change, divine adornments of myriad transformations. Your level cap is unlocked to 60. You have obtained a new professional specialization, multi-entry boost, supreme mythical entry. You have obtained equipment, reverse time. You have obtained, Wanhua Temple. Lu Cang. Level, 30. Occupation, divine adornments of myriad transformations, the only one. Health points, 2,108,261/2,108,261. Mana, 800/800. Power, 60,000. Constitution, 2,400. Agility, 37,200. Spirit, 40. Professional specialization, fetal artifact sublimation, supreme enhancement, entry absorption, obscure equipment, perfect adaptation, perfect divine ability, multiple entry amplification, supreme mythical entry. Skills you have mastered, dual wield copy, 10,000 transformations, infinity transformation, 3/7. Current passive, huge devour, from, fortitude of heart. After the second turn, the number of skill slots has increased from 4 to 7. Lu Cang first looked at the new professional specialization he had obtained. This is the most important ability after changing jobs. Multiple entry boost. For every entry with the same effect on your equipment, the effect of the entry will get an additional 10% increase. This ability can greatly strengthen Lu Cang's ability to repeat entries. For example, the speed moving set, a suit of 7 pieces of equipment. If it is of gold quality, each equipment has an average of 2 entry positions. It is equivalent to the entry of the whole body, which directly improves the effect by 1.4 times. As for the second professional specialization, Supreme Artifact Entry, each equipment on your body has 4/6/7/10/14 artifact entries, and you will get bonuses corresponding to different types. Current bonus: for mythical entries obtain status, absolute crit. All damage will definitely cause a crit, including spell damage, skill damage, real damage, percentage damage. This crit effect cannot be suppressed offset by impact resistance. The effect of the next stage: 6 mythical entries obtain status, Mana Spring. All equipment/skills are active, get 80% cooling reduction, and all skills/equipment effects, release does not require any consumption, all your skills/skills equipment effects can be released once more. Cooling reduction is not restricted by the world cap, cooling reduction is restricted by the world cap, 40%. This, the bonus of the 3 mythological entries is that strong. Now, Lu Cang also has 2 extra crit items on him. Only then can it be 100% crit. And the crit rate can only make normal attacks crit. In the later stage, the damage of normal attacks is gradually not as good as that of skills. The vast majority of occupations that rely too much on normal attacks will not choose to stack the attribute of critical strike rate and skill crit. If the skill can crit, it is almost equivalent to doubling the skill damage. It's a pity that this world doesn't have the ability to crit with skills. At least, Lu Cang had never heard of it in high school. This also means that even if there is one, it is a very advanced ability. Unexpectedly, I could go whoring directly for nothing. As the number of divine adornments I obtain continues to increase, there must be more and more artifact entries on me. And the next stage. 6 equipment entries. The effect is even more terrifying. 80% of skill CDs are not subject to the world limit. No matter how ordinary people stack cooling, the upper limit is 40%. Pervert, this is really pervert. Although he knows that his profession is against the sky. It is not a so-called D-level occupation at all, but a God-level occupation. But this is against the sky, and it is too against the sky. Lu Cang read his 2 professional specializations. After that, he looked at the new artifact he had obtained. This. It is the reward for the SSS level 2nd mission. The professional specialization provided by the 2nd turn, no matter how difficult it is to complete, can be obtained. The only difference lies in the rewards provided by the missions. Rank 10 Artifact. Lu Cang looked at the silver-white pendant in his hand. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This silver-white pendant is in the style of a hollow clock gear, with a distant, ancient atmosphere. But at the same time, it seems like a handicraft that has just been born, without any traces of time. Just a glance at this pendant, Lu Cang felt a sense of time confusion. Reverse time, Platinum, +5, Max. Equipment category, Necklace. Equipment level, 30, follows user level. Effect 1, Time-Space Reversal, Active Activation, Return to the past time and space, Cooldown time, none, Consumption, none. Effect 2. The only limitation, you can only return to the time and space when you wear this equipment. Description, a pendant that reverses time and space. See this one effect. Lu Cang's head buzzed directly. This effect? What did you write? Back in time and space? No cooling? No consumption? No restrictions at all? Isn't this invincible? Lu Cang couldn't think of any words to describe the power of this artifact. This is no longer an effect that common sense can describe. In fact, even this equipment can only be used once a day. Or in other words, it can only be used once in 3 days, and it can only return to the time and space 3 days ago at a time. Lu Cang is no surprise. But now the facts are in front of me. The effect of this equipment is indeed that there is no consumption at all. No cooling whatsoever. And going back in time, can only return to the time and space where this equipment is worn? Damn, as long as I keep wearing this equipment, it's equivalent to starting from now. Can you go back to the past freely for the rest of your life? Lu Cang thought of this. Immediately equip reverse time. Rings and necklaces have no attributes. Otherwise, the equipment rank 10th is still fully enhanced with platinum quality. I don't know how much value can be added. However, Lu Cang also estimated that just because such a powerful artifact has no attribute value, only then will there be such a perverted effect. Then, is the reward that matches the rank 10 artifact. My exclusive temple. Lu Cang has just received a hint. I have already obtained Wanhua Temple. Lu Cang slowly closed his eyes. My mind moved slightly. Another moment. Lu Cang realized that he was no longer in the career transfer hall. Instead, he came to a space covered in white mist. At the same time, Lu Cang can feel that he has become the master of this space. I can also feel that I am in this space. Has supreme power. Please confirm your name. Lu Cang looked at the information in front of him. A little pensive. Need to name again. Well, let's call it Cang. Do you want to recruit the first disciple of the Temple of Myriad Transformations for you? You can get the skills and professional specializations possessed by disciples. As the disciple's strength improves, you will also gain more abilities it possesses. Disciples can sacrifice everything they have to you. You can give disciples the artifact you own/fetal artifact. The fetal artifact given in this way will not be converted back to normal equipment. Can you get the ability of disciples? Lu Cang thought of this. Can't help but inhale slightly. No matter how you say it, no matter how strong your equipment is now, your equipment is still powerful. The biggest downside of the martial armament equipper. That is, there is no skill corresponding to the equipment. Equipped with a bow and arrows, no archer skills. Equipped with a sword, shield, knife, and grab, without the skills of a warrior. Equipped with a dagger, no assassin skills. In an embarrassing situation where almost only ordinary attacks can be used. And even if Lu Cang turned 2 now, he became divine adornments of myriad transformations. Still haven't gotten rid of this embarrassing situation. It is still only used for normal attacks. Even though, the damage of this normal attack is astonishingly high. However, no matter how strong the normal attack is, it cannot completely replace the skill effects of each profession. And now. But tell yourself that you can get skills from other professions. Then, hasn't his biggest shortcoming been completed? Also, if my apprentice is an SSS level profession, doesn't that mean that I can also get the ability of SSS level occupations? Or skills? The effect of an artifact, coupled with the combat skills of an SSS level profession. How scary is this? Dawn Forest, House of the Virgin. After accepting the inheritance, Alice returned to her room. If it is an ordinary adventurer, it will take time to kill monsters and upgrade. But she is an elf saint. Inheritance is carried out every 500 years. She can choose to drink the ancestral crystal, which gives her a lot of experience points, thereby directly raising the level to 30. Every race has its uniqueness. Ancestral crystal dew is a unique resource of the elves. She recited the characters from the tome. Chant the words of prayer. However, she didn't notice it herself. On top of the secret code, characters are being rewritten at a strange speed. And she was unaware that she had chanted the prayer 1,000 times. There has been a change. Lord of Artifacts and Changes. All artifacts in the world are created by you. The arms and minions of all things are the blessings given by you. The common people protect their own integrity with arms. I praise you, King. The 30-paragraph prayer was finished. Alice closed the book slowly. This is the daily prayer that elves must do. In order to be grateful God of harvest and life, Kumirani. And when Alice closed the book, when looking up, but found that everything around the scenery, all have changed. In front of him is no longer his forest hut. It is a grand palace filled with chaos. Elise. Is it right? Lu Cang was on the stage, overlooking the elves below. The moment the spirit arrives, Lu Cang felt all the information from the other party. Elise. Level, 30. Race, Elf. Inheritance, Elf Saintess. Occupation, Xingyu Sagittarius, SSS. Professional specialization. Skills, Arrow Rain, Star Flash. Elise was also at the moment her name was called. I felt an extremely terrifying breath. She subconsciously looked up the hall. But what he saw was a chaotic white mist. To be precise, this breath is not terrifying, but majestic, high above. It is a kind of difference in the level of life. Also at this moment, Elise recalled what she had just chanted. That is not a prayer to praise Kumirani at all. If it is a compliment to an unknown existence. And myself, after reciting that prayer, was pulled into this space. Just saying the prayers just pulled me into this space. Such an existence. Think here. Alice swallowed involuntarily. There is only one possibility. Alice didn't dare to continue thinking. The term true God. Too grand. It's not something that her little level 30 existence can touch at all. Even if it is an SSS level occupation, in front of such an existence, it is no different from an ant. Lu Cang's voice echoed in the hall. I need a disciple, do something for me. Don't worry, I won't hurt your clan and family. Alice heard this sentence. The body trembled slightly. 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. But in the end, only one answer can be made. Iris, I am willing to help you. The existence in front of him was not discussing with himself at all. Since the other party pulled himself into this space. Naturally, other things can also be done. If you don't agree, it is very likely that your clan will be in danger. She has just been crowned an elven maiden. How could he personally bury the whole family? Alice has no doubts that the existence in front of her has the ability to easily destroy the entire elves. And at the same time, be a disciple of the true God. There are too many meanings in it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. And the moment Alice agreed. You have obtained disciple, Elise, 1/12. Lu Cang looked at what he got. Disciple level, 30. You have obtained, SSS level Xingyu Archer Professional Exclusive Skill, Star Flash. Star Flash can only be released with bow weapons. Effect, entering the Star Flash shooting state, each shot will shoot a flash of lightning with extreme speed, and the Star Flash will explode instantly when it hits the target, causing damage of 20x agility value, cooling time, 1 second, mana consumption, 20 mana/arrow. Description, there is no possibility of dodging in a flash of light. 20 times the damage of agility. Damn, although it is single target damage, the agility value of 20 times is too high, right? Is this the SSS level occupation? Really scary skills. Lu Cang looked at this skill, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Your skills are very good. But now it's mine. However, now I have bow type skills. But there is no bow type weapon. This is the most depressing thing for Lu Cang. You can't let yourself give up Jinayu and use other ordinary platinum quality bow weapons, right? Think here. Lu Cang looked at the elf saint again. Since she is an elf saint in the clan, there is some power, right? The elves have a high status in the world. I made the bow of Tian Kong, only 50 black star meteorites are missing. Other bow artifacts, materials that cannot be bought on the market, But if she is allowed to mobilize too many rare materials at once, it should attract too much attention from the elves. If her movement is restricted because of this, it may limit my access to materials. After all, taking so many materials at once disappears. No wonder it wasn't suspected. But the black star meteorite belongs to the material of the star system. It has a lot to do with her profession. She needs to use the black star meteorite to improve her strength, and there are legitimate reasons. Sometimes, the profession learns certain skills, or performs 2 transfers and 3 transfers. Special materials will be required. The higher the level of occupation, the more expensive the materials needed. Xingyu shooter needs some black star iron, which makes sense. Think about it. Lu Cang looked at Alice again. Chapter 31. There was a slight smile in the voice. Cang. You can call me that. Try to make yourself appear like a kind and true god. After all, if the other party thinks he is an evil god, I don't know what extreme things will happen. In case his only SSS level disciple, sacrifice his life for justice. In order to save the elves from being eroded by evil gods, if they commit suicide, then the gain outweighs the loss. Hear this call. Alice read all the names of the gods in her mind for a moment. From the ancient gods to the current 7 gods. However, there is no name of a god that can correspond to the existence in front of him. Praise you, Cang. It has been an honor to serve you. Eliza dare not call her name after her name, it is disrespectful to God. Lu Cang looked down at Iris who was paying tribute to him. But thinking about how to speak. A god-level existence asked a junior for rare materials. Seems a bit pricey. Think before and after. Lu Cang decided to first establish the image of a god who treats his disciples well. At least, let Alice feel less afraid while being in awe. Think like this. Lu Cang said in a kind and slightly smiling tone. Eliza, I've never been stingy with rewarding disciples. Your current strength is not enough to carry out your mission. If you can sacrifice for me something that pleases me, I will give you the reward you deserve. In this short period of time, Lu Cang has already thought about how to develop in the future. The elf saintess will be the one who will succeed the Queen of the Elves in the future. The Queen of Elves is equivalent to the status of the Emperor of the human race. In charge of the entire elves. And such an existence. But his disciples. Doesn't it mean that he is the boss behind the elves? And as long as Alice can grow up smoothly, while her status continues to rise, it can also provide itself with more and more resources in the treasure house of the elves. It is equivalent to having an extra treasure house of an entire race. Therefore, Lu Cang also knows the reason why you can't fish in a dry marsh. What you want now is stability. Hear the words of Cang. Alice's heart fluctuated. Is my own strength not enough to step into the layout of Cang? Is this the layout of the gods? And now I am a chess piece chosen by the gods? At the same time, Alice was deeply shocked. I don't know how far into the future Master God has seen. In which link will he play a role? May I ask, what kind of treasure should I sacrifice to please you? After Alice asked this sentence, Lu Cang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally brought up this topic. Lu Cang stood on the hall and tapped lightly on the table. As if to say something insignificant. What I love are all kinds of rare materials. Just as Kumirani loves grain and food. If you sacrifice 50 parts of black star meteorite to me, I will give you the reward you deserve. Of course, I don't want people who have nothing to do with me to know my existence. 50 black star meteorites. Elise didn't think in the direction of Lu Cang's real lack of these materials at all. Instead, I think this is just a test for myself. Moreover, his profession is Xingyu shooter. If the black star meteorite is to be used, it is indeed the least likely to arouse suspicion. Cang has already foreseen this. Alice thought briefly. Cang, follow your orders. I will not arouse any doubts among the people, and present you with your favorite treasure. Alice still didn't dare to add any other titles after the name Cang. For fear of offending the gods. Leave. To sacrifice to me, there is no need for too many rituals, just recite my name silently during the sacrifice. If you want to pray to me, just say my name silently in your heart and say the first prayer. For how to sacrifice, how to let the disciples enter the temple of Wanhua again. Lu Cang has already figured it out. These knowledge, after Lu Cang entered Wanhua temple, also entered Lu Cang's mind. After this sentence is finished, Alice finds out. He returned to the cabin by himself. There is no transition at all before and after the scene change. Extremely abrupt. And Alice suddenly thought of something. Suddenly opened the book to check. Turn to the page where you just read the prayer. Lord of artifacts and changes. All artifacts in the world are created by you. The arms and minions of all things are the blessings given by you. The common people protect their own integrity with arms. It is true. Prayer to King, replacing Kumaroni's prayer. However, that is to see this one. The next moment, these characters disappeared as if they were burning. The prayers to Kumaroni are back on the books. Then, Alice closed her eyes. Silently sensed. Sure enough, Alice felt that she was in a space that did not belong to this world. A special connection has been established. I really became a disciple of the gods. For a while. Elise has a dreamy feeling. Moreover, this god does not feel like the kind of evil god that would make people fall into madness. On the contrary, it gives people a very fair feeling. At least, offering sacrifices to King will be rewarded. At this point, even stronger than the current Zheng Shendu. Every year, the elves will sacrifice part of their harvest to Kumaroni. But never get any response. Today, however, I saw a real, living, and speaking god. This feeling is like the blue star of Lu Cang's previous life. The Chicken-Do believers have seen the feeling of God. God does exist. This kind of shock is really indescribable. Alice took a long breath. Calm down the frantic mood. Immediately, he walked outside the house. She dared not neglect the test of the gods. St. Leon City. Lu Cang returned to the real world. So, did my spirit go to the temple of Wanhua? And the body is still in this world. At least, you can't use this ability while fighting. Otherwise it's quite dangerous. What Lu Cang thinks is that if this is the physical body, he can go to the temple of Wanhua. Then, when you are in danger. Just another means of escape. After completing the second turn, Lu Cang came to the brilliant gem chamber of commerce again. This time, no one stopped Lu Cang. Lu Cang came to the trading place directly and using the shortest distance. Killing the world boss at level 40 already has platinum quality equipment. However, because it has not been transformed into fetal artifact, there is no way to absorb and improve its quality. Lu Cang was not in a hurry to sell the items. Instead, I came to the VIP trading hall. It is different from the most popular trading hall outside. This VIP trading hall only open to black card holders. In this trading hall, all items purchased, all will receive a 25% discount. Search for the Martial Armament Equipper Professional Skill Book. The skill book has been found for you, Occupational Category Martial Armament Equipper. Skill Book, Strong Armor. Use Level Limit, 0. Price, 500 gold coins. Skill Book, Weapon Demonization. Use Level Limit, 0. Price, 1500 gold coins. Skill Book, Light Weapon. Use Level Limit, 0. Price, 500 gold coins. Lu Cang glanced at these skills. All I can say is, take a look. It made Lu Cang dumbfounded. I really didn't know Martial Armament Equipper before I awakened. After awakening. In fact, he had only been awake for a few hours. If you have to say something. For the profession of itself, Martial Armament Equipper. Really don't know much. And now look into the eyes. There are only 4 Martial Armament Equipper skill books in the entire market. One of them. Or have learned. Dual Wield. The skill that has been evolved into a dual-wielding copy by myself. So these 4 skills are all the professional skills of my Martial Armament Equipper. Weapon magic is to make the weapon cause magic damage. But the amount of damage will be reduced. Well, except for hitting monsters that only deal damage with magic damage. Otherwise, Lu Cang wouldn't even know. What is the meaning of this skill? Converted into magic damage, why is there a negative effect of damage reduction? A lightweight weapon reduces the weight of the weapon. Sturdy armor, enhance the defense of armor equipment. It feels like this is a little more serious. Although it is said that he knows his perfect divine ability, he is professionally specialized. Skills can be greatly evolved. But the problem is that the basic effects of these skills are really too weak. This is why occupations are graded. Some occupational skills are strong. In other words, it is precisely because of their strong professional skills that they are classified as SSS level occupations. Such as Alice's skills. 20 times the agility value damage, it is not a single shot skill, but a strengthened level A, which can shoot straight. Own this martial armament equipper skill. A simple effect that converts the damage type, not to mention occupying a skill slot, and it has negative effects. How do you compare with others? In short, let's learn the skills to the full. After all, there are a total of 7 skill positions. I have only learned 3 skills now. How much can't be justified? Finally, choose to buy the skill book, Weapon Magic, Strong Armor, Light Weapon. You have consumed gold coins, 1500. In the VIP trading hall. All purchases will be delivered directly to the buyer, instead of needing to go to the extraction place to extract it yourself. Lu Cang just completed the purchase. In the window in front of Lu Cang, a space capsule has already appeared. Lu Cang took out the items. Skill book, Weapon Demonization. Skill book, Strong Armor. Skill book, Light Weapon. Learning skills, Weapon Magic, Strong Armor, Light Weapons. Perfect divine ability has been triggered. Your martial armament equipper skills have been perfectly evolved. Dawn Forest. At this moment in the Dawn Forest, a streak of emerald green rose into the sky with silvery white light. This ray of light directly hit the clouds in the sky, rendering the sky a piece of emerald green and a piece of silvery white. Job transfer. Holy Tree. Elise is in the process of professional awakening. What just appeared was her job change vision. My Lord Saint. Sure enough. How many years has it been since we elves have seen such a magnificent job transfer vision? With the leadership of Lady Elise, our elves will definitely become more prosperous. This must be the blessing of Lord Lulaway and Lord Kumirani. If Kumaroni-sama sees such a scene, he will feel relieved, right? Yet these elves were praising Kumirani. But they don't know. The elf saint in front of me has become Kang's disciple. How is it, Elise? I saw that Alice had completed the second rank mission. Beside Alice, there was an elf who was in charge of upgrading Alice, who came forward to inquire. I accepted the SSS level second mission. The mission needs 50 black star meteorites. And I need to clear 20 dungeons of nightmare difficulty alone, and set a new record for the fastest clearance. However, Alice did not say anything about the remaining job transfer tasks. There is one more requirement for this task. That is to hold 3 artifacts. Requirements of this task. 2 perverted artifacts, as the name suggests, are the equipment of the gods. I am just a level 30 mortal. How is it possible to have? However, he became Kang's disciple. Alice felt that she had seen some hope. Because Kang is the god in charge of artifacts. As a disciple of Kang, it seems that it is not impossible to complete this task. After all, the task only says to hold. That doesn't mean it can't be borrowed. It is also feasible to borrow 3 artifacts to complete the second rank task, and then return the artifacts. You can't lose the artifact because of yourself falling from the second round again. Once the transfer task is completed, that is done permanently. Certainly. The content of this task must be kept secret. Otherwise, she would have completed the task of changing jobs that needed to obtain 3 artifacts by herself. Anyone would be suspicious. Black Star Meteorite, 50 copies. The SSS level job transfer task is really harsh. Fortunately, it's a material collection task. There should be more than 50 Black Star iron reserves in our family. Master Saint, please wait a moment, I will apply for you. Heard this reply. Alice also breathed a sigh of relief. That's it, it's done. I don't know if these 50 copies of Black Star Meteorite can please Cang. And how did he open his mouth to mention the matter of borrowing the artifact? Chapter 32. Freedom and Lightness. God, passive your equipment will ignore the influence of gravity, and you can get rid of all movement restrictions. Magic weapon. God, passive your attack will cause exactly the same amount of arcane magic damage, and your attack can directly cut through magic skills. Your own damage must be greater than the opponent's skill damage. For non-damage type magic, cut according to its magic strength. Heavy armor of intrinsic defense. God, passive gain 50% armor, elemental resistance, arcane resistance increase, every time damage is received, increase 5% of total resistance and armor, up to 100 layers. Freedom, evolved from light arms. This skill, even after evolution. This effect seems very tasteless. I am not negatively affected by the equipment itself. As for that movement restriction, switching the swift stance by yourself can also have the same effect. Facts have proved that if the basic effect of the skill is too rubbish, perfect divine ability may not be able to save it. Of course. Even so, the professional specialization of perfect divine ability is still a well-deserved divine skill. As for the magic weapon, it evolved from the magic weapon. The current effect is equivalent to doubling his damage again. As for the inherent defense heavy armor, it has once again improved its defense ability. Of course, now Lu Cang doesn't think that among his peers, anyone can beat him by a second. Then, there are auxiliary materials. The synthesis condition of the bow of Amazon. One piece of shortbow type equipment is required. Shortbow equipment needs to absorb equipment entries, scatter, shot. In addition, the multiple shooting skill book is required. The materials are all fine. Can be bought easily. The rarest ones are only those 100 Black Star meteorites. Lu Cang now owns 50 copies. Elise can provide herself with 50 copies. Added up, just enough. Buy the multi-shot skill book. I don't have the skill book in my hand. The world boss didn't explode this book. You are a black card member, the discount has been calculated for you. You have consumed gold coins, 75,000. Successfully purchased, skill book, multiple shots. This skill allows the archer to shoot multiple arrows with every normal attack. However, the damage of the arrows fired after that will have attenuation, and there is no special effect. It can be regarded as a mediocre skill. Then there are shortbow type equipment. This type of equipment is available in Lu Cang's backpack. And scatter and shoot entries. So does Lu Cang. In the backpack, Lu Cang found the short bow with the entries of scatter and shot. Then, combine them on the same piece of equipment. So be it. Next, I just need to wait for Elise to send the materials, and I will be able to synthesize the bow of the sky cluster. Lu Cang completes what he needs to buy. As for the human emperor's side, Feng Wang's invitation. Lu Cang didn't intend to rush either. Even, Lu Cang wanted to meet Ren Huang to see what Ren Huang really thought. This kind of thing that was suddenly given by others, a pie in the sky. Lu Cang still intends to treat it with caution. Of course, the current Lu Cang is no longer afraid of any danger. There is reverse time this equipment. As long as the situation is not right, Lu Cang can go straight back to the past. Let's try it. This ability is too perverted. Lu Cang still intends to give it a try to be on the safe side. Otherwise it would be outrageous. The next moment, Lu Cang directly activates reverse time. Click. Once the effect of this equipment is triggered, Lu Cang felt the pendant on his body and the chain sound of the clock turning. Then, just for an instant, Lu Cang returned to the door of the brilliant gem chamber of commerce. Lu Cang looked at the time. 22:41. It happened to be the time before I entered the brilliant gem chamber of commerce. Subsequently, Lu Cang looked at his attributes. Newly learned skills, gone. Sure enough, this is the past time and space. Subsequently, Lu Cang followed everything he had just done. The action was repeated once. Buy all skill books. Synthetic equipment entries. Then leave from the trading hall. Lu Cang could feel that his pendant was in an active state at any time. As long as you want. Then you can continue to return to the past time and space that you want to go back to. But the only regret is that we can only go back to the past. Instead of going to the future. Lu Cang cannot directly activate reverse time, and go back to before buying the equipment again. But having to go through these things all over again. If you go back 100 years at a time, that means that Lu Cang will go through 100 years again. Of course, the premise is that at that time, I was equipped with reverse time. However, this is also equivalent to eternal life in disguise. This is also the bug of reverse time, immortality in disguise. Then, it's time to complete the challenge dungeon. I had already signed a contract with the brilliant gem chamber of commerce. This contract, once signed, must be completed. Moreover, I also need to upgrade now. Level up to 60. In order to accept the third rank mission and become stronger. Just 2 turns. I provided myself with reverse time, Wanhua Temple. How strong are those 3 turns? You know, every job change will be stronger than the last. And the challenge copy is a single player copy. It will only reveal the skills and equipment corresponding to the profession. Just right for my current situation. Equipment does not matter, but skills are very important. More importantly, no divine adornments of myriad transformations skill. The first phase of bearer of divine adornments. You can also use the martial armament equipper skill. But in the second stage, ordinary martial armament equipper changed job, is armed master. But I am divine adornments of myriad transformations. Skills are no longer universal. Therefore, only a special way can be found to acquire skills specific to this profession. There are also a small number of people in this world who have obtained mutant occupations. They also cannot use normal skill books. Can only be obtained by special means. As a result, the growth path that facilitates careers is far more difficult than ordinary careers. And this challenge copy. It is one of the ways to acquire skills. Think here. Lu Cang set off again. Under the effect of the brand new professional specialization, multiple entries amplification. Lu Cang's speed skyrocketed to 2.1 times the previous speed. This is also because some entries are inconvenient to replace. The speed per second has reached 20,000 meters. It can travel 20 kilometers in 1 second. Under such extreme speed, after just a few minutes, Lu Cang came to a copy near the city of Saint Leon. At the same time, by the way, I brushed the mobs during this rush. The blood volume rose to 2.83 million. The ordinary field is different from the continuous mountains. The number and types of monsters are much rarer. It's not like in the continuous mountain range, killing a large number of people at once. But even so, the speed of stacking blood is not too slow. Every year on the day of the mutation, many new copies will be refreshed in the world. But at the same time some old copies will disappear. But only one copy of the challenge will appear every year. This challenge copy will be refreshed directly next to the new map at level 30. Just like twin brothers. Lu Cang also checked the exact location of this copy through the posts on the community. It is northwest of Saint Leon City, on a cliff of a high mountain. Challenge, Wind Demon Cliff. Challenge Dungeon. Level Limit, Level 3060. Occupational Restrictions, Second Job Change. Limited number of people, 1. Difficulty Level, Easy, Normal, Difficult, Nightmare, Crazy. Description: Fengmo Cliff, there are a large number of elemental monsters, with windy terrain damage, within the map, will continue to receive wind blade damage. A copy above level 30. The highest difficulty has reached the Crazy level. Crazy level difficulty, you can get platinum quality equipment. Of course, the difficulty has also become extremely abnormal. If we talk about the difficulty of nightmares, it is still ordinary people who work hard and spend more than a dozen more dungeons that can eventually pass the level. At the Crazy level, you must be a top team to have the possibility of clearing the level. At least, in the dungeon team of 5, there must be 3 of them with S-level occupations. This is still the minimum. Otherwise, you will lose. As for the difficulty above the Crazy level, dungeons above level 100, the 6th difficulty Hell. There are really only a handful of job changers who can pass the level. That is, Human Sovereign, or a team composed purely of SS level occupations. This kind of top existence in the world. There is a possibility of customs clearance. The quality of equipment dropped by Hell difficulty is diamonds. On the first day of changing jobs, I challenged the Crazy difficulty. Before I changed jobs, I would feel outrageous. Lu Cang laughed at himself like this. Immediately. Touch the copy light curtain in front of you. Choose difficulty. Crazy. Enter the copy. May 28th. World Mutation Day. Magic Tribe. Deep underground, there is an extremely spacious cave. Inside the cave there are countless small rooms. The various rooms are full of sophisticated instruments and potions of various green and different colors. Under the heat of the flame, these medicines boiled out bubbles and exuded a pungent smell. One by one, the magic spirits manipulate these characteristic materials in the cave. However, all this is not worth paying attention to. The real concern is the center of the cave. A huge transparent capsule that is encapsulated. Numerous tubes are inserted above the capsule. Inside the capsule, there is a dark green solution. In the solution, a ginseng-like spine. A long spine, around it, stretches countless golden filaments like nerve fibers. Float in solution. Inject arcane energy. A arcane mage magic spirit, standing on top of an instrument. Release the skill of arcane charge towards the instrument. Soon, a tube emits a light blue glow. Instill towards the inside of the capsule. I only saw this arcane energy infused into it. The inside of the capsule, which was originally stable and calm, suddenly began to turmoil. Successful. It's going to be successful. The unstable reaction has reached the critical value. The stable energy in the marrow has been successfully activated. Below the capsule, countless magic spirits looked up at the capsule in midair. In the capsule, in the spine, there is a bright red light. And, slightly oscillating, the green solution in the entire container is boiling violently. This shows the energy in it, which is extremely unstable. It may even explode in the next second. However, seeing this capsule revealed a strong and dangerous atmosphere. One by one mobs in the audience, but fell into ecstatic madness. Woo! Hee hee! Ha ha ha! It's done! It's finally done! Ah chi chi chi! KKK! All kinds of laughter, all kinds of strange things. Marrow explosion. Finally finished. A goblin jumped onto the console, dancing and dancing. Try it, try it. Explosion test team, prepare for the test explosion. Marrow explosion no one annihilation. Conduct a trial explosion. The location of the test explosion. Dragon Clan. Valley of Dragons. explode. Blow up the strongest race in the alliance. The launch pad is set up. The top of the cave opens. In the sky, 3 moons hung high. 1 red, 1 blue, 1 purple. Blue is the largest and red is the smallest. Under the light of 3 moons. One by one, the eyes of the mobs turned red. As if possessed. But they are indeed possessed. Since the awakening, the second millennium has changed. It's blood moon. In the world, more than 90% of the races have been affected by the mutation. Become bloodthirsty, become extremely destructive. Want to destroy everything. And the few races that were not affected. It was during this mutation that they were aggressively attacked by the mutant race. But fortunately, a race that only knows destruction but not development will not last long. After struggling for a long time, these crazy races have finally gradually become extinct. However, there are still some left in the world. In order to cause more damage, they have an extremely highly disciplined race. Mojang is one of them. All their behavior. The only purpose is to make a big one. And today. Big done. At the bottom of the capsule. Is mounted on a base. On this base, hundreds of magic circles are carved. And, are marked with some unique markings. Acceleration circle. Flame burst formation. Instantly advancing the magic circle. Direction offset array. Position mark. Lock mark. Barrier protection circle. The purpose of a series of magic circles is to send this huge capsule to the test explosion site that was determined hundreds of years ago. Valley of Dragons. And only this place. The explosion test team looked at the data one after another, and they were extremely excited. The magic of the fixed magic circle is removed. The marrow explosion can move. Activate the acceleration circle, the flame explosion circle. Locate and lock the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Jet start. Start. Boom. A flame erupted. Marrow explosion goes straight into the sky. Rush into the vast night sky. Chapter 33. Valley of Dragons. Here is the capital of the Dragon Clan. Countless giant dragons hover and inhabit here. Different from humans. After the dragon is born, it has a certain fighting power. Even young dragons can contend with low-level monsters. When the baby dragon breaks out of the dragon egg, it can see its own panel. However, they are unprofessional. Without any professional skills. But even so, their own strength is also enough to support them in hunting monsters in the wild. Even a newborn baby dragon has more than 100 four-dimensional attribute values. Increase your level by hunting monsters. It can even be upgraded to level 30 directly before changing jobs. Wait until May 28 every year. These young dragons will change from no occupation to their own occupation during the ceremony. The occupation of a giant dragon is generally related to its dragon species. Golden dragon is often a job of the meat shield department. For example, the guardian, the scale of protection. Silver dragon is often a profession in the magic department. Such as arcanists, conjurers. White dragon is a holy restoration class, and it often has the ability to purify. Of course, there are also some white dragons with strong punishment abilities. For example, healers, protectors, or God's punishers. At this time, in the Valley of Dragons, an adult giant dragon is leading a group of young dragons to hunt near the forest. But suddenly, this giant dragon suddenly sensed something. It looked up and saw a small black spot on the horizon. It is rapidly approaching in its own direction. Fengmo Cliff. Boom. One strike. Minus 27,500,000, crit. 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 Lu Cang pulled out Jinayu. In an instant, it dealt 27 million damage. This is the damage of magic weapon, a mixture of physical and magical damage. Double Lu Cang's damage directly. Under this blow, all the monsters around died instantly. But at the same time, Lu Cang's own shield, a thin layer, was also shaved off. Crazy difficulty. Entering the dungeon, you will face the ultimate move. The moment he came in, Lu Cang was attacked by multiple monsters at the same time. This is to open the door to kill. However, the blood volume of more than 2 million is really too thick. It is impossible to beat these monsters. They attack and cause more than 2,000 points of damage. Putting it on Lu Cang is completely painless. You have killed Feng Mo, level 30. You have gained experience, 90,000, 2000% experience in Crazy Dungeon. You have killed Feng Duing, level 30. You have gained experience, 90,000, 2000% experience in Crazy Dungeon. You have killed Wind-Winged Dragon, Elite, level 30. You have gained experience, 390,000, 2000% experience in Crazy Dungeon. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 33. Oh, upgraded. See yourself level up. Immediately, Lu Cang casually took out a splitting mountain sword, Platinum. This is level 31 Platinum quality equipment. Lu Cang cannot convert higher level equipment into fetal artifact. Naturally, it cannot absorb higher level equipment. But now after upgrading, it will naturally be able to absorb it. Absorb the mountain-splitting giant sword and improve the quality of Jinayu. Absorbing, mountain-splitting great sword, Platinum. Only seeing the black Jinayu, there was a tremor. Supreme enhancement has been triggered. Jinayu's strengthening level has been raised to the upper limit. Jinayu, Artifact, +5, Max. Quality, Platinum, Growable. Equipment level, 33, follows user level. Strength plus 99,611. Crit rate, 50%. Crit effect, 250%. Effect, Jinayu, every normal attack will cause a shock wave, causing the same type of earth damage to a radius of 225 meters, and the damage is 10 times the power value. Can crit. Effect 2, Charged Strike, Ultimate, every normal attack of yours will become a charged blow, causing 3 times the damage. Effect 3, Overlord Attack, Ultimate, every time you attack normally, you will be given an Overlord status, get 50% damage reduction, and get a shield equal to 15% of your maximum health. Effect 4, to be absorbed. Description, Jinayu, who can instantly charge power, now, no one can stop its owner from swinging this giant sword. Unfortunately, the crit rate is useless. Now every attack that Lu Cang makes is an absolute crit. A 50% crit rate is really a waste. It would be great if we could replace the adverb entry of critical strike rate with other entries. However, Lu Cang is very satisfied with the basic attributes. Level 33 and level 30. Even though it's only 3 levels away. But the attributes of the equipment are 3 times worse. The equipment attributes after the second turn. There will be a surge. In addition, the quality of equipment has been improved. This also made Jinayu's attribute bonuses extremely outrageous. And along with absorbing the giant sword of platinum quality, Jinayu's entry has also been improved, and the range has been increased from 150 meters to 225 meters. It seems to be only 75 meters, but in fact the radius has been increased to 1.5 times. The covered area has been increased to 2.25 times. On the slender Jinayu, the black air lingering on it became more intense. Originally, Jinayu was different from ordinary giant swords. Not very generous. On the contrary, as a giant sword, Jinayu looked a little slender. Even more primitive and heavy. But now, Jinayu's appearance has shrunk slightly. Gives a more dexterous feel. But Lu Cang doesn't care. After all, I am not affected by the negative effects of equipment, such as the slowness, bulkiness, stiffness of the giant sword, and various negative equipment effects. I have never experienced it myself. After letting Jinayu absorb the platinum giant sword, Lu Cang looked around. Challenge dungeon, there is a special place. That is, all monsters inside, the level is always equal to Lu Cang's level. And to the copy of the second turn. The map is no longer as simple as the novice copy at the beginning. Their terrain. It has also become more pioneering. Often a copy has a range of hundreds of kilometers. It may even take several days, or even dozens of days, to complete a dungeon strategy. Fort posture. Lu Cang activates the turret posture for an instant. Freedom and lightness this skill. The only benefit to myself is can remove the movement restriction of the turret posture. Fort posture, unable to move, but the range of all attacks is increased by 2.5 times, and the effective range of damage is doubled, calculated based on the line distance. For a moment, Jinayu's attack range has increased from a radius of 225 meters to a radius of 788 meters. The next moment, Lu Cang attacked again. Boom! This time, the diameter of the attack has exceeded 1.5 kilometers. Extremely scary. Boom! A black wave of air oscillates and spreads. Jinayu of platinum quality. Its attack effect has also become more shocking. Amidst the shock, there was still a heavy black air lingering around. -2,299,611, crit. -3,299,611, crit. -2,299,611, crit. -2,929,567, crit. -2,299,611, crit. Another moment. Pieces of Feng Mo Windbird were killed by Lu Cang. Lu Cang's experience bar is increasing rapidly. But alas! The monsters in this copy are equal to their own level. This means that there will be no monsters that exceed their own level. Unable to leapfrog kills and gain multiple experience points. But even so, Lu Cang's upgrade speed is still jaw-dropping. Just 2 attacks. Already reached level 37. You still need to stick to the time, 29 minutes and 30 seconds. It turns out that the copy type this time is persistence. Lu Cang looked to both sides of the cliff. This moment. On both sides of the cliff, those monsters flying in the air have been cleared away by Lu Cang. But, soon, with the howling of the wind, a blue Feng Mo condensed again. Until this time, Lu Cang only saw the panels of these monsters clearly. Feng Mo. Level, 37. Life point, 370,000. Skills, Wind Blade, Wind Flow Bullet. Characteristics, Flying, Physical Damage Dodge, Physical Damage Reduction, Super Powerful Resistance. Description: a mob that can use the power of the wind to fly in the sky is extremely difficult to hit. No wonder, my damage has become so much lower. Physical Damage Reduction, Super Strong Resistance. If the attack posture penetration resistance is not turned on, the damage will indeed be much lower. Incorporeal monsters, most resistant to physical damage. The wind monsters have the highest resistance to earth damage. It turned out that I was restrained. However, in this dungeon, there is just an ordinary mob. There are 370,000 blood volume. At the same time, the skills are disgusting, 2 long-range skills. Moreover, it can fly. In addition, this environment is a windy environment. The long-range attack of the Crusade team will be affected by the strong wind and be deflected. But the monster's long-range attack will not be affected. And the terrain. Lu Cang surveyed the surrounding terrain. In front of him, there is only a long and narrow mountain road. There are no guardrails or handrails. It's like walking a tightrope. Plus, it's a windy environment. Will greatly affect the character's actions. If you are not careful, you may fall off the cliff. If it weren't for Lu Cang's current freedom and lightness, he would not be affected by any movement restrictions. Otherwise, if you don't switch to swift stance, it is really possible to be blown off the cliff by the strong wind. Tisk, is this crazy difficulty? Under such difficult and dangerous terrain, we also have to deal with the fast-flying Fengma. Moreover, the blood volume of this Fengmo is still 370,000. Difficulty is really perverted. Whether it can hit or not is one thing to say. And even if it can hit, Fengmo still has the characteristic of dodging physical damage. Can dodge physical damage with a high probability, and also reduce physical damage. Plus, lots of blood. Can only say. The difficulty of the challenge is much higher than the so-called nightmare difficulty. Enter the copy of crazy difficulty yourself. Experience for yourself how perverted the copy of the crazy difficulty is. Only then did Lu Cang know why the crazy difficulty can only be overcome by the top elite team of the human race. -315. -310. -303. -295. -287. Shield refresh. Plus 60,000 shield value. The surrounding wind environment continuously forms wind blades. Continuously consumes Lu Cang's HP. This difficulty is really too perverted. At the same time, he threw out a sword casually. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of wind demons regenerated around him. Disappeared again. This dungeon is really difficult. Feeling the difficulty of this dungeon, Lu Cang couldn't even think of those SS-level occupations. How did you clear this dungeon? Lu Cang has a very clear understanding of his own strength. After all, I have lived in this world for 18 years. These 18 years have been taught various knowledge of this world. Therefore, Lu Cang will never compare his combat power with other ordinary people. That's all. Lu Cang waved the Jinayu. Step by step, he walked steadily towards the top of the mountain. -3,299,611, crit. -4,299,611, crit. -5,299,611, crit. -3,929,567, crit. -3,299,611, crit. And Lu Cang's grade. It is also steadily improving. Congratulations, your level has been raised to 38. Congratulations, your level has been raised to 39. Congratulations, your level has been raised to 43. Although it is said that the spike does not enter the combat state. But in the combat state, it is not only the active attack that enters. When attacked, it will also enter a combat state. At the moment of entering the copy, Lu Cang has already been under inevitable attack. The effect of 1000 miles sprint boots. It also disappeared. Of course. During this battle, Lu Cang still has the opportunity to actively activate extreme speed 3 times. But what are you doing to activate it? Anyway, this dungeon is a perseverance type dungeon. If you don't persist for 30 minutes, the final boss will not appear. No matter how fast you run, it's useless. Therefore, Lu Cang also walked slowly. Surrounding monsters refreshed. Just wave once Jinayu. Kill all those monsters in seconds. Dodge? It doesn't matter, the wild dance entry plus 100% hit rate. Wind elemental monsters are greatly resistant to earth damage. It doesn't matter, even if you resist 99% damage, I can kill you with only 1% damage. What's more, these monsters can't resist 99% of the damage at all. Up to 90% off. As Lu Cang's level continues to increase, the blood volume of these monsters is also increasing with the level. But no matter how their blood volume increases, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Lu Cang with a single sword. Even, Lu Cang didn't even bother to open attack stance. Always open the turret stance. With the maximum range, clear the field again and again. The faster Lu Cang kills, the faster these monsters spawn. The number of monsters will not be refreshed after it stabilizes at a certain value. And Lu Cang crazily kills. Just let these monsters refresh again and again. Meanwhile, Lu Cang is still in the process. By the way, the quality of other equipment also upgraded to platinum. There are 7 equipment parts in the whole body. Each part, Lu Cang has reserved platinum equipment. For absorption. 1000 miles speed boots, the basic movement speed has been improved. The base movement speed bonus has been increased from 10 m/s to 20 m/s. At the same time, the effect of maintain the acceleration effect within 3 seconds after entering the combat state was obtained. Moreover, the acceleration effect that can be activated in the combat state has also been increased from 3 times to 5 times. Lu Cang reckoned, could he be able to maintain extreme speed in combat if his quality was improved a bit? As for the heavy armor on his body, Fortitude of Heart simply and rudely increased the superimposed HP of each monster. Now each monster can provide a maximum of 150 health points. Moreover, a monster can be stacked twice. The boss has changed to 3000 blood points and the world boss has increased to 100,000 blood points. As for the necklace itself, it is of platinum quality. The ring has an additional effect that can help others hide their identities. Lu Cang believes that this effect can be used for Elise. Let her hide her identity as her disciple. That's all. Lu Cang was caught in the strong wind. In the copy of crazy difficulty, walk towards the top of the mountain easily. Valley of Dragons. At this moment, the territory of the Dragon Clan. Countless giant dragons looked towards the sky. In the sky, there is something that is constantly accelerating and falling towards the Valley of 10,000 Dragons at a very fast speed. The dragons soared into the sky. Look at the black spots in the sky. Several older dragons looked dignified. As top powerhouses, they have super intuition. What it is? My intuition is warning. That thing is dangerous. No matter what it is, I feel that the visitor is not good. Stop it. Oriole. Seaman. Follow me. A demon dragon of hurricane, with countless blue magic circles appearing around it. These magic circles light up. In an instant, this hurricane demon dragon accelerated to extreme speed. Charged towards the direction of the black dot. Chapter 34. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 55. Lu Cang looked at his level. The level was finally raised to 55. From level 30 to level 60. Generally, job changers often need nearly a year to improve. After level 30, the experience value obtained by killing monsters is compared with the experience value required for leveling up. It's really too bad. For a level 55 monster, the base experience value is only 8,250. Under the 20 times experience bonus of the crazy difficulty copy. But only 165,000 experience points can be obtained. And upgrading from level 55 to level 56 requires 200 million experience to upgrade. At least 1,000 of them must be killed. Boom! Lu Cang swept across with his sword. A black air spread. -8,648,266, crit. -9,648,872, crit. -7,648,657, crit. Minus 9,648,328, crit. Minus 8,648,157, crit. Pieces of wind demons turned into chaotic winds and dissipated. Eventually, it disappeared. You have killed Fengmo X492. You have killed the pterosaur of the wind X334. You have killed the Fengxia bird X593. You have killed the elite, furious hurricane demon X13. You have killed the elite rage wind wyvern X4. You have gained 269,693,725 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 5-6. Lu Cang's experience points reached full in an instant. Even a lot more. As Lu Cang continues to climb upwards. Just 10 minutes. It was already close to the top of the mountain. And the level has also reached the upper limit of the second turn, level 60. Lu Cang is now, even if it is an ordinary speed action. All have been fast. The speed per second has also reached 30 meters. Look at the data is not much. However, this is the speed without any movement speed bonus. Really need to bring a few movement speed abilities. The speed of movement breaks 100 in minutes. In the stage of the second turn, if it is in a battle, it can jump hundreds of meters in an instant. The opponent can't catch his shadow at all. Of course. There is no one who is a match for Lu Cang among the second-level human race careers. Finally reached the top of the mountain. There is no other reason why Lu Cang moved to the top of the mountain. It's because this dungeon has only one way. If you don't go to the top of the mountain, where else can you go? You can't stay where you started. Moreover, since there is a road, it means that there is always something ahead. Generally speaking, there is a road that must be a place that needs to be explored. Follow this line of thinking, basically right. And even if it's wrong, Lu Cang can also reverse back in time. Start all over again. At this time, he had just arrived at the top of the mountain. When Lu Cang stepped on the last step and came to the flat ground on the top of the mountain. Bang! Only a series of roars were heard. The earth shook. Behind Lu Cang, the series of stairs all disintegrated in an instant. Huge boulders rustled down towards the cliff. Look at the destroyed stairs behind. Lu Cang already understood the meaning of this copy. Does that mean you can't turn back? Immediately, Lu Cang looked in front of him. In front of oneself. It's 3 small bosses. 2 are in the sky and 1 is on the ground. The boss on the ground is Blue Tiger of Flame Wind. The whole body is a tiger-shaped creature composed of wind elements, and it is in the wind. There are also blue flames lingering. And above the sky, it is a dark cloud. The dark cloud is completely black, and within the body, there is the light of thunder and lightning. The other boss is an ice blue ice bird. Cold crystal sky bird. A compound type of elemental creature. Fire wind, thunder wind, ice wind. 1 master for continuous damage, 1 master for burst damage, and 1 master for control. Blood volume. Tisk. 100 million blood. The 3 little bosses each have a blood volume of 100 million. Already comparable to a level 30 world boss. But the world boss, no matter how you say it, can be defeated by tens of thousands of people. Own this. But it is a single copy. You have to single out yourself. Can the strength be the same? What's more, this is still facing 3 at the same time. At the same time, Lu Cang also saw a hint. Remaining time until the boss is completely berserk, 1931. Same as the countdown time I need to stick to. In other words, if I can't climb to the top within 30 minutes, will these bosses go berserk? I don't know what level of combat power these bosses will have when they fall into a state of rage. Lu Cang weighed a little in his heart. Roar! The wind tiger covered in blue flames roared. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. The birds chirping. Just a few seconds while Lu Cang was thinking. These three bosses attacked directly towards Lu Cang. Attacking with it, there are also small monsters spawned nearby. That's right, 3 bosses with 100 million blood, accompanied by thousands of mobs. No matter what lineup you put in, it's all a hopeless scenario. But Lu Cang just turned the Jinayu in his hand. Attack stance. Immediately slashed with his sword. Boom! A circle of black mist spread in all directions in an instant. Jinayu's shock-wave effect was triggered instantly. Boom! Minus 183,702,600, crit. 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 For a moment, heaven and earth, all hostile monsters are all dead. Lu Cang looked at the refreshed kill report. It turns out that in the bottom of this cliff, there are monsters that burrow into the ground. It's really dangerous. Lu Cang's level has risen to level 60. Jinayu's strength value bonus has also reached 204,114 points. 200,000 strength points. Dual wielding duplication is 2 Jinayu, 400,000 points of strength. Compared with the previous level 30 strength value attribute, it is nearly 7 times higher. With one blow, the damage caused has already exceeded 100 million. You have killed the stage boss Cold Crystal Bird. You have killed the stage boss Furious Thundercloud. You have killed the stage boss the Blue Tiger of Flame Wind. Stage boss treasure chest X3 has been accumulated for you. Stage boss treasure chests accumulate. Lu Cang was not surprised either. This is what I learned in books in high school. The rewards of this kind of small boss will be accumulated. The reward will not be settled until the final boss is killed. But if the group is destroyed before killing the final boss, these treasure chests will not disappear either. Instead, all the team members who participated in the dungeon will be summoned again after the group destruction dungeon is over. Carry out reward distribution for small treasure chests. As long as the small boss is killed, it means that this copy is profitable. Therefore, there are also some teams who know that they cannot beat the final boss. Just go and clean up the little boss. The rewards are then settled directly. This way you can get something. Even. This is also a way to brush equipment, such as platinum quality equipment. It is too difficult to pass the copy of the crazy difficulty. So some top teams will choose to kill a few small bosses to get the treasure chest. Platinum quality equipment can still be produced. However, even if there is such a method, platinum quality equipment is still very rare in production. After all, even if the goal is not the final boss, there are very few teams that can meet the small boss and finally defeat the small boss. Like Lu Cang now. Just the second turn, the whole body is already platinum quality, even full of strengthened equipment. In the entire human race, there is no second one. Even the major families with a long history cannot come up with such a luxurious configuration. Of course, there is another important point. After upgrading, you need to change equipment. For a piece of equipment that will be replaced soon, so many resources were wasted to strengthen it. What a waste of money. Generally speaking, the major families will only strengthen the equipment at the 30th, 60th, and 100th levels. These levels often have to stay for a long time. In addition, strengthening the equipment of other levels is really a waste of resources. And just after the treasure chest settlement prompt popped up, Lu Cang saw it. In front of him, a blue flame rose up. In the sky, dark clouds gathered again. At the same time, above the sky, there is an ice egg with grey health. This means that the ice egg is in a blood-locked state. At this time, the surface of the ice egg broke into cracks. Click. Kaka kaka. The cracks on the surface of the ice egg are getting denser and denser. Boom. Finally, the ice egg was completely broken. Bird chirping. The next moment, a giant bird made of ice cubes appeared in front of Lu Cang again. Cold Crystal Sky Bird, Stage Boss. Rank, King. Level, 60. Life point, 120,000,000/120,000,000. Mana, 10,000,000/10,000,000. Skills, Hardened Dive, Frozen Fall, Surrounded by Extreme Ice, Deep Knot. Characteristics, Wind Protection, Ice Crystal Protection, Fire Resistance, Extreme Cold Aura. Special Protection, Immortality, after death, it will be turned into an ice egg and revived after 3 seconds, this feature will disappear after Berserk. Description, a bird of ice with the power of freezing, which can freeze and slow all the surrounding enemies. This special protection, just didn't have this one. If there is such a description before, Lu Cang will definitely notice. It is estimated that this is the other party's hidden ability. It will only be displayed when it is triggered. If you don't kill this boss, this hidden ability will not be revealed. Thinking of this, Lu Cang sighed again, these bosses are really sinister. The other team spent a lot of effort to kill the 3 bosses. It turns out that these bosses will be resurrected. I don't know how desperate they will be. Immediately, Lu Cang looked at Lei Yun and the Feng Guo Tiger again. Indeed, they all have the same type of resurrection ability. With the resurrection of the boss, around Lu Cang, one after another mobs are spawned again. The mobs surrounded Lu Cang. Have to say, when playing boss battles, the most annoying thing is not necessarily the boss, but the annoying mobs around them one after another. Fine. Face this situation. Lu Cang sighed softly. Immediately, he waved Jinayu again. Come and come. Boom. One shot down. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. After this blow, Lu Cang switches stances. Forward posture. Boom. Another blow. -12,648,266, crit. -12,648,872, crit. -10,648,657, crit. -9,648,328, crit. -12,648,157, crit. Just 2 attacks. Clear the entire hilltop again. You have killed the stage boss Cold Crystal Bird. You have killed the stage boss Furious Thundercloud. You have killed the stage boss the Blue Tiger of Flame Wind. And at the same time, another reminder popped up. Stage boss treasure chest X6 has been accumulated for you. The treasure chest has become 6. If you kill again after resurrection, can you accumulate treasure chests? See this tip. Lu Cang's eyes lit up slightly. What can be infinitely resurrected and infinitely accumulated treasure chest boss? Here, you won't be able to continue accumulating after killing the 3rd time, right? Lu Cang looked into the sky. The continuously condensing thundercloud, and the ice egg that broke its shell again and was about to shatter. There is such a good thing? Chapter 35. Roar. Boom. The birds chirping. and facing the roaring and revived boss in front of him. Lu Cang just raised Jinyu flatly. Boom! Another hit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. -183,702,600, crit. Not an aggressive stance. There is no way to kill these bosses in one hit. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Current cumulative number of treasure chests, 12. Lu Cang check the treasure chests that have been accumulated so far. These bosses have been killed by Lu Cang for 4 rounds. Can be revived infinitely. Really good. At the same time, Lu Cang watched the countdown that kept ticking by. Frenzy countdown, 1847. There are still 18 minutes before this battle will end. Lu Cang is not in a hurry at all. Jinyu in his left hand put it away and put it behind his back. Holding Jinyu in his right hand, he waved it. As for the attitude of the fort, Lu Cang didn't even bother to switch. Anyway, those little monsters can't get close. And his level has risen to level 60. There is also no need to kill mobs to gain experience points. Boom 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 boom. A circle of attack ripples spread. Lu Cang took out a small stool from his backpack. Sitting on the top of a stormy mountain. Start to brush up the news of the community. There is an owner of SSS level talent in the elves. Oh, news. White King came to the territory of the human race for vacation, planning to spend some time with his daughter. White King, the great sorcerer dragon, should be one of the most powerful people in the world, right? Also, is there an abnormality in the connection with the Valley of Dragons? Communication interrupted. Communication with the Valley of Dragons is down. Suspected signal fog, Valley of the Dragons has lost contact with the outside world. And news about me. Look at what these people have to say. Lu Cang clicked on one community news after another. The fog that the great sage can't see through, Lu Cang's identity is a mystery. The emperor suspectedly invited Lu Cang to be king. Will Lu Cang become the youngest king ever? Speculation on Lu Cang's variation occupation. Let's count Lu Cang's hidden abilities. One news after another. Most of the news is discussing what kind of ability Lu Cang has. What are the characteristics of the profession? But they have no clue at all. After all, Lu Cang never made a move in front of other people. Not once. I can only see one outrageous announcement after another issued by Lu Cang. In the eyes of all Eastern people, Lu Cang has become a big mystery. Lu Cang quickly browsed a large number of posts related to himself. Too many posts. Can't see it at all. Lu Cang only read more than a dozen articles, so he didn't bother to read them. These editors have no clues at all. They want pictures but no pictures, and want videos but no videos. Just come up with an attractive title, and the rest is all nonsense. Of course, Lu Cang will not reveal clues about himself at will. Before the strength fully grows up. The less known the better. Subsequently, Lu Cang continued to browse down. Suddenly, I saw some interesting posts. The 5,000 years of awakening has come, the legend about the Millennium Catastrophe. Will the Millennium Catastrophe be fulfilled on our heads again? Inventory of the Millennium changes in the past dynasties. 1,000-year catastrophe. When Lu Cang saw these headlines, his complexion was slightly solemn. At the same time, Jinyu waved lightly in his hand. Boom boom boom. The 3 bosses who had just been revived were killed again. As for Lu Cang, he didn't even look at them. First awakening, blood moon, abyss, stars, divine monsters. Only the first mutation gave the world the power to awaken races and change jobs. The remaining 4 times were all catastrophes. Moreover, the impact of the catastrophe is still there today. So far, the moon in the sky is still blood-colored. The abyss is still there. In the sky, the original 4 rounds of the moon have already fallen. As for the divine monsters, their remains and temples are still scattered all over the world. Even their favored ones will appear from time to time, causing disaster to the world. This year, if you don't count the first awakening, is the 5th millennium. Oh, I just ran into it. I hope the mutation is not too early. Lu Cang browsed the community. On one side, waving Janayu. Current accumulated treasure chests, 486. Treasure chests have been accumulated to 486. This is even more than the crazy difficulty treasure chests produced by the human race throughout the year. The closer it is to Berserk, the faster these 3 bosses are resurrected. And the faster they revive, the faster Lu Cang kills. In just 10 minutes. These bosses have already died hundreds of times. Well, it's only a minute away, and it's over. Lu Cang looked at the time. Brush the community for 10 minutes. There is a feeling of using Doying in the previous life. Last minute. Lu Cang stood up. At the same time, Lu Cang found that in the distance, countless fogs were gathering. It was about 10 kilometers away from me by visual inspection. Its body is constantly condensing. Lu Cang frowned slightly. It can be seen that this is the final boss. Final storm, boss. Rank, King, upper rank. Level, 60. Life point, 320,000,000/320,000,000,000. Mana, 10,000,000,000/10,000,000,000. Skills, Wind Pillar, Tyrannical Tornado, Wind Shock, Ultimate Storm, Thunderstorm, Flame Storm. Characteristics, Protection of Wind, ignores earth damage, Gale Aura, resist those near. Description, the final boss who controls the power of the wind. Possesses extremely destructive power. 300 million and 2 blood volume. Playing this dungeon is really no different from fighting against the world boss, right? It may also be, the difficulty of the challenge dungeon is slightly higher than that of the normal dungeon. Lu Cang looked at the final boss. There is a corresponding guess in mind. The difficulty of this crazy difficulty copy. It is indeed a bit too high. I have seen the world boss. A level 60 world boss has only 900 million HP. This copy of crazy difficulty. The final boss has 300 million HP. Plus the bonus of the mechanism. This boss is indeed equivalent to the strength of the world boss at the same level. Even, maybe beyond. After all, there are those 3 little bosses and a whole group of mobs beside him. But, it's true that I didn't say that there is no difference between the crazy difficulty. It's like strong nightmare difficulty, and weak nightmare difficulty. It really doesn't look like they are in the same difficulty division. Strong nightmare difficulty, even if it is an S-level professional team, it is difficult to pass the level. On the weaker nightmare difficulty, B-level occupations can easily pass the level after a long time of running in. The crazy difficulty I'm playing now, maybe even strong crazy. Certainly. Lu Cang has another guess. That is, the world is changing. It's a new millennium after all, and who knows what will happen. Even Lu Cang is not surprised that the boss in the dungeon ran out and caused damage to the world. However, there are too many reasons for it, and it is useless to think so much. The boss is now in front of him. Never mind. Kill first and then talk. Lu Cang squinted at the boss in front of him. That boss is outside the cliff. At the same time, it is still in a state of blood lock. Presumably, we have to wait for the countdown of this minute to end. Wait until the 3 little bosses have all entered a berserk state. We'll officially enter the final stage. And in the process, boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky. Lu Cang neither dodged nor evaded. Just replace it with an entry of dying resistance. Minus 2418, shield resistance. Tisk, I thought the damage was so high. In the distance, the final storm has already launched an attack on itself. Even if it is still in the blood lock state, it cannot be hurt. At the same time, it was still 10 kilometers away from him. But even so, this forced boss still launched an attack on himself. Rapier, really rapier. However, it didn't help. Inherent defense heavy armor, God, passive, has already been stacked to the full level. This skill gave Lu Cang a full 550% armor and increased resistance. In addition, Lu Cang itself has a lot of blood and a thick shield. Hit whatever you want. Lu Cang stood up from the coax stool. His hands moved, but he didn't stop. With a wave of Zhenyu. Boom! You have killed the stage boss Cold Crystal Bird. You have killed the stage boss Furious Thundercloud. You have killed the stage boss the Blue Tiger of Flame Wind. Current total number of treasure chests, 498. Treasure chests have been stacked to 498. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Swish. Another moment. These three bosses are revived again. And Lu Cang repeated the old trick, and slashed out with another sword. Current cumulative number of treasure chests, 501. Immediately. Lu Cang from the backpack. Take out Wind Spirit Grass. Effect, after use, permanently increase the agility value by 20 points, and gain the ability to fly for a short time, duration, 1 hour. Acquisition skills auxiliary materials required for Sky Tornado. Necessary materials for making the Sword of the Wind King. Can make popular potion, make people gain flying ability for a longer period of time, duration, 6 hours. Description, the precious wind spirit grass, which allows people to control the power of the wind. This boss, like ABD, shrank in the distance. I can't touch it at all. You still have to fly to get it. And just when Lu Cang was about to eat the herb worth 500,000 yuan. Suddenly, Lu Cang felt something. A voice was transmitted to my heart. Cang, your disciple Elise, I sincerely pray to you. I have obtained the materials you need, and now I offer sacrifices to you. Hear this voice. Lu Cang was in a good mood. Finally come. On Alice's side, the sacrificial ceremony has already been arranged. Alice after her prayers. Then toward the center of the magic circle, 50 parts of black star meteorite were presented. Swish. It didn't wait for the content of the ceremony after Alice performed it. In the next moment, 50 parts of the black star meteorite disappeared directly. Sacrifice to me without too many complicated steps. Lu Cang looked at the extra 50 black star meteorites in the backpack. I was excited for a while. Finally, the second artifact can be synthesized. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The Fengmo cliff monster has fallen into a frenzy. For a moment, the black cliff that was originally howling with strong whines was instantly stained with blood. At the same time, there was a trace of blood rain in the strong wind. But Lu Cang has cold eyes. Synthesis Amazona Bow. Absorptive equipment bow of continuous shooting, platinum. The artifact is being synthesized for you. On Lu Cang's left hand, the original copy of Janayu has disappeared. Instead, it is a short bow intertwined with sky blue and forest green. Amazon bow, artifact, +5, max. Quality, platinum, growable. Equipment level, 60, follows the user level. Agility value +163,291. Attack speed +100%. Effect, rain of arrows in the sky, your shooting will change to shooting 150 arrows at the same time, and these arrows will all have exactly the same additional effect, basic. Effect 2, holding continuous shooting, ultimate, holding a short bow will make rapid continuous shooting without pulling the string. Effect 3, shoot indiscriminately, ultimate, every time you shoot 3 additional arrows in random directions, the angle of the arrow will not deviate from the main arrow by 30 degrees. Effect 4, scattering, ultimate, after the arrow is shot, it will split into 3 parallel small arrows, and each arrow will cause 50% additional effect and 34% base damage. Effect 5, to be unlocked, unlocked after job change or quality improvement. Description, a powerful short bow that can shoot 150 arrows in an instant, and it seems that this short bow has more entries to increase the number of shots. Who knows how many shots this one can shoot? Lu Cang looked at the new artifact in his hand. Can't help but sigh. Metamorphosis or artifact metamorphosis. Subsequently, Lu Cang looked 10 kilometers away, in the direction of the final boss. Equipment on the body. Also quietly replaced. Switch attack speed set. In an instant, almost all the equipment on Lu Cang's body were replaced with attack speed items. The attack speed bonus has reached a terrifying 680%. Afterwards, Lu Cang directly switched to attack stance. Immediately, Lu Cang raised his short bow, facing the direction of final storm. At the same time, the skill is activated. Star Shooter skill, Star Flash. In an instant, a burst of strong light burst out from the mouth of the short bow. Whoosh! Swoosh 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 swoosh! Instantly, thousands of streams of light instantly penetrated the body of the final boss. The journey seems to have become nothingness. That's real flash speed. Star Flash! The next moment, on the boss, there was a burst of flashes. Chapter 36. Burst. Under the blessing of this effect, Lu Cang raised his bow and didn't need to shoot at all. Just hold the bowstring without letting go. The rain of arrows is pouring down like crazy. This is a burst of fire like a storm. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. 1 arrow, 3 arrows are shot from random shot. And these 4 arrows split into 12 scattered arrows. Bow of the Sky Kong. This number has been doubled by 150 times. This allows Lu Cang to shoot 1,800 arrows directly with a normal attack. Even because of scattering, each arrow has a 50% additional effect. However, the damage of each arrow. There are also more than 3 million. Not to mention, Lu Cang's attack speed bonus is extremely outrageous. In 1 second, there is more than one attack at all. Even if Lu Cang didn't aim at all. But the size of the boss is too huge. Even if you don't aim, you can easily hit thousands of arrows. Therefore, in this short moment, the boss was directly passed through by thousands of star flashes. 300 million blood volume. It can be said that it was emptied in an instant. Eastern People, World Channel. God Lu, haven't moved. It's rare, my God Lu hasn't moved for half an hour. Before, there was a world announcement every few minutes. And it's also a world announcement to kill the world boss solo. It's so frighteningly scary. At the same time, it was also because of the reminder from this world announcement. It can be said that Lu Cang created a wave of presence crazily. So much so that, in just over half an hour, people can't sit still without an announcement about Lu Cang to the world. God Lu, really don't want to continue making trouble. Damn, do you still want to make trouble? What else in this world can God Lu do? God Lu, it's time to change jobs, right? There's been such a big commotion. You said, did Lu Shen go to meet the emperor? Talk about becoming the king of the human race. God Lu wants to be the king of the human race. FK? In which territory? The only ones with vacancies are the northern border and the southern border. But the northern border is adjacent to the abyss, and it is estimated that only the southern border is left for God Lu. Whether it's the northern border or the southern border, it's a big territory. What the hell, didn't the emperor say that these two territories are reserved for his favorite heirs? If given to Lu Cang. Talking about this, the people in the tavern swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What this means seems self-evident. But, is Lu Cang really going to assume the throne now? Why didn't I hear the news that Lu Cang completed his second transfer? I heard that when Lu Cang was awakening, the vision went through the world, and there was even a SSS level trend. And when accepting the mission of the second rank, the vision is even more terrifying. The beam of light shoots up into the sky, directly lifting the roof. I heard that the people from the awakening temple were still asking Lu Cang for money. In the back, it seems that people from the brilliant gem chamber of commerce helped advance the payment. If Lu Shen completes the second job transfer, I don't know how much noise there will be. After all, the noise of accepting tasks is so big. I'm afraid that the vision of completing the task can be seen hundreds of kilometers away. However, until now, I have not heard of any huge vision appearing. I think Lu Shen probably has not completed the second round yet. And when they had a heated discussion about whether Lu Cang had completed the second turn, suddenly, another world announcement pop up in front of all races. Lu Cang completed the challenge dungeon, the first kill on Feng Mo Cliff. First kill difficulty, crazy. Time to clear customs, 00:30:00:54 milliseconds. List of clearers: Lu Cang, Team, Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. Silence. For a moment, it seemed that the entire human race fell silent. What's the situation? Just now it was said that Lu Cang did not complete the second turn. Results now. The challenge dungeon that can only be entered by the second turn, has the first kill been taken? Damn, is there any reason? After a short period of silence, heated discussions erupted. FK. What happened? Crazy difficulty. Crazy difficulty has been cleared. My day, what's going on? The crazy difficulty of the challenge dungeon has been cleared. This is the first time in the world. God Lu. UTM haven't shown up for so long, so you're holding yourself back. Clearance time, 30 minutes and 00 seconds? This speed is too fast. However, what they don't know is, in fact, it took Lu Cang 30 minutes to clear the instance. Purely this dungeon must have taken 30 minutes. If this copy only needs to kill the final boss, Lu Cang is afraid that he will directly drink wind spirit grass. Lift the sword and kill the final boss. The time before and after may not exceed 2 seconds. Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. Boom. There was a crackling sound. The cup fell to the ground and shattered. Coffee spilled all over the floor. The president of the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. His jaw dropped to the ground in shock. The name of the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce appeared on the list of first kills in the instance of crazy difficulty? Or rather, this should be the only list that clears the customs and circulate forever. Because, in previous years, no one has ever completed the crazy difficulty of the challenge dungeon. If no one clears the level, isn't the only one who clears the level the number one forever? And after the copy disappears, the record steal will still exist. This first place will be handed down forever and ever. Plus, this particularity. I'm afraid it will be recorded in history. The brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce will also become a name recorded in history, and even printed in history textbooks. This advertising effect. FK, Wang Jia. Their Chamber of Commerce is afraid that they will directly make money. Although the chairman of the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce knew that Lu Cang had signed a contract going to complete the challenge dungeon. However, Lu Cang can easily clear a copy of easy difficulty. So it ended hastily, but in the identity of Lu Cang. They're not bad either. But how could he think of it? As soon as Lu Cang came up, he directly cleared the crazy difficulty. And, at the end of the crazy difficulty, they signed their bright gem Chamber of Commerce's name. This contract is so worth it. Huang Tao is the one who signed the contract, right? Well, ask the Shengjing branch to take care of the lobby manager named Huang Tao. At the same time as making friends with Lu Cang, he also got a special advertising position. This is really lucrative. But soon, the president of the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce regained his composure. He is a businessman. Since the other party gave such a big gift. Now, it was time for him to think about how to return the gift to Lu Cang. Otherwise, it would become a favor owed to him by the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce. In the future, if you want to ask Lu Cang for help with something, it will be difficult to talk about it. But this thought made the chairman of the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce into a difficult situation. Lu Cang's identity has gone up. The rise is 2tm fast. Now, Lu Cang is about to become the king of the northern or southern borders. What leverage do I have to attract Feng Wang's attention? What about selling the favor of being king to a genius boy? Feng Mo Cliff. At this point, Lu Cang is inside the dungeon, and settles the rewards of the dungeon. The reason why it is still signed by the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce. It's just that Lu Cang doesn't want to owe favors to the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce. After all, he also took the other party's 1 billion gold coins. Furthermore, this team name may be of some use to the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce. But for myself, it is of no use at all. Even, Lu Cang cleared the dungeon, basically the name of the team has been messed up all the time. Now, use a team name. He directly repaid the favor of 1 billion gold coins, and made the other party owe him a favor. With a thing that is useless to me, so many resources have been exchanged invisibly. It's worth it. Of course, this kind of operation can only be used by Lu Cang. That is, Lu Cang cleared the copy of crazy difficulty. There is such a gold content. A signature is worth thousands of dollars. For other people, they take the lead to clear the copy of the crazy difficulty. Over there at the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce. Just let them tangle. Lu Cang, on the other hand, began to count the dungeon rewards this time. The copy has been completed. Your evaluation is SSS. Your treasure chests have all received SSS level quality improvement bonuses. Your treasure chest will have a high probability of opening more high quality equipment, upper limit, platinum. Your current number of treasure chests, 505 Final Storm Treasure Chest X1, Platinum Treasure Chest X504. See this tip. Lu Cang looked ecstatic. After brushing the boss for so long, it finally paid off. One copy, 505 treasure chests. All of them have received SSS level quality improvement. How much good stuff does this have to offer? Blah blah. One after another, treasure chests fell from mid-air. On the top of the mountain, it was piled up into a hill. Although, you can brush more. Lu Cang can activate reverse time to go back to the past and brush again. But Lu Cang is too lazy to do this. More than 500 treasure chests are enough. There are too many treasure chests, and the rewards that are issued will be repeated in all likelihood. In the end, it can only be sold for money. But now, the materials that I can buy with the money I need have become very few. More importantly, it is the promotion of status. To give yourself access to what you cannot buy. In this way, it is natural that there is no need to spend half an hour to refresh the copy again. Open all treasure chests. Following Lu Cang's order. Treasure chests open one after another. Lu Cang's rewards piled up into a hill again. First of all, what caught the eye? Thousands of pieces of platinum quality equipment. Surprisingly, nearly 10 pieces of platinum quality equipment exploded out of each treasure chest. This is the quality bonus of SSS level? This, I am afraid that it can catch up with the entire human race for a year. No, the output of platinum equipment has been produced for decades. You know, other teams, even if they cleared the dungeon with crazy difficulty. It is also almost impossible to be an SSS level evaluation. As for the small boss treasure chests, those teams that have not completed the dungeon. Whether platinum quality equipment can be found in their treasure chests is another matter. The probability, calculated by others, should be only 5%. An average of 20 boxes produces a platinum equipment. But now, I have nearly 10 pieces of platinum quality equipment in a box. In other words, opening a small treasure chest by yourself is worth 200 others. But the equipment is second. Among them, the one that attracted Lu Cang's attention the most. It is Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations exclusive skill book. This dungeon really revealed a skill book exclusive to his profession. Moreover, there is more than one book. Finally, those junk skills can be replaced. But if other people know what Lu Cang thinks, I'm afraid I will scold directly. You call your skills garbage skills? Chapter 37. Lu Cang put all the equipment in his backpack. Leave a few skill books. 10 copies of Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations exclusive skill book, Armament Technique. 20 copies of Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations exclusive skill book, Overarmed. 50 copies of Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations exclusive skill book, Armed Efficiency. 160 copies of Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations exclusive skill book, Weak Replacement. Besides, it is a skill book for other professions. This, only 4 skill books. Lu Cang looked at the skill books that burst out of these boxes. Among them, the skill of Arming Technique is still in the final storm treasure chest. This means that this skill is much stronger. With so many treasure chests, there is no unique skill. Even on crazy difficulty, the perverted dungeon doesn't have a unique skill. It can be seen from this. The only skill is how rare it is. Only the world boss and the world first kill can be revealed. No. Not necessarily. Lu Cang thought about it. Immediately, activate reverse time. On Lu Cang's chest, there was the sound of a clock turning. Kaka kaka. Ding. Another moment. In front of Lu Cang. All the treasure chests that were opened returned to their closed appearance. Lu Cang activates reverse time, returning to the time and space before opening the treasure chest. Immediately, Lu Cang rummaged through the backpack. Drink a bottle of precious lucky potion. Lucky potion. Effect, lucky value +1. Duration, 10 seconds. Luck is the most precious attribute. Even an increase of 1 point is extremely valuable. Lu Cang didn't have any delays. Instead, immediately open the treasure chest again. Blah blah. Another feast. More than 500 treasure chests were opened at the same time. A mountain of treasures appeared in front of Lu Cang again. But this time Lu Cang obviously felt different. Amount of platinum gear. Sure enough, it has become more. The number of platinum quality equipment that exploded from each treasure chest increased from nearly 10 pieces to at least 10 pieces. Lu Cang put away the equipment. After that, the skill book. Armed spells. 13 books. overarmed. 34 copies. Armed efficiency. 72 copies. Weak replacement, more than 200 copies. Still no other skills. The number of these skill books has increased significantly. It shows that the explosion rate has been improved. However, there are really no extra skills. No, try again. Lu Cang activates reverse time again. Go back to the past time and space again. Drink the potion of luck. Open the treasure chest again. Blah blah blah. The treasure chest opens. But this time the treasure chest was opened, and the result was not very different from the last time. The amount of equipment has not changed. At the same time, because there are enough treasure chests, it is under a sufficiently large base. The equipment is basically those entries. It's just more or less. As for the skill books, only the number has changed slightly. There are no other additional drops. Try again. Click. Reverse time activate. Lu Cang went back to the past again. In this way, after dozens of repeated refreshes, Lu Cang finally confirmed. This dungeon will only drop these 4 skill books. These 4 skill books are all the skills of divine adornments of myriad transformations. As for platinum level equipment, Lu Cang used reverse time to forcibly brush out a few entries he wanted. Instant death resistance, forced awakening, phantom resistance. Although, there is a reverse time now. But if he was killed in an instant before he had time to react, it would be a bit tragic if it was too late to activate reverse time. This equipment needs to be activated actively to be triggered. Therefore, even if Lu Cang has more health and a thick shield, he has high resistance. But he still prepared new life-saving entries to protect himself. When you really want to meet the enemy may not necessarily be at the same level as himself. In case there is an existence with more than 100 levels, isn't it easy for the opponent to inflict millions of damage? If you were really caught in a second, who would you cry to? Subsequently, Lu Cang looked at his new skills. Arm technique. Effect: whenever you switch to a new weapon, this skill becomes a skill that can be used by this weapon. The skill is equal to the S-level professional skill strength. This is indeed a divine skill. I feel that after I changed my job to divine adornments of myriad transformations, the basic effect of this skill is much better. The skills of martial armament equipper before were really unsightly. But it is probably also because the divine adornments of myriad transformations is already a real god-level occupation. The skill book is naturally at the level of a god. Learning, armament technique. You have learned the skill, armament technique. Perfect divine ability has been triggered. Arm technique - the form of 10,000 transformations. Effect: whenever you switch to a new weapon, you will temporarily gain a skill that can be used by this weapon, and the skill is equivalent to the SSS level professional skill strength. Effect 2: the SSS level skills obtained from Wanhua Temple will be upgraded to God level effects. Description: ever-changing. Your attack methods are ever-changing, making it impossible for the enemy to guess. Lu Cang looked at this skill. Can only say Niobe. Immediately, Lu Cang looked at Star Flash. This is an SSS level skill from Xingyu Archer. At this time, with the increase of Wanhua Zishi, he has also gained an advanced level. Super Star Flash, God. Equivalent to the Star Flash effect, and after the Star Flash explosion ends, 5 arrows will split from the center of the explosion and spread randomly around. Each arrow penetrates up to 3 enemies and deals 5x damage to the pierced enemies. Agility value damage, will not cause secondary explosion. This, awesome. Originally, the damage of 20x agility value was already awesome. But after the explosion, 5 arrows can be split. Added up, that's 2 5x agility damage. 1 arrow is 4 5x agility damage. It is indeed a god level skill. Furthermore, The manifestation of 10,000 transformations can not only strengthen Star Flash, but also strengthen the more skills I get from the disciples of the 10,000 transformation temple in the future. It turns out that this is what Wanhua means. Endless and ever-changing. Immediately, Lu Cang looked at the second skill. Overarmed, passive. Effect, you can wear two tops and equipment at the same time, but the second one will only take effect with 40% of the effects and attributes. This skill is equivalent to having one more equipment slot. Really useful for bearer of divine adornments. Lu Cang learned it immediately. Perfect divine ability has been triggered. Excessively armed - adequately armed, God. Effect, you can wear two tops at the same time. This directly allows myself to wear an extra coat. At the same time there is no debuff. For bearer of divine adornments, one more piece of equipment is equivalent to one more artifact. You know, the top is the same as the weapon. All have subcategories. The entry of light armor can't be absorbed into heavy armor. Therefore, this skill is very important to me. It is equivalent to being able to equip two types of clothes at the same time. It is equivalent to adding an artifact slot. Then, Lu Cang looked at the third skill. More than 70 books of armed efficiency. The more skill books exploded, the less rare this skill was. Well, relatively speaking. If you really want to count the probability, the SSS level quality is improved, 505 treasure chests, plus 1 lucky value, and more than 70 copies have been exploded. The probability can actually be said to be very, very low. But compared to overarmed and armed techniques, just too high. Armed efficiency. Effect, the entry effect of a piece of equipment is doubled, duration, 30 seconds, cooling time, 5 minutes, mana consumption, 5000. Learn the efficiency of arming. Perfect divine ability has been triggered. Armed efficiency powerful armament. Effect, after opening, the effect of an entry can be doubled completely, mana consumption, 0/second, cooling time, 0 seconds. This effect has directly evolved into a switch effect. And, there is no consumption. It is equivalent to that Lu Cang can double the effect of a certain entry. The arrows of the Sky Kong Bao can be directly increased from 150 to 300. This skill is equivalent to turning one artifact entry into two directly. Then, there is the last skill. It is also the skill with the largest number of explosions. 185 copies of Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations exclusive skill book, weak replacement. Weak replacement. Effect, you can replace your equipped adjuncts with other types of adjuncts, but the bonus of adjuncts will be reduced to 60%. Learning, weak substitution. Perfect divine ability has been triggered. Weak replacement - equivalent replacement. Effect, you can replace your equipped adverbs with other adverbs equivalently. This effect, just suits me. Adverbs are entries other than health, mana, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. For example, life regen, mana regen, movement speed, crit chance, cooldown reduction, attack speed. These are all adverbs. However, some entries have world restrictions. For example, the cooldown reduction can only reach 40% at most, and the dodge rate can only reach 99% at most. It's also a pretty good skill. With this entry, Lu Cang can replace the useless crit rate entry with something else. Such as movement speed, such as attack speed. So far, Lu Cang has learned all 4 skills. Current skills: dual wield copy, infinite transformation, magic weapon, equivalent replacement, powerful armament, sufficient armament, manifestation of transformation. As for freedom and lightness and intrinsic defense heavy armor, they were directly replaced by Lu Cang. The only problem is, in the turret posture, there is no way to move again. However, it is not a big problem. Anyway, the switch of posture is an instant thing. The same is true for switching to other stances immediately after switching to the turret stance and using a hit. Afterwards, Lu Cang put all the other trophies into his backpack. More than 5,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment. You know, even if you killed so many world bosses before, Lu Cang only had more than 50 pieces of platinum quality equipment on his body. But now, this number has skyrocketed by as much as 100 times in an instant. After doing all this, Lu Cang did not leave the instance immediately. Instead, in the dungeon, slowly close your eyes. The completed copy is the safest place. Lu Cang's spiritual communication Wanhua Temple. The next moment, he returned to the Misty Temple. House of the Virgin. Alice remained in a praying posture. Piously chant prayers to Cang. Of course, what she could read was actually only a few paragraphs. It hasn't been long since she sacrificed the Black Star meteorite. Lu Cang killed Final Storm and counted the spoils. It took less than 2 minutes in total. Soon, Alice sensed the response of Ao. Open your eyes again. Alice found out. I came to the Wanhua Temple. Well done. There was a smile of approval in Lu Cang's voice. Got the affirmation of the gods. Alice's heartbeat accelerated suddenly. I actually got the approval of the gods? How valuable this is. This is the reward you deserve. Lu Cang's voice echoed in the temple. Immediately, Alice discovered that the equipment on her body all became fetal artifact. The entry of each equipment has also been greatly improved. However, because Alice is the reason for the elf saint, the equipment on her body is basically fully strengthened with gold quality. So, don't bother Lu Cang to help her complete the enhancement. Elise sees these entries. Pupils narrowed slightly. She knew very well what this meant. The equipment she is currently wearing has been raised to the limit. There should be no room for improvement. But now, Lu Cang abruptly set the upper limit of her equipment. Another level up. The power beyond the limits of the world, is this the mighty power of the gods? Alice was shocked. Not just this time. In the future, if you change to new equipment, just pray to me, and your equipment will be transformed into fetal artifact. Here Lu Cang so committed. Alice was shaking all over. What does that mean? Now, just gold quality equipment, the effect is already so strong. If you change to platinum or even above equipment in the future, how horrible that must be. And, these are the rewards you deserve for this sacrifice to me. Lu Cang gave Alice a complete set of platinum quality equipment. Moreover, these platinum quality equipment have all been transformed into fetal artifact. After Alice completes the second turn, she can directly wear a full set of full-strength platinum equipment. Combat power can be said to be directly full. If it was someone else, Lu Cang would naturally not give these things. But Alice is her disciple after all. As her strength improves, I can obtain more abilities from her. Furthermore, as her strength increases, her status will also increase accordingly, and only then can she get more treasures for herself. What's more, 50 Black Star meteorites are indeed worth this set of equipment. It also conforms to the principle of equivalent exchange as a god. Otherwise, as a god, it would be unreasonable to act like a petty and cheap person. Alice accepted these gifts from the gods. Excited. But at the same time, she was also forcing herself to calm down. You can't lose your composure in front of the gods. It is my honor to serve you, Cang. Praise you. But your apprentice, Alice, encountered a problem that she couldn't complete during the second mission. Maybe I need your support. Alice has already figured out how to tell Lu Cang. Because, this second-rank mission is really impossible to complete with her strength alone. There is no choice but to beg the gods. Explain. I accepted the second-rank mission with SSS level difficulty. The mission requires me to hold 3 artifacts, and clear 20 dungeons of nightmare difficulty alone, and at the same time refresh the record for the fastest clearance. Although it is very difficult to clear the dungeon, I think I should have a solution. Only for the task of collecting these 3 artifacts, I can only ask for your assistance. Hear Elisa's quest. Lu Cang also sighed slightly in his heart. Really? The difficulty of the SSS level job transfer task is abnormal. I want to single out 10 world bosses. Elise has to clear 20 copies of Nightmares alone and break the fastest record. In terms of the difficulty of combat missions, it is indeed his own higher. But, on the difficulty of collecting tasks. 3 artifacts, if not for my bearer of divine adornments profession. Other occupations, take your head to collect? Without her own support, Alice would definitely not be able to complete the 2nd rank mission. At that time, the promotion of status will be impossible to talk about. Well, I see. In the temple, a longbow intertwined with sky blue and forest green light was projected. Chapter 38. Artifact. When I saw this equipment for the first time, Alice already felt what it was. This is a real artifact. King is indeed an undeniable true god. According to the old records of the elves, only gods can hold artifacts. In other words, the one who owns the artifact must be a real god. Look at this artifact. Alice didn't dare to vent her anger. But Lu Cang spoke flatly. This artifact, you can use it temporarily. When you need to use it, you need to pray to me in advance. Of course, I may not always be able to answer your prayers. The reason why Lu Cang said so. It just occurred to me that when I needed to use Amazona's bow, Alice wants to borrow from herself. In this case, I definitely can't lend it out. When you are ready to deliver the 2nd rank mission, I will also lend you the other 2 artifacts. However, you have to remember that all the gifts of fate have already marked the price. Lu Cang's last sentence. It is also to pave the way for the elf saint to sacrifice herself in the future. Let her know that she has received a gift from the gods, and she also needs to please the gods and make a return. In this way, she would naturally sacrifice more treasures to please herself. Then, don't you have the materials for making the artifact yourself? This abacus, Lu Cang made it sound in his heart. Of course, as my disciple, you can pray to me at any time. After Lu Cang finished speaking, Alice found that she had returned to the saint's cabin again. Think about everything that just happened. Alice felt as if she was living in a dream. Lord God, actually gave himself so many rewards? In fact, before the sacrifice, Alice believes that these 50 black star meteorites may only be enough to pay for the cost of borrowing the gods and artifacts. After all, the artifact is really too far away. There is still a way to obtain the black star meteorite. But artifacts, there is really no way to get them. If you use 50 copies of black star meteorite, you can exchange for yourself to complete the SSS level 2nd rank mission. All the elves would think it was worth it. Therefore, in Alice's opinion, these 3 artifacts are totally worth 50 parts of black star meteorite. But, I didn't expect it. Lord God is so generous. Not only did he promise to lend himself 3 artifacts, he also gave him a full set of platinum quality equipment. And, it's all fetal artifact. As for the equipment on the body, it can be transformed into fetal artifact forever. Alice was even more shocked. Is this the happiness of being a disciple of the gods? In any case, this Lord God should be a generous and kind God. After all, if it was an evil god, it is estimated that his soul would have been gone long ago. Not to mention, make deals with God. As for the most important stuff, the bow of Sky Cong. If you want to use it, you need to apply to King in advance. Forget it, don't bother Lord God now. Wait until the copy, and then pray. And Alice didn't even know that she had been obscured by Lu Cang's chaos hidden ring unconsciously. Leave with Alice. Lu Cang also left from Wanhua Temple. At this time, Lu Cang was still inside the Feng Mo cliff. But now, the gust of wind on Feng Mo cliff has subsided. The monsters also all disappeared. Only Lu Cang is alone on the top of the mountain. 2334. Today is almost over. Immediately. Lu Cang view to Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments. As your level increases, Illustrated Book of Divine Adornments unlocks 6 ranks again. Now, the 87th place is finally unlocked. Lu Cang can also view more artifacts. The artifact I can synthesize now. Tisk, it has gradually become a material that I have never heard of before. The Dagger of Profanity. Effect, for the target that has caused HP damage, it will cause irreversible blasphemy. The blasphemy will continue to spread until it is completely polluted. After it is completely polluted, the target loses all sanity. Isn't this equivalent to killing if you hit it? This, at least, kills it mentally. Completely lost their minds, leaving only instinctive intelligent creatures, can they still be considered alive? Oh, that's not right, my reverse time can be saved. Going back to the past, time and space will always be impossible to chase after. Lu Cang became interested in this equipment. If you kill anyone, you must kill. Then even if I leapfrog to the existence of more than 200 levels. It's not that there is no power to fight. Immediately. Lu Cang looked at the production conditions. The material requires the heart of the abyssal horror, the heart of a level 200 abyssal monster. 1 billion spirit souls, 1 billion abyss monster souls, 1 billion dragon souls, 1 billion demon souls, 1 billion human souls. FK, forget it. Damn it, the way this artifact is made is really evil. Not to mention other races, just these 1 billion human souls. Let yourself kill a billion people? Can't do it. Moreover, he does not have the means to collect souls. Immediately, Lu Cang looked at other equipment. Bai Jiahushu, ranked 89th. Basic attribute, plus spirit value. The shield value obtained by oneself is increased by 1000 times. The shield value added by oneself to others is increased by 1000 times, the duration of the shield is increased by 100 times, and the shield can be stacked 3 times. And, through its own additional shield, it can defend against real damage. The artifact is worthy of being an artifact. This is a 1000-fold improvement at every turn. Moreover, it can be stacked 3 times. Isn't that 3000 times the shield? Lu Cang remembered that they were both level 60. Those protectors can add about 100,000 shields at a time. If you have Bai Jiahushu, you can add 100 million shields at a time. 3 times, that is 300 million blood. I use Janayu myself. It takes at least a twice to break. Horror, horror. Materials, White Dragon's Reverse Scale x 100,000. Random Shield Universal Skill Book x 10,000. Protector Exclusive Skill, Fusion Shield. The reverse scale of the White Dragon is also very difficult to get, a dragon only has one reverse scale. The White Dragon is one of the rarer types of dragons. Also, taking away the dragon's reverse scale is no different from killing the dragon. Have to say, the materials for each piece of equipment are hard to come by. In the end, Lu Cang slowly browsed among the many divine adornments. Finally, I found a new divine adornments that I can easily make. Crown of Insight. Category, Crown. Attribute, plus 400 spirit value. Effect, gain the ability to perceive spiritual thoughts, can detect a range with a radius of spiritual value, kilometers, and obtain information about all creatures/items within the perception. This perception cannot be detected by existences below the god level, and you can accurately judge lies/fake/pretend, and see through what it really is. If you have this crown, you can know by yourself the real motive of Renhuang to make himself a king. The most important is able to see through lies, plus information probing. It is difficult for others to design to frame themselves. Although I am powerful now, I can't stand the frame of someone with ulterior motives. If you accidentally overturn the gutter, you have to use reverse time to go back to the past and start breaking the game. However, sometimes being cheated may not necessarily know the truth. Maybe, when the time comes for revenge, they will find the wrong person and let the black hand behind the scenes succeed. So crown of insight is indeed essential. Materials, crowns with perception entries, I have this. Shen Nian Hua, 33 copies. Seeing this material, the corner of Lu Cang's mouth twitched. It should be available in the market. However, it is estimated that it is not cheap. My 2.5 billion, doesn't it have to be posted back? At this moment, Lu Cang really felt like spending money like water. The mouth of a lying devil, the face of a false devil, the skin of a disguised devil. These things, fortunately, should be available. The demon race and the human race can only be regarded as partially neutral. Some demons have interests with the human race. But another part of the demons has no position. Even, conflicts often broke out with the human race. So, these things should be for sale. As for killing yourself, joke. The demon clan's territory is thousands of miles away from him. Back and forth, 2 weeks passed. Why use your own hands to solve things that can be solved with money? After deciding how to act, Lu Cang opened a scroll to return to the city. Return, Saint Lian City. Swish. In the next instant, the scroll shone brightly. Lu Cang returned to Sanlian City again. Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. Manager Wang, I need some materials, and I need to trouble you to buy them for me. I saw a person suddenly appearing in front of me. Wang Yuanmo was taken aback. He is the manager who received Lu Cang before. At the same time, he also promised Lu Cang to keep Lu Cang's arrival strictly confidential. At this time, he was in the office, counting his bonuses. Receive Lu Cang once. Promoted and raised salary, and also received a large amount of bonus commission. In his opinion, Lu Cang is simply his lucky star. Now, Lu Cang suddenly appeared. Manager Wang's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he calmed down immediately. Anyway, he is also a level 65 job changer. How can not be scared to death? Need materials. Brother Lu Cang, you say, just give orders. As long as we have what we have, we will definitely give it to you. It doesn't matter if it's on credit, you can just credit it. We trust you as a person. I heard Wang Yuanmo say this. Lu Cang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce is determined to have a relationship with him. The brilliant Gemstone Chamber of Commerce is notorious for not accepting credit. It is claimed that even Ma Yunteng, a wealthy businessman of the same level, has no credit. But now, he actually opened this hole to himself. No matter what. Attitude is enough. The material I need is Shenian Hua, a total of 33 copies. And here this material. The corner of Wang Yuanmo's mouth moved involuntarily. What did you, just say? Divine Thoughts flower. Don't you have any? The corner of Wang Yuanmo's mouth twitched. Immediately recall the material list of the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. Spiritual mind flowers belong to the category of extremely rare materials. God Lu, there is only one flower of this divine sense in our warehouse in Chenglian City. And, the price of one flower is 1 billion. Lu Cang heard this answer. His face twitched imperceptibly. This means that with the 2.5 billion gold coins on my body, I still owe 30.5 billion after buying the divine sense flower? Although I know that rare materials are expensive. But you are too expensive, right? But, it does make sense. The bow of Sky Kong, but one will cost 100 parts of Black Star meteorite. After conversion, it is much more expensive than Crown of Insight. What's more, the ranking of the Crown of Insight is higher than that of the Black Star meteorite. I have something here to pay off the debt. Can you get it from somewhere else for me? It doesn't matter if you add money. Fortunately, I still have thousands of pieces of platinum quality equipment. The price of this piece of platinum quality equipment is not a problem at all in billions of dollars. Moreover, it is also a state of price but no market. Enough to buy 33 divine sense flowers. Well, it should be fine. Lu Shen, as long as you need it, our brilliant gem chamber of commerce will do our best to help you. It's just, it might take a little while, we need to mobilize resources from other regions. Moreover, it may be collected from other chambers of commerce. Perhaps, there will be more divine sense flowers in the Baiko Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. But buying from our brilliant gem chamber of commerce is definitely the most favorable. We can still give you a discount on the black card according to the market price. After Manager Wang said what he just said, he felt wrong. Immediately added a sentence. What if Lu Cang went to the Baiko Wanhua Chamber of Commerce? I'm afraid I'm going to get fired directly from the brilliant gem chamber of commerce. Well, okay, how long will it take for you to collect them all? Lu Cang was too lazy to go to other chambers of commerce. The reason why Lu Cang chose the brilliant gem chamber of commerce as a regular trading partner. It is because of concealment. A fixed trading partner is always more reliable than running around. Naturally, the less people know about your own information, the better. About 2 hours. Material transportation is faster than transporting people, and it only takes an hour to arrive from other chambers of commerce. However, it may be more troublesome to go to other places to acquire. But in 2 hours, it should be done. Okay, by the way, help me collect the mouth of the lying devil, the face of the false devil, and the skin of the disguised devil. Just one copy of each of these things. Okay, God Lu. These materials are not rare, and they are only worth 600,000 gold coins. Think of it as a thank you gift from our brilliant gem chamber of commerce. After explaining these, Lu Cang picked out 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment. Well, let's use these to pay off the debt. 33 billion, after 25% discount, it is 24.75 billion. 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment, worth close to 30 billion, are indeed enough to pay off the debt. Sell these equipment for me, if not enough. Immediately, Lu Cang turned around and disappeared from the spot again. And in the office, Manager Wang looked at all kinds of equipment scattered on the ground. My mind was confused. What the hell? 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment were thrown on the ground like trash? Depend on. This is platinum quality equipment. Only world bosses and dungeons with crazy difficulty can drop. The annual output may not necessarily be 300 pieces. Moreover, it will be divided up directly on the spot by the major forces. You are fine, just throw 60 pieces on the ground. Putting anyone outside will cause a sensation in the world, and the major families and forces will snap it up. Moreover, what does it mean that it is not enough? Is this serving food at the dinner table? Not enough? Didn't you just brush a dungeon with crazy difficulty? You brush a copy of crazy difficulty. How much platinum quality equipment has been revealed? Chapter 39. Manager Wang watched Lu Cang disappear into the air. Dazed. He could understand why the chairman was so eager to send the money out. If it is really delivered a little later, others will look down on it. Manager Wang, do you have? Squeak. The door of Manager Wang's office was pushed open. A subordinate just entered the door. I saw platinum level equipment scattered on the ground. She was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Wang. Manager Wang. This is. However, Manager Wang made a hissing gesture. Then, he shook his head slightly. After leaving the brilliant gem chamber of commerce, Lu Cang walks in the city of Sanlian. Been busy for hours. From afternoon to evening, there is no rest period. No matter how good the energy potion is, it can't hold back this nervous spirit. 2.5 billion gold coins. If used for fun. Enough to enjoy an extremely luxurious party. But Lu Cang did not seek pleasure. Instead, I bought some special delicacies from Sanlian City. Find a place with a good view to enjoy. At the same time, browse content in the community. The Valley of 10,000 Dragons, there is a fog of chaos, and it is impossible to make any contact with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. The airship to the Valley of Dragons may be postponed. Valley of 10,000 Dragons signal suspected to be covered by active intervention. Dragon Travel Guide. Fog of Chaos. The Valley of 10,000 Dragons is completely out of contact. I don't know if something happened. After eating the last pigeon leg, Lu Cang got up slowly. 10 minutes of rest is enough. He is not an ordinary person who has not changed his job. It's a level 60 job changer. All aspects of physical fitness are also very strong. Lu Cang does not want to indulge in pleasure, but just intends to relax his spirit a little. By the way, look at Elven Beauty. Immediately, Lu Cang got up. Reverse time activate. Swish. Lu Cang went back to the time when he just left Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. After that, he walked towards the job transfer temple. Lu Cang just needs to relax a little bit. As for the body, not tired at all. And the spirit, even if it goes back to the past, is still relaxed. Waste time? Non-existent. The mutation does not know when it will happen. Thousands of years of changes will always lead to the loss of a large number of powerful people. Only by becoming stronger can we have the ability to protect ourselves. Otherwise, with a level 60 attribute, Lu Cang did not dare to say that he would be able to protect himself in the Millennium Catastrophe. Valley of Dragons. What is this thing? Just 5 minutes ago, the Hurricane Dragon Lenny intercepted the abnormality in the sky. However, this unusual item, entirely encased in extreme steel. Extreme steel is a material with extremely high strength. Even for a level 200 berserker, it would take more than 10 minutes to smash the extreme steel. Extreme steel is a material with high durability. It can even remain intact in the attack center of ultra-level magic. Lenny. The Great Sage is here. Lenny looked into the distance. A silver dragon was flying in his direction. Silver Dragon, the Great Sage of the Dragon Clan Armin. Lived for more than 2,300 years. An ancient silver dragon that has experienced 2 catastrophes. Call. The wind howled. Dragons at level 200 will not be slow. Just a few moments. Just approached this from a distance. Great Sage sent out an idea. Sorry, I just went to investigate the reason why the information of the Valley of Dragons was obscured. So it's late. After Lenny sensed this idea, only then did I understand what happened. No wonder, I can't initiate contact with you directly. So, have you found any results? However, Yinlong shook his head. Not yet, but it should be done deliberately, trying to block the communication of our Valley of Dragons. I heard that the situation here is more urgent, so I rushed back first. While sending out thoughts, her dragon claws also landed on the capsule-shaped object. Substance identification. Structural analysis. Unknown. Extreme steel, unstable essence, stable liquid, arcane energy storage crystal. Magic essence technology product. Magic technology. At the same time, at this moment, the structural diagram of the entire substance appeared in Yinlong's mind. Inside, there is a timing device that is running slowly. Countdown, 30, 29, 28. After identifying this information, The expression of the great sage Yinlong changed instantly. It turned its head and looked behind it. The dragons are behind them, waiting for the answer. Like a curious baby, wanting to know what this thing that fell from the sky is. Seeing this scene, Yinlong's vertical pupils shrank suddenly. An idea spread out in an instant. What are you all doing here? Children! Run! The farther you run, the better. However, the words of the great sage. But it made countless dragons fall into confusion. It was so sudden. Run? Where are you going? But here is your guardian. Our valley of 10,000 dragons has countless protective formations. Shut up. Run. Lenny. You're the fastest. You get this thing out. The farther the better. Other dragons. Run. Run in the opposite direction from Lenny. Just a few milliseconds behind Armin. Lenny reacted. Immediately afterwards, it grabbed the huge capsule with its claws. Activate all the acceleration skills in an instant, and rush towards the north at full speed. Children! Run! Run! Run with all your strength! At the same time, in the Valley of Dragons, dragons roared. Fly towards the south at the fastest speed by any means. Job Transfer Temple. Lu Cang came to the Job Transfer Temple. This is the third time I have come to the Job Transfer Temple today. Others don't download copies as often as I do. Lu Cang put his hands on the awakening crystal. Activate, 3 missions. Activating for you, 3-turn task. Your only optional mission level, SSS level. There was a choice last time, but this time there is no choice at all. Why don't you give me a task level above the SSS level for me to choose? Lu Cang looked at the choice of tasks and complained a little. In his hand, the hidden ring of chaos vibrated slightly, suppressing Lu Cang's shocking vision when he changed jobs. Choose, SSS level job transfer task. Faint ripples appeared on the awakening crystal. The awakening task has not appeared for a long time. Lu Cang is not in a hurry either. It's just normal. The more complicated and difficult the awakening task is, the longer it will take. This time, as the level increases, will become more and more obvious. After about a few minutes, the awakening crystal gradually becomes brighter. A series of tasks finally appeared in front of Lu Cang. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the task that appeared in front of him. No vision. After all, it is a little flat. But the vast majority of job changers are like this. Activate the awakening crystal. Know the conditions for your third turn. Current task link, 1/3. Task 1, choose a deity and become the disciple of his choice, completed, the selected deity god of all transformations and artifacts Cang. Task 2, complete the challenge dungeon of insane difficulty and refresh the fastest clearance record, completed. Task 3, kill the gods of the divine monster personally, 0/1, not completed. Task reward, rank 80 armor divine adornments, clothes, bottoms, boots, crowns, chosen by you. Look at these tasks. Lu Cang analyzed it carefully. Well, choose a god and become the disciple of his choice. Is this considered complete? Am I my own disciple? However, this seems to be no problem. This mission calls for disciples. I myself am God himself, so it seems okay for me to give myself the name of a disciple, right? Then, this copy of crazy difficulty. It's just on the way. Then, kill a divine relative of a divine monster. Damn it, it has to be you. The gods of the divine monsters are intelligent creatures. It's not the silly thing like a world boss. They have brains and are very cunning. Even, it will be hidden in the society of various ethnic groups, making it difficult to be discovered. Then killing them. Even harder is finding them. Mission reward, is it an artifact of rank 80? Not bad. This is just the first link. Often the first link is the smallest reward. There are 2 links in the 3-turn mission, below the SSS level. But for the SSS level 3-turn mission, there are as many as 3 links. But at the same time, it also means that there is one more link of rewards than other levels. This first link alone is the artifact reward for ranking 80. Comparable to the second rank SS level final mission reward. Then how rich the rewards of the second and third links must be. Lu Cang didn't even dare to think about it. After Lu Cang accepted the task. Then click on the friend list. Now in Lu Cang's friend list. The people I met in the first 18 years were divided into one group. That group was so noisy. It's not that Lu Cang has no friendship. But I have been busy all the time. Plus, there are too many people looking for him. The entire friends list, both known and unknown. Almost everyone is looking for him. Can't come back. Even with some familiar people reply. But if you don't reply, it's different from not replying directly. Lu Cang doesn't have the time to chat. I still have my own things to do. For those who met after awakening, Lu Cang opened a separate group. Transaction Group. Wang Yuanmo, remarks, helping sellers in collections. Huang Tao, remarks, the one who sells things in Shengjing City. New Group. Luo Jushan, note, Human Emperor. A total of 3 friends. Lu Cang clicked on Luo Jushan's chat box. Send a link. Lu Cang, about the matter of becoming a king, I would like to have a face-to-face exchange with you. I am in the city of Saint Lien. I'll be free in about 2 hours. By the way, I want to know about the whereabouts of the divine relatives of the divine monsters. Luo Jushan was above the sky at this time. Fly south. Suddenly, a message from Lu Cang was received. After a little glance. Well, yes, I also want to meet the young genius. In 2 hours. Should be no problem. As for the whereabouts of the godly monster's relatives, I'll ask my Secretary General if there is any information on this. Luo Jushan saw Lu Cang asking about the whereabouts of the divine family of the divine monster. Can't help but have another guess. Luo Jushan heard that there was a secret contest between the gods and spirits. Although the divine monster is not a true god, but it can also be regarded as a divine existence. Lu Cang is looking for the relatives of the divine monsters. It is estimated that it is God's instruction, as to what is the dispute. Hard to say. But this Lu Cang must be related to the true God. Think here. Luo Jushan was even more certain about Lu Cang's identity. After Lu Cang read the message from the human emperor. Replied OK. Then the chat box was closed. Immediately, I looked at the time. Time, 00:00. Unknowingly. The day is coming to an end. Well, let's pay some money. By the way, save up other artifact pre-materials. Lu Cang still couldn't forget that abyss summoning staff. This should be regarded as the easiest staff equipment to make. Just let any staff touch the pollution of the abyss. Then with some cheap auxiliary materials, it can be made. However, this place is far away from the place polluted by the abyss. The abyss is beyond the north. Too far. And just when Lu Cang was ready to act. Boom! The earth shook suddenly for a moment. It was as if the whole earth had sunk down. Lu Cang staggered, almost unable to stand still. But soon, Lu Cang immediately transformed into swift stance to stabilize himself. What happened? Lu Cang immediately took wind spirit elixir. Gain the ability to fly. Immediately flew towards the sky. An entry from shadow boots, allowing Lu Cang to walk through walls. After Lu Cang flew high into the sky. Seeing the entire career transfer hall, it tilted a little. The houses in the entire city of Saint Lien were also a little crooked. On the ground, thin cracks actually appeared. What happened? Earthquake. Dragon Clan, Valley of Dragons. Time, 00:00. He explosion, happiness. Marrow explosion, the cheers of the magic spirit came. Lenny accelerated towards the distance again at the fastest speed. However, it was too late. Boom! A heavy breath came out from extreme steel. Boom! Just a moment. Valley of 10,000 dragons annihilated instantly. However, the ripples of destruction did not stop at all. Instead, it continued to spread in all directions. Kunlong Yunfan, Earth Dragon Grassland, Yanlong Volcano, Sea of Water Dragons. The ripples of destruction spread in all directions. A hurricane sweeps the earth. Then, destroy the land. Then dig the ground out of a huge hole. The dark red energy has no intention of stopping at all. With Valley of 10,000 dragons as the center, spread infinitely. In just 3 seconds, 1/3 of the dragon land was turned into a deep pit dozens of kilometers deep. And this is not the end at all. In a split second the dragons realized what had happened. However, there was no chance of escape at all. This destroys the speed at which it spreads, far exceeding the speed of light in Lu Cang's previous life. In a very short period of time, it penetrated an unknown number of kilometers of territory. 10 seconds later, 2/3 of the Dragon Clan territory was destroyed. The spreading speed of destruction also slowed down from this moment. However, with the final continuous spread of the destruction ripple. Finally, in the entire dragon territory, there is only one cylindrical pit left. Chapter 40. Marrow Explosion. The aftermath of destruction is still spreading. It took 5 full minutes before it stopped. And destroyed. Not just dragons. Even the southern border of the human race has been affected. 2/3 of the southern border fell directly into a deep pit. In the sky, countless strong people of the human race looked at the huge pothole in the distance. Their pupils all narrowed slightly. This. What the hell happened? How could the territory of the Dragon Clan be reduced to nothing in just 1 minute? And at this very moment, the Emperor is also standing above the sky, looking into the distance. As far as the eye can see, the original mountains and rivers, mountains, and vast plains. At this moment, they have all disappeared. There was only a huge, dark hole left. In Ren Huang's friend list, the names of one friend after another disappeared. Those are all Dragon Clan powerhouses who are connected with him. Dragon of the Hurricane, Lenny. Sage Silver Dragon Armin. Dragon of Destruction Rayburn. One name after another is bleak. The Emperor found out. In the end, the Dragon Clan on his list. Almost the whole army was wiped out. Except for Super Demonic White Dragon, and some dragons stranded in the human race. In the Dragon Clan territory, 99 out of 10 Dragon Clans are all dead. Then, what's going on? The Emperor stopped in the sky. Take no further steps. At the same time, he used his spirit to send a message to the Great Sage in the White Tower. Great Sage. Have you seen it? The human sovereign's perspective at this time is synchronizing with that of many strong human races. All feudal kings, sages, leaders of major associations, principals of major colleges, and major families. At this point, all high-level goals. All through the perspective of the Emperor. He looked at the territory of the Dragon Clan. No. The territory of the Dragon Clan no longer exists. Tragic. It was really tragic to the extreme. There is nothing left on the whole earth. In the end, all that remained was an empty pit. And above the White Tower. The great sages are also based on this phenomenon. Deduce the whole process. To understand what's going on here. St. Leon City. Just for a split second. Lu Cang felt a terrifying turmoil. In my heart, I have a bad premonition. Lu Cang looked at the refreshed posts in the community. At this time, in the community, one message after another was refreshed, is no longer relevant to it. In its place, an announcement of disaster. There are only bottomless potholes left in the Dragon Clan's territory. The Dragon Clan is suspected to be completely wiped out. High-altitude shooting. The scene of the destruction of the Dragon Clan. I witnessed the process of the destruction of the Dragon Clan with my own eyes. Video attached. Emergencies. The territory of the Dragon Clan was razed to a deep pit. Frontline reporters take you directly to the scene. Lu Cang clicked on the news with the video. This video is a perspective of a human race flying at high altitude. He, in the southern border territory of the human race, looking towards the direction of the dragon's territory. However, only a slight flash of dark red light was seen. The next moment, a huge spherical ripple expanded almost instantly. I can't see how it expands at all. All I know is that in just an instant, this terrifying energy ripple has covered a small half of the Dragon Clan's territory. And then, the ripples of destruction have no intention of stopping at all. Instead, it continues to spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, only huge deep pits were left. Lu Cang looked at the picture. Even if it's not there, can't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The person who took the video was retreating crazily. Destruction behind. As if following him closely. Finally. 5 minutes of escape. The person who took the video eventually escaped. This destruction finally stopped at a position not far from him. However, after this destruction stabilized, in the southern border area of the human race, 2/3 of the territory has also been turned into a deep pit after the aftermath of destruction. After Lu Cang watched the video, take a deep breath. Well, in Lu Cang's hand, tightly holding the pendant reverse time, looked so devastated. Such a situation. What can I do? I am just a level 62nd job changer in Sanlian City. Lu Cang asked. If the explosion falls on the city of Saint Lien, are you afraid you won't be able to run away? Want to run out of the territory of the human race within an hour? Impossible, at my current speed. It takes at least 2 days. And the space teleportation type ability, except for the city return scroll. Only space mages above level 100 can use it. Moreover, it is impossible to transmit such a long distance in such a short time. And even if it is dying resistance, there is also an invincible time limit. At least in that area, survive for more than 5 minutes. At least, I don't have that ability right now. Lu Cang took another deep breath. Calm down. Soon, Lu Cang understood what he should do. I don't have the ability to change this disaster right now. But, at least I should do something, what I can do. Anyway, he is also a member of the human race. At least, I now have the ability to change something. Besides, back in time, there will also be more adequate preparations. Thinking of this, Lu Cang will still be activated in reverse time. 22:30. Lu Cang returns to the time when he just equipped the reverse time equipment. Immediately, Lu Cang sent a message to the Emperor. Let all the human races in southern Xinjiang take all means of transportation and flee to the north at the fastest speed. Go as many people as you can. After saying this, Lu Cang was slightly stagnant. In the end, there was still nothing to say about the Dragon Clan. It is meaningless for the Dragon Clan to run now. This destruction has spread to the southern border. Even if you run away from now on, even if you start fleeing from the border of the Dragon Clan, it is impossible to escape. Not to mention, the vast majority of dragons live in the hinterland of dragons. It is meaningless to notify the Dragon Clan now. Luo Jushan suddenly received this news from Lu Cang. Slightly stunned. Escape? Why do you want to escape? However, Lu Cang used an extremely dignified tone. Send ideas to Luo Jushan. If you hesitate any longer, you will run out of time. The reason can be explained later. Chat software, there are voice, character, idea, video chat in multiple ways. And the simplest thing is the idea. At this time, Luo Jushan felt Lu Cang's serious thoughts. Not like a joke. And such a big thing can't be joked about. Immediately, he asked the last word. Is this the guidance of the gods? Lu Cang saw this sentence. Reply with a solemn tone. Yes, it's very serious. Also, help me find out about the whereabouts of the divine relatives of the divine monsters. I'm in Saint Lian City, the closer you are to me, the better. After reading this message, the emperor quickly responded. Okay, I see. I will help you inquire about the divine monster. The emperor is not someone who beats around the bush. He still knows that he must stop and suffer chaos. Besides, today is the day of the mutation. In addition, Lu Cang is related to the gods, and has created so many miracles in a short time. Due to various factors, he is willing to believe in Lu Cang. No way, Lu Cang is trying to lie to him for fun, right? So, almost at the same time, in front of Lu Cang, a reminder popped up. Announcement to the whole family. Order of the Human Emperor, all human races in southern Xinjiang, at all costs, flee northward at full speed, if necessary. All resources can be discarded. Seeing this announcement, Lu Cang breathed a sigh of relief. Next. What the human sovereign does has nothing to do with him. That's something to consider in his position. And I, in Saint Lian City, couldn't care so far. I have done my best, and the rest is up to fate. Subsequently, Lu Cang follows the process and enters the Wanhua temple. Without missing a word, he repeated exactly what he had said. In the space of Wanhua temple, Lu Cang has an extremely clear perception. Can fully remember everything that happened, this everything, including any details. After that, Iris was successfully pulled into the temple of Wanhua. Then after replacing Alice, Lu Cang went directly to Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Lu Cang, who has completed the second turn, already has a black card. This was given to him by the Brilliant Gems merchant when he killed the fourth world boss. At this time, Lu Cang already had 2.5 billion gold coins. However, this time, Lu Cang did not repeat his previous actions. This time to the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. Lu Cang approached Manager Wang directly. Sell all the more than 60 pieces of platinum equipment that exploded from the world boss. Only keep a whole set of equipment for upgrading quality. At the same time, notify the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. Help yourself to buy Shen Nian Hua and other auxiliary materials. Now, after explaining all this, the time is 22:43. After Lu Cang finished purchasing the items as quickly as possible. Then, put on the speed suit. Go directly to Challenge Dungeon. Enter Insane Difficulty. Once entering the instance, Lu Cang directly activates the active effect of 1000 miles sprint boots. In just a few seconds, you reach the top of the mountain. Start brushing the boss. After 30 minutes. In the end, Lu Cang spawned more than 1000 treasure chests. However, this time because of the accelerated progress of Lu Cang, Alice didn't have time to give herself Black Star Meteorite. Therefore, Lu Cang did not combine Amazon Bow to kill Final Storm. Instead, eat Wind Spirit Potion. Gain the ability to fly directly, and used Jinayu to kill the boss in the past. Time consuming, 20 milliseconds more than last time. After everything is done, Lu Cang came to the job transfer temple. Accept the SSS level job transfer task. Finally, at 23:30, received the 3-turn mission. Under the heavy compression of time, it took half an hour longer than the previous round. Southern Xinjiang. Under the urgent announcement of the emperor, the airships, carrying people at the fastest speed, took off. Those with flying mounts brought their families and neighbors with them. Throughout southern Xinjiang, all transportation resources have been mobilized. As for the materials, they are all unloaded. All used to pretend. Once loaded, let's go immediately. Sailing at the fastest speed of the transport without saving any energy. And a flying mount. Almost at the most extreme speed, it flew towards the north. Luo Jushan. Lu Cang, I have evacuated the people in southern Xinjiang according to what you said. The resources mobilized this time are huge. I hope it's the right thing to do. Also, the family of the divine monster you want. There is a ruin in the southeast of Saint Lian City. In that place, there seems to be an organization that believes in divine monsters. Many official teams that went to crusade were destroyed, and even lost an 87-level adventurer with an S-level occupation. The official association estimates that the challenge level is above level 100. San Lian City is planning to organize a team of strong men to take away the ruins one by one. Perhaps, there will be a presence of gods there. Lu Cang looked at the message from the emperor. Then reply. I can assure you that what you did was correct. As for what happened, you will know in half an hour. Thank you for the information about the gods. After replying, Lu Cang closed the chat box. It is useless to say more. It only takes half an hour for human sovereign to see the catastrophe. As for the dragon clan, although it is an ally of the human race, but unfortunately, I am not strong enough now to save the dragon clan. The current reverse time can only bring Lu Cang back to the time when he just finished his second turn. If you can go back to the time when you just awakened, maybe the dragon clan can still be saved. Now, forget it. It's too late to send only the brain. Not to mention the information fog that prevents information from getting through. As for why it is necessary to reverse time and save the human race. Nonsense. Without any loss, he can save an unknown number of billions of human race compatriots. Each one is human life. If you don't do this, is it still a person? What's more, going back to the time and space of the past, Lu Cang also advanced the time to acquire Shen Nian Hua. Let spiritual mind flower be obtained faster. Also brushed more treasure chests in Feng Mo Cliff. More platinum equipment, more various materials, and supplies were released. If it is said that returning to the past, changing time and space requires a huge price, Lu Cang may still hesitate and think. But there's no cost, there's even a benefit. If so, do not do it. The only explanation is that this person is a badass. Bad from the inside out, he is a traitor to the human race. After accepting the transfer task. 2331. Alice called herself as expected. Lu Cang answered the call and synthesized the bow of Tian Kong. Then enter the Wanhua temple. Talk to Alice. Business as usual. For the treatment of Alice, Lu Cang's principle is to remain unchanged. 2334. Then, there are the gods of the divine monsters. Lu Cang clicked on the map. Input the coordinates that the emperor sent to himself. Eventually, a location is shown on the map. This distance. It's not very close either. Immediately, Lu Cang changed all the equipment and sub-entries on his body to increase the basic movement speed. Every piece of equipment that has sub-entries. After the adverb is replaced, the basic movement speed attribute is the same as the value of 1000-mile speed boots. However, the attribute of the base movement speed grows logarithmically. The more stacks, the higher the attenuation. In the end, Lu Cang's basic speed only reached 100 m/s. Subsequently, Lu Cang's entry 4000 miles speed boots, activate powerful armament. The effect is directly doubled. Increased from 100 times speed bonus to 200 times speed bonus. Under the current limit movement speed, it can already reach 240 kilometers per second. Human Emperor, you are near here. But it's really nearby. Do you care about the distance of 200,000 kilometers, also called nearby? Counting from the previous life, how many times can you go around the entire blue star? At the current speed, it would take him at least 2 minutes to get there. While thinking this way, Lu Cang also moved. The ruins of mystery. In this place, there is a pyramid made of stone. Circle around the pyramid. A rune of worshipping the divine monster has been engraved. The ground was also full of human bones and flesh and blood as sacrifices. Lu Cang appeared near the ruins of mystery. Just got here. I felt a nasty breath. Lu Cang looked in the direction of the breath. Only one was covered in bandages. The human with blood overflowing from the bandage was staring at him. Level 89. Life value? Mana value? All unknown information. However, it is also reasonable. I don't have any ability to see through it all. However, judging from the feeling exuded by the other party, should not be very weak. Lu Cang stared at him. Asked coldly. Are you a god? And the person covered in bandages made a hoarse voice. Hiss. Another one came to die. That's right, I was favored by Lord Omisio. Click. Don't wait for him to finish speaking. The next moment, Lu Cang appeared directly behind him. Powerful armament amplification entry, Janayu shock wave. Boom. Lu Cang's sword directly hit his neck. Boom. In an instant, the blood mist exploded. Almost at the same time, in the next instant, countless cracks appeared in the huge pyramid. In the pyramid, a large amount of blood seeped out. Lu Cang looked at the corpse crushed by himself. I was not such a violent person, but now I feel a little unhappy. Chapter 41. God's favor, not a monster boss in the wild. It is a creature with a profession, which has obtained the favor of a divine monster. Or be polluted by it. Attribute values often belong to the category of job changers. Ability in all aspects may have a moderate improvement. After all, he is a person who believes in divine monsters. But an ordinary job changer is not a boss. I want to pile up to 100 million blood volume. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even if it is a level 100 meat shield profession, the blood volume is more than tens of millions. To the level of billions. I'm afraid it's a dream. This is why Lu Cang thinks he can kill the gods. Unless this divine relative is a job changer with a blood volume exceeding 100 million. But even so, it was just to let myself cut him, from one sword to several more swords. Not much differences. Prompts for job transfer tasks. Your task has been completed. You can now go to any job transfer hall to complete your 3 job transfers, the first link. See this tip. Lu Cang did not return immediately. Instead, he looked at the pyramid in front of him. Generally, this kind of divine monster guards the place. Often there are also special things hidden. Whether it is good or bad is uncertain, of course. Sometimes, it could be something evil that pollutes. But sometimes, it may also be some rare materials, or special skill books. Come here. Lu Cang still planned to go in and take a look. Go inside the stone pyramid. Inside, it's completely dark. Lu Cang directly tore a piece of illumination scroll. In an instant, a ray of light spread. As a result, the entire passage became even brighter. Inside the passage, there are all kinds of corpses of divine monster believers wrapped in bandages. They were all instantly killed by Lu Cang, Janayu's sword. Lu Cang moves forward at a moderate speed. Look around. Worried about missing some secret doors, such places are likely to hide treasures. And after another period of time, suddenly, Lu Cang felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Ding! The dagger pierced Lu Cang's back. But no real harm was done at all. -23,532. I was actually attacked by surprise. The blood bar, at this moment, has decreased by 0.5%. The physical performance is that the skin has been scratched a little. Lu Cang looked behind him. However, there is nothing behind. It's also, the range of Jinayu is really not enough to cover the entire pyramid now. Confront the assassin in hiding. Lu Cang had no intention of looking for it at all. Fort posture. With a wave of Jinayu. Boom. Another moment. On the ceiling, corpses fell down one after another. These assassins. They were all hidden and lurking on the ceiling. Not a word. But the problem is, their attack must first break the defense. Without the ability to explore, it is really inconvenient to explore this kind of maze. Lu Cang frowned. Immediately, he didn't intend to move slowly anymore. Instead, it is converted to swift stance. At the same time, activate 1000 miles sprint boots. Go straight to the end of the passage. This is a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall is a ritual circle painted with blood. The center of the circle is the altar. There are things on the altar. It was like a ritual where Elise offered sacrifices to herself. However, this ceremony was even more bloody. Human bones and internal organs all over the floor. Tisk. Seeing this scene, Lu Cang frowned again. As long as it is a normal human race, seeing human organs exposed on the ground will feel disgusted. But Lu Cang quickly ignored this. A different world, outside of elves and dragons, swords and magic, adventures and expeditions, taverns and stoves. There will also be dark places. Lu Cang also knew that he would see this dark side sooner or later. Lu Cang activates defensive stance. The textbook says, such places are often accompanied by traps. Lu Cang took a step. And this step has just been taken. Boom. As soon as a thick purple thunder shot out, it fell directly from the ceiling. -556,020. Sure enough, the textbooks are not deceiving me. Lu Cang's current blood volume has also increased to more than 4 million. The fortitude of heart has advanced since the cliff of Fengmo. Each monster can be stacked twice, but for Lu Cang to kill one at a time. What has been disguised is equivalent to double stacking blood. On the way here, just over a minute. It has already stacked hundreds of thousands. The damage of this trap is really high. Even with damage reduction, it caused more than 500,000 damage. Change it to a crispy skin, I'm afraid it will die directly. Even if it is a level 100 job changer. But where are crispy skins like mages and assassins with a million blood? Can't stand the trap at all. Lu Cang waited for 2 seconds and restored the shield. At the same time, all the equipment on his body was replaced with shield boost and dying resistance entries. The shield generation efficiency on the body has also increased by 220%. Although it is not as good as the 1000 times shield of Bai Jiahushu. But for the current Lu Cang, it is also a huge improvement. Immediately, continue to walk forward. Call. A gust of icy wind spread. Lu Cang ignored it directly. Originally, this effect should be to freeze him in place. But the Lu Cang shield is exempt from control during its existence. Not affected at all. Fire of Heaven's Punishment, Ultimate Flash, Chaos Peak Thorn. Boom boom boom. Just 3 steps out, 4 traps were triggered. It can be said that Lu Cang walked through the trap all the way. Just like that, after walking 10 meters. Lu Cang paused slightly. Wait for 20 seconds. Wait until the shield is full, far exceeding the upper limit of blood volume. Immediately. Directly activate 1000-mile speed boots in an instant. Just rush over a distance of hundreds of meters. But that's the moment. The floor, walls, and everywhere are lit up with patterns. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions and ripples of various elements sounded behind Lu Cang. At the same time, there are dozens of thunder and light beams chasing Lu Cang. -142,819. -123,828. -104,386. Lu Cang swung Janaya while eating the damage. Maximize damage reduction. In the end, the damage from countless traps was directly resolved by Lu Cang. Lu Cang came to the center of the altar. In the center of the altar, put the only offering. Blood of Recovery. Effect: Resurrection scrolls can be made to resurrect creatures below level 100 and dead for no more than 3 days. It is an extremely expensive and rare material. Effect 2: Strengthen the resurrection effect of the resurrection scroll, which can target higher level and longer death time. Description: The ancient god of blood and immortality, the blood scattered in the world. There are 10 drops of recovery blood. It's actually the blood of recovery. This thing is rare. The resurrection ability is not absent in this world, but it is too rare. And, as seen, there are many restrictions. Resurrection can only revive targets below level 100. But no matter what, it is the power of resurrection. After getting resuscitated blood in his hand, Lu Cang took out the city portal scroll. However, it was discovered that the scroll to return to the city could no longer be used. The city portal scroll can only return within a range of 10,000 kilometers. Here, it has been exceeded. It seems that we can only fly back. Omicio's limbs are scattered all over the world. At this time, its eyes suddenly opened in the cracks of the rocks. My, revived blood. Who is it? Obviously only the last 10 drops of recovery blood are needed to complete the resurrection. Just wait for the day of the next sacrifice, which is the day after tomorrow. These 10 drops of recovery blood. Complete the sacrifice and be acquired by it. It can complete the resurrection. But it sensed suddenly. The revived blood placed on the altar disappeared. It was taken away by a chaotic being. However, I couldn't find out what that existence was. It was like a fog. Moreover, the resuscitated blood clearly has its own positioning mark. But after the recovery blood was taken away by this existence, the positioning mark also disappears directly. No trace could be found at all. Such a powerful concealment ability. At least the great sage level of the human race. Could it be that he has discovered my resurrection plan? Lu Cang returned to Sanlian City again. The time has come 23:43. On the way back, Lu Cang stacked some HP again. With constant exposure to a powerful presence, Lu Cang felt more and more that his blood volume was not enough. And after a little thought, Lu Cang also thought of it. If you have enough blood, is it okay to be in the center of the dragon explosion? In the final analysis, there is still not enough blood. Of course, think so. But Lu Cang doesn't plan to spend too much time building up this blood volume now. Instead, I return to the Temple of Job Transfer. Deliver your own tasks. Task completed. Please choose your 80th ranking artifact, optional items, clothes, bottoms, crowns, boots. I'm working on the tiara, and I already have the boots, clothes and bottoms. In fact, Lu Cang feels that all 4 can be chosen. After all, an artifact with 2 entries is enough. But think before and after. Lu Cang still decides to have a look first. Bottoms are the only part that currently has no artifacts. Choose, download. You have obtained, Leaping Spirit, Artifact. Fetal Artifact +5, Max. Category, Leg Armor. Equipment level, 60, follows the user level. Attribute, Agility +204,114. Quality, Platinum, Growable. Effect, gain the ability to jump in space. You can jump to any place within 60, according to the level increase, kilometers, according to the quality improvement, and ignore the space restriction. Cooling time, 0.2 seconds, can store 50 times, and will soon receive fatal damage. It will automatically jump to a safe position. Description: an artifact with a strong space jumping ability, you can go wherever you want. Space ability. This can be said to be one of the rarest abilities in this world. Space, time. Even if it is a space mage, it is difficult to jump at will. But, let's take a look. Lu Cang didn't make a decision right away. Instead, activate reverse time. Return to the time and space before the selection. I choose, with light armor on top. Unable to choose top type. Automatically assigned to you, armor of reloading defense. Lu Cang looked directly at the effect of this artifact. Instead of entangled in his attributes. Effect: super heavy equipment, the physical damage received is permanently reduced by 99%, and the armor value is increased by 100 times, and a fixed 1000 damage reduction is obtained at the same time. After settlement of damage reduction, the physical defense ability can only be described as a strong batch explosion. But there is no need for the current Lu Cang to be true. After all, I haven't encountered any enemies with particularly powerful physical attacks. In case I choose this equipment, I end up encountering magic enemies. Not like an idiot. Immediately, Lu Cang activates the reverse time again. Look at the crown equipment. Lord of the Dead. Effect: Crown of Death God. The undead creature you summon must be at least level 70, if its summoning level is above 100, it will be level plus 30, and all undead creatures will be berserk. Cooldown reduced by 40%, mana value the consumption is reduced by 90%. All undead creatures are equipped with a full set of gold quality plus 3 equipment equal to the level by default, and have the ability to resurrect 5 times. See this crown? The corner of Lu Cang's mouth twitched slightly. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to summon the undead. Moreover, now even if I use the equipment effect to summon, it can only summon a few level 70 undead. Even with these buffs, it is not strong enough. You still have to make a 10,000 times summoning staff to play the summoning flow. Eventually, Lu Cang looked to boots. Fetal artifact plus 5, max. Category: boots. Equipment level: 60, follows the user level. Attribute: 204,114. Quality: platinum, growable. Effect: backtracking. You can go back to all the places you have been to, including but not limited to the current timeline, cannot pass through the timeline, must wear this equipment, and ignore any space restrictions. Cooling time, 0.1 second. Description: the artifact of the space system has a very strong ability to move in space, even if it is hundreds of millions of kilometers away, it can be crossed in an instant. Lu Cang looked at all the equipment. The crown and clothes are not considered for the time being. The rest are 2 space system artifacts. All I can say is, they are strong. One is the high degree of freedom. The other one, can only go back to the place you have been. But, this place I have been to is not affected by the timeline. But Lu Cang was very concerned. This means, even where you have been in the future. After going back to the past, I can still backtrack to that location. However, space-time is no longer the space-time of the future. After a little thought, Lu Cang still decides, so he chooses backtracking. Although the ability to jump in space is very strong, but with his current speed, he really can't use it. You have obtained the artifact. Backtracking is releasing the second ring job transfer task for you. Chapter 42. Current task, the second ring. Mission objective: clear 100 dungeons of crazy difficulty in a row, and keep the fastest clearance record. Task reward: divine adornments of myriad transformations, unique skill book, equipment spirit. 100 copies of crazy difficulty. It's okay, it's not too difficult. Most of the dungeons above level 30 have crazy difficulty. It's just a question of whether ordinary job changers can pass the customs. However, in the face of such a perverted task, can be so understatement. I'm afraid it's only Lu Cang. If it is replaced by someone else to perform the SSS level 3 turn task, I'm afraid it's not that I can't finish it all my life. As for the task rewards, Lu Cang can still understand the skill book. However, what is the spirit of equipment? Lu Cang didn't know. Neither can preview. Let's start with the nearby copy first. Lu Cang clicked on the community. Find the dungeon guide of Sanlin City. At the beginning, on the airship from Shengjing City to Shenglian City. A guide that sells for 500 gold coins. It has already been spread everywhere in the forums of Sanlian City. Lu Cang randomly found a copy of map marker. Copy it to your own map. Soon, Lu Cang's map is already full of various marks. Dungeon, Dong Canyon. Copy type, Persevere. Level, 3560. Dungeon, Wetland Swamp. Copy type, Combat. Level, 560. Dungeon, Abandoned Ancient Building. Dungeon type, Boss Battle. Level, 460. Dungeon, Exquisite Clock House. Copy type, Decryption. Level, 460. Marks one after another represent different copies. In the city of Saint Lien alone, there are several copies above level 30. Cancel the dungeon mark of the persistence type. Swish. Marker on the map. A small piece disappeared in a flash. But there are many more copies of various types. For example, a copy of Decryption, Occupancy Point, Escort. These copies are more troublesome. In the end, Lu Cang thought about it. Again, exclusions were made. Choose a copy of the pure combat type. Soon, another large copy was screened out. But now the rest of the dungeons can be speed passed. Lu Cang took a fancy to a copy that was closest to him. Equip retracing boots. At the same time, the entry of 1000-mile speed boots was transferred to backtracking. On top of backtracking, there are 2 artifact entries at the same time. As 4000-mile speed boots, it has become a whiteboard equipment with only attribute values. After activating this entry, the number of artifact entries on Lu Cang has reached 6. Professional Specialization, Supreme Artifact Entry 6 entry effects are activated. Mana Spring, all equipment/skills are active, get 80% cooldown reduction, and all skills/equipment effects can be released without any consumption. All your skills/equipment effects can be released once more. Cooling reduction is not restricted by the world cap, cooling reduction is restricted by the world cap, 40%. Unfortunately, I don't have any skills that require double release now. Subsequently, Lu Cang changed into a speed suit. After just a few seconds, Lu Cang appeared in front of a dungeon named Abandoned Castle in the city of Saint Lien. Choose difficulty, Crazy. Enter the copy. Immediately, Lu Cang's figure disappeared from the dungeon. 10 seconds later, Lu Cang walked out from the copy. A copy of the record on the steel. Suddenly there was a change. Dungeon fastest clearance record, Crazy No 1 Lu Cang, clearance rating, SSS. Clearing time, 3 seconds. After Lu Cang left this instance, he rushed towards the next copy without looking back. And because of the existence of Chaos Hidden Ring, no one noticed that Lu Cang had been there. The only thing that can prove that Lu Cang has been here. Only the record steel. It is unknown when someone will realize that the records on the recording stone tablet have quietly changed. Starry Night Wilderness. After Lu Cang entered the copy, Directly toward the three giant wolves in the distance, he drew the bowstring. Powerful armament. Strengthening the effect of the entry, Bow of Tian Kong, Rain of Arrows in Tian Kong. Sky Kong Arrow Rain, God, enhancement, your shooting will change to shoot 300 arrows at the same time, and these arrows will all have exactly the same additional effect. The number of arrows in the bow of Sky Kong doubled again. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows were shot. Superstar Flash. Tens of thousands of streams of light pass through. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. -3,265,820, crit. Almost at the same time, after touching the monster, streams of light exploded. Split into smaller streams of light. Spread in all directions. -816,455, crit. -816,455, crit. -816,455, crit. -816,455, crit. -816,455, crit. -816,455, crit. For a moment, the entire interior of the dungeon was radiant. Sure enough, apart from the challenge dungeon, the other dungeons were of crazy difficulty. It's all a little bit meaningless. Will be weaker. The final boss, the three giant wolves, only had a blood volume of over 100 million. It's really not very strong. The light flow in Lu Cang's hand is like GAT linear swipe directly from left to right. Shoot the boss one by one. The damage of Superstar Flash is calculated according to the agility value. Now Lu Cang has more than 3 million damage with one arrow. These bosses, with more than 100 million HP, can withstand 40 Superstar Flash, which is considered outrageous. Not to mention, tens of thousands of hair. From start to finish, Lu Cang's clearance time did not exceed 5 seconds. The mobs didn't even have time to attack Lu Cang. That is to say, opening the door and killing Lu Cang tens of thousands of blood. After killing the boss. Afterwards, the rewards are settled immediately. After opening the treasure chest, leave on the spot. Didn't even bother to see what the treasure chest exploded. What does it matter if the treasure chest explodes? In this way, Lu Cang, according to the route on the map, looked for the dungeon and cleared the dungeon. More than 100 copies. Plus the distance factor. As well as various copies, there may still be some special mechanisms. Anyway, it will take some time. Soon time passed quietly. Midnight. Lu Cang heard a dis sound. This is the alarm clock he set himself. Well. Lu Cang sighed softly. Rest in peace, dragons. Boom. Immediately, the earth shook suddenly. But Lu Cang has already prepared. Already flying in mid-air. Immediately. Lu Cang looked towards the community. In the community, as I have seen before, there was a panic. That is, after just one glance, Lu Cang closed the community. Keep copying. Without enough strength, it is simply not enough to face that level of destruction. Southern Xinjiang. Quick. Quick. Faster. Countless airships are flying towards the north at the fastest speed. And behind these airships, it is a wave of destruction that spreads with a destructive force. Without any emotion. Directly destroy the homeland of the human race in southern Xinjiang completely. Finally, the destruction stops. 2/3 of the southern border disappeared together with the Dragon Clan's territory. After the destruction stopped, the airships made an emergency landing with billowing smoke. The survivors looked behind themselves. I have lingering fears. If only they ran slower. They will all be reduced to the dust of this destruction. This is the order of the Emperor. It's Lord Human Sovereign who saved us. I knew it, there is nothing wrong with believing in the Emperor. And above the sky, the Human Sovereign stood in the sky, looking towards the south. His eyes are as white as copper bells. What happened? What was that destructive energy just now? This kind of destruction is already comparable to the legendary super forbidden curse, right? If such an attack falls within the territory of the human race, can the human race have the ability to deal with it? But what needs to be figured out most now is, in the territory of the Dragon Clan, what happened? At the same time, Ren Huang also thought of Lu Cang for a moment. Immediately, Human Sovereign's thoughts moved slightly, and he perceived the direction of the southern border in the human territory. Most of the human race in southern Xinjiang survived. In southern Xinjiang, the vast majority of human races live in the north where the environment is pleasant. In the south of southern border, there are dangerous swamps and various powerful monsters. It's as big as a country. But 70% of the population also benefited from this. After the Emperor ordered a desperate escape, even if 2/3 of the southern border was destroyed, but the human race that died because of it. But not a lot. Lu Cang, what did you foresee? Or, what did the gods tell you? Ren Huang believes that he urgently needs to meet Lu Cang now. Great sage, if you analyze something, tell me right away. I'm going to meet Lu Cang now. At the same time, another emperor's order was issued. Order of the Human Emperor, all human races in southern Xinjiang must immediately migrate north, away from southern border. All cities in human territory are obliged to accept refugees from southern border unconditionally. After issuing this order, the Emperor turned around. Immediately, summon the Star Dragon Beast. Head towards the direction of Saint Lian City. Community. The Emperor's announcement, the people of southern Xinjiang, you should not thank me, you should thank Lu Cang. In the process of rushing, Ren Huang also posted a post by the way, and used his own authority to pin it to the top for a long time. All human races who entered the community interface will be the first to see this pinned post. He does not intend to compete with Lu Cang for credit. If there is no news of Lu Cang, he, the Emperor, can do nothing. You can't protect your own people at all. This credit should belong to Lu Cang, it is Lu Cang's. And one after another human race. They all clicked into this human emperor's top post. After seeing the cause and effect, their hearts were full of shock. Of course, Ren Huang will be partly about the gods. As well as Lu Cang's personal questions about the gods, they are omitted. What the hell? I heard that the human emperor anticipated this disaster and sent the people in southern Xinjiang to flee north ahead of time. In the end, this is Lu Cang's information. FK, when did Lu Cang get in touch with the emperor? Do you really think that the king is just for fun? You are about to become the king, so how can you not have contact with the emperor? So, what happened to the Dragon Clan territory? I am from southern border. The horrible destruction stopped right behind us. If it was later, my family and I would have died. Thank you Lu Cang for saving us. The post had tens of millions of replies in an instant. The vast majority of people in southern Xinjiang are grateful to Lu Cang. The people in southern Xinjiang feel as if they are living in a dream. They actually experienced a catastrophe of life and death in a short period of time. If it wasn't for Lu Cang's reminder, they really are a corpse now. No. In that case, how could there be any corpses left? Not even ashes will remain. At this time, on the airship, the surviving people from southern Xinjiang were sitting together. Now, they truly lost their homes. Even if southern border was not completely destroyed, there were places where the destruction did not reach. But, does anyone really dare to survive in that place? God knows what happened to the Dragon Clan. They don't want to experience this kind of thing again. Furthermore, the human emperor has also ordered that all the people of southern Xinjiang should leave southern Xinjiang. At this moment, even if they wanted to stay in southern Xinjiang, they couldn't go back. My life was saved by Lu Cang. If Lu Cang becomes king, we would like to follow in his footsteps. Lu Cang, will you become the king of the northern border in the future? Mom, I want to migrate to the north. Sanlin City, surrounding area. The 35th copy. Lu Cang has completed 35 dungeons. It's just that the treasure chests of these 35 dungeons don't add up to one more than Feng Mo's cliff. A copy that can be revived infinitely and repeated repeatedly. Indeed uncommon. But if it is calculated in terms of time, in just 10 minutes, Lu Cang created more than 30 copies. Got nearly 100 crazy treasure chests. In terms of normal speed, this speed is not too slow. The dungeon of Feng Mo Cliff can only be said to be stuck with a bug. And just when Lu Cang was about to continue brushing the next crazy dungeon. Did you have new news? Currently unread news, 2 people. A message came. Now I can send messages to myself, and I can receive them. That is, those 3 people. Lu Cang, you know I have a lot to ask. I will arrive in Saint Lian soon, and we will meet and talk. The other side. Wang Yuanmo also sent a message to himself. God Lu. Yingxiang Lu, the brilliant gem chamber of commerce has already received the divine neon flower you want for you in advance. The demonic materials you want are also ready. You can come and pick it up now. It's still the same price, 25% off, this time our Chamber of Commerce didn't earn you a cent. After reading these 2 messages, Lu Cang smiled lightly. It's really timely. Before meeting with the Emperor, I just received the materials for the Crown of Insight. Chapter 43. There are still 65 copies of Crazy Difficulty. Well, it won't waste much time to get the materials. Lu Cang thought so. The next moment, the effect of backtracking is activated. Another moment, Lu Cang appeared in front of the bright gem chamber of commerce. After obtaining backtrack, the best plan Lu Cang made was to run through all the dungeons he wanted to brush first. Then go back in time. Before starting to brush the first copy. In this way, no matter what copy, it can be reached in an instant. Of course, the brilliant gem chamber of commerce is also a common place for Lu Cang. Naturally, Lu Cang also took a trip. At this time, Lu Cang entered the brilliant gem chamber of commerce. Come to Manager Wang's office again. I'm here to get the materials. Manager Wang seems to have gotten used to Lu Cang's stealthy way of moving. Don't go through the door at all. Appeared directly in front of oneself. If it weren't for the warehouse of the Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce, there is a space restriction, and entry is prohibited. Otherwise, Manager Wang would even think so. Lu Cang can directly enter the Chamber of Commerce's warehouse curry. Take what you need. No need to buy it all. Certainly. In fact, even Lu Cang could do it. It wouldn't be that wicked either. What should be paid for should still be paid for. It's not that I can't afford it myself. See Lu Cang appear. Manager Wang had a flattering smile on his face. This is VIP. Super big money owner. Its importance is even comparable to other partners of chambers of commerce at the same level. One person can support a chamber of commerce, how can it be passable without good hospitality? If it weren't for the appearance of Lu Cang, who was too elusive. I don't know what flavor Lu Cang likes. Otherwise, Manager Wang would arrange dozens of beauties. Big breasts and thin waist are the standard configuration, so what kind of animal ears girl, half-elf, elf, Human, you have to get one for Lu Cang. As for the half-dragon, alas, the dragon clan is already so miserable, so forget it. Lu Shen, I have heard about your heroic deeds. I heard that you saved our compatriots in southern Xinjiang. Your order. We gave you a 50% discount. This is the treatment we deserve as a human hero. Lu Shen, this price cannot be lowered. We have already lost money on this order. In order to expedite the acquisition of Shenianhua for you, our Chamber of Commerce even took the price hikes from other chambers of commerce. Purchased from other chambers of commerce, but won 1.5 billion gold coins. I'll give you a 50% discount, and I'll only sell you 500 million gold coins. If we sell this flower to you, we will lose 1 billion. As for the money from selling equipment, it has already been credited to your account. The brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce is not the kind of big philanthropist who does good deeds without leaving a name. They are also businessmen. Lu Cang wrote their names in the first kill of Challenge Dungeon, Crazy Difficulty. This can be regarded as their favor. At the same time, they must make it clear what they have done for Lu Cang. Otherwise, if I have done so many good things, others will not know at all, and if the favor is not sold, I will still lose money. That may not be worth the candle. As a businessman, they would not do such a stupid thing. It's okay to do good deeds, and it's okay to lose money, but you must let the other party know and understand what you have done. Lu Cang heard Manager Wang say this. Nodded slightly. I see. I have a batch of goods here, which I can sell to you. The next time I buy materials for me, I just want to be fast, and the price can be slightly higher, and it doesn't matter. The current Lu Cang can be regarded as rich and powerful. For platinum quality equipment, it can even be said to be at the monopoly level. In 1 hour, the platinum equipment output of the human race can be wiped out for decades. If this is still short of money, it is really unreasonable. Lu Cang finished speaking. Selected 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment from the backpack. Then, he looked at the storage box in Manager Wang's office. Immediately, the equipment was transferred to the storage box. Here are 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment. How to divide the money, if this batch of goods is sold out, let me know. This timeline. Lu Cang also hurriedly dropped his equipment and left. Those platinum quality equipment were still thrown on the ground. From then on, Manager Wang's office has an extra storage box. Specially for Lu Cang, who is elusive, place the goods he wants to sell. Originally, his office was not the transaction reception room. Generally speaking, large transactions need to go to the transaction reception room for negotiation. But Lu Cang, this exception. All I can say is, God, Lu can come as he pleases. The reason why he worked overtime until midnight was also because of Lu Cang. I'm afraid that Lu Cang will look for him and find no one. Of course, it doesn't matter if you work overtime, the important thing is to make money. These few transactions by Lu Cang have earned him tens of millions of gold coins. How many years does it take to make that much money? And looking at the list of 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment given by Lu Cang, Manager Wang was so happy that he fainted. Rest? Rest what? From today onwards, I will be the dog of the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. I love work, I love working overtime. Every list only needs to pass through their hands. As long as it is sold, they can take 1% of the transaction amount. This FG 2,000 pieces of platinum equipment sold. 1%? If it weren't for the headquarters of the brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. If you change a branch in another region, you have to replace him as the president. After Lu Cang dropped the equipment, he turned and left. He wanted to take advantage of the emperor's arrival. Brush a few copies of Crazy Difficulty. It is best to complete the third rank mission before the emperor comes. What I have to face is the current emperor. No matter what situation you have to face, the stronger the strength, the better. And while leaving, Lu Cang was also in the backpack, silently synthesizing Crown of Insight. Crown of Insight, Artifact, +5, Max. Quality, Platinum, Growable. Equipment level, 60, follows user level, Spirit value +204,114. Spiritual resistance +180. Effect 1, gain the ability to sense spiritual thoughts, can detect a range with a radius of 3x mental value, kilometers, and obtain information about all creatures/items within the perception. This perception cannot be detected by existences below the God level. You can accurately judge, come out with a lie/fake/pretend and see through it for what it really is. Effect 2, to be absorbed. Effect 3, to be absorbed. Description: the crown that can see everything, has extremely strong detection and investigation capabilities, and can see through all disguises and lies. Lu Cang equips the Crown of Insight. Artifact entry on the body. There is one more. It became 7. At the same time, the effect of the Supreme Artifact entry is triggered again. Supreme Artifact entry effect of 7 entry Death Resist. Death Resistance: after you use up all your lifesavers to avoid death, you will lose a piece of the lowest ranked artifact equipment, whether in the backpack or the equipment column, offsetting this death, and gain a 1-minute full immunity to death, and continue to clear all negative abnormal states. This death resistance can offset the death damage of the true God level, the instant death effect, and cannot be immune to the abilities of the God level and below. 7 entries. This effect. This should be the best life-saving effect. No matter what, you can let yourself have the ability to save your life. More importantly, now I own 7 artifacts. This effect can be triggered 7 times. Can last 7 minutes. This means that even the big explosion that destroyed the Dragon Clan couldn't kill him. It appears in the video. From the beginning to the end of the explosion, it took a total of 5 minutes to stop completely. Assuming that after this blow, there are no other disasters. Can indeed survive. And most importantly, no matter what this ability is, it gives him a chance to trigger reverse time. Even in the worst case, Lu Cang will not be instantly killed. And just go back to the past time and space. A broken artifact is equivalent to not being broken. After doing all this, Lu Cang activates backtrack again. Returning to my own business, I continued to brush up the dungeon in a bland manner. St. Leon City. At this time, in front of the copy of Abandoned Castle. Several job changers looked at the copy in front of them. Everyone, are you ready? I have been stuck in the 3rd round for 2 years, just to try to clear a copy of Crazy Difficulty. The Crazy Difficulty of the Abandoned Castle, so far no one has passed the level. According to the information I have researched, this is the best staffing for us to clear the Abandoned Castle. S-level Exorcist, S-level Occupation, Holy Purifier, me, SS-level Occupation, Demon Hunter, and S-level Occupation, Holy Light Guard, S-level Occupation, Heaven's Punishment Archer. Everyone is a senior professional from all over the world. Our professions all have a strong ability to restrain this dungeon. As long as we work hard dozens of times and find out the details of the dungeon, we may not be able to pass the crazy difficulty of this dungeon. As captain, an SS-level demon hunter is really perfect for this dungeon. The final boss of this dungeon is the devil. And just when the captain was talking eloquently, suddenly, beside him, the teammate who was a sanctification envoy looked at the record stone and covered his mouth. Captain, didn't you say that no one has ever cleared this dungeon? This is crazy difficulty. Record the name on the stone tablet. Lu Cang. Hear the name. The captain was taken aback suddenly. He reacted in an instant. What happened? Immediately, he rushed in front of the recording stele. Looking at the record stele, He looked dazed. When did he clear the crazy difficulty of this dungeon? No, when I read it just now, there was no name on this record. Not just this team. Over time, more and more job changers found that they were playing dungeons. Record the insane difficulty of the steal on the record. Before anyone knew it, there was an extra name. This copy is cleared. It's not like a world boss, nor is it like a challenge instance. There will be no widespread announcements. It will only be refreshed on the record steal. As for the dungeons of Lu Cang Shengjing No. 2 High School, it was specially set up by Shengjing No. 2 Middle School. Once a new record appears, an announcement will be made immediately. Rather than saying it was an announcement, it was more like honking a horn that would play automatically in the dungeon. A record was set. The speaker will read the name, in order to show the honor of the school. But the dungeon outside doesn't have such fancy things. After getting through, the name will appear on the record stone tablet. That's all. And today, discovered by the people of San Lian City. In the city of Saint Lian, an extremely strange phenomenon appeared. At the stage of the second turn, almost all pure combat dungeons in Saint Lian City. A copy of crazy difficulty. All have been cleared. Moreover, it was still cleared by the same man. That man is Lu Cang. And the scariest thing is, even in the dungeon with crazy difficulty, the man's slowest clearance time did not exceed 10 seconds. The fastest. There is even a copy that clears the level in 1 second. Community. Strange Tales of Saint Lian City, the ghost of crazy hard dungeons. I've never seen Lu Cang, but the dungeon record was broken just like that. Unsolved mysteries of the world, what kind of attack method does Lu Cang have? Forbidden technique? Guess no. The White Tower scholar said that even an S-level forbidden technique cannot have such an effect. Experts in the field of forbidden art came forward to explain, the knowledge of forbidden art is popular, everyone may have a little misunderstanding about forbidden art. In the World Channel, the major job changers are also having heated discussions. So what happened? In St. Lian City Map Channel. Sub-channel No 358,965. This is a small channel with only a few hundred people. At this time in the small channel, the job changers are also chatting about this on Twitter. What the hell? I remember the dungeon record I just watched, I stared at it with my own eyes. There is no clearance record of crazy difficulty in the previous glance. As a result, I replied a message, and after a few seconds, the copy record appeared. The clearer is Lu Cang, and the clearance time is 5 seconds. What you say is outrageous. It's really a blink of an eye. At that time, I was about to explain to my girlfriend that I went to the book with my buddies, and there were no girls, so I took a video file. As soon as this video is released, in a short period of time, one pass from 10 to 100. FK? Is this TM real? No, what happened? I didn't see God Lu either. That's right, the angle of view swung around, and I didn't see Lu Shen appearing near the dungeon. Why did this record steal suddenly refresh? Ghost? It's really a ghost. I believe it, I really believe it. I was preparing to download the book at the Broken Water Cliff in the north of San Lian City, but I saw that the copy record was refreshed on the spot. The time was 12:23, and it was refreshed in the 21st second. What? You saw the Broken Water Cliff record break at 23 minutes? I saw the Barren Mountain record break at the same time as you. FK, it was also called by Lu Cang. I remember I took screenshots at the time, but didn't record the video. Let me check the time of the screenshot, damn it. This dungeon record was refreshed at 27 seconds. For a while. Isn't the Barren Mountain in the south of Saint Lian City? The distance must be tens of thousands of kilometers. Damn, what a hell. Clearing the dungeon in 10 seconds is already awesome. But damn it, how did he complete the record from the north, and run to the south of Sanlian City in just a few seconds? It's not science. It's not magic. The job changers in Sanlian City are really confused. And with the fermentation of this incident, more and more people inexplicably saw the dungeon in front of them, setting a new customs clearance record. It is still the familiar name, Lu Cang. That familiar clearance time. Just 4 or 5 seconds. In one copy after another, only Lu Cang's name was seen, but Lu Cang's figure was not seen. Night sky. The human sovereign rode the dragon beast and headed towards Sanlian City at high speed. While on the road, I also understand how the world is changing. At the same time, trying to learn more about Lu Cang. It's ridiculous that the information obtained from one's own intelligence department is even less than the information on the community. So far, intelligence agencies can only give information about Lu Cang's life in the first 18 years. But in the first 18 years, there was no doubt about Lu Cang's life. But since changing jobs today, it was as if Lu Cang had completely disappeared, and he could no longer get any information about him. I have never seen him make any moves. Lu Cang's identity is simply a mystery. Rinhuang also had to search for Lu Cang's name in the community. Make inferences based on the clues that people have seen. And as Rinhuang searched for Lu Cang's name in community. But it made the emperor even more confused. Ghost? What's the situation? Sanlian City, there are new rumors? All the crazy difficulty pure combat dungeons of Sanlian City were brushed by Lu Cang again? And just brushed it in just over half an hour? No. What the hell are you doing dungeons, are you doing them in batches? Chapter 44. Ghost Legend, what the hell is this? Crazy difficulty dungeon, shouldn't this be the hardest dungeon difficulty to clear below level 100? Even a whole team of S-level job changers would have difficulty passing the level without professional restraint. But what is being said in this community now? Do they want to see what nonsense they are talking about? Clear the copy within 10 seconds? Or is it a copy of customs clearance in pieces? When did the human race become so powerful? Clearing the dungeon of crazy difficulty is already strong enough to pass the level by piece? But human sovereign immediately thought of this name again. Lu Cang. If these things are put on other people, it can only be said to be a mess. Even if this matter is put on him, the Emperor of Heaven Luo Jushan. Luo Jushan could only say that it was made up by random TM. But these things. Put it on the name Lu Cang. That. It's really FG hard to say. After all, this existence had cleared the crazy difficulty of the challenge dungeon not long ago. It stands to reason. Clear the crazy difficulty of other ordinary copies. It's really not a problem. The only problem is. This level of no problem is a bit outrageous. Lu Cang, how many more surprises do you want to bring me? Although I know that the gods may have the existence of gods chosen. But inheritance never told me that God's choice is so outrageous. Luo Jushan even wanted to shake the previous generation of human sovereign out of the tombstone. Ask him. Was God's choice so outrageous in their time? Are all disciples of God forced to do this? Although I heard that the disciples of God can also single out the dungeon of crazy difficulty. But one-on-one, is this the way to one-on-one? No, former emperor, according to your original description. You are not saying that a disciple of God, even if he is alone. But after going through a tough battle, he was still able to gain the upper hand in the dungeon of crazy difficulty. Why is Lu Cang's performance exaggerated by 100 million points compared to what you described? Do you care about clearing the level in 10 seconds, is it still gaining the upper hand after a hard fight? Luo Jushan's desire to meet this legendary genius is getting stronger and stronger. As for the Dragon Clan's territory, human sovereign didn't leave it alone. But human sovereign thinks. Regarding what happened to the dragon clan, I still have to ask Lu Cang. After all, he was the one who asked himself to order. Let the people of southern Xinjiang flee. Therefore, the answer to all the mysteries can only be known after meeting Lu Cang. Dawn Forest. Lu Cang is brushing up dungeons, and Alice's side is no exception. Alice also started to complete her second mission. I pray to you, Cang. With Elisa's prayers. In the hands of Alice. Amazon bow was gradually condensed. Elise is in front of the instant's entrance. Hold this longbow. The heart is beating extremely fast. Level 30 Platinum quality equipment. Level 30 equipment can actually reach Platinum quality. As expected of the Master of Artifacts, he can even break through the rules of the world. At the same time, Alice also believed. This level is set by Cang to take care of herself. Otherwise, how could a majestic god use only level 30 equipment? Moreover, Alice also believes that the quality of this artifact is definitely not as simple as it seems to be. It must have been sealed by some means. This is the limit of what you can control. If all the seals on this artifact were lifted, it would definitely be impossible to be suppressed at level 30. But what she never expected was the reason why this artifact is platinum quality. Simply because it is platinum quality. Subsequently, Alice looked at the effect of the equipment. And this look. The effect of this equipment directly startled her. Every arrow will be turned into 150 arrows with the same effect? As a shooter, she naturally knew what this effect represented. Having such a piece of equipment, it should be a breeze to clear the dungeon of nightmare difficulty alone. No. It should be said, having such a piece of equipment, I should be the most powerful existence in the same job transfer stage. After seeing this effect, Elisa's confidence soared. Originally, I thought that it might be difficult for me to deal with the dungeon of nightmare difficulty alone. But at this time, Alice was concerned about the copy in front of her. No worries at all. On the contrary, there is a feeling of eagerness to try. Holding this artifact in his hand, there is always the idea of wanting to shoot quickly. Choose difficulty, nightmare. Enter the copy. You have entered the copy, tranquil forest. And just entered the copy. Alice drew the bowstring. Shooter, this profession has a strong vision. Alice keenly saw the location of the boss in the woods. For a moment, hundreds of stars burst out. Star flash. Whoosh. You have killed the dungeon boss, Quiet Lich. You have completed the copy, Tranquil Forest, Nightmare. The dungeon score you got is SSS. St. Leon City. Possessed backtracking. Lu Cang's traveling speed also became much faster. Even, there is no need to consider the order of the copy of the strategy. Which copy you want to go to, just backtrack directly. And Lu Cang, in order to save time. Lu Cang, directly ran through all the dungeon entries to be brushed. Then go back to the past time and space. In this way, no travel time is required at all. After finishing the dungeon, activate the effect of backtracking directly. You can continue to brush the next copy. Fly fast. However, even so, count the time for dungeon settlement. Each copy takes an average of more than 10 seconds. In addition, even if you teleport to the dungeon, it will take time to choose the difficulty of the dungeon. So, after all, it took half an hour to clear all 100 dungeons of crazy difficulty. 100 copies took half an hour. This is why the city of San Lian is full of ghost stories about Lu Cang. It's so freaking weird. No one was seen, and the dungeon record was swiped out. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for people to think of it. How did Lu Cang accomplish this feat? Even if they want to break their heads, it is impossible to guess. After brushing all the copies, Lu Cang returned to the job transfer temple. Now, according to Lu Cang's estimates, Elise has already completed 7 to 8 dungeons of nightmare difficulty. Alice prayed to herself frequently. Tell me about yourself. Lu Cang also told her that he didn't have time to monitor the disciples all the time. But he listened to the prayers of the disciples very much. Prayer sent back through Elise. Lu Cang can probably infer the situation on her side. Alice now. The performance was too strong, and it also attracted the attention of the clan. For her evaluation, even continue to improve. Originally, the elf saint was already highly praised. This rating is even higher. Lu Cang can already imagine how much material the future Alice can contribute to himself. As for the discovery of the artifact, Lu Cang is not worried at all. Elise's body is hidden by the hidden ring of chaos. This is the effect obtained after the chaos hidden ring is promoted to platinum quality. Ability to additionally hide information from others. Unless there are detectives above the god level to check on Alice. Otherwise, it would never have been discovered that Alice held the artifact. As for Alice taking the initiative to speak out, Lu Cang believes that Alice would not have such an idea. And, will she do it? The next time we meet in Wanhua Temple, we will be able to see clearly. The current self has the crown of insight. Job Transfer Temple. Lu Cang came to the Career Transfer Temple again. But this time, Lu Cang heard people discussing in the Transfer Temple. It's a ghost legend about yourself. Legend has it that he has rendered himself into a ghost that will automatically clear the dungeon. No need to do it yourself. You can clear the copy and get rewards. Moreover, there are gossip. The brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce has obtained 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment for sale. This gossip confirmed people's conjecture. After all, if it wasn't for Lu Cang, who could sell 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment? It's not the brilliant gems Chamber of Commerce that wants to reveal the news about Lu Cang. The issue is, it is really too difficult to sell 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment quietly. As for Lu Cang's information, the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce must keep it strictly confidential. But the commodity wants to sell. But it is necessary not to disclose the information of the product. It's really impossible. And those buyers of platinum equipment, as long as they know that there are platinum quality equipment for sale, nature will also pass this phenomenon. Go guessing about the ghost of Lu Cang that is making a fuss in San Lian right now. Saint Lian City and other areas of the human race present a completely different topic. In other places, people are talking about the territory of the Dragon Clan. Half an hour has passed since the Dragon Clan's territory was destroyed. The focus of the world must still be on the side of the Dragon Clan. Only San Lian City seemed to be a strange flower in the chaos. Talk about Lu Cang a little more. However, as a party, Lu Cang pretended not to hear at all. Just go straight to an awakening crystal. Lu Cang put his hand on the awakening crystal. Deliver the 3-turn task. Professional transfer task, the second part has been completed. You have obtained the only skill book of divine adornments of myriad transformations. You have obtained a special partner, the Spirit of Equipment. Equipment Spirit, it can help you equip an extra weapon and automatically lock the enemy to attack. If equipped with a defensive weapon, it will actively protect and defend. Equipped with a healing weapon will automatically heal the most dangerous friendly unit. The Spirit of Equipment enjoys the attributes you have as a bonus. The Spirit of Equipment has the same skills as you, including the extra skills from Wanhua Temple. Equipment Spirit is invisible to units below the God level. Equipment Spirit has a physical body and cannot penetrate walls, but you can actively pull it to teleport to your side. This operation ignores any obstacles. After you equip the Spirit of Equipment with a weapon, you will get the same attribute value of the weapon. Beside Lu Cang, a small pure white light cluster appeared. The ball of light floated around Lu Cang. Kind of like a big group of fireflies. Lu Cang equips this thing with the bow of Tian Kong. In an instant, the little light ball turned into a villain who looked a bit like his own outline. The villain held a short bow in his hand. This short bow is Lu Cang's bow of Sky Kong. Nice one. In the future, there is no need for me to struggle between melee and long-distance combat. At the same time, the attributes of the bow of the Sky Cluster also added to Lu Cang. With an additional agility value of more than 200,000, this is really fragrant. Afterwards, Lu Cang turned his attention to the only skill book that was rewarded in addition. And it was at this time. The Emperor sent a message to Lu Cang. I'm in Saint Lien City. Chapter 45. The human sovereign has arrived at Saint Lien City. But the first time after coming to Saint Lien City. Instead, he went to check one copy after another. Sure enough, it was really as rumored. These dungeons have all been cleared by Lu Cang in a very short time. As long as it is a pure combat copy, Lu Cang will pass it in a short time. As for the copy that needs to persist for a long time, Lu Cang didn't even touch it. It's really true. Afterwards, Human Sovereign went directly to the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce. The person in charge of the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce saw the Human Emperor appear. For a moment, he was frightened and stunned. Human Sovereign, a high and mighty existence, has the power of life and death over all human races. At the same time, it is also the most powerful existence in the entire race. Such a great character. Basically, you don't need to buy anything. In the whole world, all the resources of the entire human race belong to him. What you want can be called directly. No need to buy at all. My lord, do you need anything? Facing the person in charge, Luo Jushan went straight to the point. I heard that 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment suddenly appeared in your Chamber of Commerce, and they are in urgent need of sale. I just came to ask, where are the sources of these 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment? Is it related to Lu Cang? This moment. Let the person in charge of the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce make a difficult situation. They were ordered not to reveal anything about Lu Cang. But now the person in front of him is the Emperor. The most powerful being in the entire race. Of course, this entanglement only lasted for a second. The person in charge quickly knew what to do. Oh shit! Could it be that the boss of their Chamber of Commerce is bigger than the Emperor? Of course, the Emperor has the final say. Of course, it's not that he deliberately wants to sell Lu Cang, mainly because he can only do this in the face of the Emperor. And just when he was about to speak, the human sovereign looked to his side, looking at a place of air. Soon, the figure of a young man gradually became clear in his eyes. My lord, Lu Cang of the human race, salutes you. And just as Lu Cang was about to salute, a force lifted him up. The heroes of the human race don't need to salute me. And at this moment, the Emperor of Humanity also activated his ability to probe towards Lu Cang. However, what he detected. But it was a hazy chaos. Nothing came out. Is it impossible to detect the result at such a short distance? It seems that only God's means can do such a thing. As the Emperor of the human race, his authority is really too high. Especially for the authority of the human race. And now, even with Lu Cang in front of him, he couldn't detect any information. The means of the gods are so terrifying. But he couldn't probe Lu Cang. On the other side, Lu Cang directly found out all the information about the Emperor in front of him. Human Emperor Luo Jushan. Occupation, Balancer, SSS. 272 years ago, the successor Emperor. Level, 200, Max. Character, plain and steady, serious, kind, dedicated. Evaluation of combat power, the human race is the strongest, and the current self is absolutely invincible. Possessed bonuses, Immortal King, Luck of the Common People, Peak of Humanity. skills, balance of all things, equal life, equal mana, damage sharing, broken balance, powerful attack, strength conversion. Professional specialization, balanced distribution of attributes, conversion of tactics, treatment proficiency, defense proficiency, combat skill proficiency, magic proficiency. See this battle rating. Lu Cang couldn't help but whisper in his heart. The Emperor is the Emperor after all. Sure enough, the current self still can't beat it. Of course, if you can't fight, it doesn't mean you can't run. I really want to run. He couldn't catch himself either. Possess reverse time plus backtracking. Lu Cang's ability to escape is already ridiculously strong. But this insight ability is really a DK. Even the Emperor's information can be read so carefully. And relatively. The Chaos Hidden Ring also sent a reminder to himself. Human Sovereign didn't see any information about himself at all. The Emperor glanced at the person in charge at the side. Then he said to Lu Cang. Let's go out and talk. Okay, let's go out. Soon the two were walking on the street. To be honest, I've wanted to see you for a long time, Lu Cang. Haha, in this world, who wouldn't want to see the Emperor? We miss each other. Facing the Emperor, Lu Cang did not feel oppressed at all. Instead, he made a joke. The more this happened, the more human Emperor felt that Lu Cang was not simple. The mind of an 18-year-old boy can be so calm. But I kind of want to know, why does the Emperor want me to become a king? Now Lu Cang has the ability to see through lies. So this question can be asked straightforwardly. As long as the Emperor is lying, he can judge it immediately. And faced with Lu Cang's problem, the Emperor rubbed his chin in deep thought. Shouldn't I ask him first? How did he ask me first? Of course I think so. After a short while, the Emperor still gave a reply. If I tell the truth, the existence behind you shouldn't be angry, right? What's the matter? Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. I also hate beating around the bush the most. I'm tired of hearing beating around the bush. I think you are the chosen one of the true gods, who can save the human race in the Millennium Catastrophe. So I hope you can assume the position of the king and contribute to saving the human race. Although I don't know what form the Millennium Tribulation will take. But the Emperor knows. It will certainly not be easy. Especially since it's only the first day. The Dragon Clan has been destroyed. It is impossible to say that the human race is not dangerous. That's where you can pin your hopes on. It should be those existences beyond common sense. And now in this era. Speaking of it, it is beyond the existence of common sense. Is there anyone who is more beyond common sense than Lu Cang? Anyway, he couldn't think of it. Heard this reply. Lu Cang looked at the Emperor quietly. This man is telling the truth. He really sees himself as someone who has a relationship with the gods. Of course, while protecting the human race, you can also enjoy resources corresponding to Feng Wang Quan's power. And the only thing you have to do is to improve your strength, so that you can have stronger strength to fight against the mutation. What do you think? Chapter 46. Lu Cang could probably guess that the human sovereign would ask this question. After all, he mentioned it himself. However, he didn't know what happened to the Dragon Clan. But, for this question, Lu Cang has already thought of countermeasures. I don't know anything. This is the guidance from the gods. Since the other party is very sure that he is the existence chosen by the gods. Lu Cang is also very round. Gods, why is it so strange that gods are half-hidden riddlers? Himself as a disciple of the gods. What is so strange about only knowing how to complete the instructions of the gods? Anyway, if you really want to ask. Lu Cang is in a state of asking questions and knowing nothing. Luo Jushan heard Lu Cang say this. He also sighed slightly. He also thought of the possibility. Rather, this is normal. But at least, human sovereign can see the attitude of the gods behind Lu Cang from this incident. Although I can't guarantee it completely, I can guess the thoughts of the gods. But, now it seems that this god is at least helping the human race. Otherwise, there is absolutely no need for this god to care about the destruction of southern border. There is no need to worry about how many human beings died. At the same time, it can only be considered in this direction. After all, if you consider that the gods are the opposite of the human race, this situation is too bad. It can even be called a dead end. And, there are so many possibilities. Thinking too much is pointless. The only thing I can do now is to stick to my own choice. Otherwise hesitate. When it is broken, it will be disrupted. Okay, is there anything else to say? If you have nothing else to do in Saint Lien, I'll take you directly to the north. It just so happens that you are also level 60. This year's level 60 area is located near the northern border. When you complete the third turn, you can also go inside to upgrade. By the way, your third turn, what can I do for you? I can satisfy, I will try my best to help you. Lu Cang heard Ren Huang say this. A little thoughtful. Immediately said. Wait for me for 10 minutes. There is indeed something that needs to be resolved. Also, for the third rank mission, I need 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Human Sovereign, that's what he said casually. Besides, help a genius to complete his job transfer task. With the authority of the other emperor, he can use the resources of the entire human race. Want to finish? It shouldn't be difficult, right? But this, what is the condition? 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones, why don't you grab them? King Lu Feng. This, wait, let me ask the administrator of the treasury. Immediately. Luo Jushan retrieved it from the friend list. Click on the contact information of treasurer, Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, our country curry, how many Black Abyss Sage Stones are there now? Are there 100,000? Zhang Bao heard the human emperor ask this question. I was startled for a moment. Lord Human Sovereign, are you going to set up a large formation of the human race? Or are you planning to set up some super large soul formation? Don't worry about it so much, just tell me. The emperor acted without explaining the reason to anyone. This is the power of the emperor. Follow your will. I just counted. There are more than 50,000 Heiyuan Sage Stones in total. Heard this reply. Luo Jushan's eyelids twitched. What did Lu Cang say just now? 100,000 Sage Stones. Evacuate the treasury and still owe him 50,000? Why not grab it? King Lu Feng. Did you accept the SSS level job transfer task? However, faced with this problem, Lu Cang just nodded slightly. No, my third turn is also an SSS level task. It's not as outrageous as you. However, faced with this problem, Lu Cang could only respond with a smile. He certainly won't say it. In the third link, when accepting the task, a SSSN task option appeared. Increase the task difficulty of the third link. But at the same time, the rewards obtained will also increase accordingly. SSSN tasks. Lu Cang has never heard of it. But I can be regarded as a god-level profession anyway. Naturally, I subconsciously chose the highest difficulty. As a result, one of the mission requirements, 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stone is needed. King Lu Feng. Our country curry really doesn't have so many Black Abyss Sage Stones. If you want the Philosopher's Stone, we can still gather 100,000. But the Black Abyss Sage's Stone, this thing can only be obtained by going deep into the abyss. But how dangerous is the abyss? In recent years, we have explored the abyss less and less, and basically no Black Abyss Sage Stone has been produced. I see, I'll figure it out myself. However, I also need other materials. Lu Cang directly took out a list. Now, he is the quasi-king of the human race, and besides, he is a hero of the human race. It's not too much to ask for a little material, right? Ren Huang took the list made by Lu Cang and just glanced at it. The eyelids are beating crazily. White Dragon's reverse scale, 100,000 copies. What the hell? With so many souls of all kinds, what is he going to do? The essence of the Mother Tree of Life? Isn't this thing the lifeblood of the Mother Tree of Life? The Mother Tree of Life. But the existence of the world's original level, it is much stronger than him, the Emperor. What the hell, is there a normal material on this? The Emperor looked at the list of materials. Can't help but feel a little terrified. However, he soon realized what it was. This, perhaps, is what the gods need. The power that Lu Cang has obtained now comes from the bestowal of God. However, Lu Cang must also fulfill God's mission. Call. I see. As long as I can get these things, I will try my best to get you some. But even I can't give you too much. After all, these materials are too rare, and many strong people also need these materials. I can't favor you too much in public, at least I can't until you have achieved more brilliant achievements. Do you have a priority for these materials? Lu Cang nodded slightly. Immediately, a chart was directly sent to Luo Jushan. Some materials are highlighted. Okay. Go do your business first, I'll contact you. It can be resolved in 10 minutes, right? I'll wait for you here. Luo Jushan finished speaking like this. Lu Cang didn't delay either. But an instant. Just disappeared from the place. And this action made Luo Jushan's pupils shrink slightly. So fast. Even he, the Emperor, didn't see clearly. No. Could this be a means of space movement? But he is only at the second turn, how can he have the ability to move in space? Even if the occupation is a space assassin or a space spellcaster. It is at least after 3 revolutions to directly perform space jump movement. In this world, space ability is quite difficult to obtain. Luo Jushan didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Bright Gem Chamber of Commerce. This time, Lu Cang did not look for Wang Yuanmo. Instead, come directly to the VIP trading hall. Make item purchases directly in the trade window. Earth Scroll Skill Book, Lu Cang bought 50,000 copies at one time. The crystallization of the earth, Lu Cang bought 500,000 pieces directly. As for the equipment of the Great Sword type, I also bought 50,000 pieces, all of which are of gold quality. The platinum quality equipment consigned by Lu Cang at the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce will be sold along with it. Money is also pouring into Lu Cang's account in a steady stream. There are still 50 billion in Lu Cang's account. As for the reasons for buying these things. Very simple. These things are the synthetic materials of Jinayu. Jinayu is the cheapest synthesis path. An artifact that can be synthesized with only 100,000 gold coins. But now, he activated the ability of mortal resistance. An artifact is a minute of life. Why don't you give him the whole tens of thousands? Unlimited life. Chapter 47. After Lu Cang left, the human sovereign strolled in Saint Lian City. Watch Lu Cang set one miracle record after another. In my heart, there are all kinds of thoughts. I can't help but recall the peak years when I dominated an era. But at that time, I was not as awesome as Lu Cang. And just when the Emperor remembered the past, suddenly, a message came over. Lord Human Sovereign, I have already traced back to the cause of the great destruction of the Dragon Clan. In this destruction, there is divine energy. It is suspected that the energy in the remains of the gods has been activated, making them violent and unstable. The result of this energy is highly consistent with the design result in the magic laboratory we destroyed 200 years ago. I just retrieved the operation file of the operation to destroy the magic laboratory 200 years ago. I found that the design drawings we have collected have descriptions about this. This thing, the potential excavation of the remains of the suspected gods, design plan number 3, marrow explosion. The Emperor heard the message from the investigation team. He frowned. Mojo. Aren't these crazy races already taken over by us 200 years ago? Even their plans and experimental facilities should have been destroyed. How could such a thing happen? Also, the essence of the gods? Where did they get it? Shouldn't we have recovered all the limbs of the gods with high energy? Also, what does the Prophets Association do? Such a big event, why didn't it be predicted? Didn't they always say that the bigger the event, the clearer the prophecy? Could it be that the destruction of the Dragon Clan is not big enough? Luo Jushan was a little sullen when he heard this information. Mojo? In the crusade 200 years ago, the alliance should have wiped out the remnants of the devils. The prediction results of various races also said that there are no magic spirits in this world. Now tell me, was it made by goblins? What the hell did you eat earlier? However, Luo Jushan quickly calmed down. Immediately, continue to ask. So, this time the attack, you can be sure that it was created by the devil. Hear the Emperor's question. The other side responded immediately. According to the news from various departments, plus the analysis of the design drawings. And, analysis of scholars' traceability analysis ability. With 97% certainty, it is the destruction caused by the marrow explosion. There is still a 3% possibility that the gods personally shot and dropped this blow. Hear this answer. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Marrow explosion. Suddenly, the Emperor thought of a problem. Marrow explosion, can this thing be mass-produced? I saw Ren Huang asking this question. The intelligence service responded immediately. According to the design drawings, as long as there is the essence of the gods, the marrow explosion should be mass-produced. But, a marrow represents the death of a god. We haven't found the remains of a second god for so long. It seems a bit. However, hear this reply. The human sovereign's complexion became serious in an instant. No, don't think so. Even if there is a possibility of 1 in 10,000, we can't gamble. Find a way for me to find all the remaining mojos. If the marrow explodes this thing, it will explode in the territory of the human race. The consequences are unimaginable. Dragon Clan territory. The territory of the Dragon Clan has turned into a huge pit. And at this very moment, in the deep pit, a giant dragon crawled out of it. Ashes shook off the surface of its body. Its breath is extremely weak. The ability to preserve life is not limited to Lu Cang alone. After reaching a high level, every strong person will find some means to save his life. However, survived such terrible destruction. Then, you can only see if the means of saving your life are not strong enough. If the resurrection circle is reserved in advance, can be resurrected somewhere after death. Such an ability has no effect at all. Because under such destruction, even the resurrection magic circle will be raised by you. The land will be opened up dozens of kilometers for you. Want to survive? Wishful thinking. However, after all, there are still some dragons, a very small number of dragons, who survived this destruction. FK, it hurts. So what happened? Inside the pit, a golden dragon is using healing technique to heal its wounds. At the same time, looking at the empty land in front of you. For a while, the brain went into a shutdown. It was originally in the dungeon. Together with friends, crusade against bosses and fight. I plan to get more treasure chests, open some good things, and further improve my strength. But I do not know how it is. The copy is halfway through. Getting ready to fight the final boss. They fell into the terrifying destructive energy. Don't wait for it to understand the situation at all. I felt my own life emptied in an instant, and suffered extremely serious injuries. Only the ultimate means of life-saving remained, but these means were broken one by one. It has no choice but to activate the only skill it possesses. Absolutely invincible defense. Still yourself. At the same time completely in an absolute invincible state. Also rely on this powerful 4-turn-only skill. Survived. And now, the invincible state is lifted. It's not even clear what happened. Wasn't I on the peak of dragons just now? Where is this now? Empty. Is it above the stars? It shouldn't be. The life-saving ability of my body is actually completely shattered. What the hell happened? This golden dragon. Look at your current situation. It can only be said that he looked dumbfounded. Who am I and where am I? What happened? Immediately, it wanted to click on the friend list. Ask your friends, what happened? But this is open. However, he found that in his friend list, almost all the names of the dragon clan were grayed out. The name turns gray, which means that it is impossible to initiate contact with the other party. However, under normal circumstances, there is another explanation. That is dead. Golden Dragon Ori looking at his friend list. Look dull. Almost all human friends are bright and can be contacted. The elves are also. Even friends of the demon race, too. Only. Dragon family. All the dragons and their names turned grey. What the hell is going on here? Trading house. At this time, Lu Cang has already bought the materials for making Jinayu. Although I already have reverse time. But no matter what. Now I only have 7 artifacts on my body. Not safe. You can only be invincible for 7 minutes at most. Encountering the level of destruction of the Dragon Clan, they can barely survive. So, it's better to be on the safe side. Get tens of thousands more artifacts. Oh, there are still too few backpack grids. The skill book and earth crystallization are fine. For the same materials, props, and skill books, multiple copies can be stacked in one grid. One grid can stack 100 skill books, or 1000 earth crystals. Tens of thousands of skill books can't occupy hundreds of grids. The same is true for the crystallization of the earth. However, the equipment is different. A piece of equipment must occupy a grid. Even if the entries are exactly the same, the names are exactly the same, and the attributes are exactly the same. They also cannot be stacked on the same grid. This means that even if you are full of money, all grids are used to store big swords. It can only store 500,000 great swords. Even if all these great swords are made into Jinayu, it can only be invincible for hundreds of thousands of minutes at most if it is used to resist life. After all, it is still limited. Lu Cang has a certain sense of pursuit of infinity. Now own unlimited life. After all, it can only be regarded as pseudo-infinite. At most, that is, you can return to the trading bank to make purchases while renewing your life. Continue to live. But after all, it is not perpetual motion in the true sense. But, let's do this first. Pseudo-infinity is also very strong. After purchasing these materials, Lu Cang for an instant. Then came to the outskirts far away from the city of Saint Lien again. Synthesis, artifact, Jinayu. Synthetic artifact Jinayu needs to consume, Earth Scroll Skill Book, Earth Crystal X10, Great Sword equipment of any quality. After the synthesis, the materials cannot be returned. Do you confirm the synthesis? Confirm. The current world artifact, Jinayu already exists. Cannot be synthesized. But, soon, another prompt popped up. Skill, double artifact, passive, has been triggered. You have synthesized the artifact, Jinayu. Lu Cang looked at the second Jinayu in his hand. Double Artifact is the skill obtained by Lu Cang in the second stage of the third turn. It is the only skill book in Divine Adornments of Myriad Transformations. Temporary Second Artifact. This skill allows him to use materials to synthesize a second artifact with a time limit, but for a period of time, or after voluntary cancellation, the artifact will disappear. At the same time, the entry of this artifact will also disappear, regardless of how this artifact entry was transferred. Then, synthesize the third artifact. Lu Cang tried to synthesize the third piece Jinayu. Boom! Only a sound of material crumbling was heard. As expected, the third Jinayu synthesis failed. As for those materials, they have not been returned either. Sacred artifacts are unique and cannot be synthesized into a second artifact. You currently have a passive skill, Double Artifact. The number of artifacts with the same name you can hold, 2 pieces. What a pit! See this result. Lu Cang was speechless. The synthesis failed, and the material was directly discarded. However, this result was also expected. Try it, you have nothing to lose. Afterwards, Lu Cang activated reverse time. Back to the time and space before I made the third Jinayu. The materials have also been restored. Afterwards, Lu Cang looked at the Jinayu in his hand. This is Jinayu. It is the weapon that has been with me since awakening. It can be regarded as a great contributor to his own growth. Sorry. Destroy the item. Destroyed items cannot be restored, are you sure? Confirm. Boom. There was a crisp sound. The artifact Jinayu turned into light spots and shattered. Everything that can be included in a backpack. Except for things with entries like absolutely indestructible. Almost destroyed. Even the strongest material extreme steel. As long as it is placed in the backpack, it can also be destroyed directly. Of course, the premise is that it can be put into the backpack. Items that can be put into a backpack must be an item that is entirely its own. Jinayu after being destroyed. Lu Cang stretched out his right hand while immediately consuming the materials in the backpack. Next second, a brand new Jinayu is condensed in Lu Cang's right hand. The new Jinayu was created. It means that as long as the original artifact is destroyed, it can still be remade. There is no cooling limit either. It's just that the production time takes about 2 seconds. After reaching this conclusion, Lu Cang felt relieved. Although there is no way to make tens of thousands of Jinayu at once. However, as long as mortal resistance is triggered. After Jinayu was broken, make a new one. That, too, has the same effect. After this test is done, Lu Cang used reverse time to go back in time. Back to the time and space before Jinayu was destroyed. Jinayu destroyed by himself. Restored again because of the reversal of time and space. With reverse time, Lu Cang can easily try some extremely expensive experiments. Then, the second experiment. Double artifact this skill. Compared to before evolution, the most special effect is to cancel the temporary. And for this effect, Lu Cang has one more test to do. Jinayu, there are a total of 4 entry positions. They were filled in by accumulating power to level A, Overlord body attack, and Jinayu's own shockwave entry. As for the 4th entry, Lu Cang randomly placed a 20% normal attack lifesteal entry. The blood-sucking entry is an entry that only platinum level equipment has. Watch the effect. I can't use the blood-sucking effect now. Absorb entry, Jinayu. Replaces the 4th entry. Lu Cang thought about it. The entry of Jinayu was absorbed. The next moment, Jinayu the entry itself has changed. The entry for blood-sucking disappeared. Jinayu, on the other hand, had 2 shockwave entries. It can really absorb. Immediately, Lu Cang destroyed the Jinayu with the blank entry. and after the new Janayu was destroyed. The old Janayu, with the 2 entries of shock wave, still exists. Sure enough. In this case, other artifact entries can also be superimposed in this way. How strong that must be! Chapter 48. After all, temporary second artifact, the most special point is that after the temporary artifact disappears, the entry from this artifact will also disappear. However, double artifact did not deliberately explain this. This gave Lu Cang the idea of trying. In this case, the materials for making Fortitude of Heart can also be bought with money. Lu Cang intends to mark all the 4 entries on the Fortitude of the Heart with huge swallowing. The effect of stacking blood in this way is 4 times that of before. As for the 1000-mile boots, back then, the world boss released 50 copies of the Stone of Eternity. I can indeed make 4 copies myself. It's just that I don't know whether the same entry is a multiplication calculation or an addition calculation. But in any case, the improvement is definitely a qualitative change. After thinking about these, Lu Cang activates backtrack again. In an instant, I came to the trading house. Procure materials again. It doesn't matter whether the blood volume is useful to him now, anyway, the entry of the artifact should be full first. What's more, how could the blood volume be useless? The 90th ranked Burning Sea armor deals damage based on the maximum health limit. It can cause fire damage equal to 100% of the maximum HP to enemies in a wide range every second. If this equipment is made, blood volume will naturally be extremely useful. You have purchased the skin of Diceridramon X100, the Crystal of Life X1,000, the Stomach of the Devouring Giant X10, and the Heart of Titan X10. You have synthesized the artifact Fortitude of Heart. Afterwards, Lu Cang synthesized the entry of Fortitude of Heart. Let the original Fortitude of Heart be absorbed directly. The Fortitude of the Heart has absorbed the entry, huge swallowing. The Fortitude of the Heart has absorbed the entry, huge swallowing. The Fortitude of the Heart has absorbed the entry, huge swallowing. Directly gave the Fortitude of the Heart 4 entries of swallowing by the giants. As for the previous entry, the blood volume increased by 30%. Lu Cang directly refuses. A 30% increase is equivalent to 1.3 times the blood volume provided by each monster. But even if there were 3 entries for ponderous swallowing, it became 4. The blood volume provided by each monster is also more profitable than 30%. It's like 30% of 300 is 390, but with 4 entries, you can get 400 blood directly. After all, it would be more awesome to put on Ponderous Devourer. As 4,000 miles speed boots, Lu Cang tried it a little. Oh shit! This entry cannot be superimposed. Shensing after leaving the combat state, the movement speed is increased to 100 times, multiplied with other acceleration effects. When moving in this state, you will not feel tired, and you will gain high speed awareness, and you can perfectly control your own speed. One entry is that the movement speed is increased to 100 times after leaving the battle. The 2 entries are still increased to 100 times. No use for DK. Never mind. If you can't stack it, you can't stack it. But the entry of Janayu actually triggered 2 shock waves. In the dual-wielding state, it is directly 4 times. Of course, the range does not overlap, it is still 225 meters. Lu Cang looked at the time. There are still 5 minutes before the time agreed with Ren Huang. Lu Cang intends, these 5 minutes. By the way, go to brush a hand of blood. Invincibility has the beauty of being invincible, but there are always benefits to having more blood. And the harm in this world, when it hits people, will hurt. The higher the damage done, the higher the percentage HP. On the body, the phenomena displayed are even more outrageous. It's like doing 1 damage to a person with 100 health, maybe just a little red mark. 10 points of damage may be a layer of skin. 50 points of damage, that is a penetrating injury. Excessive pain perception will also affect the battle. Lu Cang didn't want to continue fighting for his life while dying of pain. After all, saving one's life is a means of saving one's life, not some kind of life-saving means. Lu Cang stood still in the continuous mountains. In his hand, hold Amazona bow. Raise it up to the sky, and shoot it out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon, tens of thousands of streams of light exploded in the sky. Blood volume, superimposed at a fast speed. Superstar flash compared to star flash, the scariest thing is its scattering ability. 1,800 arrows, under the double effect of powerful armament, increased to 3,600. And this 3,600, under the effect of superstar flash, splits 5 more times. It directly becomes 18,000 optical flows. In addition, Lu Cang's attack speed is extremely fast now. The number of arrows per second has exceeded 100,000 rounds. Lu Cang shoots an arrow towards the very center of the broken mountain range. Arrows exploded in the sky and scattered in all directions. Cover every corner of the entire continuous mountain range. Don't even have to run. Standing there, he piled up the blood. Win. 7 million. 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. In the Duan Mountains, there are countless types of monsters. As long as the names are different, they are not the same kind of monsters. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. Over time, the speed of Lu Cang's stacking blood eventually slowed down a lot. The monsters in the continuous mountain range had almost been wiped clean for him. But even so, 5 minutes. Stacked 30 million HP. Lu Cang is already very satisfied. In a short time, I estimate that I will have a blood bar thicker than the world boss. It's time, too. Lu Cang saw the time. Say how long, is how long. The next moment, Lu Cang directly activates backtrack. Back to the agreed place with Human Emperor. Swish. Lu Cang appeared in front of Luo Jushan in an instant. Luo Jushan watched Lu Cang appear. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This spatial ability. No matter how many times I watch it, it's so outrageous. To be able to appear in front of himself, the Emperor, without warning. Is everything ready? You're in Saint Lian City, don't you have anything else to deal with? Well, it's gone. Your king ceremony must be handed over by me personally. You just follow me, the speed is also fast, well, at least not too slow. After seeing Lu Cang's space ability, the human sovereign had doubts about his own speed. Even feel. In terms of speed, has he been surpassed by Lu Cang? After all, he really couldn't understand Lu Cang's speed. The Emperor summoned his mount. The star dragon beast was summoned by the human Emperor. This is a dragon beast whose body is as dark as the night sky. At the same time, the back has a star-like pattern. Luo Jushan touched the dragon beast's head. Said to Lu Cang. My mount is a partner who has accompanied me for a long time. It can cover a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers per second. Even if it is from here to the north, it only takes 20 hours to get there. Lu Cang heard this distance. His complexion didn't change. But inside, he was slightly shocked. Although I know the world is big, I don't know how much bigger than the blue star in the previous life. But now it seems. The world is too big. Tens of thousands of kilometers per second, it takes 20 hours? Is the speed of this dragon beast close to the speed of light? But also, compared with the entire universe, the blue star in the previous life is no more than a grain of atom. Take a planet and compare it with a world. It is indeed a bit ridiculous. If this world is as big as the universe in the previous life, then this distance is really not so strange. At least, not even a distance of 1 light-year level has been reached. However, the speed of light in this world seems to have no upper limit. It is indeed inappropriate to use light years as the unit of this world. Good. However, think of such a long distance. As long as the coordinates are recorded by oneself backtracking, it can be reached in an instant. Lu Cang also feels more and more that the effect of backtracking is quite awesome. Lu Cang and the Emperor ride on Star Dragon Beast. As the two rode up, Star Dragon Beast in the next moment, the whole body shone brightly. Another moment, it directly turned into a streamer and disappeared towards the northwest. North. After 20 hours of trekking, Lu Cang and Renhuang finally arrived at the northern border. During this time, Lu Cang and Luo Jushan talked a lot about this world. Lu Cang has the status of a high school graduate. Plus, no family background. It doesn't seem strange to ask anything. Lu Cang also took this opportunity. Through Renhuang, I have acquired a lot of knowledge about the world. The human sovereign can be regarded as one of the human beings who have the most thorough understanding of the world. After some exchanges, only then did Lu Cang know. Turn out to be. The upper limit of the level is really only 200. After level 200, the road ahead is cut off. Haven't found a way to improve it yet. And the last time a divine monster came, the level of those divine monsters is level 300. Moreover, it surpassed the strength of the world boss. Across the span of 100 levels. At that time, the whole world was really very dangerous. In the last millennium, Luo Jushan was still a 20-year-old child. However, it can be regarded as witnessing the tragedy of the war with his own eyes. Men, dragons, elves, and even treacherous demons. They all joined forces to fight against the divine monsters. Otherwise, all of them will die. At that time, the layout and plan of various ethnic groups. Heroes of all races were born one after another and sacrificed one after another. After going through countless ups and downs, he finally got a chance of winning. Even, at the final decisive moment. All races, men and women, young and old. They are all trying their best to attack the divine monster. I heard that the battle was so brutal that the whole world was rained with bloody limbs for 4 or 5 months. The entire sky has been in dark red for a long time, and there are crazy ravings in my ears all day long. The earth is cracked, and the world is on the verge of extinction. Listen to the Emperor's description of the battle that year. Lu Cang even has a feeling of being trapped in it. It was also because Luo Jushan had personally experienced that battle. That's why they are so afraid of this millennium catastrophe. For Luo Jushan, the calamity of 1,000 years is unforgettable, and I dare not forget it. The survival of a race is like walking on thin ice. The current Dragon clan is the best example. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed. If this marrow explosion falls on the heads of the human race, Luo Jushan didn't dare to think about it. This journey is very long. For Lu Cang, these 20 hours. Lu Cang can be regarded as a bad boy. Make up for all kinds of knowledge after awakening. Make up for all kinds of knowledge that cannot be learned in textbooks. Renhuang sees that Lu Cang has a huge demand for various materials. He even gave Lu Cang a copy of Precious Materials illustrated book. The ways and means of obtaining all precious materials are listed above. With this thing, as long as you have the strength, you can find the materials you need. After all, there are some things that the human race really doesn't have. As the journey progresses, outside, the younger generation has gradually risen to level 30. Into the continuous mountains. This time, though, the younger generation has absolutely no world bosses to hunt. You can only swipe the dungeon in the continuous mountain range. Fight a dozen wild monsters. Open the treasure chest. The only thing they are lucky about now is that Lu Cang is not interested in the treasure chest in the continuous mountain range. However, everything in Saint Lien City has nothing to do with him for the time being. North. Finally arrived in the north. It's not like Lu Cang imagined, it's snowy and snowy all the year round. But various terrains. There are some. The climate is not very bad. And after coming to the north, Lu Cang finally saw the abyss in the distance. North of the north. The entire north is surrounded by a pitch-black abyss. This abyss is far away, even if they are above the sky. There is no end in sight at all. And the land that adjoins the abyss. All slightly black. As if it had been polluted. 2,000 years ago, our human race originally owned a larger continent. And the Northern Territory was not originally called the Northern Territory. It's called Zhongtong Realm. An extremely wide continent, leading to the west. But since the abyss appeared, the continent has been divided. We have since lost the news of the western race. Biwen City is almost here. This is the main city in the northern border, and it is also the main city under your jurisdiction. I'll go to the main city to stamp you with the Emperor's seal, and you will officially become the king of this territory. From now on, it is your responsibility to protect the safety of the people in this land. Of course, as the guardian of the most dangerous fief, you will also enjoy higher treatment. Every year, you have the highest priority material selection rights and the most selection quota. Of course, you will also attend the next king conferring gathering. This time, it is also the gathering where the king confers the king to allocate resources. And suddenly, Lu Cang interrupted Luo Jushan. I want to take a look near the abyss first, is that okay? Luo Jushan looked at Lu Cang behind him. A little silence. Then nod. Can. The abyss is a dangerous place. But as long as you don't go deep, for a job changer with your strength, it won't be life-threatening. However, we only circle around the abyss. Not very deep. Soon, the star dragon raised its height again. Rushed toward the dark abyss in the north. Call. The star dragon beast really circled around the abyss. Lu Cang came down in person and walked around the abyss. Subsequently. Then he nodded to the emperor. Well, we can go back. Luo Jushan didn't ask. Many people in the human race are curious about the abyss. It is not surprising that Lu Cang is curious. Afterwards, the two boarded the dragon beast and continued to fly. Hum. Boom. Soon. The star dragon beast landed in a field near Biwen City. Ripples oscillate across the grass. Didn't cause any damage. Lu Cang and Ren Huang jumped from behind star dragon beast. And it was at this moment. Lu Cang activated reverse time. Hum. The next moment. Lu Cang has returned to Sanlian City. The moment the human sovereign summoned the star dragon beast. My lord, I don't need you to send me. I'll go first. I'll be waiting for you in Biwen City. After saying this sentence, Lu Cang's figure disappeared from the spot. Leave the dragon beast that was just summoned. Luo Jushan looked confused. Just now, what did Lu Cang say? Waiting for him in Biwen City? And the next moment, he received a video call from Lu Cang. The emperor connected to the video. In the video, it is Lu Cang's face that appears. And, Lu Cang's background. The whole body is made of black bricks. Biwen City. You were just in front of me. In just one sentence, you went to Biwen City? Not, your speed. It's a little too fast. Abyss. After Lu Cang greeted Ren Huang. Reactivate backtrack. In the next second, he came to the edge of the abyss. Lu Cang looked into the abyss in front of him. Jump down.